A level 1 alert echoed across the universe as the six-winged seraph Michael suddenly appeared over the Pacific Ocean, issuing humanity an ultimatum. All citizens were to evacuate to underground shelters immediately. At the same time, the demon lord Amy, leading the four horsemen of the apocalypse, emerged in the western Pacific. The end was near. Reports from the front lines poured in. The Great Xia had dispatched the Godslayer squad to join forces with the nation's last guardian deity Asura god Lin Fan in a desperate battle against the four horsemen. The sudden arrival of Zeus, king of the gods, led to the annihilation of the recorder organization in the Americas, with all three recorders perishing. Lin Fan fought valiantly against the four horsemen, but ultimately succumbed to a sneak attack by the god of time. The Death Horseman was now launching a massive invasion. The Great Xia's Supreme Command Center issued one final message, with national leader Zhang Maoyuan addressing the people personally. As the last hope of this blue planet, we 1.6 billion people have stood united, defeating the gods of the ocean, storm, sky, and winter one by one. We have achieved the impossible, overcoming deities with mere human strength. But human effort has its limits. At that moment, Zeus, the demon lord Amy, the four horsemen of the apocalypse, and Michael's angelic army had formed an alliance. Their combined forces were only 10 kilometers away from the command center. Humanity's last hope was on the brink of extinction. All were instructed to leave the shelters, take one final look at the beautiful world, and bid farewell to their loved ones. This land, passed down by our ancestors, would no longer belong to humans, but would become the divine realm of some god. Humanity would cease to exist, leaving only human followers as believers and servants. To preserve their lives, everyone was ordered to abandon resistance and submit to the gods and demons, willingly becoming their worshippers and apostles. At that moment, Lin Fan suddenly stood up from his desk, his face twisted in rage as he roared, "Gods, looking down on us from above? Today, I'll slay the gods myself." The middle-aged teacher on the podium glared at him with a blank expression. Lin Fan froze in place, looking around in confusion. He instinctively reached for his waist but found only a pack of spicy snacks. The Asura blade, which had drunk the blood of countless gods, was nowhere to be found. His abrupt outburst sent the entire class into a fit of laughter, but Lin Fan seemed oblivious. He turned to gaze out the window, where the sun shone brightly, a cool breeze blew gently, and the sky was neither blood-red nor split by a rift leading to the divine realm. This was no time-looping world either. Looking at the digital clock on the wall 4:52 p.m., November 11th, 2025, Lin Fan finally realized he was back in his high school classroom, 3 months before the god's descent. If he remembered correctly, the first to arrive would be two Tier 3 ocean gods under Poseidon. The two third-tier ocean deities were among the weakest of the gods, classified as low-level divinities. Their arrival in this realm was more of an accidental intrusion. However, even so, the ensuing battle raged on for over 2 months, leaving behind massive casualties. One descended upon a bustling coastal city in Decia, unleashing towering tsunamis, while the other landed on the vast plains of the western Free States, triggering earthquakes and tidal waves. Decia and the Free States, as top global powers, possessed formidable military capabilities. Yet, they were caught entirely off guard by the sudden arrival of these deities. Conventional weapons proved nearly useless against them, and the military suffered devastating losses. In the end, both nations were forced to resort to nuclear weapons, barely managing to drive the two ocean deities back to the oceanic temple. This conflict exposed the blue planet, once forgotten and dreaded by the divine realm, to the attention of other gods. For any deity, a realm with 6 billion potential followers, unclaimed and independent, was an irresistible prize. The vastness of the blue planet was sufficient to enable dozens of demigods to ascend to high-ranking deities. Even for those already in the higher echelons of divinity, its allure was undeniable. What delighted the gods even more was their discovery that the deity who once guarded this world had perished. From that moment on, this once-forgotten land re-entered the gods' sights. One after another, deities descended from the heavens with their devoted races, while demons crawled out from the abyss. Gods coerced humans into surrendering their souls, turning them into emotionless followers, while demons tempted humans into signing contracts, transforming them into demonic apostles. Amid this catastrophe, humanity was forced to confront a brutal truth. Gods were not the benevolent beings of legend. After witnessing the tragic deaths of his loved ones, Lin Fan, a survivor, resolutely joined the Decia allied forces. Through countless bloody battles, he fought with determination and unyielding resolve, ultimately becoming one of Decia's 5 guardian deities and the only one to survive until the end. Lin Fan bore 6 shining stars on his shoulders, rising above the rank of 5-star gold general to become the sole 6-star saint general, earning him the title of Decia's war god. He was not only the supreme commander of the Asian alliance, but also one of the few humans to achieve godhood in the flesh. His divine title was Asura, with the role of the god of Asura, wielding the terrifying power of a 15th-tier high deity. Armed with the Asura blade, stained with the blood of countless gods, Lin Fan could even stand toe-to-toe with Apollo, the sun god, without faltering. Defying opposition, he spearheaded several monumental projects in Decia. To counter Poseidon, the ocean god, he constructed an iron wall stretching thousands of kilometers. To resist Amoni, the god of winter, he built massive underground furnaces. And to guard against Apollo's wrath, he hollowed out the Tibetan plateau to create an extensive network of underground cities. Under the protection of these awe-inspiring feats, the people of Decia successfully withstood towering tidal waves, bone-chilling winters, and even the sun's violent flares, becoming humanity's last beacon of hope. Yet, despite his achievements, Lin Fan was filled with a deep sense of frustration. I'm still too weak. Alone, I can't change everything. I must report this to the higher-ups immediately. He took a deep breath of the icy winter air, ignoring the shouts of his teacher behind him, and ran straight home. At home, Lin Fan's parents were sitting on their worn-out sofa, watching the news on TV. They were puzzled by the strange reports, widespread shattering of Buddhist statues in Sa City temples, and chanting echoing from a May mountain late at night. Standing at the door, Lin Fan rasped, "It's because the foreign gods are coming. These Eastern deities who once protected us are warning us." Lin Fan's father looked at him in surprise and asked, "Why are you back?" "School." The boiler room exploded, so we were dismissed early, Lin Fan casually lied. His eyes reddened as he gazed at his parents, recalling the moment when they had shielded him from a sea monster, risking their lives. His father, not doubting him, began to lecture him about the importance of his senior year and mentioned enrolling him in an advanced study class. But midway through his words, he noticed Lin Fan had already walked briskly back to his room. Sitting on the edge of his modest bed, Lin Fan struggled to calm his turbulent emotions. In his heart, he silently said, "Mom, Dad, I'm sorry. School is no longer something I can afford to think about. For the rest of my life, I must follow my own path. Please, forgive me for being selfish this one time. This time, Mom and Dad, I want you to live well. I want everyone to live well." Lin Fan murmured softly, a determined light flickering in his eyes. He reached under his pillow and pulled out an old Nokia phone. His fingers trembled slightly as he dialed a private number buried deep in his memory. Meanwhile, in a traditionally styled office, an elderly man in a simple military uniform was carefully reviewing documents through a pair of reading glasses. Though well into his 60s, his temples streaked with gray, he exuded energy and the sharpness of a soldier, combined with the commanding presence of someone in a high position. Suddenly, the sharp ring of a phone shattered the quiet of the room. The old man pulled a phone from his pocket, his brow furrowing slightly. A secretary quickly approached, bowing slightly as she spoke. "Mr. Jean, everyone's assembled. The meeting is about to begin. Should we?" "No rush," the old man interrupted with a faint smile. "Let me take this call first." This was his private number, known to only a select few, his devoted wife and 2 children. At his age and rank, a call from home carried more weight than the red hotline on his desk. However, the screen displayed an unfamiliar number. The old man hesitated for a moment before pressing the answer button. "Hello? Old Jean, you're alive after all." An excited young voice came through the line, as if greeting an old friend after years apart. The old man searched his memory, then shook his head with a hint of confusion. "Who is this?" "I'm sorry, I think you may have the wrong number." "Old Jean, don't hang up." The young man's tone suddenly turned anxious. "I know we haven't met yet, but your name is Jean Minsheng. You're the Grand Commander of the Luzhou military region, holding the rank of 5-star general. You have a birthmark on your chest, for bullet wounds, 2 in your abdomen, 1 in your shoulder, and 1 in your thigh, all from border conflicts. There's also a knife scar on your left leg, from when you were injured stopping a criminal during your leave." General Jin's brows furrowed deeply before easing into a slight smile. "Even though I don't understand much about the internet, I know this information is publicly accessible. Young man, you've put a lot of effort into this sales pitch. But don't call this number again. Goodbye." "Wait," the young man interrupted urgently. "Your 2nd Combat Brigade, under the command of Colonel Lu Mingfa, is equipped with firepower configurations as follows, and the 3rd Combat Brigade's firepower configurations are..." General Jean froze instantly, his expression turning cold and his demeanor shifting. His presence became sharp and unyielding, like an unsheathed blade. Gripping the phone tightly, he spoke in a low, dangerous tone. "This is classified military information. How do you know this? Which country's spy are you?" He was about to order his secretary to trace the call when the young man's next words stopped him in his tracks. "You don't need to know who I am. We'll meet eventually. If you must have an answer, I can tell you this: I am the god of the future, the first guardian god of Decia, the god of Asura, Lin Fan." The young man's voice carried both weariness and an unshakable conviction. "For now, you can treat what I'm about to say as a prophecy from a god." Lin Fan gripped the phone tightly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Taking a deep breath, he prepared to deliver the words that could change everything. At the headquarters of the Luzhou military district, a high-level meeting was underway. Seated at the head of the table was the seasoned leader, Jin Lao, his sharp gaze sweeping across the middle-aged officers in uniform seated below him. They were each reporting on their respective areas of responsibility, but Jin Lao's attention repeatedly drifted to the peculiar phone call he had received earlier and the young voice on the other end, claiming to be a deity. Jin Lao, one of the officers, noticing his absent-mindedness, paused his report and cautiously addressed him. Jin Lao snapped back to the present, a faintly embarrassed smile crossing his face. Apologies, apologies. I was just reminded of something amusing. The smile broke the stern atmosphere in the room. The officer seized the moment to ask, "It's rare to see you distracted, Jin Lao. What could have caught your attention?" Chuckling softly, Jin Lao explained, "Just before the meeting started, I received the strangest phone call. A young fellow claimed to be a future deity and even predicted that a magnitude 7 earthquake would strike Guitian nation in an hour." He shook his head, smiling incredulously as he spoke. The room erupted into laughter. These officers, well-versed in materialist ideology, scoffed at the notion of deities. A young female officer sitting beside Jin Lao, his deputy, Colonel Hong, smirked coldly. "A deity? I trust my gun more. If there really were gods, I wonder if they could withstand a round from my rifle." Jin Lao waved his hand, signaling for the meeting to continue. But just as they were about to proceed, one of the officers who had been glancing at his phone suddenly went pale. His voice trembled as he stammered, "Jin Lao, you'd better take a look at this." Taking the phone, Jin Lao's pupils contracted sharply. His usually composed expression was now filled with shock. The phone screen displayed breaking news. At 5:32 p.m., a magnitude 7 earthquake struck Guitian nation, resulting in 15 fatalities and 23 serious injuries. "Father." Hong leaned over to glance at the screen and gasped in disbelief. She immediately said, "I'll investigate whether any agency predicted this earthquake in advance." Jin Lao shook his head, his voice heavy. "There's no need. This isn't something a monitoring agency could have foreseen." That young man's prediction even got the casualty numbers right. The room fell into a stunned silence. Jin Lao pulled out his own phone and checked the call log. 4:32 p.m., exactly 1 hour before the earthquake. All eyes were now on Jin Lao, their expressions a mix of disbelief and unease. Predicting an earthquake alone might still be explained by science, but to accurately forecast the exact number of casualties? That defied all logic. Could it be, Hong murmured to herself, her usually stoic face showing a rare flicker of uncertainty, that gods really do exist in this world? Jin Lao took a deep breath and slowly stood up. The confusion in his eyes was replaced by the commanding presence and decisiveness befitting a military leader. "Hong," he addressed the female officer firmly, "issue a Level 1 operational directive. Bring that young man to me. I want to speak with him personally." "Yes, sir." Hong saluted crisply, her demeanor resolute. "Consider it done. They'll start investigating." "No, don't investigate." Jin Lao interrupted, a complex expression crossing his face. "If that young man's claims are true, he likely already knows we'll seek him out. The fact that he initiated contact shows he means no harm. We must approach this openly and honestly. I'll call him myself to ask for his location. Remember, we're not arresting him, we're inviting him." "Hong, watch your tone." The room was left in stunned silence. Jin Lao, a 5-star general and a man once known for his iron-fisted decisions, someone who had nearly ordered an assault on Guitian nation in the past, was now suggesting personally calling a young man over a vague prediction? And he was even cautioning his deputy to be respectful? Jin Lao, one of the officers hesitated, clearly struggling to articulate his thoughts. Raising a hand to silence him, Jin Lao's voice was steady and commanding. "No need to persuade me. If what that young man says is true, what he has to tell us might surpass anything we've ever imagined." His gaze swept across the room, his tone resolute. "Beyond the prediction," the young man said one more thing. 3 months had passed, and the gods were said to descend. With the utterance of those 2 words, the room fell silent. Just 5 minutes earlier, when Elder Jean mentioned the gods, everyone thought he was joking. Now, however, Elder Jean let out a sigh and slowly dialed a number on his phone. Meanwhile, in a high school classroom, a middle-aged teacher stood at the podium, glaring coldly at Lin Fan's mother, who was standing at the doorway. "Mrs. Lin, I have to say something. Lin Fan's behavior today is a direct result of your lack of discipline," he said, his tone full of reproach. "The college entrance exam is only a year away. This is a pivotal moment in his life. As parents, you can't just focus on your own affairs. Your child's future should be your priority." Lin Fan left school without permission this afternoon. Lin Fan's mother blushed deeply and nodded repeatedly. Yes, you're absolutely right." She tugged at Lin Fan's sleeve, urging him in a hushed tone, "Apologize to the teacher, quickly." Earlier that evening, The teacher had called Lin Fan's mother to inform her about his unauthorized departure from school. She had been in the middle of simmering pork ribs in the kitchen. Without even turning off the stove, she dragged Lin Fan back to the classroom, where evening self-study was still in session. Lin Fan, however, had no desire to apologize. But seeing his mother bowing and pleading on his behalf, he sighed and reluctantly began, "Teacher, I'm sore." Before he could finish, a sharp ringtone pierced the air, cutting him off. It was Lin Fan's phone. The middle-aged teacher's expression darkened as he strode over. "Lin Fan, you dare bring a phone to school?" Glancing at the caller ID, Lin Fan replied, "Teacher, I need to take this call. It's important." "Important?" The teacher scoffed. "Lin Fan, let me remind you there's only 1 year left until the college entrance exam. If you don't take it seriously, how will you face your future?" "My future might not include the college entrance exam," Lin Fan said with a sigh, then answered his phone. "Hello? Yes, Elder Jean. It's me. I'm at school, Class 3, Grade 11. Are you sending someone directly from the military district?" When he hung up, the classroom erupted in laughter. "What? Elder Jean? Military district? Ha ha ha. Lin Fan must have lost his mind. Does he think he's some kind of big shot?" Even the middle-aged teacher chuckled. "Lin Fan, well, it seems you're quite the character. Fine, you and your mother can stay right here. I'd love to see who's coming for you." Meanwhile, at the Luzhou military district, 10 military jeeps roared out of the gates. In the lead vehicle, a woman named Hong gripped the radio tightly, her voice cold and commanding. "The target has been confirmed. Lin Fan, currently at Jizhou No. 1 High School, Class 3, Grade 11. She pressed the accelerator. "This individual is of utmost importance. I want him located immediately. Not a second can be wasted." Requesting local authorities to implement traffic control, Hong continued issuing orders. "All personnel, arm yourselves and be prepared for any unforeseen circumstances." Her tone shifted slightly, carrying a peculiar weight. "And remember, be respectful. We're here to invite him, not interrogate him." At that moment, the entire city of Jizhou came to a halt. Every traffic light turned red, and traffic officers quickly redirected vehicles from specific routes to ensure the roads were completely clear. Overhead, the distant hum of helicopters filled the sky. All of this was for one person, Lin Fan. Passers-by stared in astonishment at the speeding military jeeps. Some raised their phones to take pictures, hoping to share the spectacle online. But to their surprise, their phones had no signal. The entire city had become a communication blackout zone, and any captured footage was automatically erased. "What's going on? Is something major happening?" one bystander murmured, lowering their phone as they watched the convoy disappear into the distance. 5 minutes later, the 10 jeeps screeched to a synchronized stop in front of the school gates. The doors swung open, and a fully armed task force disembarked, forming a precise formation. "Move out," Hong commanded, leading the team onto the school grounds. Thud, thud, thud. The rhythmic, heavy footsteps of military boots echoed through the hallways, causing the very floors to tremble. The laughter in the classroom died abruptly. Lin Fan turned his head, a faint smile playing on his lips as he looked toward the doorway. Bang! The classroom door was flung open. A gust of cold wind swept in, followed by a strikingly imposing woman in a military uniform. Her expression was as frosty as her demeanor. Behind her stood a squad of operatives dressed in black tactical gear, armed to the teeth. "You," the middle-aged teacher's face froze in utter disbelief. "Military District Security Division. Stand aside," the woman in uniform declared, her voice as sharp as a blade. Her entire presence radiated an icy authority. The students, who had been so full of laughter moments ago, now looked pale as ghosts. These were teenagers who spent their days buried in textbooks. They had never encountered anyone with such an overpowering aura. "Are you Lin Fan?" the woman asked, her cold gaze sweeping across the room before settling on him. She forced a stiff, almost unnatural smile onto her face. Lin Fan, however, showed no trace of fear. He simply nodded. "So, you've arrived. Long time no see, Situ Hong." A flicker of surprise crossed the woman's eyes. Most adults, let alone high school students, would have been trembling in the face of such a scene. Yet this boy seemed completely unfazed, as if he had been expecting them all along. There was a calmness about him, a composure that didn't belong to someone his age. In fact, there was even a faint trace of the same quiet authority and gravitas that Elder Jean carried. Hong instinctively sensed that the young man in front of her exuded an aura of extreme danger. She frowned slightly, her eyes scanning him warily. How did this guy know her name? Why did he say, "It's been a long time"? She had absolutely no recollection of him. The operatives behind her exchanged puzzled glances as well. Suppressing the unease in her heart, Hong spoke in a tone that, though stiff, still maintained a level of politeness. "By orders of Elder Jean, we request that you come with us. He has matters to discuss with you personally." Lin Fan nodded slightly. All right, let's go. He then turned to his mother, who stood nearby, her face filled with worry. Xiaofan, this what have you done? Did you get yourself into trouble? Lin's mother, an honest and simple woman, was clearly shaken by the unusual scene. Her voice trembled slightly as she spoke. Lin Fan gave her a reassuring smile. Mom, don't worry. I'm not in trouble. I'm about to do something good, something important, maybe even save the world. He then faced his middle-aged teacher, who was frozen in place, and bowed deeply. Teacher, I truly wanted to continue studying, but right now, I have something I must do. I can't take the college entrance exam anymore, but I promise, I'll do everything I can to ensure that all of you can still take yours. From today on, I'm taking leave. The duration of my leave is... Lin Fan didn't finish his sentence. Instead, he cast a meaningful glance at Hong, then turned and walked away. The unspoken words seemed to linger in the air. The duration of my leave? Forever. From that moment on, his ordinary high school life was gone forever, replaced by an unrelenting battle against the gods themselves. As Lin Fan departed, the classroom fell into a heavy silence. His classmates exchanged bewildered looks, whispering among themselves. He just left like that? Did I see that right? With that kind of setup, could Lin Fan be a wanted criminal or something? Are you kidding? What kind of wanted criminal gets this kind of treatment? That was the guard platoon from the military district headquarters. Wait, did you hear what the female officer said? She said please, right? They were inviting Lin Fan to go with them? 5 minutes later, inside the central office of the Luzhou military district, Elder Jean silently lit a cigarette, his weathered yet sharp eyes fixed on the young man before him. His voice was heavy with a mix of emotions, both stern and uncertain. I have many questions to ask you, but for now he paused briefly, then spoke each word with deliberate weight. Prove to me that gods exist. Mr. Jean sat upright behind a large, imposing desk. At 60 years old, his commanding presence was undiminished. His broad shoulders and straight posture exuded an unshakable authority. Simply sitting there, he emanated a sense of unquestionable dominance, a testament to the aura honed through decades of military service, an aura that instinctively demanded obedience. Yet, standing before this highly esteemed elder, Lin Fan unexpectedly shook his head and said, "You're not qualified?" Mr. Jin's brows furrowed slightly, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the desk. His voice was deep and firm. Not qualified? Do you even know who I am? Lin Fan took a deep breath, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. I do. In fact, I know you better than you know yourself. He paused briefly before continuing. I've told you before, I am the god of the future. To be precise, I have been reborn from 15 years ahead. In my previous life, you died before I did. Mr. Jin's expression remained calm, but a faint glimmer of surprise flashed in his eyes. Lin Fan pressed on, undeterred, painting a picture of an unbelievable future. Jan Minsheng, you were the first to notice that this world was changing. While many scientists have already detected anomalies in the environment, attributing them to climate change and rising sea levels with scientific explanations, you, despite lacking scientific expertise, were the most vigilant general of your nation. Even in these times of peace and prosperity, your upbringing on the borderlands made you ever cautious. Unlike others who dismissed the sudden climate shifts, you were the first to suggest that these changes were caused by the arrival of some otherworldly entities. Moreover, you were the first strategist to identify these entities as potential enemies, defying public opinion to aggressively develop nuclear weapons and propose the nuclear chain program. Mr. Jin's gaze grew sharper, but he refrained from interrupting Lin Fan. You were absolutely right. We will wage a war against beings unlike anything we've ever encountered. Unfortunately, even you could not have anticipated the overwhelming power of these entities. Traditional weapons, even nuclear arms, ultimately proved ineffective. Those entities, they are gods. Lin Fan's voice carried a somber weight. And you were the first 5-star general to fall during the invasion of the Ocean God. In the new era, the World Alliance honored you as the harbinger of the apocalypse, but it's tragic your foresight and warnings were not heeded in time. That is precisely why I have sought you out first. A flicker of shock crossed Mr. Jin's eyes, but it quickly gave way to his usual composure. He asked in a low voice, "What you're saying, is it true?" Lin Fan nodded, his eyes filled with respect and a tinge of sorrow. In the previous timeline, your name was etched into the memory of every citizen of Decia. When the ocean god descended, stirring 100-meter-high waves and leading an army of sea beasts and followers, it was you who stood on the coastline, facing the so-called deity with guns and artillery. You were the first in history to dare raise arms against a god. Lin Fan's voice grew fervent. Your words became a rallying cry for humanity in the new era. Face the gods with firepower. You even mentored the only military god of the human alliance, Situ Hong. His tone suddenly lowered, tinged with grief. As for me, I joined the Allied forces a week after the Ocean God's invasion, fighting alongside you until the bitter end. I witnessed you being devoured by the sea beast followers. Even in your final moments, you never released the trigger, your roar and gunfire swallowed by the tide. Mr. Jin's gaze turned introspective as he studied Lin Fan. In his seasoned eyes, he saw only sincerity and an unhidden sorrow. Lin Fan pressed on. I can prove that what I'm saying is true. But would proof truly matter to you? I know that with your authority, your word is law in Luzhou. If you are determined to act, not even the chief administrator of Luzhou could stop you. But if our enemy is, in the literal sense, gods, can humanity survive with only Luzhou's strength? Or do you only hope to protect the people of Luzhou? His voice grew heavier and more urgent. These gods are not the benevolent beings of myth and legend. They covet this world's land and its life forms. Mr. Jin remained silent for a moment, his eyes reflecting a resolute determination. What do you propose? Lin Fan stood up, his eyes bloodshot, fists clenched tightly. His voice was resolute and impassioned. I need to speak with the national chair. In 3 months, the gods will descend. Only if all of Decia unites with its full strength does humanity stand a sliver of hope. And only by convincing the national chair can we truly make a difference. His voice cracked with emotion. Believe me, I have seen far worse. I have seen millions displaced, rivers and mountains of Decia dyed red with blood. I have seen empires collapse, nations reduced to nothing. I have seen the people of one country after another kneel before the invading gods, offering their souls to become mindless puppets singing praises to the deities. Lin Fan's words echoed like a sudden clap of thunder, jolting the entire office. The attention of national leader Zhang Maoyuan and his team of advisors instantly shifted to this seemingly ordinary high school student. In 3 months, the gods will descend. Mountains will crumble, rivers will shatter, and the nation will cease to exist. Lin Fan's voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable authority. Zhang Maoyuan furrowed his brows, setting down the document in his hand. His sharp gaze locked onto Lin Fan. The atmosphere in the office grew palpably heavy. What did you just say? The national leader's voice was low yet commanding. Lin Fan took a deep breath, straightened his posture, and met Zhang Maoyuan's gaze with unwavering determination. I am Lin Fan, from the future. The leader of the 5 Guardians of Decia, Supreme Commander of the Asian Alliance, Commander-in-Chief of the Decia Allied Forces, 6-star Holy General, the war god of Decia personally appointed by you, the Slayer of Gods, and the Asura god. He paused briefly before adding, I also bear some less flattering titles like the Forsaken of the Gods, the one detested by divinities, and the Outcast of gods and demons. But those don't matter. The office fell into a stunned silence. The advisors exchanged uneasy glances, clearly shaken by the gravity of Lin Fan's words. Zhang Maoyuan's expression remained calm, though a flicker of something inscrutable passed through his eyes. He turned toward an elderly man nearby, raising an eyebrow. Old Jean, is this the person you insisted I meet in the middle of the night? Old Jean gave a wry smile and nodded. Yes, national leader. This young man revealed some classified information that only you and I could possibly know. He also accurately predicted a series of major events that occurred this morning. I felt it was imperative for you to meet him in person. Zhang Maoyuan nodded thoughtfully, his gaze returning to Lin Fan. Go on. Lin Fan took another deep breath and began to recount the terrifying future he had witnessed. The descent of gods, global chaos, countless nations falling, and only Decia, under Zhang Maoyuan's leadership, holding out until the very end as humanity's last hope. He described the immense pressure under which Zhang Maoyuan refused to submit, rallying the entire nation to fight against the gods with unyielding resolve. Lin Fan's tone was filled with reverence as he quoted Zhang Maoyuan's defiant words. For 5,000 years, Decia has stood tall. From the conquests of Qin Shi Huang and Emperor Wu of Han, to the enduring brilliance of the 100 schools of thought, this land carries the legacy of our ancestors. And now, these so-called gods demand we abandon it all? Are they even worthy of being called gods? The people of Decia kneel only to the heavens, the earth, and our forebears. Beyond that, not even gods can force us to bow. The tension in the room grew heavier. Zhang Maoyuan and his advisors wore varied expressions, but all listened intently to Lin Fan's every word. Lin Fan continued to recount the future war, how humanity, pushed to the brink of extinction, rose up in desperate resistance. He described the enormous sacrifices made to achieve a narrow victory. He singled out Chen Yin, who was seated on the sofa, praising him for spearheading the combat mech project that bought humanity precious time. Lin Fan even revealed that Chen Yin ultimately awakened the divine attribute of wisdom, devising a cultivation method that allowed humans to ascend to godhood. Unfortunately, Lin Fan said with a sigh, it was all too late. A long silence followed. Everyone in the room was processing the staggering revelations from this young man, claiming to be from the future. Finally, Zhang Maoyuan broke the silence. His voice remained steady and resolute. Do you have any evidence to prove your identity? Predictions and stories about the future alone are not enough. Lin Fan nodded, his expression serious. Yes, national leader. That's precisely why I requested to meet you at 6 this morning. Before this meeting, I asked old Jean to carry out a few tasks on my behalf. The office fell into a brief silence. Suddenly, one of the think tank members stood up abruptly, glaring at Lin Fan with eyes full of anger. His voice was sharp and filled with fury. How dare you? Do you even know where you are? Do you know who you're standing in front of? And yet you dare to utter words like, the nation will fall? Gods? How could such things exist? Are you here just to make a joke? The other think tank members also glared coldly at the audacious young man, their fists tightening unconsciously. Each of them prided themselves on their rigorous and scientific mindset. How could they possibly believe in the existence of gods? And worse, this young man dared to speak of the nation's downfall in front of this elder here, of all places. Yet, the emotions of Chen Yin and the elderly Jean Lao barely wavered. Chen Yin glanced calmly at Jean Lao and asked, "Did you come all this way just to crack a joke?" Jean Lao took a step forward, his expression grave. "I wish it were just a joke, but what he says might actually be true. I believe him." His voice was low and resolute. "This will be a war." Jean Minching clenched his fists tightly. This veteran of countless battles spoke with an unshakable tone. For a moment, all the members of the think tank widened their eyes in astonishment, staring at Jean Lao in disbelief. His expression showed no signs of jestingly sincerity and gravity. Lin Fan seized the moment, speaking in a heavy tone. "Jean Lao is right. This will be a war, one that transcends all our previous understanding. And in the future, we've already lost." He swept his gaze across the room, his eyes firm. "Everyone, I am a reborn individual from 15 years into the future, one of the future guardians of Decia. For you, this war may seem like a distant, intangible future. But for me, it is a history I lived through, a history soaked in blood for 15 long years. I've witnessed the extinction of humanity." Taking a deep breath, Lin Fan continued, "Our enemies this time are gods of all kinds. 3 months from now, they will descend. If we don't prepare in advance, everything I've experienced will repeat itself. Devastation, slaughter, and the collapse of our nation." He clenched his fists and looked solemnly at everyone. "To the leaders and all of you here. I know this all sounds incredible, but please believe me." Each word Lin Fan spoke was uttered with clenched teeth, as if dripping with blood. In his current position, only by earning the trust of these high-ranking officials could Decia truly prepare for what lay ahead. One of the think tank members sneered. "Ha, 15 years." But Chen Yin showed no trace of mockery in his eyes. Instead, he appeared deeply serious. I mean, if what you're saying is true, how can you prove it? True researchers never shy away from bold hypotheses or the worst-case scenarios. It was precisely because of people like Chen Yin that Decia could become humanity's last hope in the future. Chen Yin truly deserved the title of a pillar of the nation. Jean Lao respectfully approached the national leader and handed over a USB drive with both hands. Last night, Lin Fan provided a set of coordinates located off the eastern coast of Ludong, at the intersection of the Eurasian and Pacific tectonic plates, within a deep-sea trench. At a depth of 5,564 meters, an unmanned submarine captured this peculiar footage. Moments later, the projection screen came to life. The footage revealed the pitch-black ocean depths, with the oppressive sound of water creating a suffocating atmosphere. Beneath the sea lay an abyss of darkness so profound that even the submarine's searchlights could only illuminate less than 10 meters ahead. The scene exuded an overwhelming sense of despair and suffocating pressure. Even though nothing had yet appeared on the screen, Chen Yin, seated on the sofa, frowned deeply, feeling as though a heavy weight pressed against his chest. The deep sea had always been a realm of the unknown. No one knew what lurked in its darkness. Humanity could only rely on tiny beams of light to explore this vast, shadowy domain. Suddenly, a blurry outline appeared on the screen. "What is that?" Two think tank members gasped in shock. As the submarine drew closer, the object on the screen rapidly grew larger. The office fell into a hushed silence, broken only by the sound of trembling breaths. A massive skull came into view on the screen. It was an enormous skull so colossal that even with a 10-meter searchlight, its full size could not be illuminated. The state-of-the-art wide-angle camera could only capture half of the cranium. The ghostly white bones lay motionless on the seabed, as if in eternal slumber. The video continued as the unmanned submarine carefully explored the area. A neck, a torso, arms, and legs gradually came into view, a towering humanoid skeleton standing upright in the depths of the ocean. Eventually, the footage settled on the massive skull, its hollow, pitch-black eye sockets staring out from the screen, as though gazing directly at everyone in the room. The sinister skeletal visage seemed to wear a cold, mocking grin. Despite being among the highest-ranking officials in Decia, Everyone present felt an overwhelming sense of insignificance in that moment. It was as if ants were facing a leviathan. Confronted with such an incomprehensibly vast existence even, one long dead they couldn't help but feel a profound sense of awe and dread, as if their very souls were trembling. This was a gaze that transcended the bounds of life. A gaze that looked down upon them from a higher plane of existence. This is a human body. Chun Yan's voice was dry and strained. But how could humans possibly? Another think tank member stammered, his voice trembling. Estimated height, 200 meters. Lin Fan took a deep breath and spoke slowly. They are not human. They are beings beyond humanity. If you must, you can call them gods. Chun Yan's hair stood on end as a chill ran down his spine. He stared at Lin Fan, his voice trembling slightly. Are you saying there's more than one of these things? Lin Fan's gaze deepened, as if he was recalling something distant. He spoke in a low voice. That's right. And the most critical part is, in 3 months, some living gods will remember this forgotten dimension and descend upon it. As his words fell, the meeting room plunged into an eerie silence. Everyone exchanged uneasy glances, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and fear. Suddenly, one of the think tank members sprang to his feet, glaring at Lin Fan with skepticism. His voice carried a hint of incredulity. No, this is all baseless talk from you. He took a deep breath and continued. I'm not targeting you personally, but for something of this magnitude, the source of the information must be verified. You need to provide solid, undeniable evidence. A single video could easily be fabricated. This is about responsibility to Decia and its people. His voice grew increasingly agitated. Because if this claim is confirmed, do you realize what that means? Elder Jean, standing behind Lin Fan, spoke firmly. The video is authentic. It was transmitted directly by a drone submarine I dispatched. He turned to Chen Yin. But since you demand evidence, Chen Yin, half an hour ago, I had a piece of unknown material urgently delivered to the Decia Research Institute under your name. Do you have the analysis results yet? Chen Yin suddenly remembered the white, unknown fragment. His eyes darted between the video and Elder Jean, his expression one of astonishment. Are you saying that fragment? Elder Jean nodded solemnly. That's right. It was retrieved from the seabed near the remains. You could consider it part of a god's skeleton if those beings can indeed be called gods. Chen Yin, his hands trembling, pulled out his phone. I'll call them right now. Just then, the office door was knocked on urgently. The head of the materials analysis department from Decia's first research center burst in, still wearing his lab coat, clutching a thick stack of documents and a white fragment. His face was filled with shock and disbelief. Hot on his heels, the heads of the biology research department, historical artifacts department, and chemical analysis department rushed in, each wearing an expression of grave concern. The materials analysis head's fingers quivered slightly as he spoke, his voice laden with astonishment. Mr. Chun, this item you asked me to test, does it truly exist? Chun Yan's face darkened. What's the matter? The department head took a deep breath and began his report. After testing across multiple departments, we found that this material's hardness exceeds the limits of current human technology. It's absolutely not man-made. Furthermore, some of its elements are completely unknown to us. They don't even exist on the periodic table. He paused briefly before continuing. The most bizarre part is that structural analysis has preliminarily identified it as biological in nature. But the biology department couldn't determine what kind of organism it came from. And according to carbon isotope testing by the chemistry department, this organism it existed over 5,000 years ago. At these words, everyone in the room collectively gasped. The department head pressed on. 5,000 years ago, right around the time of the dinosaurs' extinction, in the early days of ancient human civilizations. Decia itself was only just emerging, so how could a creature like this, with such a strong skeletal structure, have existed back then? The discovery of this species is enough to overturn everything we thought we knew, everything we understand about this world. Elder Jean abruptly interjected. If such a creature exists, how do we defend against it? The materials analysis head's face turned pale, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He wiped them away as he replied, if such a creature still exists, then just based on the strength of this skeleton, they would be impervious to any conventional firepower. The only option would be nuclear weapons. What? Elder Jean exclaimed, unable to contain himself. Nuclear weapons? Are you saying these beings are already that powerful? Chen Yin, his expression conflicted, gently ran his fingers over the skeletal fragment, feeling its cold, unyielding surface. Lin Fan spoke slowly, breaking the heavy silence. Now, I've proven the existence of gods. Next, I will show you all the truth about this world. His gaze swept across everyone present. Welcome to the world, as seen through the eyes of gods. Chen Yin, as expected of a chief scientist, quickly shifted his expression from shock to vigilance. He keenly sensed that something was off, his mind racing with thoughts. If that skeleton exists, it means they had already arrived on Earth long ago, and more importantly, Lin Fan nodded slightly, picking up the thread of the conversation. Exactly. They came to this dimension a long time ago. But back then, we had the protection of the Oriental martial gods. The owner of that skeleton was a god of strength at the 8th tier. He was brutally beaten to death by Kwafu and thrown into the sea. Chen Yan's expression froze instantly, and his voice subconsciously lowered. Kwafu, are you saying those myths, those ancient deities, they were real? Back then, when they invaded Blue Star, it was the Oriental martial gods who joined forces to drive them away. Lin Fan took a deep breath, a flicker of pain flashing in his eyes. Unfortunately, after that great war, many martial gods fell, and those who survived went into slumber. In the previous era, humanity failed to hold out until all the Oriental martial gods awakened. Even the few who did awaken were quickly killed by the combined forces of those deities. At that time, humanity was too preoccupied with its own survival to protect the newly awakened martial gods. Lin Fan's voice was heavy with sorrow, as if he were reliving those tragic scenes. The Monkey King wielding his staff, roaring furiously at the heavens, only to be struck down by lightning. Guan Yu standing resolutely with his blade, alone before an army of deities. Lu Bu on a solitary mountaintop, surrounded by countless demons below. This is humanity's shame. Lin Fan gritted his teeth. They protected us back then and paid the price by falling into slumber. Now, it's our turn to prepare ourselves to protect them and protect ourselves. History must not repeat itself. Chen Yin rubbed his face hard, struggling to process this astonishing revelation. So, we can't count on any outside help now. Despite the dire situation, a faint sense of determination seemed to spread across everyone's faces. The deities might be formidable, but the Great Xia also had its own silent protectors. Chen Yin suddenly let out a laugh, his eyes gleaming with resolve. If that's the case, then we'll use our own strength to fight back against the gods. What an honor it seems this old man will one day stand against deities as an opponent. At that moment, a member of the think tank raised a question. Wait a minute, are we sure those deities are truly hostile? Aren't gods supposed to be? Lin Fan interrupted, beginning to explain the essence of deities. That depends on how you define gods. To put it simply, deities are fundamentally different from us. Humans gain strength by training their bodies, but deities are born differently. These divine beings from the so-called god realms are born with a divine domain within them, where they cultivate races of believers who worship them. They draw power from the faith and offerings of their followers. The more powerful deities can even conquer other dimensions, turning those dimensions into their vassals, and converting their inhabitants into believers. His tone grew graver. And Blue Star with its 60 billion potential believers and vast divine domain potentialis enough to drive any deity mad. The religious myths that have circulated on Blue Star, aside from the legends of the Oriental martial gods who ascended through their physical bodies, are mostly false, fabricated and spread by those deities who once visited here. Lin Fan continued, his voice sharp. Deities are not benevolent or approachable. No matter how they portray themselves, the truth is, these so-called exalted beings are just like us. They bleed, they have flesh, and they can die. Their so-called divinity is equally filled with greed. The only difference is that their power far surpasses ours. And when an individual possesses overwhelming power, you can imagine what happens. As Lin Fan's words trailed off, a heavy silence enveloped the room. Human greed was already terrifying enough, fueling countless wars over power and wealth. But humans were at least constrained by the limits of their own strength. Now, imagine beings with unrestrained power, equally driven by greed. Descending upon Blue Star, it would be an unbridled catastrophe. Lin Fan's voice deepened. To them, Blue Star is like a ripe piece of meat, an easy prey, a pen full of fattened sheep. Invasion, conquest, that's their goal. They want to turn all of us into their believers, stripping us of our individuality, forcing us to live solely for their will. They want to transform our land into their divine domain. Lin Fan's eyes turned toward the national leader, awaiting the elder's decision. The choice before him was stark. Heed Lin Fan's advice and resist the deities or prepare to kneel before them. The former path was fraught with difficulty. The latter seemed to promise survival. And most importantly, kneeling didn't seem so hard. It might even seem understandable. After all, how shameful could it be to kneel before gods? What makes humanity precious is its free will. But in the end, what's more important, freedom of will or survival? To become a puppet of the gods or a lifeless corpse? Is dignity, free will, and the land our ancestors left us worth more than living on our knees? Faced with this impossible choice, the old man smiled. As soon as Guozhua finished speaking, a resolute gleam flashed through Lin Fan's eyes. He slowly approached the grand map of mountains and rivers, drawing a bold red line along the coastline outside Ludong with the pen in his hand. My intention is to establish an initial steel wall along the Ludong coastline. Lin Fan's voice was firm and commanding. Chen Yin gasped audibly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. That's 2,000 kilometers. Lin Fan nodded in confirmation. That's right, 2,000 kilometers, 100 meters high. But this is only the first step. His finger traced the coastline slowly. If we can withstand this wave, the steel wall must be extended along the entire coastline of Decia 20,000 kilometers, 300 meters high. Lin Fan's gaze swept across everyone present, his tone growing heavier. Because after these two Tier 3 ocean gods, there are 3 more ocean gods on their way, including one who is a Tier 6 intermediate deity. His hand gently brushed over the expansive map. Within 6 months, Decia must be unyielding to the ocean. Before he could finish, one of the think tank members abruptly stood up, his face filled with disbelief. This is madness. Do you have any idea how much steel this would require? Guozhua raised a hand slightly, silencing further arguments. His sharp gaze locked onto Lin Fan as he asked in a grave tone, "Is this unavoidable?" Lin Fan's response was unequivocal. Unavoidable. With our preparations, we have a chance to kill the ocean gods descending upon Decia. But as for the Free Nation, we can hardly intervene directly. If even one escapes, the spatial coordinates will be exposed. Even if we manage to eliminate these 2 ocean gods, the Oceanic Temple will send others to investigate. In the end, war will still come to us. This is an unavoidable conflict. Lin Fan's voice trembled slightly, as if haunted by memories of a bloody history. If I recall correctly, during the 3rd wave, the Oceanic Lord Poseidon himself descended. By then, we will be at war with the entire ocean. Guozhua slowly rose to his feet, an aura of unshakable resolve emanating from him like a towering mountain. His eyes burned with determination as he fixed his gaze on Lin Fan. If it cannot be avoided, then we shall fight. Fight against the gods themselves. The elder's voice was steady and powerful. Lin Fan, from this day forward, the entire Decia will mobilize its national strength to support you. If there's anything else you need, just say it. Lin Fan took a deep breath and replied without hesitation. Expand recruitment to need 50 million soldiers. They will be responsible for dealing with the god-affiliated races, protecting the civilians, and carrying out construction. Only with such manpower can we complete the steel wall within the required time. 50 million? A think tank member exclaimed in shock, his face filled with disbelief. Do you realize what that entails? 50 million. The daily lives of Decia's people. The conference room fell into a heavy silence as everyone processed the staggering implications of that number. The elder statesman of the nation swept his sharp gaze over the members of the think tank, his voice carrying an undeniable authority. Don't you understand yet? This is war. A war unlike any we've fought before, more brutal. A war against the gods themselves. His words struck like a hammer, landing heavily on everyone's hearts. He continued, in times of national ruin, where is there room for peace and prosperity? Did the previous generation of Decia live in peace and prosperity? Turning back to the think tank, his tone grew harsher. The issue of steel resources, the expansion of the army, you must find a solution. If you can't, then step aside and let someone else take over. He slammed his hand on the table with a resounding thud and declared, from this moment on, Decia enters level 1 combat readiness. Remember, time is not on our side. The soul of Decia is unmatched in courage and resolve. His words were like a thunderclap, leaving everyone in the room speechless. The members of the think tank clenched their fists involuntarily, their blood surging with newfound determination. They finally grasped the gravity of the situation. This was a battle for the survival of the entire Decia. There was no room for talk of peace and prosperity anymore. Suddenly, a slightly stout middle-aged man sprang to his feet, his voice firm and resonant. I'll handle the steel resources. I guarantee the task will be completed. The elder statesman nodded in approval and then turned to Lin Fan. Go on, he said. Lin Fan took a deep breath. His eyes reddened as he glanced at the elder who had unconditionally supported him. Slowly, he began outlining his plan. Finally, I want to establish a special division, with personnel solely under my command. The elder statesman raised an eyebrow, intrigued. You mean? Lin Fan's voice was firm and resolute. I want to create a specialized task force. Codename, Godslayer Corps. It will operate independently of all major military districts. He paused before continuing his explanation. The team will be small, functioning in Godslayer squads. Their mission will be to confront and eliminate powerful individuals among the faith-driven races, and slay the gods themselves. That is the purpose of the Godslayer Corps, a special division born to slay gods. The mere mention of slaying gods sent a shiver down everyone's spine. Could mere mortals truly slay gods? The elder statesman's eyes gleamed with intensity. Without hesitation, he made his decision. Very well. All military departments will provide unconditional support for you. I want to see if you can lead Decia to slay the gods. With that, he turned to face the crowd, issuing his final command. Now, summon all national elders and regional governors. In 2 hours, we convene at the Grand Hall of the National Palace for the Decia Elders Summit. The agenda. Decia declares war on the gods. In the Grand Hall of the nation's highest palace, a secret meeting was underway. Soldiers stood guard at every entrance, conducting thorough inspections to ensure no one carried electronic devices or dangerous items. Gathered in this room were the most powerful figures of Decia, ministers of state, commanders-in-chief of military regions, and directors of national oversight departments. Each of them held significant authority. The hall was cloaked in silence, all eyes fixed on the elderly figure seated at the head of the room, the national leader. Suddenly, a middle-aged man rose to his feet, disbelief written across his face. National leader, are you joking? Waging war against the gods. His words had barely left his lips when a few quiet chuckles broke the tension in the room. However, the laughter ceased abruptly as the elderly leader slowly stood. His face was devoid of humor, marked only by an air of solemnity and calm resolve. Looking around the room, he spoke in a deep, steady voice. Ladies and gentlemen, I too wish this were a joke, but unfortunately, our enemy is indeed the gods. We are going to war with the gods. His declaration left everyone in stunned silence. They knew this man would never joke about such matters in a setting like this. Did this mean that gods truly existed? A middle-aged man in military uniform rubbed his face, as if trying to determine whether he was dreaming. Just then, Chen Yin, seated beside the national leader, stood up. Adjusting his glasses, he spoke with a steady and forceful tone. Ladies and gentlemen, we have irrefutable evidence confirming the existence of the gods. More importantly, we have determined that 3 months from now, the gods will descend. The man in military uniform raised his hand to speak. Permission to ask a question. Why are we going to war with the gods? His question echoed the thoughts of many in the room. Taking a deep breath, Chen Yin replied, it's not that we want to wage war against the gods, but the gods intend to invade Decia. 3 months from now, their arrival will bring devastation and destruction. This information has been verified. This is no longer a choice, this is war. The room fell into a heavy silence as everyone grappled with the gravity of this revelation. The national leader swept his gaze across the room, his voice resolute. Here and now, on behalf of Decia, I unilaterally declare war on the gods. Does anyone have any objections? His words struck like a thunderclap, shaking everyone to their core. War. How long had it been since that word was last uttered? Decia was about to face another war, this time, against the gods. After a brief pause, the middle-aged man who had spoken earlier was the first to rise. The Sichuan military region will fully cooperate. We will go to war with the gods. One by one, others followed suit. The Jiangxi military region will give its all. The southern Shanghai military region will fully support this effort. The Ministry of Commerce will ensure the supply of essential goods for the people. In an instant, the room was brimming with determination and fighting spirit. Observing the unexpectedly smooth progress of the meeting, the eyes of the national leader grew slightly misty. This was designated as one. Many believed that after nearly a century of peace, the people of Decia had lost their resolve and the fighting spirit of their ancestors. But they had forgotten Decia was a nation forged in the fires of war. For 5,000 years, its history had been marked by unyielding struggle. 80 years ago, when faced with foreign aggression, the people of Decia shed their blood to tell the world that this nation would never bow. Now, even against the gods, Decia still possessed the courage to fight. The national leader wiped the corner of his eye and spoke with unwavering determination. Very well. Here and now, I announce that Decia will begin recruiting 50 million soldiers. The sheer magnitude of 50 million left everyone momentarily stunned. It was a staggering number, but soon, the regional leaders began making fervent commitments. Sichuan province can provide 6 million. Shaanxi province can also provide 6 million. Tibet, though smaller in population, can contribute 3 million. Jiangsu province can supply 5 million. The Ministry of Commerce may not be able to help directly, but it'll send my son to enlist. One after another, the attendees pledged their support. There was no fear in their eyes, only resolve. This was the resilience of the people of Decia. When the nation and its people were in need, no challenge was insurmountable. Watching the fervent scene unfold, Chen Yin leaned toward the national leader and whispered, National leader, that's enough. At this rate, their promises will add up to nearly 100 million each. The national leader smiled as he surveyed the room, speaking softly, all right, these details can be sorted out later. Moving forward, Decia will establish the Supreme Command Center. A designated commander-in-chief will oversee everything. The room fell into stunned silence. A supreme commander? Who would it be? At that moment, a young man walked briskly to the national leader's side and saluted the assembly. Lin Fan, Supreme Commander of the Supreme Command Center. Reporting to you all. An hour later, all television networks, social media platforms, and news websites across Decia broadcasted an emergency announcement. Breaking news. Following deliberations by the Council of Elders, the central authority has decided to recruit 50 million soldiers. The nation hereby announces the establishment of the Supreme Command Center to oversee all military and domestic affairs. Lin Fan has been appointed Supreme Commander, with Jin Minsheng and Chen Yin as Deputy Commander. The announcement, accompanied by photos of Lin Fan and other key figures, sent shockwaves across the nation. Online and offline, people were abuzz with discussion. 50 million soldiers? That's insane. What is the Supreme Command Center? How does it wield such immense power? Commander of all armed forces? Is something serious happening? Finally, recruitment is open. I'm signing up right now. Even if there's trouble, well, stand by our country. Becoming a soldier has always been my dream. I'm in. Is Decia preparing to reunify Xia Island by force? The entire nation was ablaze with excitement. On social media, the hashtag 50 million recruitment in Decia soared to the top of trending topics. In the comments, retired soldiers pledged their readiness. If war comes, they'll return. Retired soldier from the 031 Regiment of Guangchuan's 3rd Division, standing by for the nation's call. Retired soldier from the 321st Division of Black Province's 1st Combat Brigade, ready to serve again. Former member of the South Ocean Wavebreaker Special Forces, awaiting orders. Ordinary citizens were equally impassioned. Brothers, are the enlistment offices open yet? I'm signing up. Meanwhile, the hashtag Supreme Commander Lin Fan shot to 2nd place on the trending list, sparking another wave of fervent discussion. Who is Lin Fan? This question quickly spread like wildfire across the entire Decia nation. On TV screens, the image of an ordinary-looking young man was accompanied by the shocking announcement that he had been appointed as the Supreme Commander. This sudden decision sparked a wave of doubt and speculation. How did he become the Supreme Commander? That's such a significant position of power. People were buzzing with discussions, their eyes filled with confusion. He looks so ordinary. Shouldn't this position be held by some high-ranking official or experienced leader? Voices of skepticism erupted one after another. What qualifies him to be the Supreme Commander? Can he even handle it? Must be connections, right? I know him, was my classmate. At the Lin household, Lin's mother sat in the living room watching TV, completely stunned. She stared at the familiar face on the screen, her voice trembling as she called out, "Old Lin, stop chopping vegetables and come over here. Our son. He's on TV." From the kitchen, Lin's father replied dismissively, "On TV? What for? Did he get himself wanted or something?" No. Lin's mother responded urgently. "Our son. It seems he's been appointed as the Supreme Commander of Decia. Come quick, it's on the news." Lin's father froze for a moment, then quickly put down the kitchen knife and rushed to the living room. On the TV screen, Lin Fan's photo was displayed clearly. He was a clean and gentle-looking young man, the kind you describe as the boy next door. The only thing that stood out was the faint trace of sorrow in his eyes, as if he were silently bearing a heavy burden while gazing at every citizen of Decia through the screen. This announcement was like a bombshell, not only shocking the entire Decia nation but also sending ripples across the international stage. Inside the White Palace of the Free Nation, the disheveled and golden-haired Puchuan clutched his phone, his corpulent body trembling with anxiety. Has Decia gone mad? They're conscripting 50 million soldiers? And establishing a Supreme Command Center? His voice was filled with unease. Are they planning to start a war? If this escalates, our free nation only has a population of 300 million. That's like pulling 1/6 of our population into the fight. On the other end of the line, the leader of John Nation replied calmly, "Oh, dear Puchuan, don't get so worked up. Decia is nothing more than a sleeping lion. It may look intimidating, but don't forget, a century ago, we kicked its backside and blasted open its doors with cannons. Trust me, their military is nowhere near ours." The leader of Kangaroo Nation chimed in. "Exactly. They're just a bunch of weaklings from East Asia. 50 million? Huh, so what?" The leader of the White Elephant Nation of Indu snorted. "My Indu, the White Elephant Nation, is the world's largest country. And I think Decia is just bluffing. Even with my nation's massive population, we can't conscript 50 million at once. How could Decia possibly be that united? It's impossible. They're clearly lying. They're probably bluffing," he continued. "Last time they claimed they built a hospital in just 10 days. Ha, lies. Puchuan, you don't need to worry. This is just one of those sneaky tactics Decia uses to mislead us. They're trying to intimidate us." The leader of Three Star Nation sneered. "This just proves they're scared. They're panicking. They want to surrender to us." After a brief discussion, Puchuan gradually calmed down, wiping the cold sweat off his forehead with his chubby hand. "Even if this is just fake news from Decia, we still need to assess the situation carefully," he said, panting. "Our free nation will send a diplomatic spokesperson to question Decia. Is it true they're conscripting 50 million soldiers? Why are they doing this? Do they see us as their adversaries? Additionally, Puchuan continued, investigate thoroughly. Who is this Lin Fan, the so-called Supreme Commander? Why have we never heard of him before? Why would Decia appoint him to such a position? Suddenly, an odd gurgling sound interrupted Puchuan's words. Blub blub blub. The leader of Turtle Nation, Kamita, asked in confusion, Brother Puchuan, what did you just say? We didn't catch that. Puchuan replied awkwardly, oh, nothing, my friend. Just had another accident in my pant. Meanwhile, Lin Fan was entirely unaware that he had become the center of a storm, drawing countless eyes from around the world. He was in his office, engaged in a discussion with the heads of various military districts about the recruitment plans. Suddenly, his phone rang. Lin Fan pulled out his old second-hand Nokia, answering it under the watchful eyes of the military leaders. Hello, Mom. Lin Fan answered with a smile. Xiao Fan, his mother's voice trembled slightly. I just saw you on TV. You've become the Supreme Commander. How did this happen? Lin Fan was momentarily at a loss for words, stammering, Mom, this. Xiao Fan, come home quickly, don't get yourself into trouble out there, his mother said with a mix of worry and complexity in her voice. No matter what kind of mess you've gotten into, as long as you come home, your mom will protect you. Hearing his mother's words, Lin Fan felt his eyes sting and redden slightly. Mom, he said softly, don't worry. Your son has grown up now. I don't need your protection anymore. From now on, he'll protect you and Dad. And not just you, will protect everyone. Mom, trust me, I'm not messing around. Lin's mother fell silent for a long moment. Lin Fan could only add, Mom, I have to go now, there's a lot I need to handle. After hanging up the phone, Lin Fan turned back to the military leaders in the room and continued. This recruitment is only the first step, but it's the most critical one. Lin Fan was about to delve deeper into the details of the Steel Great Wall project when a middle-aged officer from the Chuanzhou military region abruptly interrupted him. This officer, a tall and imposing man with a resolute expression, stood up and locked eyes with Lin Fan, his gaze sharp and unyielding. Without any preamble, he raised a pointed question. Hold on, I have something to say. Why did the national seat choose you as the commander-in-chief? The moment his words fell, the meeting room was instantly enveloped in tension. The other military leaders turned their scrutinizing gazes to Lin Fan, their eyes filled with doubt and curiosity. Lin Fan, however, remained unfazed. He had anticipated that his qualifications and identity would be questioned. Rising slowly to his feet, he scanned the room with calm composure before replying in a steady, resolute tone, because I come from the Futuria future after the descent of the gods. His words landed like a thunderclap, sending shockwaves through the room. Murmurs broke out among the attendees. Lin Fan continued, his voice unwavering. I am Lin Fan, a 6-star sacred general, the war god of Decia, and the supreme commander of the Asian Alliance. I've led thousands of battles against the gods and personally slain 54 of them. His tone grew heavier as he added, but this isn't about boasting. I need you to understand why I was chosen as commander. It's crucial to the cooperation we're about to embark on. Lin Fan then began addressing the military leaders one by one, recounting their fates in the future with chilling precision. Each name he called carried a story of valor and sacrifice, each ending in ultimate devotion to their country. General Baijan, Lin Fan said, his gaze fixed on the officer from the Chuanzhou military region who had interrupted him. Born in 1975, enlisted at 18. In new calendar year 0007, during the battle against the Sky God, you led a suicide squad, piloting aircraft straight into the enemy. You fell with honor. Lin Fan's words cut through the air like a blade, peeling back the veil of time to reveal a series of harrowing scenes from the future. Each officer he named grew visibly more solemn, some clenching their fists unconsciously. Then, a voice broke the heavy silence. It came from a military leader who had not yet been named. His voice trembled slightly as he spoke. In the future, what about me? Lin Fan was about to respond, but the man quickly interjected. No, that's not what I'm asking. Whether I live or die doesn't matter. What I want to know is, did we succeed? The question struck like a bolt of lightning, igniting a spark in everyone's eyes. Their expressions grew even graver, more intense, than when they had heard of their own deaths. The entire room fell into an oppressive silence, every person holding their breath as they waited for Lin Fan's answer. Lin Fan fell silent. He recalled the weighty conversation he had once had with the national leader, a chilling topic. Humanity was only 15 years away from complete extinction. The national leader believed that this information should not be made public to avoid unnecessary panic. Taking a deep breath, Lin Fan spoke in a somber tone. 15 years after the arrival of the deities, humanity will face extinction. Decia held out until the very end, but ultimately, before he could finish, the entire office of the Supreme Command Center plunged into a dead silence. The air seemed to freeze, and everyone's breathing grew heavy. Extinction? In 15 years? Complete extinction, someone murmured in disbelief, their voice laced with shock. 6 billion lives. Centuries of brilliant culture. Baijan, the head of the Sichuan military district, couldn't help but rub his face as he muttered, Our great Decia. We gave everything we had and held on until the end. Yet even that wasn't enough. So, this is the future? The once spirited and determined faces of the attendees now bore complex expressions. They had faced their own potential deaths in the future without hesitation, but learning of Decia's ultimate fate in 15 years left an unbearable weight on their hearts. Lin Fan scanned the room and spoke softly, Ladies and gentlemen, in terms of age, many of you are like uncles, even grandfathers, to me. What I speak of is history. I have personally lived through a future that is yet to come. But the future is not set in stone. I've returned to this time for one purpose, to change the future and rewrite history. Baijan clenched his fists tightly and declared with resolve, Exactly. Nothing has happened yet. If Decia prepares itself, what's there to fear? We will defy the future. With the full strength of Decia, we can change our fate. Starting today, no deity shall cross Decia's threshold. His words ignited a spark, a fire that quickly spread through the room, rekindling the fighting spirit in everyone's eyes. The future? A so-called destined future? Decia has never feared adversity. If anyone dares to invade Decia, even the deities will taste its wrath. Seeing the renewed determination in the room, Lin Fan immediately shifted to the matter at hand. Now, let's discuss the specifics. Regarding the upcoming recruitment drive, we'll need your full cooperation. Sichuan will contribute 5 million recruits, Shandong 5 million, the Northeast provinces 10 million, and the other regions combined will make up the rest. A total of 50 million. Any objections? The military commanders responded in unison. No objections. Well, get it done. Baijan grinned and added, Actually, we can probably contribute even more. My son's generation is far more tenacious than we ever were. Good. Lin Fan nodded in approval. If there's room to recruit more, then do so. At the same time, conduct genetic activity tests. Those with a genetic activity rate exceeding 80 must be reported to Methiel be assigned to the Godslayer army. Recruitment must be completed within a week, and the Godslayer army must have over 100 members. At this point, Lin Fan glanced at Chunyan. The Godslayer technique, which had been instrumental in the past, was the brainchild of this very elder. A week? No problem. The military leaders gritted their teeth and replied, Well, issue the orders immediately. Sichuan will open 5,000 recruitment stations starting today. The timeline is tight, but the mission will be accomplished. Good. Everyone, get to work, Lin Fan said with a faint smile. Additionally, they'll need your support for the upcoming Iron Wall project. Understood. The military commanders straightened their backs and left the office, their entire demeanor radiating determination. Lin Fan turned to the elder beside him. Deputy Commander Chunyan, I'll need you to take charge of the Iron Wall project. As he spoke, he pulled out a simple blueprint from his pocket. It was a structural diagram of a 100-meter-long wall, meticulously detailed with notes about the foundation, internal framework, and materials, all sketched out in pencil. Lin Fan had worked on it overnight. Although Lin Fan had not been directly involved in research during his previous life, as Decia's war god, he had overseen numerous projects and even participated as an officer in the construction of the Iron Wall. The wall's structure was etched into his memory. Chen Yin took the blueprint and stared at the intricate lines in astonishment. This is the Iron Wall's blueprint? You drew this? It's based on the design you and your research team developed in the future, Lin Fan explained humbly. Of course, this is just a rough draft. There may be some inaccuracies, and it will need further refinement under your guidance. Chen Yin ran his fingers over the blueprint, his expression growing increasingly awestruck. A 300-meter wall, reinforced with steel, poured with cement, and a foundation 500 meters deep. This is a masterpiece of engineering. And this material composition using cement, sand, and recyclable materials to fill the structure can save up to 80% of the steel. Even the world's top architects would struggle to create such a brilliant design. A work of genius. This truly came from Decia in the future? Lin Fan nodded solemnly. Yes. Unfortunately, it wasn't built in advance. In the end, it was a desperate, last-minute effort. You and your research team worked tirelessly for 7 days to complete this design. 7 days. Chun Yin gasped, his eyes wide. He remained silent for a long moment, then looked at the blueprint in his hands and suddenly laughed. Ha ha, I never realized Decia had already reached such heights of ingenuity. Back then, we endured humiliation at our nation's gates. Now, we can complete the design for this steel Great Wall in just 7 days. These words echoed through the conference room, leaving everyone present deeply moved by the monumental changes of the era. Professor Chen Yin held the preliminary structural diagram in his trembling hands, his eyes glistening with tears of excitement. His thoughts drifted back to those years of humiliation, only to be jolted back to the present as he exclaimed, "Now, I suddenly feel that if the gods were ever against us, it might have been their greatest mistake." Looking back at history, Decia was once a symbol of technological backwardness. The painful lessons of the past taught the people of Decia that falling behind meant suffering. For nearly a century, the people of Decia worked tirelessly, quietly building their strength. And now, as they lift their heads, they find themselves standing proudly atop the world, with technology surpassing the highest international standards. Tears streamed down Professor Chen's weathered face as he clutched the blueprint that held the future of Decia. How he wished the resilient and unyielding ancestors could see the prosperity of today. Lin Fan, observing the emotional Professor Chen, suddenly spoke in a firm tone. "I'll give you 1 week to fully reconstruct the entire design and all its details. Can you do it?" Those words were like a shot of adrenaline, igniting a fire within Professor Chen. This frail yet towering figure of scientific prowess stood abruptly, exuding an air of determination. With unwavering resolve, he declared, 3 days. They'll have it done in 3 days. The 60-year-old man straightened his back, his eyes burning with intensity. With the preliminary structure in hand, he was confident that just 3 sleepless nights would be enough to lead his team at the Research Institute in completing the detailed design of this steel Great Wall. Though my body is aged, and I can no longer wield a weapon or fight on the battlefield, my heart still burns with loyalty to Decia. The blood of Decia still flows hot within me. Chun Yan's impassioned words struck a chord with everyone in the room. But after the initial excitement, a frown crept across Professor Chen's face. He picked up a pencil and began scribbling calculations on the back of the blueprint. Soon, beads of sweat formed on his forehead. A few minutes later, he looked up, his expression a mix of determination and concern. However, even with this design minimizing steel consumption as much as possible, constructing just the initial section along the 2,000-mile coastline of Ludong would still require at least 80 million tons of steel. And to complete the entire 300-meter-high steel Great Wall along the full coastline, it would take 2 billion tons. As his voice trailed off, the conference room fell into a heavy silence. Everyone became acutely aware of the pressing challenge ahead. Where would they get the steel? Professor Chen's final words hung in the air like an unmovable mountain, weighing on everyone's hearts. How do we solve the steel problem? 2 billion tons. The sheer weight of that number landed like a heavy blow, leaving everyone in the room stunned and breathless. For a moment, the air in the conference room seemed to freeze. Lin Fan glanced around, taking in the shock and worry etched on every face. He drew a deep breath and began to analyze the situation. You all need to understand this year, our total steel production in Decia is only 115 million tons. To reach 2 billion tons with current production levels, it would take 20 years. Even if we pushed production to the limit, it would still take 10 years. And right now, time is the one thing we don't have. He paused, letting the harsh reality sink in, before continuing. First, we need to address the immediate demand of 80 million tons of steel for Ludong. The National Treasury should be able to cover that. As for the restiff, we can just get through this crisis. We'll have time to figure out a longer-term solution. At this point, Lin Fan's gaze fell on a middle-aged man. This was Shang Weitian, the head of the Commerce Department, overseeing all resource allocation and trade for Decia. In his previous life, Shang had proven himself a logistical genius, earning the title of Decia's ultimate quartermaster. Shang Weitian stood up, his expression resolute. I'll take charge. Not just the remaining steel gap, cement, gravel, food, I'll handle it all. I'll stake my reputation on it. He paused, then added firmly, but I need full discretion to act. Lin Fan fixed his eyes on the man who had, in his past life, played a pivotal role in helping Decia survive the divine calamity. He nodded. Agreed. I don't care what methods you use, as long as you don't harm Decia or its people. Just get me those 2 billion tons of steel. You don't need to report back to me. Understood. If I fail, I'll accept military punishment. Shang Weitian declared, then turned and left with swift determination. Lin Fan clapped his hands, signaling the end of the meeting. Everyone, get to work. Inwardly, he calculated his next steps. He needed to quickly enhance his strength and push his god-slaying demon suppression technique to its peak, becoming a demigod among mortals. Once the god-slaying army was fully formed, this technique would become humanity's ultimate weapon against the gods. Just as the meeting was wrapping up, a middle-aged man seated in the back tentatively raised his hand. Commander, I have a suggestion that might be better than building a steel wall. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. Go ahead. The man stood, walked to the wall where a map of Decia was displayed, adjusted his glasses, and began to explain. Decia is vast. Even if the sea god truly invades, even if we face 100-meter or 300-meter tsunami, would only affect the eastern provinces. Why don't we simply abandon those provinces? Relocate the people and resources westward. It would save time and effort. As soon as he finished speaking, an elderly man named Jean Lao abruptly stood up. Drawing his sidearm, he cocked it with a sharp click and aimed it directly at the middle-aged man, his eyes blazing with fury. What did you just say? Are you suggesting we abandon Decia's land? Though Jean Lao was no longer in his prime, the aura he exuded at this moment was sharp and deadly, like an unsheathed blade. His voice thundered. Do you even understand what you're saying? Every inch of Decia's land was fought for over 5,000 years by our ancestors. Do you know how our forefathers defended this land from invaders a century ago? Do you realize that the very ground you're standing on is soaked with their blood? Jean Lao's voice grew louder, his anger more palpable with every word. Do you know how many soldiers are braving freezing winds and scorching heat at the borders right now, just to protect this land? And you want us to retreat? To give up Decia's territory? For generations, our people have lived and died here. And now, at the first sign of danger, you want to abandon it? Are you even human? What would your parents say? Your grandparents? Finally, Jean Lao's voice erupted into a roar. Say it again, I dare you. See if I won't shoot you right here. The room was silent, but the tension was electric. No one stepped in to calm Jean Lao. Instead, they all turned their wrathful gazes on the middle-aged man. Decia's land was sacred. Its soil the very foundation of the nation's identity. Their ancestors had bled and died to defend it, and no one would allow it to be given up so easily. Under the weight of their collective anger, the middle-aged man's face turned ashen. Trembling, he stammered in defense, but instead of exhausting national resources, drafting 50 million soldiers, and reallocating steel, wouldn't it be better to relocate the people? Provide compensation where needed? And if the steel wall fails, what happens to the people who stay behind? Bang! A gunshot rang out, cutting him off mid-sentence. The man froze, his body rigid. Slowly, he turned to see a bullet hole in the wall behind him. If it weren't for Lin Fan's quick reflexes, Elder Jean might have already pulled the trigger. At the critical moment, Lin Fan grabbed Elder Jin's arm and pulled him back into his seat. Elder Jean, calm down, Lin Fan said urgently, gently patting the old man's back. He nudged a teacup toward him and urged, have some tea, don't let this get to you. After all, he's only considering the well-being of the people of Decia. Before Lin Fan could finish, Elder Jean slammed the table with a loud bang. The teacup trembled, and ripples spread across the surface of the tea. Pointing at the middle-aged man, Elder Jean roared, you're lucky today. If Baijian from Chuanzhou hadn't just left, given his temperament, you'd be dead 10 times over by now. Elder Jean was not usually this hot-tempered, nor would he ever consider firing a gun in public. However, to a soldier, the land of the nation is sacred and inviolable. Defending the homeland is a soldier's sworn duty. Elder Jean had spent his life in the military, often resolving border disputes. In his youth, he had stood guard at the borders through biting winds and scorching heat, rifle in hand, confronting adversaries. He had also witnessed comrades fall on the front lines. It took Lin Fan 2 minutes of earnest persuasion before Elder Jean reluctantly suppressed his fury. Even so, his piercing gaze remained fixed on the ashen-faced middle-aged man. Lin Fan turned to the uneasy man and offered a reassuring smile. It's okay, I understand where you're coming from. You're worried, right? Worried that if we can't hold the line, then what will happen to the people living in the eastern regions? The middle-aged man nodded hesitantly. Yes, exactly. Lin Fan's expression grew serious. Abandoning our territory? That's out of the question. Not just because Decia's land is non-negotiable, but because the challenges we face go beyond the ocean god. His eyes burned with determination as he continued. If we give up the eastern territory this time to survive the ocean god's emergence, then what about next time? What if the sky god descends, with countless steel falcons soaring through the skizdo we hide underground and never come out? And when the earth god arises, where would we retreat then? Lin Fan's voice grew stronger, more resolute. What about the winter god? The fire god? The sun god? The light god? The space god? Should we just keep retreating, giving up everything? Is that what Decia has learned in its 5,000 years of historical surrender instead of persevere? Lin Fan scanned the conference room, his gaze firm and resolute as he looked at each high-ranking official present. Taking a deep breath, his voice was calm yet powerful. In the end, this war is inevitable. In the last era, the Free Nation faced a similar situation. Though it was a military superpower, it spinelessly retreated step by step, ultimately losing its qualification to stand against the gods. Instead of being slowly devoured and stripped of everything, it's better to defend every inch of our land while our strength is at its peak. The middle-aged man's eyes sharpened, as though a realization struck him. He nodded solemnly. Lin Fan continued, but you made a good point. When the Iron Wall begins construction, you, as the Minister of Transportation, must fully cooperate with the Eastern Region's evacuation plan to prepare for any unforeseen circumstances. His eyes locked onto the middle-aged man, sharp and unwavering. Any difficulties? The middle-aged man clenched his fists and replied firmly, no difficulties. The transportation network we've built over the years in Decia wasn't for nothing. It's just a larger-scale operation than the Spring Festival travel rush. Good. Lin Fan stood up and looked around the room. The first meeting of the Supreme Command Center is now adjourned. Everyone, proceed with the decisions we've made. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone in the room stood up, saluted Lin Fan sharply, and responded in unison, yes, sir. They quickly dispersed. Chun Yin hurried out with preliminary blueprints, ready to lead the research team and working through the night to produce a flawless design within 3 days. Elder Jean also rose and said, now that everything's arranged, I should head back to the Luzhou military district to personally oversee the recruitment efforts. Lin Fan nodded. Luzhou is critical this time. I'll join you there shortly. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Come in, Lin Fan called out. A guard entered briskly, his brows furrowed. Commander, I have a report. Several foreign diplomatic spokespersons have just reached out, hoping to discuss our plan to recruit 50 million soldiers. The national chairperson asked me to consult with you on whether to respond. Lin Fan chuckled and shook his head. Heh, those guys. Elder Jean snorted coldly. Them? Do they even deserve a response? If you ask me, we shouldn't tell them anything. Let them suffer the consequences when the gods arrive. Chun Yin stopped in his tracks and turned back, speaking up. Elder Jean, that's not the right way to look at it. While I also don't think much of them, from a broader perspective, the gods' arrival poses a threat not only to Decia but to the entire planet. This is not the time for infighting. We need unity. If we inform them of this impending crisis and work together, humanity's chances of survival will greatly increase. Helping them is essentially helping ourselves for the sake of all humanity and the entire planet. Elder Jean said nothing, clearly acknowledging the validity of Chun Yan's argument. Taking a sip of water, Lin Fan's expression turned complex. Rely on them? Heh, in the last era, we tried to help them too, and it nearly cost us everything. But Decia has always been a nation of honesty and goodwill. Our ancestors taught us to unite and show compassion, to repay grievances with virtue. Elder Jean, go ahead and communicate with those diplomats. Tell them directly. The gods are coming, and Decia will wage war against them. This way, we've done our duty. If they believe us, they can prepare in advance, mitigate their losses, and perhaps even join us in the fight, sharing the burden. If they don't believe us, we won't waste our breath. Lin Fan continued, at the same time, contact the domestic media. Take this opportunity to explain to the people of Decia why we're recruiting 50 million soldiers, so they understand the war we're about to face. Also, call on engineering teams to begin mobilizing. Although the blueprints aren't finalized, we can start laying the foundation now. Every second counts, and we must make the most of the little time we have left. Elder Jean nodded. Understood. We'll get on it right away. Wait. Aren't you going to handle this personally? Lin Fan smiled faintly. I'm just a young man. While I might be the most appropriate spokesperson on paper, some people might not trust me. Right now, it's better for someone with your stature and reputation to take the lead. Elder Jean paused, slightly taken aback. Does that mean you'll never? Don't worry, my time will come, Lin Fan reassured him. Lin Fan's voice carried a mix of complex emotions as he spoke slowly. When I prove myself to the people, I will speak publicly. Until then, I have my own matters to take care of. For now, I must trouble you, Elder Jean. He turned to Elder Jean, a faint smile appearing on his face. Elder Jean nodded knowingly. Understood. He quickly exited the room and briskly instructed the staff waiting outside. Inform the diplomatic representatives of all nations stationed in our country that in 10 minutes, Decia will hold a diplomatic press conference in the highest council chamber to address all inquiries. Additionally, notify both domestic and international media that the press conference will be broadcast live in its entirety. After giving these instructions, Elder Jean suddenly turned back. He saw Lin Fan still seated in his chair, eyes gently closed, arms loosely folded across his chest. An invisible force seemed to emanate from him, rippling outward. The teacup in front of him trembled lightly, its contents roiling violently as though boiling. Even more astonishing, the very air around Lin Fan appeared distorted. Despite his vast experience, Elder Jean had never witnessed anything so strange. He could feel an immense, unprecedented power brewing within Lin Fan. Meanwhile, in the Free Nation, what? Decia agreed to negotiations? President Puchuan of the Free Nation gripped the phone tightly, his bulky frame springing from his seat in an attempt to strike an authoritative pose, though it came off as somewhat comical. On the screen, the leader of Guatian Nation responded respectfully, "That's correct, my dear Puchuan brother." They just replied. Good. Puchuan's beady eyes glinted with calculation. This recruitment drive by Decia is clearly a conspiracy against us, perhaps even preparation for war. Our diplomatic representatives must stand united and expose their schemes. We must do everything in our power to stop Decia's recruitment campaign and ensure they pose no threat to us. His voice quivered, though it was unclear whether it stemmed from anger or fear of the Eastern superpower. The leaders of other Western nations nodded in agreement. As the group deliberated their next steps, a cold chuckle suddenly came from the representative at the far end of the video conference. President Inason of the White Elephant Nation. Huh. Do you seriously believe Decia's claims? Recruiting 50 million soldiers? Even my great White Elephant Nation, the world's largest, couldn't pull that off. 50 million, it's absurd. Our population is larger than Decia's, but if we tried to conscript that many people, there would be immediate uprisings. Decia is obviously bluffing. They're masters of exaggeration. Remember when they boasted about building a hospital in just 10 days? That just shows how much they crave grandstanding. As soon as Inason finished speaking, an awkward silence fell over the meeting. President Kamida of Guatian Nation stared at Inason with a puzzled expression. Unable to hold back, he finally said, I thought you might be joking earlier, but forgive me for asking, are you and your White Elephant Nation actually blind to reality? As soon as Prime Minister Kamida finished speaking, Ason's gaze turned as sharp as a blade. He let out a cold snort, his tone dripping with disdain and arrogance. Mr. Kamida, watch your tone. Ason straightened his back, as if to etch his identity and status into everyone's minds. You're speaking to the leader of the world's #1 nation, the Great White Elephant Empire. We boast the world's most powerful military and advanced technology, and our population is the largest on Earth. His words came faster and faster, his eyes gleaming with fervor. We drink cow urine every day to boost our immunity. Our soldiers can dance on motorcycles. We pray day and night, seeking divine protection. Can you do that? Do you understand now who you're talking to? Prime Minister Kamida regarded Ason, who was bursting with pride, with an expression of sheer exasperation. He clicked his tongue, his gaze filled with contempt, as though he were looking at a child who didn't know better. Bakayaro, Kamida muttered under his breath, then raised his voice. Can you guys in the Great White Elephant Empire stop bragging for once? If you're so great, why is it that, in meetings like this, your seat is always at the very back? You accuse Decia of boasting, but honestly, you're the ones doing it. Military power #1? If we're talking about plane crash statistics, then yes, you're definitely #1. Ason jumped up from his seat at these words, his face flushed red with anger, ready to retort. Kamida quickly waved his hand to calm him down, his tone softening slightly. Enough, I don't want to argue about this right now, Kamida said, taking a deep breath as his expression turned serious. I just want everyone to know that this time, Decia is not exaggerating. Their recruitment drive has already started just half an hour after their public announcement. He swiped swiftly across his tablet. I have a video here, released by Decia on the international web, showing the current situation at one of their recruitment sites. With that, Kamida uploaded the video to the conference system. Take a look, everyone. This will make it clear how determined Decia is, and just how dire our situation has become. The leaders of the Western nations quickly clicked on the video link. The screen showed a vibrant red flag fluttering high under the blazing sun, its golden stars glimmering brightly. The square below was packed with people, the air filled with the sounds of drums, firecrackers, and lively chatter. On a makeshift stage, a young female soldier in a green uniform stood under the scorching sun. Her voice was hoarse but brimming with passion. Fellow citizens, having one person serve in the military brings honor to the whole family. Right now, the country needs you. Decia is in a time of crisis. My compatriots, without a strong nation, there can be no home. Please, sign up enthusiastically. She wiped the sweat from her brow and continued. Let's talk practical benefits. This time, Decia is offering excellent welfare for soldiers, an annual salary of 200,000 yuan, increasing by 30 every year. Promotions within 2 years, with no upper limit. Full medical coverage for soldiers' family members, housing solutions, and household registration issues resolved. Her voice grew even firmer. I want sugarcoat if this is dangerous. But have our ancestors ever feared danger? How can we, today, back down? This is the moment where our lives will change forever, where we'll find extraordinary purpose. I urge you all fight for Decia. The camera panned across the square, showing a sea of people, many of whom were young men and women in their late teens or early 20s. Some had eyes full of uncertainty, others wore the heavy expressions of work struggles, and still others seemed weary of their mundane lives. Suddenly, the crowd erupted in passionate cries. Count me in. We'll protect Decia too. Danger? If Decia is in danger, then I must step up. Regret enlisting for 3 years. Regret not enlisting for a lifetime. My biggest regret is never having served before. Knows my chance. One by one, people surged out of the crowd, rushing toward the registration booth. At that moment, the camera shifted to the edge of the square. A young man with a backpack, following closely behind his company boss, suddenly stopped in his tracks. His previously lifeless eyes showed a flicker of emotion. "Boss," the young man said, "I need to tell you something." The middle-aged boss turned around impatiently, fiddling with a string of prayer beads in his hand. "What is it? Make it quick. Zhang is waiting for us at the hotel to discuss the deal. Stop dawdling. Later, make sure to drink enough to get Zhang in a good mood, so we can secure the contract." The young man set his bag down. For the first time, the usually compliant employee shook his head. "Boss, I'm not going. Not going." The boss shot up, pointing a finger at the young man's face. "I pay you 3,000 yuan a month. What do you think I'm paying you for? Huh? You think you can just not go? Do you even want your salary this month?" The young man looked at his boss, gave a faint smile, and said just one word, "Heh." The young man shook his head with a smile, his eyes gleaming with determination. Taking a deep breath, he said firmly, "First of all, let me tell you, I don't like drinking. I'm sick of bowing and scraping every day, pandering to others just to get by. To hell with being a salesman, had enough of it." He glanced at the paycheck in his hand and continued, 3,000 a month. Look over there, what does the nation give us every month?" With his blood boiling, the young man grabbed his bag and hurled it at the middle-aged man. He spun around and pointed toward the square, his voice rising with passion. "I'm joining the army. I'm going to do something that actually matters." Clenching his fists tightly, his eyes burned with conviction. "I refuse to die at some stupid dinner table. If I'm a man, then I'll die with a gun in my hand, fighting for Decia on the battlefield." Before his words had fully sunk in, the young man was already sprinting toward the recruitment point in the square, leaving the middle-aged boss standing there, dumbfounded. Watching the fiery figure disappear into the distance, the boss suddenly felt a long-lost surge of youthful zeal igniting within him. "Damn it," the middle-aged man muttered under his breath, quickly pulling out his phone and dialing Zhang. "Zhang, forget the contract for today," he said, his voice tinged with an unusual excitement. "Why?" "Well, Decia is recruiting soldiers, and the nation is in peril. I may just be a shrewd businessman, but I'm joining the army too." He let out a bitter smile and shook his head. "Honestly, don't ask me why. I'm 35 years old, but faced with something like this, I just can't help it. I've got to do it." With that, the middle-aged man took off running after the young man. Hearing footsteps behind him, the young man turned his head and shouted, "Boss, don't try to stop me. There's no way you're changing my mind. I'm going today, no matter what." "Stop you? Are you kidding me? Wait up, I'm coming with you." The older man panted as he caught up. "Without me, your boss, what if you actually end up dying on the battlefield?" This was just one small, insignificant story on the square. But stories like this were happening everywhere. Not far away, a luxury car was heading toward the airport. Inside, a pair of parents were sending their child off to study abroad. In the back seat sat a chubby boy with fair skin, the kind of kid who had clearly never faced hardship. He was engrossed in the latest iPhone, wearing expensive headphones, and bobbing his head to some foreign rap, lost in the chaotic rhythm of foreign words. Next to him, his elegantly dressed mother was deftly peeling an orange while offering advice. "When you get there, focus on your studies and try to stay abroad. Get a green card. We'll give you 30,000 a month in foreign currency for living expenses. If we get the chance, your dad and I will immigrate too. They say the air in that beautiful free country is even better than here." The father, who was driving, furrowed his brow slightly, a flicker of displeasure crossing his face. Suddenly, he slammed on the brakes, bringing the car to an abrupt halt near the square. The chubby boy, still glued to his phone, didn't notice a thing. The mother, halfway through peeling an orange, looked up in confusion. "What's wrong?" she asked. The man didn't respond. With a blank expression, he stepped out of the car and strode to the back seat. Yanking the door open, a sharp sound rang out as the boy's iPhone was slapped out of his hands and onto the ground. "Get out of the car," the man commanded, his voice low and filled with authority as he pointed to the ground. Dressed head-to-toe in foreign designer brands, the boy looked up in shock, staring at his father. "Dad, what are you?" "We're not going abroad," the father interrupted. "Starting today, I'm going to teach you what it means to love your country." He pointed again, his voice steady and deliberate. "Get out of the car. From now on, you're joining the army." One touching scene after another unfolded slowly in the square. Among the crowd, parents were bidding farewell to their children joining the military, their eyes filled with pride and reluctance. Fathers and sons stood hand in hand as they signed up together, embodying a deep sense of patriotism. A group of strong men from a village arrived on a tractor belching black smoke, while humble migrant workers, still in their dust-covered work clothes, hurried to the site to enthusiastically enlist. Perhaps some came for the financial support, but they all understood the deeper significance behind such a large-scale recruitment drive by the nation. Something major was approaching, a potential threat to the safety of Decia. Yet, there was no trace of fear on their faces, only a resolute determination. A young man, queued up to register, suddenly heard hurried footsteps behind him. He turned around and froze in surprise. Dad? What are you doing here? The middle-aged man, his face serious and breathing heavily, said, I just couldn't stop worrying about you. Your mom and I raised you this far, and if anything were to happen to you. The young man's expression turned complicated, but his voice was firm. Dad, Mom, don't try to talk me out of this. I've already told you. I'm not here to stop you, the man interrupted, frowning. I just thought, if a bullet ever comes your way, maybe I could take it for you. Besides, you were right before. The rise and fall of the nation is the responsibility of every citizen. The young man stood frozen. Memories flooded back to him when he was a child. This man was a towering figure in his eyes, as mighty as a superhero. But as he grew older, he began to look down on this seemingly ordinary middle-aged man, a man with a modest salary and an unremarkable, routine life. Yet at this moment, the man's presence loomed large once more, just as it had in childhood. The light in his father's eyes was something the boy had never noticed before. His father had suddenly become the embodiment of strength and courage. Tears welled up in the young man's eyes as he realized. This steady, unassuming man had once been a fiery, ambitious youth. The father he had dismissed as meek had once been bold and passionate, full of dreams and unyielding spirit. Why had he never noticed? Oh, that's right, his father had tucked away his sharp edges and youthful fervor for the sake of their family, for the boy himself. But now, the man scratched his head awkwardly. What are you staring at me for, kid? Nothing. The young man quickly shifted the topic. What about Mom? Is she okay with this? Don't worry. She's fine with it. The man smiled and gave his son's still slender shoulder a firm pat. From now on, the two of us will protect her and this family together. Looking at his father, the young man clenched his fists and nodded resolutely. Yeah. The father and son walked side by side toward the registration point. Behind them, a woman with reddened eyes took a deep breath, as if making a decision, and slowly began walking toward the same destination. At that moment, a tractor, puffing black smoke, pulled up at the edge of the square. A group of burly men with rolled-up pant legs jumped off. The leader, clutching a hoe in his hand, pointed toward the registration point and shouted, "This is it, folks." With a flurry of movement, the men rushed toward the registration area. One of them, uneasy, asked someone already in line, "Brother, is this where we sign up?" "Yes." The person looked at the group in astonishment. "Are you all signing up together?" "Why not?" "You think we can't?" One of the men said as he scratched his head. "I'm strong, and I know masonry work too. Why wouldn't I be able to serve the country?" These ordinary people might not have high levels of education or wealth, but when trouble looms, they are always the first to step forward. They may not know much, but they understand deeply that they are citizens of Decia, a nation with 5,000 years of history. They may not have read foreign classics, but even a 3-year-old in Decia can recite the ancient wisdom by heart. The rise and fall of the nation is the responsibility of every citizen. What is a citizen? In the 5,000-year-long history of Decia, among its 1.6 billion people, every individual is a citizen. It is these ordinary citizens who have forged the greatness of Decia. 16 billion patriotic hearts together write the story of Decia's rise. While Guozhuazhang Maoyuan is hailed as the soul of Decia, these 1.6 billion citizens, ready to defend their country at all costs, are no less the spirit of the nation. Such deeply moving stories were playing out across the entire square. The streets surrounding the square were gridlocked with traffic. Some people, unable to wait, abandoned their cars and ran breathlessly toward the registration points. Under the bright red flags, all 32 registration points were overwhelmed, with some lines stretching down 2 streets. Attention, everyone. Attention. Minors are not allowed to enlist. A woman in military uniform shouted herself hoarse through a loudspeaker. Minors are not allowed. Go back to school. Only those aged 18 to 45 are eligible. The crowd's enthusiasm was overwhelming. Even though the age limit had been slightly relaxed, some younger individuals still insisted on signing up. Some say the post-2000 generation is a lost generation. But when danger truly arises, it is the fiery passion of the youth that becomes the greatest hope. At the entrance of the military camp, a group of 16 or 17-year-old boys crowded together, glaring indignantly at the female officer on the stage in her crisp, military uniform. Their faces were full of defiance and determination, with patriotic fervor burning brightly in their eyes. "Why won't you let us join the army?" one boy shouted, his voice trembling slightly with emotion. "We want to contribute to Decia too." "Exactly." Another boy chimed in, his clenched fists a testament to his resolve. "Why should our age take away our right to serve our country? We want to fight for our nation too." The voices grew louder, a wave of passionate cries echoing among the group. A younger-looking boy hesitated for a moment before stepping forward timidly. He looked up at the female officer on the stage and pleaded softly, "Sister, can't you make an exception for us?" The female officer's expression softened slightly, but her gaze remained firm. Taking a deep breath, she replied in a loud, clear voice, "No." Seeing the disappointment on their youthful faces, she sighed and offered a faint, understanding smile. Her tone became gentler as she explained, "You kids are still growing. Right now, your job is to study hard and build your skills. When you grow up, you'll be able to contribute to Decia in a much greater way." Her voice turned serious as she continued, "Decia doesn't want its children to face danger. Unless every one of us falls in battle, we will never send children to the front lines." She looked around at the group, her tone both resolute and encouraging. "Now, go back and focus on your studies. Grow stronger and more capable. Decia will be waiting for you to grow up, and I will be here waiting for you in the military." A tall, lanky boy hesitated, then mustered his courage to ask, "Sister, you're not lying to us, are you?" The female officer softened at the sight of the hopeful eyes staring back at her. She stood at attention and saluted, her voice solemn. "I promise as a soldier that when you come of age, if you still wish to enlist, you can come find me." Then, her tone shifted, becoming stricter. "But don't think you can just slack off until then. Decia's soldiers cannot afford to be weak-willed. For you, studying is your battlefield, and you cannot be deserters." "Ugh, does that mean we really have to study hard?" one boy groaned, his face full of reluctance. The female officer smiled faintly, her tone patient but firm. "Being a soldier is far more dangerous than studying. Your battlefield is nothing compared to the terror of a real one." She spoke each word deliberately. "If you can't face English vocabulary and math problems, how will you face an even more terrifying enemy?" The leader of the group straightened his back, his eyes lighting up with determination. "Sister, I understand now. It's a deal." With that, the boys turned and walked away, their steps steady and purposeful. For the first time, their backpacks felt heavy on their shoulders, like the weight of a soldier's weapon. "Hey, second brother, I'll come over to your house later to work on homework. I need help with some math problems," one boy said as they walked. "Shaolin, see you at the library later," another boy called out to his friend. "All right, see you at the library," came the cheerful reply. The female officer watched the energetic group gradually disappear into the distance. She murmured softly, "It's a deal." Her eyes sparkled with resolve and determination. From that moment on, no matter what dangers lay ahead, she vowed to protect these budding young lives as a soldier. After all, there was still a promise to fulfill. The square was packed with people, a sea of humanity stretching as far as the eye could see. Each individual, though seemingly insignificant in the crowd, carried a unique story. Together, these countless stories intertwined to form the grand narrative of Decia. It was these very stories that inspired countless citizens to willingly dedicate themselves to the prosperity and strength of Decia. Among the crowd were elegantly dressed merchants and humble farmers, ambitious youths and weathered elders. In that moment, all differences in social status and wealth were cast aside, leaving only a single shared identity: they were all citizens of Decia. Determination shone in their eyes as they vowed to fight for their nation, even at the cost of their lives. A 2-minute video captured this powerful scene, and it landed like a thunderclap in the chambers of world leaders. The leaders of various nations, including Pu Chuan of the Free Nation and Kamita of the Turtle Field Nation, exchanged uneasy glances, stunned by the unshakable solidarity of Decia's people. Pu Chuan rubbed his temples in frustration, unable to comprehend. "Our people complain when we build walls for their safety, and they call it oppression when we ask them to wear masks. But in Decia, a single call for military recruitment has citizens rushing to enlist. Are we the ones who are out of touch, or are they simply insane?" Kamita stroked his handlebar mustache, his brows furrowed. "The light in their eyes, it's unsettling." John, the leader of Great Albion, spoke thoughtfully. "It's different. Decia has a history spanning 5,000 years. Their people, descendants of Yin and Huang, share a cultural lineage that has been passed down for millennia. Poets and scholars have celebrated patriotism, while martial arts legends have championed the ideal of great chivalry, serving the nation and its people. Their unity is something we cannot easily replicate." Before John could finish, a middle-aged man in the corner of the video slammed the table and shouted, "Wrong? We are the ones with 5,000 years of history. Decia only knows how to copy from us. Our great cosmic nation is the true center of the universe. Traditional medicine, Chinese characters, Chu Yuan, even Confucius, they all originated from us." Pu Chuan, clearly irritated, waved dismissively and had the self-proclaimed cosmic center representative removed from the meeting. John, unimpressed, muttered, "Why even invite such small nations? They're not even comparable to a single province of Decia. What's the point?" Kamita cleared his throat, steering the conversation back on track. "Let's focus on the matter at hand. This video warrants serious attention." John added, "Reports indicate that similar scenes are unfolding in every province and city across Decia. Citizens are frantically signing up to enlist." Pu Chuan looked incredulous. Every province? Are you saying Decia is planning to recruit 50 million soldiers? John nodded gravely. It could be even more. Based on our projections, they may well exceed that number. Once again, the meeting fell into a heavy silence. 50 million recruits. This figure sent shivers through the leaders of the Western powers. It was nearly equivalent to the entire population of Great Albion, and Decia had achieved this in just 7 days. Pu Chuan slammed the table in agitation. Is Decia out of their minds? Are they really preparing for war against us? Suddenly, Asan, the leader of the White Elephant Nation, broke the silence. Impossible. We have an even larger population than they do. We can drink cow urine and ride motorcycles into battle. Can they do that? This must be another one of Decia's exaggerated claims, just like when they said they built a hospital in 10 days or completed a highway in 2 months. Pu Chuan, after a brief pause, decided to eject Asan from the meeting as well. John concluded, regardless of what we think, it's clear that Decia is serious this time. We must take action to stop them. We've already dispatched diplomats to investigate. No matter how Decia tries to spin this, we will demand an explanation for their military recruitment. Then, we can leverage international opinion to sanction them. Pu Chuan agreed with a nod. We'll coordinate our diplomats to press them on this recruitment issue. Decia has already scheduled a press conference in 10 minutes. Everyone, contact your diplomats immediately. We need to expose Decia's ambitions. The announcement of Decia's plan to recruit 50 million troops exploded like a bombshell, igniting a storm of debate across international online platforms. People around the globe grabbed their phones, anxiously following every update from Decia. The sheer scale of the number was staggering, and the country's meteoric rise in recent years had been evident to all. Like a giant dragon poised to soar, every move Decia made gripped the nerves of countless onlookers, let alone such a sensitive and massive conscription effort. On foreign social media platforms, the comment section under a video showing the recruitment process in Decia was flooded with reactions. Oh my god, is Decia really recruiting 50 million troops? That's insanely fast. If it were in our country, just the preparation would take a month. Come on, we in the United Kingdom can't even build a 100-meter road without dragging it out for 2 years. No need to brag here. In my Great Bharat, where we have an even larger population, we couldn't pull off something like this. Decia must be exaggerating. Don't spread rumors. My cousin is in Decia, and he saw it with his own eyes. Every city square is packed with people. It's a sea of humanity. What is Decia planning? Are they preparing for war? Relax, I saw this coming and started learning Chinese ages ago. When you think about it, it's not all bad. Does this mean we might eventually get to enjoy 400 km/h high-speed rail too? Yeah, and free shipping on Taobao for everything within Decia. Do you think our treasure island will get those benefits someday too? That aside, isn't Decia worried about causing panic in other countries? Panic? Haven't you noticed the pattern in history? Every time a nation rises, the world order gets reshuffled. Decia reaching this point means the time is ripe. Just as global speculation was at its peak, another announcement from Decia set the world ablaze. The government declared that in 10 minutes, a press conference would be held at the nation's highest-level diplomatic center to address the conscription and provide a live broadcast worldwide. Instantly, international viewers tuned in to the live stream, holding their breath in anticipation. At the same time, domestic TV stations, mobile apps, and streaming platforms issued notifications. In 10 minutes, the government would hold a press conference to explain the recruitment and address both domestic and international concerns. Across the nation, citizens logged into the live broadcast, eager to witness this historic event. After all, everyone knew that a conscription effort of this scale could only mean something monumental was about to happen. While the specifics remained unclear, one thing was certain: this would be an event capable of altering the course of history. Are we going to war? Wait, 50 million forget unifying Treasure Island. Would have more than enough to take over the Free States. Who's the target? Stop guessing and get into the live stream. The officials are about to explain everything. In just 10 minutes, the number of viewers for the live broadcast skyrocketed to an astonishing 3.2 billion. The global attention Decia commanded and the uproar caused by the recruitment were nothing short of extraordinary. Inside the highest-level diplomatic center, the atmosphere was bustling. Staff members worked tirelessly to prepare for the emergency press conference. Domestic and international media reporters adjusted their cameras and equipment, ready to broadcast the event in its entirety. Foreign diplomats, guided by staff through security checks, took their assigned seats, some speaking into earpieces to communicate with their governments while mentally preparing for the QA session ahead. Unlike their usual composed demeanor, their faces now bore heavy expressions, even tinged with subtle fear. Standing off stage was the elder statesman, Mr. Jean, who was set to deliver the address. Watching the foreign diplomats, who seemed as tense as if facing a formidable adversary, a small smile played on his lips. Are they really this afraid of us? He muttered, lighting a cigarette and taking a slow drag, his eyes brimming with pride. He thought back to the past, to the days when Decia was bullied by foreign powers, its gates blasted open by artillery, its treasures looted by thieves. He remembered the times when Dexia's athletes carried their flag into the Olympics, only to be met with disdain from other nations. But now, just one announcement of conscription had these so-called powers scrambling for answers. These diplomats might claim to be here seeking clarification, but Mr. Jean could see the fear in their eyes. The Decia of today had become a force to be reckoned with. Only when others fear you can you earn their genuine respect. Sitting nearby, Lin Fan maintained a peculiar posture, his hands seemingly cradling something invisible. He smiled faintly. When you go up there, just tell them the truth. Don't bother sparing their feelings. Of course, we in Decia have always been kind-hearted, so make sure to share the news about the descent of the divine. Whether they believe it or not doesn't matter. Mr. Jean nodded. Got it. Snuffing out his cigarette, Mr. Jean strode confidently onto the stage, guided by staff. Ladies and gentlemen, the press conference begins now, Mr. Jean announced, his imposing presence amplified by his military uniform. He got straight to the point, saying, "Feel free to ask any questions. This is also an opportunity for our citizens to understand what lies ahead for Decia." For a moment, the foreign diplomats froze, staring in disbelief at Mr. Jean standing on the stage. What's going on? Shouldn't a diplomat be hosting the press conference? That's a soldier. Look at the medals on his chest, those are no joke. Why is a military officer hosting this? Did someone make a mistake? Wait a second, that soldier looks familiar. Isn't he Mr. Jean, the commander of Dexia's Luzhou military district? What? The military commander is hosting the press conference. The room was filled with a palpable tension. These diplomats, who were used to negotiating with smooth-talking counterparts, now found themselves face-to-face with a commanding figure, complete with a sidearm at his waist. It was overwhelming. What's wrong? No one has any questions? Mr. Jean asked, his tone laced with displeasure. He instinctively reached for his waist. Weren't you the ones who insisted on holding this press conference? Why so silent now? Seeing his movement, the diplomats, who had entered with an air of righteous indignation, now shrank back in their seats under the media's watchful cameras. They sat there like schoolchildren afraid of being called on, their earlier bravado nowhere to be seen. Mr. Jean's commanding aura, forged through decades of military service, left them unable to meet his gaze. The room fell into a deep, 3-minute silence. In such a critical setting, where representatives of various powers were questioning Decia's decision to recruit 50 million soldiers, this prolonged quiet was especially unusual. The arrival of General Jean felt like a thunderous blow, rendering the once aggressive diplomats utterly speechless. In front of their televisions, the citizens of Decia couldn't help but chuckle. They had expected a fierce verbal battle, but instead, they were witnessing an unexpectedly comical scene. The diplomats, who had been so vocal moments ago, were now at a loss for words in the presence of General Jean. The camera zoomed in on the ambassador from Igua, giving him a close-up. The middle-aged man was visibly trembling, and to everyone's astonishment, a suspicious wet patch had appeared on his trousers. This only deepened the silence among the other diplomats, who now seemed even more reluctant to speak. Meanwhile, the internet outside of Decia erupted with astonishment. Foreign netizens watched in disbelief as the usually brash and outspoken diplomats now cowered like frightened rabbits. Standing at the podium, General Jean gazed resolutely into the distance. He understood that his confidence was not just his own, it stemmed from the immense strength of his nation. What these diplomats feared was not him as an individual, but the power of Decia as a whole, the collective will of its 1.3 billion citizens. As he observed the trembling diplomats before him, an overwhelming sense of pride surged through General Jean's heart. He thought of that elderly statesman, of the ideals they had fought for together. At last, Decia had risen to stand tall, never again bowing to anyone. At that moment, General Jin's phone buzzed. He glanced at it and sighed, turning to nod at Lin Fan, who was seated backstage. It was a call from the head of state, reminding him not to be too intimidating lest the diplomats be completely scared off. After a brief exchange with Lin Fan, General Jean realized that perhaps Decia's usual courtesy had led these diplomats to mistakenly view the nation as an easy target. Adjusting his tone, he attempted to sound more approachable. Clearing his throat, he said, "Ahem, there's no need to be afraid. I'm not trying to intimidate anyone. If you have questions, feel free to ask. Decia will answer them." Far from easing the tension, his words only made the atmosphere even more awkward. It was as if he were trying to console a group of frightened students he had accidentally scared. Watching this unfold, viewers at home burst into laughter, joking that it was more entertaining than a comedy sketch. Despite General Jin's attempts to reassure them, none of the diplomats dared to speak first. Finally, under the furious rebuke of his nation's leader, the ambassador from Kuwait reluctantly mustered the courage to stand up. Seeing this, General Jean began clapping, his expression one of encouragement. as though he were cheering on a child answering a question in kindergarten. This left the ambassador, Matsukin, even more bewildered, adding to his humiliation. With a mixture of shame and resolve, Matsukin gritted his teeth and asked, General Jean, please answer my question. Is Daxia's recruitment of 50 million soldiers an act intended to provoke international conflict? Or, to be more direct, is this recruitment a preparation for war against us? The sharp question immediately drew all eyes to General Jean. Journalists, viewers, and audiences, both domestic and international, even the entire world, held their collective breath as they awaited Dacia's response. The question raised by Ambassador Songquan echoed through the solemn atmosphere, but old Jin's expression suddenly shifted subtly. The corners of his mouth involuntarily curved upward, and his stern face twitched for a couple of seconds, as if he were struggling to suppress something. Finally, he couldn't hold it in any longer and burst into a laugh filled with disdain. Ha ha ha, deal with you all? Old Jean chuckled as he swept his gaze across the foreign diplomats in the room, his eyes gleaming with confidence. To deal with you, why would we need to recruit 50 million soldiers? You all think too highly of yourselves and seriously underestimate Decia. The moment those words left his mouth, the room plunged into an eerie silence. The faces of the diplomats turned ashen, especially Ambassador Songquan from Kuwait, who had spoken earlier. Clenching his fists, his voice trembled as he demanded, What do you mean? Are you insulting Kuwait? Old Jean took a deep breath, calming himself slightly, and responded with a more measured tone to him. No, I am not insulting Kuwait. What I'm saying is, none of you present here are worth the need for us to mobilize 50 million troops. Ha, mobilizing 50 million troops just to deal with you? You really overestimate yourselves. With those words, a powerful and audacious aura seemed to emanate from old Jean, as if a long-dormant lion had finally bared its fangs. To deal with you, why would we need 50 million soldiers? With the current military strength of Decia, do you think we would need to recruit more troops just to handle you? Ambassador Songquan opened his mouth to retort, but found himself speechless. Though Kuwait was considered a strong nation, its total population was only about 100 million. As old Jean had pointed out, why would Decia need 50 million additional troops just to confront them? A chill ran down the spines of the diplomats present. It dawned on them at that moment that they had long mistaken Decia's kindness for weakness, its restraint for a lack of resolve. But now, with the supposed arrival of divine intervention on the horizon, old Jean no longer bothered with polite diplomacy and let loose his true feelings. Back home, the internet exploded with excitement. Countless netizens cheered for old Jean's bold and resolute stance. Wow, when did our spokesperson become this fearless? To deal with you, why would we need 50 million troops? This is pure national pride and dominance. Old Jean is incredible. Long live Decia. Meanwhile, on international forums where the live broadcast was being discussed, reactions were similarly intense. Some were outraged, accusing Decia of arrogance, while others grudgingly acknowledged its undeniable strength. The debates were chaotic, with opinions clashing from all sides. Amid the frenzy, old Jin's phone buzzed. He glanced down to see a message from Lin Fan. Grandpa Jean, you're killing me here. Could you tone it down a bit? Before you went on stage, you told me you weren't confident about being the spokesperson, and now look at you. Old Jean replied with a hint of exasperation. You call this confidence? I really don't know how to be a spokesperson. Plus, didn't you tell me to act more confident? Lin Fan's response was layered with mixed emotions. Just tone it down already. You're making Decia seem overly aggressive. Look at how terrified they are. They're literally shaking. Go and reassure them, for heaven's sake. Old Jean sighed and put his phone away. Truthfully, he didn't think he had gone overboard. Decia's military recruitment was an internal matter. What right did these foreign diplomats have to question it with such an accusatory tone? Knowing his own temper, he felt he had already shown remarkable restraint by not outright cursing them out. Taking a deep breath, old Jean spoke again, his tone slightly softened this time. Ahem, perhaps my earlier words were a bit harsh. What I meant to say is, none of you have the right to question Decia with such an attitude. The pretentious words you just uttered are even more insulting than your earlier arrogant remarks. Jean Lao's voice thundered across the conference hall, his piercing gaze sweeping over the ambassadors from various nations. You have no right. This is Decia's stance toward the foreign envoys who have come here seeking accountability. Today's Decia is not a nation you can question or reprimand. The Songquan ambassador's expression shifted, and just as he was about to speak, Jean Lao's cold laugh cut him off. Questioning Decia's motives for conscription? Huh. You're not here for justice, so stop pretending to act all righteous. Jean Lao's voice dropped in volume, but grew sharper. What you're really feeling is fear. Fear of Decia. Fear of the people of Decia. Fear of Decia going to war against you. He continued, that's the real reason you're so terrified of Decia drafting 50 million soldiers. That's why you're interfering in our domestic affairs. We're conducting our own conscription. What does that have to do with you? If you weren't afraid, even if we conscripted 100 million soldiers, would you still come running to question us? The hall fell into a suffocating silence. The ambassadors exchanged uneasy glances, none daring to meet Jean Lao's steely gaze. If you're afraid, stop acting like you're in a position to question us. Jean Lao's voice rose again. If war were to break out, which one of you could withstand it? The room was blanketed in silence, a wave of tension washing over everyone present. Jean Lao scanned the room coldly before continuing. Apologize. Recognize your place, and this matter will be over. Otherwise, you might as well leave now. This is Decia's stance. The Songquan ambassador was the first to lower his head, his voice trembling slightly. I apologize. Please, could you tell us why Decia is conscripting soldiers? In an instant, the previously haughty ambassadors followed suit, bowing their heads as a chorus of apologies filled the room. I'm very sorry, but could you please? We apologize. Jean Lao let out a cold snort. Enough. Now that you've adjusted your attitudes, they'll show some mercy and give you an answer. After all, Decia's ancestral teachings emphasize kindness toward others. He paused briefly, his gaze sweeping across the room, locking eyes with each ambassador. The purpose of Decia's conscription is indeed to prepare for war but not against any nation. This statement landed like a bombshell, sending shockwaves both inside and outside the conference hall. Eyes widened in disbelief, confusion etched on every face. Online, international netizens erupted in speculation. Is Decia planning to fight aliens or something? What's going on with Decia? 50 million soldiers, but not for war with any country? Exactly. With that many troops, they could take on any nation. So what are they preparing for? Could there be an enemy more powerful than any nation? Domestically, the internet was in chaos, with countless citizens demanding answers. What's happening? I don't fully understand, but something big is definitely coming. Jean Lao, please explain. If it's not another country, then who is our enemy? Back in the conference hall, the Songquan ambassador, struggling to suppress his shock, stood up. Then, could you tell us who Decia's enemy is? Jean Lao chuckled softly. Even if you didn't ask, I was going to tell you. This is the perfect opportunity to inform all of Decia's citizens about the reason for our conscription, so they understand the challenges ahead. And out of goodwill, while also warn other nations. He surveyed the room, his eyes glinting with an enigmatic light. Ladies and gentlemen, the gods are coming. In 3 months' time, our enemy is not any nation. It is the gods themselves. The moment those words were spoken, the conference hall fell into a dead silence. Ambassadors from various nations exchanged uneasy glances, their expressions filled with disbelief. Viewers from around the world, both online and in political offices, were equally stunned. Gods. The term was familiar, but the idea of their actual existence seemed utterly absurd to everyone. Ambassador Matsukin from Kamita was the first to break the silence. Frowning, he said, although Kamita has its own legends about Izanami, gods do not exist in reality. Gods descending in 3 months? That's ridiculous. Elder Jean let out a heavy sigh, his expression somber as he replied, I'm afraid it's true. Gods do exist. The beings I'm referring to are exactly what you think they are, and they will soon invade Blue Planet. In 3 months, it will be a massacre. He swept his gaze across the room, his tone earnest. We are sharing this information not only to inform the citizens of Decia, but also as a gesture of goodwill to warn you. Despite the conflicts between our nations, as humans, we must unite in the face of this divine invasion. Elder Jin's words embodied the magnanimity and noble character of the Decia people. Even though these nations had once humiliated Decia, in the face of a threat to humanity's survival, Decia still chose to warn them. Such a mindset was truly admirable. However, Matsukin responded with a sneer. You people from Decia are really something. Gods? Do you have any evidence? Elder Jean said no more and quietly stepped down from the podium. Chief Scientist Chen Yin took the stage and spoke in a steady voice. Of course, we have evidence. Please watch this video and afterward, I will show you something tangible. A projection began playing. The footage revealed a colossal skeleton deep beneath the ocean. Its hollow eye sockets seemed to stare directly into the souls of the viewers, evoking an overwhelming sense of insignificance. Those present felt chills run down their spines, and the live audience was left speechless by the sheer magnitude of what they were witnessing. This is the corpse of a god we discovered, Chun Yin explained in a low voice. They have been to this world before. We can confirm that in 3 months, more gods will arrive. He then held up a fragment of white bone. This is a sample of the skeletal remains we retrieved from the deep sea. Based on our analysis. Before he could finish, Ambassador Matsukin burst into laughter. You must be joking. A CGI video and a random piece of bone. And you expect us to believe gods are coming? I watched a movie yesterday. Does that mean Thanos is about to show up too? This bone of yours might as well be the laundry detergent from Free Nation. This is a farce. With that, Matsukin strutted out of the room, and many other ambassadors followed suit. Chen Yin watched them leave and sighed in resignation. You can't carve rotten wood. Elder Jean snorted coldly. We tried to warn them, but if they're in such a hurry to die, there's nothing we can do to stop them. He turned to see Lin Fan's reaction, only to find that Lin Fan had already disappeared. At that moment, Lin Fan was seated in the command center's conference room, facing a group of individuals of varying ages and distinct temperaments. The national leader, seated beside him, said slowly, "These are the people you requested. To be honest, I was reluctant to let you have them. They are the treasures of Decia. Treat them well. Let them unleash their full potential in the Godslayer army." The national leader patted Lin Fan's shoulder, his tone filled with expectation. Flanked by two middle-aged men in uniforms acting as his guards, he turned and left the room, leaving Lin Fan alone to face this extraordinary group of individuals. Lin Fan's eyes swept over the people before him, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. Each one of them was a treasured martial arts master held in high regard by the military of Decia, supported by ancient martial families with deep roots. This was no charlatan's trick. These were true martial arts, honed for battle. With the infiltration of divine energy into their world, Lin Fan understood that their strength would grow rapidly. In the impending war between gods and demons, every one of them would become a renowned powerhouse on the side of humanity. Some might even ascend to the ranks of true godslayers. Sitting at the forefront was a burly man, his knuckles thick and his body rippling with muscles, clearly a master of external hard techniques. Lin Fan silently noted to himself, Xingyi sect, Wong Hu. Next to him sat a young man in his late 20s, dressed in scholar's robes. His demeanor was gentle, and a faint, enigmatic smile lingered on his lips. He exuded a scholarly aura from head to toe. Lin Fan recognized him as Imo Buji, a grand scholar of the Confucian sect. Behind Imo Buji sat an elderly Taoist priest holding a horsetail whisk, his eyes closed in meditation. His presence seemed to merge with the world around him, his aura elusive yet profound. This was Dao Wanqian, the head of the Taoist sect. Not far away, a middle-aged monk chanted sutras softly, the prayer beads in his hands faintly glowing with golden light. His face was expressionless, devoid of joy or sorrow. He was none other than the spiritual leader of the Buddhist sect, the compassionate master. However, the most striking individuals were the two sitting in the corner. One was a man with a lifelike wooden bird hovering around him. The bird moved with extraordinary vitality, sometimes perching on his shoulder, sometimes chirping melodiously. Lin Fan knew this was Gongshu Ming of the Mahis sect, a descendant of the legendary craftsman Liu Ban. The other was a young woman dressed in a fitted black outfit, her face partially covered by a black cloth, revealing only a pair of bright, lively eyes. She lounged lazily in her chair, her hands resting on a slender Tang Dao. Though her attire resembled that of a ninja from the Turtle Field Nation, Lin Fan knew her sect was the true origin of such warriors. She was Xingyi from the Starfall sect of the Hidden Mo. Lin Fan took a deep breath, his gaze once again sweeping across the room to meet the eyes of each person present. Then he spoke, his voice steady and resonant. I trust the national leader has already informed you of my identity and the reason you've been summoned here. He continued, his tone growing more intense. The gods are descending upon us soon. It's not enough to build an iron wall to protect our people, nor to amass countless soldiers to defend our lands. What we truly need is a razor-sharp blade to pierce the hearts of those so-called gods. His voice rose with passion, and you, as extraordinary beings hidden among the mundane, possess powers far beyond those of ordinary people. Therefore, at this point, Lin Fan suddenly stood up and bowed deeply to the group before him. I ask each of you lend me your strength, join the Godslayer army, fight the gods, and save Decia. Lin Fan announced his plans with high hopes, only to be stunned by the scene before him. The enthusiastic response he had anticipated was nowhere to be found. Instead, the room fell into an eerie silence. A dozen people continued with their own activities. The middle-aged monk kept counting his prayer beads and chanting scriptures. The scholar remained engrossed in flipping through his book, and the burly Wong who was still snoring loudly on the table. Gongshu Ming gently stroked the wooden bird perched on his shoulder, while the black-clad girl, Xingyi, yawned lazily, looking utterly disinterested. Lin Fan froze in place, staring in disbelief at the scene. This is your reaction? He asked, unable to contain his disappointment. Xingyi lifted her head and replied flatly, what else did you expect? Her indifferent response nearly shattered Lin Fan's composure. He thought back to his previous life, where he had known these people as passionate heroes who would risk everything for Decia. Xingyi, in particular, stood out as the first guardian of Decia to fall in battle. In the legendary Star Moon War, she had faced the Dark Moon God with unwavering resolve, fighting on despite her grievous injuries. Her stirring words and ultimate sacrifice were unforgettable. But now, the people before him were nothing like his memories. Lin Fan took a deep breath, suppressing his frustration, and said in a steady voice, "Perhaps you don't fully understand. In 3 months, the gods will descend." Before he could finish, Xingyi interrupted coldly, Yeah, we know. The national seat has already talked our ears off about it." Lin Fan was taken aback. "If you already know, then why?" At that moment, Wong, who had been feigning sleep, suddenly opened his eyes and bellowed, "Why don't you tell us this? What does the descent of gods have to do with us? How are we supposed to deal with gods? With these iron fists of mine?" To emphasize his point, Wong slammed his fist onto the table with a loud thud. The table barely quivered, remaining intact. Fuming, Wong continued, "And while you're at it, why don't you explain why, after 30 years of practicing Xingyi boxing, I'm still no match for some random kid who just bought a pair of brass knuckles online?" The elderly Taoist, Dao Wanqian, cleared his throat and gestured for Wong to calm down. Though clearly still aggrieved, Wong reluctantly obeyed and took his seat. Turning to Lin Fan, Dao Wanqian spoke with a complex expression. "Young friend, don't take it to heart. Wong means no harm. It's just that after years of focusing on external martial arts without cultivating the mind, his temper can be a bit fiery." Lin Fan nodded and asked respectfully, "What is your perspective, master?" Dao Wanqian sighed deeply and began to elaborate on the current plight of martial arts. He explained that while they were all inheritors of Decia's martial traditions, martial arts were, after all, just martial arts, not the fantastical abilities seen in television dramas. With the advancement of modern technology, ordinary people armed with tools could easily surpass the strength of traditional martial artists. He gave examples. Wong, who had spent 30 years mastering Iron Tiger Claw, once renowned for breaking stacks of bricks with ease. Yet now, any young person with a pair of brass knuckles could achieve the same feat. Dao Wanqian's own pride, his lightfoot technique, paled in comparison to the speed of high-speed trains. He also mentioned Xing Ye's impressive starfall, slash, and ink veil technique, which made her unparalleled in close combat. However, against the long-range firepower of modern weapons, her skills were rendered ineffective. Finally, he recounted the misfortune of Master Bei Min. The monk's vaunted demon-subduing staff technique had met its match during a confrontation with a fraudbuster wielding an electric baton. Hearing this, Master Bei Min paused his chanting. His face devoid of emotion, he explained, "That young man had no martial skills whatsoever. If it had been a fair fight, he wouldn't have stood a chance against me." Lin Fan quickly chimed in, "Master Bei Min's compassion and restraint are truly admirable." Ba. But the monk was not moved by the compliment. After a long silence, he sighed, scratched his bald head, and admitted, "Actually, the real issue was that guy had no sense of honor. We agreed to compare staff techniques. I used my iron demon-subduing staff, and he used an electric baton." Recalling the humiliating scene of himself twitching on the ground after being electrocuted, Master Bei Min muttered under his breath, Ba. "This world is full of deception. The monastery is far more peaceful." That day, the reclusive monk unexpectedly learned a modern lesson not taught by the Buddha. Iron conducts electricity, and so does an iron staff. Reflecting on that day's events, Master Bei Min's eyes shimmered with boundless compassion. In his youth, he had devoted himself to rigorous training in Buddhist martial arts, dreaming of the day he would face a towering, broad-shouldered opponent, someone of equal strength, and defeat him with his profound martial skills. However, reality proved far harsher than his imagination. That day, Master Bei Min did encounter a formidable opponent, but not one skilled in martial arts. Instead, his opponent wielded a small, delicate stick that appeared harmless yet crackled with sparks of electricity. "I didn't lose to him," Master Bei Min murmured under his breath. "I lost to the era." With a sigh, he returned to his prayer beads, chanting sutras in an attempt to soothe the bitterness in his heart. Moved by the somber atmosphere, Ru Min scholar Buji let out a sigh of his own as he recalled his own humiliating experience. "That day, I engaged in a debate," began. "As you know, I am called Buzinote all-knowing, but well-read. I understand the principles of life, the rules of heaven and earth." But his voice dropped, tinged with frustration. He asked me to prove d superscript 2 xdt, superscript 2d superscript 2tdx superscript 2dtdx superscript 3. I couldn't. "Let's not even talk about it." Shaking his head, continued, "Even that I could have endured. What truly crushed me was that every question I asked, he answered flawlessly. At first, I thought I'd encountered some reclusive sage. But no, it turns out there's something called Baidu." With that, he set his book aside and pulled a smartphone from his robes, fiddling with it in resignation. Nearby, Dao Wanqian, an elder with an odd penchant for exposing others' shortcomings, turned his gaze toward Gongshu Ming, the MO school descendant engrossed in playing with a bird. "Don't be fooled by how happily he's playing with his bird now," Dao Wanqian said in a low voice. The MO school was once so illustrious. The founder Gongshu Bin created the art of flight, carving wooden birds that could ride the wind like immortals. There was even the craft of wooden horses, equipped with intricate mechanisms, capable of traveling 1,000 miles in a day. And now, he fixed his eyes on Gongshu Ming. I heard you raced an airplane recently. How did that go? Gongshu Ming's fingers trembled slightly as he played with the bird, his face reddening. After a long pause, he muttered 2 words, not bad. Be specific, Dao Wanqian pressed, grinning. Gongshu Ming's face turned crimson, but he stubbornly replied, I hadn't even taken off yet when the jet's exhaust knocked me over, but that doesn't mean the MO school's flying birds are inferior to airplanes. It's just that plane cheated by using its exhaust against me. Dao Wanqian smirked. Oh please. You're lucky if you even catch a whiff of its exhaust. Otherwise, you wouldn't even see its tail. Not true. Not true. Gongshu Ming shook his head, trying to argue, but after stammering for a while, he fell silent. Enough, Dao Wanqian said, waving his hand dismissively as he surveyed the group. We all know what our situation is now. There's no need to pretend otherwise. His gaze finally landed on Lin Fan. Do you understand our predicament now? In the past, perhaps we could have been of some help to you. But now, the times have changed. From his robes, Dao Wanqian carefully pulled out a smartphone, holding it as though it were a sacred artifact. This is called a phone. With just a few taps, it can send messages instantly, and yes, even show dancing girls a hymn. The point is, we're no longer the masters of an era. We're relics, left behind by time. He continued, unparalleled strength? Can you outmatch a cannon? Supreme swordsmanship? Can you duel a Gatling gun? The MO school's famed techniques like invisibility, or the so-called starfall slash that strikes like a shooting star are no match for a sniper rifle's precision and efficiency. And MO Bougie, as knowledgeable as he may be, cannot compete with Baidu. Even the demon-subduing iron staff was rendered useless against electricity. Dao Wanqian sighed deeply. Martial arts in this era are no longer techniques for killing fire, at best, a way to strengthen the body. We truly have nothing to offer you. And your opponent a god? Even if we wanted to help, we're just mortals. His gaze swept across everyone present. Seeking our help? You'd be better off with a few bulldozers or hydraulic presses. Those are far more powerful than we are. The room fell silent. Even Xingyi, who had been lounging indifferently, now sat with his head bowed, fists clenched. How could they not want to contribute to Decia's cause? But the era had moved on. In this age of rapid technological advancement, what could these martial families and sects possibly do for Decia? Airplanes, high-speed trains, tanks, cannons, hydraulic presses, bulldozers. These modern forces had long surpassed the ancient skills they once held dear. Everyone fell silent, the atmosphere heavy with despair. Lin Fan glanced around, his eyes meeting faces filled with sorrow and defeat. He understood that it wasn't that these warriors were unwilling to serve Decia, but rather, they doubted their own abilities to stand against the gods. In this age of advanced technology, their martial arts seemed to have lost their purpose. Against modern weaponry, their speed, strength, and destructive power appeared insignificant. Human effort had long been overshadowed by technological might, let alone facing gods. Suddenly, Lin Fan recalled the desperate, anguished cry of Xingyi in his previous life. Give me 5 more years, and not even the gods would dare set foot in Decia. In that moment, clarity struck him. He realized why, in the future, they would cherish every second and fight tirelessly for Decia. Because at this moment, they had yet to realize the power hidden within them. By the time they truly understood their potential, the gods would have already descended, and they would be utterly unprepared. Amid the suffocating silence, Lin Fan suddenly laughed. The sound echoed sharply in the quiet room, like salt rubbed into an open wound. What's so funny? Are you mocking us for being simple-minded brutes who've been left behind by the times? Wong, who, the most hot-tempered among them, shot to his feet, slamming a fist onto the table as he glared at Lin Fan. Unfazed, Lin Fan met Wong Hu's glare with a calm smile. I'm not laughing because you've been abandoned by the times. I'm laughing because you have no idea how powerful you'll become, how incredible your martial arts truly are. What do you mean? Wong Hu frowned, his voice tinged with suspicion. Are you saying that you, someone who hasn't even trained, understands more about us than we do? Lin Fan didn't bother answering. Instead, he raised a single finger and lightly tapped the solid, heavy redwood table in front of him. Crack! A crisp sound rang out, cutting Wong Hu off mid-sentence. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Lin Fan, then quickly shifted his gaze down to the table, his expression frozen in shock. Crack! A crisp, sharp sound suddenly shattered the silence of the meeting room. Lin Fan's index finger lightly tapped the surface of the table, appearing effortless. Yet, in that instant, the 5 centimeter thick mahogany table groaned under the pressure, as though struck by a hammer weighing several tons. Cracks, resembling a spiderweb, spread rapidly across the surface. In the next second, with a thunderous crash, the sturdy mahogany desk collapsed into a pile of splintered wood. The room fell into a deathly silence. Everyone froze in place, staring dumbfounded at the scattered fragments on the ground and the calm, composed young man standing amidst the wreckage. The black-clad girl, Xingyi, instinctively straightened her back, her exhaustion vanishing in an instant. Her eyes widened in shock. Beside her, the ever-serene Master Beimin, who had been silently chanting prayers while fingering his prayer beads, abruptly opened his eyes. Even the beads in his hand came to a halt. The martial artists in the room knew all too well that this solid mahogany table was no flimsy prop. Its density and weight over a ton made it far superior to any demonstration board. Even if Master Beimin were to strike it with his iron demon-subduing staff at full force, he would at most leave a dent. Shattering it entirely was unthinkable. Yet here stood this seemingly ordinary high school boy, who, with just a gentle tap of his finger, had reduced the massive table to splinters. Such power was beyond anything they could fathom. Wong Hu stared at Lin Fan, his expression a mix of disbelief and frustration. No way. This has to be rigged. Yeah, that's it must be some kind of trick, like those stage props on TV. Lin Fan simply smiled without a word, letting Wong Hu grasp at straws. Elder Dao Wanqian slowly rose to his feet, his gaze sweeping over the shattered remains of the table with a complicated expression. Enough, Wong Hu, he said in a deep voice. The fractures are clearly caused by vibration, not by being sawed through. Wong Hu opened his mouth but found himself at a loss for words. Dao Wanqian turned to Lin Fan, his eyes glinting with a mix of curiosity and anticipation. Young friend, was that a martial technique just now? How many years have you been training to reach such a level? All eyes in the room were now fixed on Lin Fan, eager for his reply. Lin Fan smiled casually. Not that long, really. About 2 days and 2 nights. What? The room erupted in astonished gasps. 2 days and 2 nights? That's impossible. A martial artist exclaimed in disbelief. I've practiced Xingyi Quan for 30 years, mastered all 12 forms, and even the tiger crane combination couldn't achieve this. You're telling me you did it in 2 days and 2 nights? No way, it's just not possible. You must have been secretly training for years. Skepticism was written across every face. Lin Fan's claim was simply too outrageous. Even Dao Wanqian, known for his composure and mastery of inner energy cultivation, couldn't help but shake his head. Unbelievable. Shattering a mahogany table with a single finger, if it's even humanly possible, it would surely take decades of training. But Lin Fan remained unfazed. I assure you, I've only trained for 2 days and 2 nights. His calm, sincere gaze caused Dao Wanqian's heart to sink. This young man, he didn't seem to be lying. As the shock subsided, a glimmer of hope began to spark in the eyes of those present. In this era of advanced technology, where martial arts had been overshadowed and rendered obsolete, they had long struggled to reconcile their ancient skills with the modern world. Yet Lin Fan's effortless display of power seemed to offer a glimmer of possibility, a chance for martial arts to regain its lost glory. Just as the room was enveloped in this mixture of awe and renewed hope, Lin Fan suddenly spoke again. However, I'm not cultivating martial arts, Lin Fan said calmly. I'm walking the path of a demigod. As his words fell, the room was momentarily enveloped in silence. Every gaze turned to him, filled with confusion and shock. Dao Wanqian furrowed his brows slightly, cautiously confirming, You mean, the path to becoming a demigod? Lin Fan nodded with composure and elaborated. This is a method developed by Mr. Chen Yin in the future of Decia to counter the gods. Unlike traditional martial arts, it absorbs the scattered divine energy in the air, unlocking human potential and even surpassing human limits. The ultimate goal is to reach the level of a demigod. He paused briefly before adding, although one cannot truly become a god without a divine core, a demigod is more than capable of facing gods hidden and even inflicting real damage. Hearing this, the expressions in the room became increasingly complicated. What they had assumed to be a martial arts-related concept turned out to be something far beyond their expectations. As the atmosphere grew heavier, Lin Fan suddenly broke into a faint smile. I can teach you this technique. You can begin cultivating it right now, he said, watching the astonishment on their faces. He continued, of course, your first attempt won't go as smoothly as mine. It will likely take you about a week to grasp the basics of utilizing divine energy. As for reaching the strength of a demigod, even with your meridians already opened, it will take time to absorb and control the divine energy. I estimate around 2 months. Lin Fan's voice grew firm and resolute. Trust me, in the future, you will fully unleash the power of martial arts. This era has not abandoned you. It needs you to save it. Martial arts will shine brighter in your hands. Those gods who fear no bullets or weapons will fall before the martial arts of the East, slain by the very hands of humanity's strength. His words struck like a thunderclap, shaking everyone present to their core. Learning a technique to slay gods and demons? Harnessing divine energy? Facing gods with the body of a mortal, armed with martial arts? The idea was utterly insane, yet it ignited a fiery sense of passion within them. Lin Fan felt a surge of satisfaction within. This was precisely the outcome he had carefully planned for. He wanted these martial arts masters to willingly embrace the art of slaying gods and demons, becoming the first wave of the demigod army. In the impending invasion of the ocean god, they would wield the true power of martial arts. With unwavering determination in his eyes, Lin Fan thought to himself, this time, let the gods witness the power of humanity, a species they deem insignificant. Let them see the true might of Eastern martial arts. Lin Fan's words were powerful and resonated deeply with everyone present. His weathered eyes gleamed with unwavering determination, as if capable of piercing through time to glimpse a grim future. Having endured the trials of future wars, Lin Fan understood better than anyone the critical role martial arts would play in humanity's survival. The gods have their divine powers and followers. But we humans, we can only rely on our own strength. Lin Fan's voice was deep and resolute. Martial arts will be our sword to challenge the gods. He scanned the room, his gaze sweeping across everyone present. These individuals were heirs of prestigious martial arts clans or disciples of ancient sects, trained since childhood. Their mastery of martial arts had long reached extraordinary levels. Decades of rigorous practice had already opened their meridians, bypassing the most challenging step in cultivating the god-slaying, demon-suppressing technique. Lin Fan calculated silently. It wasn't impossible for ordinary people to learn this technique. If he could, he would broadcast it across the entire Xia nation, empowering everyone with the ability to stand against the gods. However, the complexity of human meridians posed a significant challenge. For ordinary people to open them one by one would take at least 6 months, and any mistake could result in serious backlash. Even Lin Fan himself, who had perfected the god-slaying, demon-suppressing technique in his previous life as the supreme commander of the Allied forces, had spent an entire night enduring excruciating pain to gradually unlock all his meridians. The martial arts heirs before him, though they had lived in a world devoid of divine power, were already at an advantage with their open meridians. What they needed now was simply to absorb divine energy. Dao Wanxian, suddenly struck by a realization, furrowed his brows and asked, "Wait, divine energy, you just mentioned absorbing the divine energy in the world. Does that mean?" Lin Fan nodded and explained, "Exactly. Previously, there was no divine energy on Blue Star. But now, things are different." His expression turned grave. "Those two sea gods are breaking through Blue Star's dimensional barrier and have already created a fissure. In no more than 3 months, they will descend upon Blue Star." Shifting his tone, Lin Fan continued, "And yet, it is precisely because of this fissure that the aura of the divine realm has begun to seep into our world, introducing traces of divine energy into the air. This energy is imperceptible to ordinary people, but to you," he looked at the martial arts practitioners before him, "it should feel familiar what your Taoist teachings call the essence of the sun and moon, what Confucianism refers to as righteous energy, and what Buddhism describes as the compassionate aura of Buddha. Other sects might call it inner strength, different names, but in essence, it's all the same thing, divine energy. And with this power, martial arts become true martial arts." Dao Wanxian's face lit up with understanding. "So that's it. Divine energy is inner strength. No wonder no matter how hard I trained before, I could never cultivate the inner strength described in the texts of our ancestors." Excitement flickered in his eyes. "This means the accounts of our ancestors weren't exaggerated. Flying swords across great distances, summoning lightning, refining elixirs, and banishing demons, these were all real. The reason we couldn't achieve them wasn't because our predecessors were lying, but because we lacked inner strength." Nearby, a monk in white robes softly intoned, "The Diamond Sutra states, skills without inner strength are like duckweed on water, superficial and rootless." Amitabha, so it is. The Buddha had already revealed this truth. Without your guidance, benefactor, this humble monk would still be blind to it. Lin Fan's words planted a seed in the hearts of everyone present, taking root and beginning to grow. They had once believed martial arts to be a relic of the past, its practitioners outpaced by the modern era. They had even doubted whether their ancestors had exaggerated their feats, for no matter how they trained, they could never cultivate even a trace of inner strength. But now they understood true martial arts were far more powerful than they had ever imagined. The martial arts of 5,000 years, the crystallization of countless generations' exploration and innovation, could never be dismissed as mere theatrics. Authentic martial arts, as recorded by their forebears, promised feats as extraordinary as flying across rooftops, slaying enemies across vast distances with a single sword, commanding the laws of nature with a word, radiating divine light, unleashing the wrath of a celestial protector, moving unseen like ink in shadows, and striking with the precision of falling stars. Mechanical dragons, towering wooden puppets, these were not myths, but the pinnacle of martial arts. Seeing the fervor in the room, Lin Fan seized the moment and declared, "So, my friends, are you ready to learn the god-slaying demon-suppressing technique and join the god-slaying army?" The crowd, already stirred to their core, responded with unanimous enthusiasm. The fiery-tempered Wong who grabbed Lin Fan's hand and exclaimed excitedly, "Of course I'm in. I was wrong earlier, don't take it to heart, brother. But let me make one thing clear. If I join, you've got to teach me that god-slaying demon-suppressing technique. And don't try to trick me, might not be the sharpest tool in the shed, but that technique better do what you say it does. It better make my iron fist." Dao Wanqian gently waved his horsetail whisk, brushing Wong Hu aside. "Enough, Wong Hu." Turning to Lin Fan, he said solemnly, "If this technique truly allows us to revive the glory of ancient martial arts, then we will follow you without hesitation." These practitioners of ancient martial arts, once believing themselves relics of a bygone era, now had a spark of hope glimmering in their Aisa desire to revive the glory of their traditions. Each of them was eager, their determination palpable. "If that's the case, my Ma'in Xingluoman is willing to join the Godslayer army," declared a martial artist dressed in black, his voice resolute and unwavering. Following his lead, another disciple from the Mo sect stepped forward. "Our Mo sect will join as well, bringing back the art of our ancestors' puppet mechanisms. Taking on the gods? This should be interesting." The representative of the Confucian sect, holding a scroll in his hands, stepped forward with a faint smile on his lips. "Then let the gods witness the boundless righteousness of a scholar." Only Dao Wanqian hesitated slightly, furrowing his brows. "Wait a moment. If our predecessors cultivated inner strength, doesn't that mean divine power once existed in this world?" His words caused everyone present to freeze, the air seeming to grow still for a fleeting moment. Lin Fan's lips curled into a mysterious smile as he slowly revealed a shocking truth. "That's right. There was a time when gods descended upon Decia, but those human heroes and mythical figures drove them away. During that era, those heroes used Eastern martial arts to fight the gods so fiercely that they dared not return." His tone suddenly grew grave. "But now those protectors can no longer guard us. It's our turn to protect them." There was more Lin Fan had yet to share. As the rift between the divine realm and this world continued to expand, traces of divine energy scattered across Blue Star would grow increasingly abundant. Even without the Godslayer technique, these ancient martial artists would gradually develop inner strength. The Godslayer technique was specifically designed to help ordinary people absorb divine energy, simplifying the process. However, with the current scarcity of divine energy in the atmosphere, this technique had become the most effective way for these practitioners to harness it. As for how to spread the Godslayer technique in the future, Lin Fan already had a plan in mind. But for now, his focus had to remain on these ancient martial artists who were already well prepared and only needed to absorb divine energy to progress. For ordinary people to reach that foundational stage, it would take at least 6 months. And right now, time was the one thing Decia could not afford to waste. "All right. Congratulations to all of you for becoming members of the Godslayer army," Lin Fan announced with a tone of solemnity and authority. "We'll handle the enlistment procedures later. For now, everyone, sit cross-legged, close your eyes, and follow my instructions to circulate your inner energy." And so, the first members of the Godslayer army were officially inducted. This weapon forged to combat the gods was beginning to take shape. Meanwhile, as Lin Fan guided these ancient martial artists in mastering the Godslayer technique, an undercurrent of public opinion was quietly brewing in the outside world. The conclusion of Decia's press conference caused a massive stir on the international internet. A flurry of opinions emerged, sparking heated debates. "Is what Decia said true? Are deities really going to descend?" someone asked in disbelief. "It seems real. They not only released a video but also displayed bone fragments," another voice responded, though tinged with uncertainty. However, skepticism quickly became the dominant tone. "Ha ha ha, this is hilarious." A mocking comment appeared. "Surely no one actually believes this? It's 2201. Hasn't everyone seen superhero movies by now? A special effects company could whip up 5 of those videos in a single day." "Exactly," another person chimed in. "A random video proves nothing. That quality. Seriously? Just some underwater footage of a skeleton? Give me Photoshop, and I could recreate it myself." The discussion soon turned to the bone fragments. "There's no way people are this gullible," someone scoffed. "Remember when another country tried to use detergent as fake evidence? Decia is just copying old tricks. At least come up with something convincing. For all we know, those bone shards were picked up from some random street." Yet, there were also staunch believers. "You all better watch what you're saying. I believe in the existence of deities," one person passionately declared. "I believe in Jesus." "Enough said, I'm packing my things and getting ready to welcome the divine." Even if deities are real, someone attempted a rational analysis, they'd surely be benevolent, just like in mythology. How could they possibly invade us? And all this talk about disasters Decia loves to exaggerate. The voices from India also join the fray. We've always said it, Decia loves to lie and boast. Public opinion quickly split into two camps. One side firmly rejected the claims, accusing Decia of deceit. The other side, mainly comprising religious believers, accepted the possibility of deities but leaned toward the mythological portrayal of kind and compassionate gods, dismissing Decia's warnings of impending disaster. How could deities even exist? Someone questioned. And if they did, wouldn't they be as benevolent as in the stories? Like the righteous and unyielding Hercules, or the forgiving and all-encompassing Jehovah? Decia must be lying. Meanwhile, in Decia's highest command center, Jean Lao gazed through the glass window with a complex expression. He was watching Lin Fan, who was instructing ancient martial arts practitioners in the art of slaying gods and demons. This young man doesn't seem like a typical youth, he remarked. Not a trace of the impatience you'd expect from someone his age. Chun Yin gave a wry smile in response. Don't mistake him for a regular young man. He's probably been through more than both of us combined. As he spoke, he glanced at his phone, and his expression darkened instantly. Are these people complete fools? Chun Yin angrily thrust his phone toward Jean Lao. We laid the facts right in front of them. We showed them evidence, the videos, the bone fragments, even the coordinates of the corpse for them to investigate. We even provided detailed analyses of the bone samples, word for word. And yet, these people refused to believe any of it. Chen Yin continued listing the absurd reactions. They claim the video is fake, say the bone fragments are just pig bones we picked up. Some even visited the coordinates, and when their exploration vehicles confirmed the skeleton's presence, they insisted we planted it there as part of a hoax. As for the analysis results, anyone with common sense can see the bone's extraordinary hardness. But those in Free Nation? They'd rather believe it's some new material we developed than accept it's the remains of a deity. Clenching his fists, Chen Yin struggled to comprehend. Do these people actually want to die at the hands of deities? We're warning them out of goodwill, and somehow, we're painted as liars with ulterior motives. Some are even mocking us, saying all of Decia has gone insane. It's infuriating. Jin Lao, however, remained composed, his tone cold as he replied, Lin Fan has said it before. You can't save those who are determined to perish. We've been entirely transparent with our evidence down to the last detail. That alone is more than enough. Honestly, considering what some of these nations have done to Decia in the past, would be justified in keeping this information to ourselves. Let them face the consequences unprepared. But Decia has always been magnanimous, and that's why we're doing this, even though it's almost like repaying evil with kindness. If the roles were reversed, they wouldn't do the same for us. After a brief pause, Jean Lao continued, let them mock us, let them hurl insults. All we need to do is focus on our preparations. In 3 months, we'll see who's still laughing at Decia. And we'll see how many nations will come crawling back, begging for our help. Hearing this, Chun Yin set aside his frustration and nodded. We'll get started on the next steps. Shang Weitian from the Ministry of Commerce has shared his plan for securing steel resources. They'll coordinate with him. Only with sufficient steel can we begin constructing the iron wall. This is a top priority. With that, Chen Yin turned and left in haste, every second feeling more precious than ever. Elsewhere, a high-level remote meeting was urgently convened just 10 minutes after Decia's press conference. Free Nation's leader, Pu Chuan, sat at the head of the table, gazing at the faces on the screen. With a grave tone, he asked, everyone, you've all seen Decia's press conference, right? What do you make of their claims? As soon as he finished, the participants on the screen began voicing their opinions. One voice immediately declared, Decia is spouting nonsense. The press conference held by Decia caused a massive stir on the international stage. Leaders from various nations gathered under one roof, and the conference room was filled with an atmosphere of skepticism and ridicule. Decia must be out of their minds. Do they seriously believe in the existence of gods? One leader sneered. All those so-called pieces of evidence a theory completely fabricated by them. However, the representative from the White Elephant Nation of India held a different view. Gods certainly exist, he said, but they are nothing like how Decia describes them. The deities we worship are kind and compassionate. The room buzzed with heated discussions, echoing the general sentiment of the international community. After all, from a rational perspective, gods don't exist. And even if they did, how could they possibly be so dangerous? Why would a being with immense power aim to invade weak and fragile humanity? Yet, they seem to have forgotten the lessons of history. Decia was not always strong, but that didn't stop these powerful nations from invading it in the past. The strong have never truly sympathized with the weak, and the divine realm would be no exception when it comes to Blue Planet. In the near future, these nations might come to realize just how naive and self-assured their current mockery truly is. Due to its historical experiences, Decia has long understood the harsh realities of the world. The saying, fall behind and you'll be beaten, is ingrained in every Decia citizen's mind. The strong exploit the weak without needing any justification. If they do need a reason, even a mere vial of detergent would suffice. This is why public opinion within Decia starkly contrasts with that of the outside world. Upon learning of the existence of gods, the people of Decia had only one thought: we are in danger. Meanwhile, Western powers were still busy ridiculing Decia, analyzing its motives. This, in itself, was a prime example of failing to see the forest for the trees. Presiding over the meeting, Puchuan nodded after hearing the statements from various leaders. Ladies and gentlemen, I share similar doubts. But the key question of this meeting is, why would Decia fabricate such a lie? What is their hidden agenda behind claiming the arrival of gods? And more importantly, why are they mobilizing 50 million troops? The room fell silent as everyone pondered. Life had been peaceful and comfortable, and now Decia suddenly announced the recruitment of 50 million soldiers, coupled with a seemingly bogus press conference about the existence of gods. Was this just a fear-mongering tactic to intimidate the rest of the world? John, the leader of Great Britain, furrowed his brow. But what benefit could they possibly gain from this? Kamita, the leader of Kamita Nation, scoffed. Do the Decia people even need a benefit? They're a group that delights in harming others even when it doesn't help themselves. Even when there's no advantage for them, as long as they can damage us, they'll be satisfied. My country, Kamita, has never invaded them, yet they constantly smear us. Does that bring them any benefit? Kamita slammed the table hard, as if he'd suddenly had an epiphany. I see it now. Decia's goal is to drag us down, to make us believe their claims. They're willing to mobilize 50 million troops and declare the existence of gods. Puchuan was momentarily taken aback. Mr. Kamita, are you suggesting? Kamita's eyes gleamed with cunning as he lowered his voice. If we believe them, we'll end up just like the mobilizing massive armies and following their lead in a series of chaotic measures. Doing so would weaken our own national strength in the long run. This is Decia's insidious plan. They're putting on a show to deceive and mock us. If we fall for it, we'll be playing right into their hands. Before we know it, all nations on Blue Planet will be tricked into exhausting their resources, halting development, and even regressing in strength. Meanwhile, Decia only needs to make a token effort. If they lose 500, every other country will lose 10,000. When that happens, as the rest of us are weakened and distracted, Decia will seize the opportunity to rise. When Kamita finished speaking, Puchuan drew in a sharp breath, his eyes filled with alarm. This move, it could change the global balance of power. These Decia people are truly shrewd and calculating. Decia, indeed, harbors malicious intentions. For a moment, the atmosphere in the conference room grew tense. Several self-proclaimed shrewd national leaders, caught up in their heated discussions, believed they had uncovered Decia's conspiracy and seen through the so-called truth. Puchuan's chubby hands trembled slightly, his face contorted with an unpleasant expression. He declared firmly, whatever Decia claims about gods descending is nothing but fear-mongering. Their so-called conscription of 50 million soldiers is just a show. Puchuan continued his analysis with a tone full of confidence. What they really want is to drag us into a state of panic, make us imitate their actions, and join in their chaos. If we fall for it, Decia will claim that our free nation is also facing imminent danger, requiring conscription of 50 million soldiers and a nationwide effort to build something. We'll end up as pawns in their game, with our national strength drained by their baseless words. His conclusion resonated with the others in attendance. The high-ranking officials from the major powers nodded in agreement during the virtual meeting. However, Tom, the head of Australia, furrowed his brows as if something didn't sit right with him. He muttered under his breath, but would the Decia people really do that? They've already begun the actual conscription of 50 million soldier. The leader of Guida, with a cold smirk, interrupted Tom's doubts. That's just how the Decia people are. They even have an old saying, to harm the enemy by 1,000, suffer 800 yourself. As long as they can weaken our national strength, losing a bit themselves is nothing to them. John, the head of Britannia, chimed in. Exactly. These self-righteous people of Decia think they can play us like this, using their so-called strategies against us. Who do they think they are? As he spoke, he instinctively glanced at the Art of War lying on the table, a book he treated as a prized possession. Puchuan pondered for a moment before tapping the table decisively, speaking slowly and deliberately. If that's the case, then our overall strategy is decided. Whatever Decia says or does, we won't believe them. Even if they beg us on their knees to believe that gods are descending, we won't believe it. Even if they mobilize their entire nation for war or build something with all their resources, I won't believe them. We must always remember this is all just their performance. Let them busy themselves, let them run around in circles. As long as we don't buy into it, their plans will fall apart completely. In the end, They'll only be exhausting their own resources and efforts for nothing. Just as the group reached a consensus, a series of unexpected updates interrupted their discussion. Assistants for each leader hurried in, whispering into their ears. Chairman Pu Chuan, a message from Dexia's leadership. Chairman John, Dexia's leadership has sent a message. Chairman Guida, Dexia's leadership has sent a message. In an instant, each nation's leader received a notification from Decia. Their expressions shifted from smugness to confusion, and then to shock. What? Decia is requesting to purchase steel from us. Unbelievable. Decia is also asking Britannia to sell them steel a total of 80 million tons. Even our nation, Italia, received a request they want to buy 50 million tons from us. For a moment, the leaders were all exclaiming in astonishment during the virtual meeting. Just moments ago, they had been convinced they had unraveled Dexia's plot. Now, this sudden and unexpected request had caught them completely off guard. The once confident atmosphere in the conference room was shattered, replaced by chaos and confusion. Communication devices of top officials around the world buzzed almost simultaneously, delivering a piece of shocking news. Decia, a nation long renowned for its steel exports, had unexpectedly submitted requests to purchase massive quantities of steel. The conference rooms instantly erupted into chaos. It was Pu Chuan who broke the silence first. Scanning the room, his tone betrayed his astonishment. Has everyone received the same message? Decia is asking you for steel resources? What's going on here? He frowned in thought. Decia has always been an exporting powerhouse, rich in resources and vast in territory. Why would they suddenly? The other attendees nodded in agreement, their faces filled with confusion. Each of their countries had received similar requests from Decia, albeit for varying amounts, but all sought significant quantities of steel. Pu Chuan continued, this is strange. I've received a request as well. They're asking to purchase 100 million tons of steel from our free nation. Such a large-scale acquisition. He picked up a pen, ready to take notes. Let's go around the table. Can everyone report how much Decia has asked from you? The leader of Turtle Field Nation spoke first. Decia has requested 60 million tons of steel from us. The representative from Italy followed promptly. We've been asked for 50 million tons. The other national leaders began reporting their numbers one by one. Pu Chuan carefully noted each figure, and when he finally put down his pen, his expression grew increasingly complex. He slowly announced the total. Altogether, 1.5 billion tons of steel. Taking a deep breath, Pu Chuan analyzed further. This move by Decia is anything but random. These requests align almost perfectly with the capabilities of our respective nations. To be candid, our free nation, despite its recent decline, still holds its position as a global superpower with a steel reserve of 101 million tons. Decia is asking for 100 million tons. For all of you, their demands are also near the limits of your national reserves. What exactly is Decia planning? The leader of Turtle Field Nation scoffed, interrupting Pu Chuan's train of thought. Isn't it obvious? We were just discussing Decia's motives, weren't we? His tone was laced with sarcasm. They're putting on a show. First, they stir up panic with their announcements. Then they go on a resource-buying spree, pretending to prepare for some divine intervention. They're just trying to fool us and drain our national strength. The other attendees nodded in agreement. Emboldened by their reactions, the Turtle Field leader pressed on. I suggest we simply ignore them. Let's see how far they can take this act. As long as we remain unaffected, the only ones losing out will be Decia themselves. Surely, they know we'd never actually sell them such massive quantities of steel. This is nothing more than an attempt to escalate our anxiety. However, just as the group seemed on the verge of reaching a consensus, the leader of Great Britain, John, suddenly shook his head. Opening a copy of The Art of War on the table before him, a glimmer of wisdom shone in his eyes. No, we should do the opposite. We should sell the steel to Decia. The room fell into an uproar at his words. Someone exclaimed, John, have you lost your mind? Do you realize how much steel they're asking for? That's nearly all of our reserves. Who knows what they plan to do with it? If they use it to expand their military, we'd be digging our own graves. John waited for the clamor to subside before calmly explaining, I'm fully aware of the strategic importance of steel to any nation. But if we demand Decia pay the full international market price in equivalent goods, can they even afford it? And if they can, the cost would be astronomical. Moreover, converting steel into weaponry takes time. With 1.5 billion tons of steel, even with Decia's industrial capacity, it would take decades to fully utilize. In the short term, this wouldn't strengthen their military. It would significantly weaken their economy. He elaborated further. If they truly want to continue this performance, acquiring this much steel would force them to divert even more resources. On the other hand, they might not be able to afford it at all. If that happens, they'll only end up sabotaging themselves. Pu Chuan, still puzzled, asked bluntly, what exactly are you suggesting? John stood, his tone impassioned. What I'm saying is, if they can't pay, we'll have a legitimate reason to unite and take military action against Decia. Neither other nations nor global opinion would oppose us. After all, doesn't one of Decia's old sayings go, a debt must be repaid? It's only natural, and if they can pay, their military won't see an immediate boost from this steal. Instead, they'll be severely weakened by the financial strain. Meanwhile, even if we lose a significant portion of our steel reserves, our existing military capabilities won't diminish in the short term. We can use this window to launch an offensive against them. As John finished speaking, the room fell silent. After a few moments, Pu Chuan tapped the table and made his decision. Well, proceed with John's plan. Make it clear to Decia that they must pay in full with equivalent resources. Otherwise, we won't rule out joint military action. A cold smile played on his lips. It seems Decia's little performance is about to backfire. Meanwhile, in Decia, Shang Weitian, a high-ranking official in the Ministry of Commerce with ties to Lin Fan, was discussing the matter with Chen Yin. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. After a brief conversation, Shang Weishan's face lit up with excitement. Turning to Chen Yin, he exclaimed, "We've received responses from all the nations. They've all agreed to sell us steel at international market prices, and the quantities remain unchanged. With this, the 1.5 billion tons of imported steel, combined with our domestic reserves of 500 million tons, will fully meet the requirements for the steel Great Wall." Chen Yan's eyes widened in disbelief. Really? Absolutely. Shang Weitian confirmed with certainty. Though overjoyed, Chen Yin couldn't hide his curiosity. It's strange. Why would those nations agree to sell us so much steel? This good fortune seems too sudden. The Great Xia had just announced that deities were about to descend, prompting Chen Yin to anticipate that nations would brace for war, conserving every resource. Yet, to his astonishment, these nations were selling steel to Great Xia at market price. Chen Yin and Shang Weitian exchanged bewildered glances, unable to fathom why foreign leaders were being so generous. After pondering for a long while, Chen Yin reached a conclusion. It seems we misunderstood them. These foreign leaders are truly good people. He was moved by their selfless assistance, seeing it as a noble act of sacrifice. In his eyes, these nations, disregarding their own safety to send precious resources to Great Xia, demonstrated a loyalty stronger than that of blood brothers. Suddenly, Chen Yin snapped out of his thoughts and strode quickly toward the door. "Follow me to the Supreme Command Room. We must report this in person to the Chief Commander." Shang Weitian straightened his posture and followed closely behind. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the Supreme Command Room was tense. Everyone sat cross-legged, eyes closed in deep concentration, with their hands resting on their knees. Lin Fan was instructing Xingyi, a young woman from the Xinglua sect, in harnessing the power to slay gods. With his hands gently pressing against her lower back, he carefully guided her. "Don't move. Let me lead the flow. Remember these acupoints, Fengqi, Fengfu, and Yuzhen. After completing 5 cycles of the Great Heavenly Circuit, practice your Moin technique." Suddenly, Lin Fan noticed Xing Ye's body trembling and asked with concern, "Why are you shaking so much? Do you have an old ailment?" He was aware that practitioners of ancient martial arts often carried hidden conditions. Although the god-slaying power could gradually heal such issues, time was of the essence. Xingyi let out a soft whimper, her trembling intensifying. I don't have an ailment. It's just, you're pressing a bit too hard." Lin Fan suddenly recalled a rumor about the future the Great Xia's guardian deity, Xingyi, was known for her hypersensitive constitution. While this trait gave her an edge in sensing environmental changes, it also made her overly reactive in certain situations. Realizing the situation, Lin Fan awkwardly waved his hand. "Go and come back quickly. Follow my guidance, and when you return, continue running the Great Heavenly Circuit." Xingyi, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, lowered her head and hurried out. The others remained engrossed in their training, entirely unaware of the exchange. As descendants of ancient martial traditions, their meridians were already opened, but they lacked divine energy to nourish them. Now, as they practiced the god-slaying and demon vanquishing techniques, divine energy from the atmosphere transformed into god-slaying power, surging into their meridians like rain after a long drought. For the first time, they experienced an unprecedented surge of strength. Wong Hu clenched his fists in excitement, marveling that this was the inner strength their ancestors had spoken of. Behind him, faint shadows of a tiger, a white crane, and a mantis flickered as his hands shifted through various forms. At last, he had stepped into the realm of Xingyiquan. Meanwhile, Master Beimin recited scriptures under his breath, fully immersed in his cultivation. A golden bell-shaped aura enveloped him, with a radiant Buddhist light emanating from his head and a golden swastika faintly appearing behind him. His skin gleamed as though gilded, while his Vajra demon subduing staff shimmered with golden light, resembling a Buddha descending to the mortal world. Usually composed and serene, Master Beimin couldn't help but smile faintly. With the god-slaying power coursing through him, the seemingly ordinary martial arts of the Buddhist sect had been revitalized. Techniques like the Golden Bell Shield, Vajra Lion's Roar, Immovable Wisdom King Body, and Vajra Demon Subduing Staff now displayed unparalleled might. Feeling the extraordinary power within him, Master Beimin murmured softly, Umitba, my Buddha is compassionate. This time, allow this humble monk to deliver salvation to the deities. Let it not be said that the Buddhist sect is only merciful, for even mercy has its wrathful side. Any deity who dares set foot in Great Xia, I shall send them to the Western Paradise. Umitba. This is the compassion of the Buddhist sect, and it is also the compassion of Great Xia. Behind him, Dao Wanqian, the head of the Taoist sect, sat cross-legged with his eyes tightly shut. A faint, shimmering image of a yin-yang 8 trigrams disc hovered behind him, spinning continuously, its black and white energies intertwining and radiating an endless sense of Tao. A subtle mist enveloped the elder's figure, exuding an ethereal and transcendent aura. This sight made Lin Fan pause and take a few extra glances, a trace of astonishment flickering in his heart. Dao Wanqian had only just begun cultivating the god-slaying demon vanquishing technique, yet his presence had already become so elusive and profound that even Lin Fan found it difficult to fully perceive. This was remarkable, considering Lin Fan, with his experience from a past life, had mastered the technique to the 9th grade perfection level in just 2 days, a mere half-step away from reaching the demigod realm. And yet, Dao Wanqian, still in the early stages of cultivation, was already advancing at an astonishing pace. This demonstrated the extraordinary nature of Decia's ancient martial arts. As the essence of Daxia's heritage, the Taoist sect truly lived up to its reputation, a force even deities could not afford to overlook. At this moment, Dao Wanqian seemed to merge seamlessly with the heavens and earth. His Taoist robe billowed despite the absence of wind, his white beard flowing gracefully. The peachwood sword on his back rose into the air of its own accord, revolving around him. Yellow talismans at his waist scattered outward, forming a complex talismanic array in the surrounding space. These talismans gathered the essence of the sun and moon from the air, accelerating his cultivation process. Lin Fan couldn't help but silently admire the elder's brilliance. On the other side, Mr. Imo Bougie of the Confucian sect also sat cross-legged. Suspended before him were the 4 treasures of the study, emitting an eerie glow. The characters on the paper unfurled, and a dense ink aura surrounded him. Imo Bougie recited ancient texts in a low voice, his words causing the ink mist behind him to writhe and transform into characters, each one as imposing as a celestial prison. Imo Bougie had already begun to grasp the ability to manipulate the forces of nature through the power of righteousness, which made Lin Fan frown deeply. He was well aware of the terrifying potential of the Confucian sect when cultivated to its peak scholars who appeared frail and unarmed could summon the power of the heavens with a single phrase to vanquish foes. Lin Fan recalled Imo Bougie's feats in his previous life. With a single verse, 10 steps to slay 1 man, leaving no trace for 1,000 miles, he had become a god of slaughter. In mere moments, he traversed 1,000 miles, slaying a believer of a deity every 10 steps, ultimately annihilating an army of 1,000,000 without leaving a trace. However, in that life, Imo Bougie had started too late. Now, seeing Imo Bougie already beginning to harness the forces of nature, Lin Fan couldn't help but smile. In his past life, Imo Bougie had only risen to prominence in the year New Era 005. Other ancient martial artists had similarly discovered the use of divine energy to enhance their techniques around 002 or 003. But now, before the gods had even descended, these ancient martial artists were already wielding the power to slay gods. History was beginning to change. Starting at this very moment, Lin Fan's heart surged with excitement. He had returned to alter the course of history. Though he had worried about whether he could succeed, the current developments proved that he could indeed shift the trajectory of events. From now on, history would be rewritten. Just then, a knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. Zingy's back? Lin Fan frowned and walked toward the door. But when he opened it, he was surprised to find that it wasn't Xingya, who had left earlier to change his pants, but instead the excited faces of Chen Lao and Shang Weitian. Chen Lao, Shang Weitian? Lin Fan looked at the two in confusion. What's the matter? Shouldn't you both be preparing the next step of the plan to gather the steel resources? Lin Fan frowned as he stared at Chen Yin and Shang Weitian in front of him, his mind clouded with confusion. At this critical moment, with the imminent arrival of the gods, the value of 20 billion tons of steel was immeasurable. It was directly tied to the survival of the nation. Memories from his previous life surged in his mind. Lin Fan recalled the extreme measures Shang Weitian had taken to gather the steel resources. Skyscrapers were dismantled, supermarket shelves vanished, private cars became a rarity, and even ordinary household items like kitchen knives and screws were requisitioned. Back then, Although many cursed Shang Weitian for his ruthless methods, he ultimately succeeded in amassing the 20 billion tons of steel, constructing a steel Great Wall and opening up underground living zones that allowed the people of Decia to barely survive the god's descent. Taking a deep breath, Lin Fan fixed his determined gaze on the two men. Do you have a solution? Chen Yin smiled broadly, about to tease out the suspense, but Lin Fan interrupted him coldly. I can guess what you're planning, but I won't allow it. The lives of Decia's citizens cannot be compromised. His words were resolute, and his eyes gleamed with unwavering determination. I asked you to find a way, not to target the people of Decia. I want you to think of another solution to obtain the steel. Shang Weitian and Chen Yin exchanged glances before a realization dawned on them. Shang Weitian quickly explained, You've misunderstood. That was indeed my worst-case scenario plan, but things have changed now. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow, signaling him to continue. Eagerly, Shang Weitian reported, Just now, I tentatively sent emails to other countries under the name of Decia's Ministry of Commerce, proposing to purchase their steel resources at international market prices. To my astonishment, they all agreed. What? Lin Fan's eyes widened in disbelief. They agreed? Shang Weitian nodded, his face full of astonishment. Not only did friendly nations like Bear Country agree, but even Freedom Country and Turtlefield countries we've had tense relations with also agreed. What's even more shocking is that the quantities they're willing to sell nearly match their estimated national reserves. Chen Yin sighed in amazement. Unbelievable. Who knew they were such generous people? Lin Fan remained skeptical. Are you sure the information is accurate? Shang Weitian responded solemnly. It's true. In Freedom Country and Turtlefield Country, our personnel are already at the ports conducting customs inspections. Other countries have also started shipping their goods, and our teams are verifying the shipments on site. Lin Fan fell into deep thought. This unexpected turn of events gave him hope to rewrite history. Silently, he made a firm resolution. This time, he wouldn't just ensure the survival of Decia's people. He would make sure they could thrive, live in peace, and enjoy their lives even after the gods descended. Lin Fan took a sharp breath, his brows furrowed deeply. His fingers tapped unconsciously on the table as his mind raced. Had those nations really changed? The thought surfaced for only a moment before he dismissed it outright. Although the urgent need for steel resources in Decia seemed to be resolved, Lin Fan wasn't one to let joy cloud his judgment. Narrowing his eyes, he recalled scenes from his previous life. After the first descent of the deities, Decia barely managed to hold the line but paid a devastating price. Meanwhile, other nations not only refrained from offering aid but seized the opportunity to conduct so-called military exercises near Decia's borders, eyeing the battered land with predatory intent. Lin Fan's gaze shifted to Shang Weitian as he asked in a low voice, What are their terms? Shang Weitian frowned and replied, There aren't any specific demands, but they all emphasized one thing. They want us to pay at international market prices on the spot when the steel enters our borders, or provide military products of equivalent value. A faint, cold smile tugged at the corner of Lin Fan's lips. He had finally seen through their ploy. This massive shipment of steel, whether purchased outright or exchanged for military equipment, would severely weaken Decia. If they couldn't pay, it would give those nations an excuse to start a war. Even if they could, Decia would be left temporarily vulnerable, giving their rivals the perfect opportunity to strike. This isn't aid in a time of need, Lin Fan said coldly. It's a veiled threat. Chun Yan's face grew grim after hearing Lin Fan's analysis. Can we even afford this? He asked. Shang Weitian shook his head slowly, his expression conflicted. We can pay, but it would nearly empty the national treasury. And what about the workers' wages for building the steel Great Wall afterward? I was considering a half-cash, half-military products deal or printing more currency, though that would disrupt the monetary system. No, Lin Fan said firmly, his tone leaving no room for argument. Military products and steel are equally critical. We can't afford to lose either. And printing more money is absolutely out of the question. His eyes gleamed with confidence. Trust me, Decia's currency will one day become the world's most stable and reliable universal currency. Printing more now would be self-destructive. Seeing the confusion on Shang Weishan's face, Lin Fan leaned closer and whispered a few words into his ear. Shang Weishan's eyes widened in disbelief. This is really possible? He asked. Lin Fan responded with a cold smile. Why not? They want money, don't they? Then let's give them money. Let's show them whether or not Decia can handle this shipment of steel. His voice brimmed with confidence. It's time for the world to see the foundation we've been quietly building all these years. A flicker of excitement flashed in Shang Weishan's eyes. Those nations were stuck in the past, still viewing Decia as a poor and backward country. But the truth was, Decia had already risen, quietly but steadily, and it was about time the world witnessed its true strength. Lin Fan's words were like a shot of adrenaline, instantly boosting Shang Weitian's confidence. He deeply felt the strength of the 1.3 billion people of Decia, a force that straightened his spine and filled him with unprecedented courage. All right, I understand, Shang Weitian said firmly, nodding with determination as his eyes gleamed with resolve. Lin Fan smiled with satisfaction and patted Shang Weitian on the shoulder. The steel resources are in place, and the treasury has allocated some resources to Ludong. The state construction teams are also gathering there. He then turned to Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen, please accompany me to Ludong. We need you to personally oversee the construction of the steel Great Wall. Mr. Chen nodded solemnly in agreement. Lin Fan immediately turned around and strode back to the meeting room, where the martial arts practitioners were immersed in their training. Clapping his hands to get their attention, Lin Fan raised his voice and said, "Everyone, pause your training for now. Continue in the vehicles. Right now, I need all of you to head downstairs immediately." Wong Hu, emerging from his training state, stretched lazily while feeling the surging power within him. With a puzzled expression, he asked, "Commander, where are we heading?" Lin Fan pointed to the map behind him, his eyes burning with determination. "We're heading to the eastern coast. There, we will build a steel Great Wall." Huh. Wong Hu scratched his head, looking even more confused. "Isn't construction work the job of the building crews? What does it have to do with us?" Lin Fan gave a mysterious smile, speaking with a hint of intrigue. "If I'm not mistaken, during this unprecedented construction project, certain things buried deep underground may awaken." He fixed his gaze on Wong Hu and added meaningfully, "Kid, make sure to eat well and build up your strength in the coming days. You've got a tough battle ahead." Although Wong Hu was still baffled, Lin Fan's words made him unconsciously stand taller, with a spark of fighting spirit igniting in his eyes. While the specifics weren't clear, he had a strong sense that an extraordinary challenge awaited them. And so, Lin Fan, accompanied by Mr. Chen and a group of martial arts practitioners, embarked on their journey to the eastern coast. What lay ahead was not just a massive construction project, but potentially a challenge of monumental importance to the nation's fate. Everything would unfold on that land, where the steel Great Wall was destined to rise. The modified military jeep roared as it sped out of Kyoto, heading straight for Jiaodong. Lin Fan sat quietly in the lead vehicle, gazing out at the fleeting scenery. Given his status, he could easily travel by civilian airliner or military jet, but he chose this route instead. He wanted to see Decia's land and its people with his own eyes and to personally sense the shifting tides of the current situation. Inside the convoy, the first batch of God-slaying army recruits was deep in intense training. They were acutely aware that Lin Fan wouldn't summon them without a significant reason. A monumental battle was undoubtedly on the horizon, and every second of training had become increasingly precious. Outside, massive construction vehicles and military jeeps formed an unending procession, a torrent of steel surging forward. These were state-owned construction teams mobilized by the infrastructure department. Sitting beside Lin Fan, Jean Lao spoke at a rapid pace, briefing him on the current developments. Decia had halted all construction projects nationwide, reassigning every government construction team to Ludong. Steel resources from the national reserves had already been delivered, and construction had commenced. Recruitment efforts were proceeding smoothly, with 20 million soldiers enlisted in just 2 days, and the pace was accelerating. As Lin Fan watched the roaring construction vehicles, their presence as fierce as wild beasts, a faint smile appeared on his lips. Those so-called gods would never have imagined that Decia had prepared so thoroughly for their arrival. This unrelenting torrent of steel was the embodiment of Decia's strength. For 100 miles, the flood of iron beasts never ceased, a testament to the nation's unwavering resolve to resist divine invasion. But suddenly, Lin Fan's expression hardened. Among the endless convoy of state-owned vehicles, a group of unmarked construction trucks and vans appeared on the highway. Banners of all kinds were plastered across their sides. Brothers from Jingzhou supporting Ludong. Stay strong, Ludong. Brothers from Heizhou construction team are here to help. Lin Fan frowned deeply and turned to Jean Lao. Jean Lao, did you authorize this? Jean Lao nodded. Yes. The infrastructure department reported a manpower shortage, so Lin Fan's face darkened, and his voice turned icy. What is this nonsense? Driver, stop the car. Block those private construction teams immediately. The military jeep sped past the civilian vehicles, overtaking them and gradually slowing down. From the loudspeaker mounted on the jeep's roof came a clear and commanding voice. Vehicles behind, pull over for inspection. I repeat, vehicles behind, please cooperate and pull over for inspection. Under the military's directive, the private construction teams reluctantly brought their vehicles to a halt by the roadside. Suppressing his rising anger, Lin Fan kept his tone respectful as he addressed Jean Lao. Jean Lao, have you forgotten our earlier meeting? This operation must minimize its impact on civilians. Building the steel Great Wall may seem straightforward, but do you have any idea how dangerous it actually is? Jean Lao stayed silent for a long while before finally conceding. It's impossible to stop them. Lin Fan's disbelief was evident. You command armies of hundreds of thousands, even millions, with perfect precision. And yet, you can't stop a few civilian construction teams? Jean Lao nodded candidly, his expression tinged with an odd humor. This is different, but fine. If you think you can stop them, go ahead and try. You'll understand what I mean soon enough. Determined to resolve the issue himself, Lin Fan stepped out of the jeep, with Jean Lao following close behind. Workers from the 3 private construction teams also got out of their vehicles, curious about the situation. Leading them were 3 middle-aged men dressed in suits and leather shoes, though their attire was stained with cement and dirt. One of them, a slightly overweight man, frowned and asked, "What's going on?" The driver of the lead vehicle replied, "Someone's stopping us." The man caught sight of the row of pitch-black military jeeps and felt a jolt of apprehension. Nevertheless, he mustered his courage and called out to the workers behind him, "Come on, everyone. Let's go check it out. Even if it's the military, they can't just stop us for no reason. We're here to help, after all." A chorus of voices from the workers echoed his sentiment. Exactly. We're not breaking any laws. Who can stop us from contributing to Decia? The 2 groups quickly converged. Despite his earlier bravado, the middle-aged man couldn't help but feel a pang of nervousness when he recognized Lin Fan and Jean Lao. After all, standing before him were Decia's supreme commander and the legendary General Jean Lao, both of whom were familiar faces from national broadcasts. Lin Fan glanced at the workers before turning to Jean Lao. "These are the people you couldn't stop?" Jean Lao maintained his look of helplessness. "I told you, it's impossible." Taking a deep breath, Lin Fan forced a smile and addressed the workers who had come to Ludong on their own accord. "Everyone, please return home." The seemingly honest and simple middle-aged man, slightly overweight, instinctively shrank his neck when he first saw Lin Fan. Although he was a contractor, his operation was modest, with only a few dozen workers' brothers from the same small town. Over the years, he had managed to save some money, but to secure more jobs, he had gritted his teeth and taken out loans to purchase a few construction vehicles. Given his status, he felt insignificant in front of Lin Fan. To someone like him, Lin Fan's words carried the weight of an unquestionable command. However, when he heard Lin Fan speak, he froze for a moment. Then, as if summoning courage from nowhere, he chuckled and said, "Boss, how can you say that? How can we just go back?" While he didn't dare to outright challenge the commanding officer, he had his own way of being clever. Lin Fan remained silent, so the middle-aged man, still chuckling, began to make connections. "Boss, let me introduce myself. I'm Lao Wong, the leader of the Wangjia village construction team from Heizhou. This skinny, dark-skinned guy here is Lao Li, leader of the Lijia village construction team, also from Heizhou. And this is Lao Wu, leader of the Wuji Yazwang construction team. These guys behind us? They're all our brothers. We've seen you on TV, boss, along with Mr. Jean. This morning, we even watched Mr. Jean's press conference." Not wanting to waste time, Lin Fan cut him off directly. "Everyone go back." Lao Wang's expression instantly became conflicted. After a long pause, the small-time contractor gathered the courage to look Lin Fan in the eye and said, "Neither arrogant nor servile, boss. I can't go back." "Can't go back?" Lin Fan frowned. Lao Wang chuckled. "Boss, if you really want me to go back, I'll follow orders. But these brothers behind me, they'll probably beat me up." Turning to face the workers behind him, he shouted, "Brothers, the boss wants us to go back. Should I lead you back? Try going back, Lao Wang, and see what happens." "Yeah, we agreed to come help, and now you're chickening out? If you're short on money, just tell us. We'll pitch in to help. But if you dare to take side jobs at a time like this, I won't work with you anymore." The worker's words were simple but firm. Lao Wang could only smile bitterly. He turned back to Lin Fan and said helplessly, "Boss, you see? I really can't go back." Lin Fan glanced at the crowd of over 100 workers, their determination evident. With a heavy tone, he tried to reason with them. "Everyone, I understand that you want to help, but please trust us." "Boss, with all due respect, that's not right." One worker suddenly shouted. "We trust you, but why should we only let the country protect us? We should be protecting the country too." "Exactly. We may not be well educated, but isn't there a saying? When the nation prospers, it's everyone's responsibility. We came here of our own free will." These workers didn't care whether Lin Fan was a commanding officer or not. They only knew they had come to help, and no one could send them back. For a moment, Lin Fan found himself at a loss for words. Seeing this, Lao Wang seized the opportunity. "Boss Lin, we know you mean well, but we're all citizens of Dacia. How can you stop us from helping our country? You endure hardship and exhaustion. Should we just hide behind you? What kind of Dacia people would we be then? Yes, I admit, I've got a weak heart. Years of drinking and entertaining clients have left me in bad shape. I can't even run 500 meters without gasping. I'm not fit for the battlefield. But construction work? That's what we do. You fight on your battlefield, and we'll fight on ours. That's how family works. Just as Lao Wong finished speaking, his phone suddenly rang. He glanced sheepishly at Lin Fan before answering. Yes, yes, it's me. Oh, Mr. Zhang, I've brought the workers back from the site. What? No, I've got to head to Ludong to help out. You'll have to find another construction team for now. They'll refund the payment later. What? You can't find anyone? Everyone else is heading to Ludong too? Lao Wong paused, momentarily stunned. Well, don't wait for me then. Once the work in Ludong is done, I heard there'll be big projects across the entire eastern coastline. There's no way I can come back anytime soon. No, I'm not crazy. I know I've got a loan to pay off every month, but don't worry. I've saved up enough over the years to last a year or two. There was a long silence on the other end of the call before the voice finally replied. All right, go to your thing. I'll wait for you. Lao Wong blinked in surprise. No, really, don't wait for me. Like I said, after Ludong, there's the entire eastern coastline. Stop talking. I get it. Once you're done with all that, come back and fix my pool. And keep the money. Don't refund it. That's all. The caller hung up before Lao Wong could say another word. Lao Wong chuckled and looked at Lin Fan. Boss, you see? I've already turned down other jobs. How am I supposed to explain myself if you send me back now? Behind him, the workers began shouting in unison, their voices loud and full of resolve. It was as if their collective determination could break through any obstacle and carry them to the battlefield they had set their hearts on. Exactly, boss, said Lao Wong, the foreman, with a sincere expression. When I left home, my wife was crying her heart out, but she still let me come. If I go back now, she'll probably give me an earful. He scratched his head, a slightly embarrassed smile on his face. Besides, I've already bragged to my family about coming to help our Decia. If I go back with my tail between my legs, won't I be the laughingstock? Lin Fan looked at the sly foreman standing in front of him, then glanced at the determined faces of the workers behind him, momentarily at a loss for words. These ordinary people seemed so small, yet they were the flesh and blood of Decia, the foundation that kept the nation standing tall. Their words echoed in his mind. Decia protects them, but isn't it also them who protect Decia? Nearby, Elder Jean muttered under his breath. See? I told you we couldn't stop them. They're dead set on going. If even their wives can't hold them back, what chance do we have? Lin Fan took a deep breath, about to speak, but Lao Wong beat him to it. Don't worry, boss. We'll follow all orders to the letter. Whatever the organization says, we'll do. We guarantee to meet all construction standards, no cutting corners. You can inspect us anytime. He hesitated for a moment before adding, if times get tough, we can even work without pay, as long as there's food and shelter. Simple meals and dormitory rooms will do. Before he could finish, 3 or 4 private construction teams sped by in their vehicles. Lin Fan also noticed trucks plastered with various company logos, loaded with rice, flour, oil, and salt, all heading east toward Ludong. It was all voluntary, no official mobilization, no orders. At this moment, Lin Fan, though the second-in-command to the nation's leader and a near demigod in strength, found himself unable to stop these humble workers. For while they lacked formal education, they possessed a spirit, an essence, the Decia spirit passed down for 5,000 years. When disaster strikes, help comes from all directions. When the nation is in peril, every citizen bears responsibility. Decia's people have never shied away from risking everything for their country. Faced with these ordinary yet extraordinary workers, Lin Fan could only bow deeply. Thank you all for your efforts. He turned to Elder Jean and instructed, contact the Ministry of Construction. Integrate these private teams and assign tasks appropriately. Pay them according to the National Construction Team standards, and ensure everyone has equal access to food and housing. Additionally, waive the school fees for their children. After a brief pause, he added, as for other civilian contributions, such as food supplies, we can accept them, but only through fair purchase. No one is allowed to take anything for free. The execution efficiency of Decia has always been unparalleled. By that very afternoon, the entire coastal region of Ludong had sprung into action, and an unprecedented wave of construction swept across the land. On the beaches, engineering vehicles were lined up in dense, orderly formations, stretching as far as the eye could see. More vehicles, like a relentless river of steel, streamed in from the inland regions, their wheels thundering against the ground and shaking the earth. 80 million tons of steel, urgently dispatched from the National Treasury in Kyoto, had already arrived. Piled up every 100 miles, these towering steel mountains stood alongside concrete, sand, and other building materials, creating a breathtaking spectacle. The highways transformed into vital arteries for transportation, as privately owned engineering vehicles from across the nation converged toward Ludong. Convoys of trucks loaded with construction materials formed a roaring, unstoppable steel caravan, their deafening rumble echoing across the skies. Along Ludong's 2,000-kilometer coastline, from sheer cliffs to flat sandy beaches, the landscape was dominated by countless machines of steel. Amidst this vast and rugged terrain, tiny human figures bustled about, appearing insignificant against the backdrop of the boundless ocean. Yet it was these ant-like workers who were preparing to engage in a life-and-death struggle with the mighty sea. The roar of machinery was ceaseless. Excavators tore into the earth, drills pierced through rock, and construction crews both private and state-owned worked hand in hand, determined to erect an unyielding steel fortress in this corner of the world. Under the blazing sun, the steel convoy conceived by Decia surged forward with unshakable resolve, beginning to construct a towering barrier to hold back the ocean. "Listen up. Stick to the plano, cutting corners, not even a little," yelled Wong, a foreman drenched in sweat, his voice hoarse from shouting commands. "This time, we're not doing this for profit. If we cut corners, it'll come back to bite yous and we'll be the ones paying the price." "Don't worry, Wong," the workers shouted back in unison. "We're no fools. This is for ourselves. How could we cut corners? That'd be digging our own graves. We won't slack off. We won't let the other teams look down on us." Their resounding voices echoed across the beach. Behind them, bright red flags fluttered in the wind. In this moment, these seemingly insignificant humans at the edge of the vast ocean roared with a defiance so fierce that even the sea seemed to fall silent. This was Decia's resistancia, rebellion against gods and the forces of nature. If the gods sought to invade Decia with the power of the heavens and earth, then the people of Decia would wield the strength of steel to declare their land a forbidden zone for the divine. Amid the mechanical roars, Decia's fury shook the heavens and the earth. At this time, Wong, the foreman who had earlier been stopped and reluctantly let through by Lin Fan, was entrusted with a critical task due to his expertise with blueprints and his strong discipline. He was now responsible for constructing a 500-meter section of the steel wall. Though this stretch seemed insignificant compared to the 2,000-kilometer initial project, to Wong, it was a burden as heavy as a mountain. In just a few hours, the work boots Wong had specially put on for the site were already worn through. Yet he continued, drenched in sweat, holding blueprints as he tirelessly patrolled the 500-meter section under his charge. He alternated between shouting instructions and bending down to mark the sand with flags, muttering to himself, "Air Juicy, pay attention. Dig down 100 meters here. The sand is soft, so reinforce it immediately after excavation. Wu, this spot needs a watchtower 110 meters high, 10 meters wide, 20 meters long, not a single centimeter off. The foundation must be reinforced twice." The workers under his command meticulously recorded every detail, terrified of making even the slightest mistake. Similar scenes could be found throughout the construction site, where everyone set aside their titles and tirelessly threw themselves into the work. Even foremen who had previously held grudges against one another put aside their differences, cooperating seamlessly. They all understood that this effort was for Decia, for the safety of every single one of its citizens. Though each individual section of responsibility seemed insignificant, they all knew the truth. A 1,000-mile dike could be undone by an ant's nest. One person's negligence could lead to catastrophic failure, turning the 2,000-kilometer steel wall along Ludong's coast into nothing but a dream. The pressure was immense enough to crush an ordinary person. But Decia had never lacked resilience or unwavering determination. "Allocations are done. Now it's time to give it everything we've got," Wong said, exhaling deeply after countless rounds of inspections. He gazed at the 500-meter-long, 100-meter-wide area under his care, feeling utterly drained, almost to the point of collapse. Yet, despite his dizziness, he pushed on, saying, "There's one more issue that needs to be reported to the higher-ups. We're short on manpower at this pace. Forget 3 months, it'll take at least 5 months to finish." Just then, a deafening rumble grew louder in the distance. A convoy of army green trucks roared onto the coastline, kicking up clouds of dust. As the dust settled, soldiers disembarked, ready to join the race against time in this monumental construction battle. Under the astonished gazes of everyone present, a massive wave of army green swept onto the construction site. The convoy came to a halt, and one by one, young men and women clad in brand-new military uniforms leapt off the vehicles and quickly formed into orderly lines. Their faces still bore the traces of youth, but their eyes shone with unwavering determination. The sheer scale of this group was staggering, an estimated 4 to 5 million strong. Looking around, the original color of the sandy ground was almost entirely submerged, replaced by an endless expanse of green uniforms. Without a moment's hesitation, these young soldiers charged straight toward various construction zones. Within the 500-meter area managed by Wong alone, more than 1,000 recruits jogged in, their synchronized footsteps echoing powerfully. This sudden turn of events caught Wong completely off guard. As he stood there in stunned silence, a slightly older officer briskly approached, snapped to attention, saluted, and reported in a loud, clear voice, "Manager Wong, these recruits have been gathered from all over the country. The commander has ordered us to conduct military training here at the construction site. Each recruit will participate in 8 hours of Great Wall construction daily as part of their physical training to support the building of this steel barrier. Wong was so shocked he could barely form a sentence. Stammering, he asked, "Thighs, didn't the recruitment for Decia just start yesterday? How did you manage to enlist 4 or 5 million people so quickly?" A hint of pride flashed across the officer's face as he added, "In fact, we've already recruited 8 million new soldiers. There are still more recruits from distant provinces making their way here." This number made Wong involuntarily gasp. But what followed was an overwhelming sense of pride in being a citizen of Decia. He thought back to the voices of doubt abroad, and even among some domestic onlookers who were waiting for the effort to fail. Who could have imagined that within just one day, recruitment would reach 8 million? Not only had the expansion goal been exceeded, but it had been doubled. The officer seemed to read Wong's thoughts and, with a respectful tone, said, "You and these brothers of yours came here as a volunteer civilian construction team, didn't you? Your actions are even more commendable, bringing together over 20 million people in a single day. Including the state-run construction teams, the total now exceeds 30 million. Wong couldn't help but laugh, a deep sense of pride welling up as he sighed. "You're absolutely right. When the nation prospers or falls, it's the duty of every citizen. Now, please assign us our tasks." The officer gestured toward the young recruits behind him and chuckled. "These rookies are full of energy and need to be worked hard to toughen them up. Don't worry about exhausting them. What they'll face in the future will make hauling bricks look like child's play." Across platforms like Weibo, Douyin, and Tushio, videos were going viral. The footage showed a relentless convoy of construction vehicles roaring down highways, racing from every corner of the nation toward Ludong. At the same time, transport trucks loaded with supplies poured in without pause. Along the Ludong coastline, red flags snapped sharply in the wind. Civilian construction crews worked shoulder to shoulder with state-owned engineering teams, the clamor of machinery reverberating across the landscape. They were united in a singular, sacred mission: to build an impenetrable steel wall and protect Decia. Newly recruited soldiers, with no time for rest, headed straight from the enlistment centers to the construction sites. Though their roles were limited to physically demanding tasks like moving bricks and cement, their dust-covered faces glowed with unwavering determination. Underneath the videos, a flood of comments surged in. "This is incredible. I want to enlist and do my part for Decia. I'm on the highway right now, heading to Ludong. Sichuan has sent 20 tons of rice. That's my dad." New recruits say working one day on site is tougher than running 20 kilometers. "I have no regrets being born in Decia. In my next life, may I be Daxian again." In the makeshift command center near the Ludong coast, Chen Yin, the overall director, was anxiously fielding call after call, leading the research team through one technical challenge after another. Nearby, Lin Fan sat with his eyes closed, taking a moment to rest, while Elder Jean, cigarette in hand, scanned the latest recruitment figures from across the regions. "Xiao Wong," Chen Yin said, putting down the phone and addressing a young researcher. "Go to Zone 0657 and deal with the rock layer issue. Remember, follow the blueprints to the letter. I don't care if the rock is made of iron, break through it." The bespectacled young man, though looking scholarly and unassuming, nodded firmly and left with purposeful strides. "Commander Lin," Elder Jean said with a chuckle, taking a sip of tea, "the recruitment response has far exceeded expectations. In just one day, 8 million people have signed up. Sichuan alone contributed 800,000. Even by Zhan's son, by Yifei, started from the ground up and is currently hauling bricks at a construction site. At this rate, we might mobilize 60 million within a week." Repeating that astonishing number, Elder Jean, the head of the Luzhou military district, couldn't help but feel a bit dazed. A sudden thought crossed his mind. If the ancestors who sacrificed their lives for Decia could see this moment, how proud they would be. A nation once plagued by poverty and humiliation now stands tall with skyscrapers piercing the skies. A people once trampled upon can now rally 60 million in a single week to defend their homeland. If those who came before us could witness today's Decia, they would surely smile in peace. Lin Fan, however, remained composed, offering only a faint nod. Elder Jean suppressed his thoughts and returned to the matter at hand. Frowning, he said, "Should we impose some restrictions? 60 million. To be honest, it's a bit beyond what we planned." Lin Fan abruptly opened his eyes and interrupted. "No, we can't impose any limits." Elder Jean's expression grew complicated, his tone tinged with concern. "But I understand that recruiting more soldiers is beneficial. Yet if the numbers get too high, it could affect the livelihoods of the common people." Lin Fan locked eyes with Elder Jean and suddenly asked, 60 million? Elder Jean, do you know how many soldiers the Great Xia had in the year New Era 013? Elder Jean froze for a moment, instinctively asking, "How many?" 320 million, Lin Fan said slowly, letting the astonishing number sink in. Elder Jean gasped sharply, repeating in disbelief. 320 million? Lin Fan continued, his voice heavy with emotion. At that time, the Great Xia was in no way comparable to what it is now. The land was devastated, and the total population of the Great Xia was only 510 million. Those 320 million soldiers represented every single person who was still capable of fighting. In other words, the entire nation had taken up arms. Elder Jin's eyes widened in shock as he stammered. An entire nation at war? That's madness. It wasn't madness, it was survival, Lin Fan replied, a trace of pain flashing in his eyes as though recalling a deeply buried memory. Back then, the people of the Great Xia didn't even have the luxury of a normal life. Simply staying alive was a struggle. The potential they unleashed stunned the entire world. Yet, 2 years later, the death knell still tolled. Taking a deep breath, Lin Fan looked firmly at Elder Jean. So, 60 million is truly not excessive. For us right now, the more soldiers we recruit, the better. At this stage, they're helping with construction. But what lies ahead are battles against gods and their followers. Beyond that, certain mysterious entities within the Great Xia's borders will awaken. Similar entities from other regions will also pose threats to us. Every city, every village will need specialized personnel to protect it. And then there's the issue of food resources will become scarce. We'll need many soldiers just to farm and ensure a steady food supply. Elder Jean nodded thoughtfully. When you put it that way, increasing our numbers does seem necessary. Wait, he suddenly paused, realization dawning on him. You mentioned something mysterious? What do you mean by that? A shadow of gravity passed over Lin Fan's face, and his tone turned serious. The descent of the gods will awaken certain slumbering entities. You'll find out soon enough. He offered no further explanation but silently calculated in his mind. According to the memories of his past life, by now, one of those beings should already be close to awakening. And it was right near the coastal region of Ludong. The Corpse King, Jiang Chun. Mr. Jean listened to Lin Fan's explanation, his furrowed brow relaxing as a look of sudden realization spread across his face. He patted Lin Fan on the shoulder and praised him, saying, "Good job, kid. Your plan is brilliant. Sending the new recruits to the construction site for training, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. It speeds up the project while being far tougher than carrying weights during a cross-country run." Lin Fan, however, shook his head solemnly, his gaze unwavering. This hardship is nothing. What we're up against are gods far more powerful than any opponent we've ever faced. No matter how grueling the training, it's better than dying at the hands of the sea god and her sea beast followers. He paused briefly before adding, of course, we can't neglect shooting, tactics, and other essential drills. At that moment, Mr. Chun, who had been busy coordinating things over the phone, finally couldn't hold back. He turned around and complained, "You two are unbelievable. If you've got so much free time, why don't you come over here and help me out?" Mr. Jean grinned shamelessly and replied, "Mr. Chun, you're the chief in charge here. I'm just a rough military man. Leading troops into battle is my thing. But put me in charge of construction? That would make me a sinner of Decia." Mr. Chun was momentarily at a loss for words, rendered speechless. As they spoke, a young soldier hurried into the room. After saluting the officers present, he reported with a grave expression, "Chief, there's trouble at the 1125 construction site. We've unearthed a strange, pitch-black stone tablet. Photos have already been sent over." Lin Fan immediately stood up and grabbed the photos to examine them closely. His breathing quickened as he recognized the familiar corpse inscription on the tablet. Without a second of hesitation, he turned and strode out of the room, leaving behind a single sentence, "I'll handle this." He headed straight to the adjacent room, pushing the door open. Inside, the first members of the god-slaying unit Dao Wanqian, Compassionate Master, and Mo Buzuer seated cross-legged in meditation. Lin Fan raised his voice and commanded, "Stop meditating. Get up and form ranks. The god-slaying unit is about to face its first battle." The moment the words left his mouth, everyone stood up, their eyes gleaming with a mix of tension and excitement. Wong Hu, a burly man trained in Xingyi Quan, asked curiously, "Boss, what's the situation?" Lin Fan explained concisely, "We're about to face an entity known as the Mystic. These beings possess extraordinary powers, akin to creatures from legends, werewolves, vampires, zombies, and fox spirits. We can either exterminate them or try to subdue them. But for this mission, focus on killing. Don't take any chances." 5 minutes later, a military vehicle sped toward the 1125 site. Inside the vehicle, Lin Fan continued briefing the team about what lay ahead. "This mystic isn't particularly powerful, but in my memory, it caused the deaths of hundreds of thousands and immense damage to Decia. Stay extremely vigilant." With the roar of the military truck's engine, the first battle of the god-slaying unit was about to commence. As soon as those words were spoken, shock and fear instantly appeared on everyone's faces. Hundreds of thousands of deaths? The sheer magnitude of that number made everyone present gasp in horror. A glimmer of disbelief flickered in Emobuji's eyes. His voice trembled slightly as he said, "This isn't considered powerful?" Lin Fan lowered his voice, his tone carrying a hint of gravity. "Its actual strength isn't overwhelming. After a prolonged period of slumber, it's merely at the level of a demigod. However," he paused, his gaze sweeping across the room, "its name is Jiang Chen." Jiang Chen. The moment those two words were uttered, it was like a thunderclap striking everyone's hearts. Their faces turned pale in an instant. "The Corpse King, Jiang Chen," someone murmured. "The progenitor of all zombies," another person added. "The first zombie, born from a convergence of resentment and dark energy." A third voice quivered as it spoke. The air grew thick with tension, and everyone's breathing became rapid and shallow. Dao Wanqian gently brushed his hand against the peachwood sword at his waist. A faint smile emerged on his lips, and excitement gleamed in his eyes. "How thrilling! At last, I have the chance to follow in the footsteps of my predecessors, to vanquish demons and exorcise evil." The Taoist peachwood sword and yellow talismans were created precisely to slay such vile creatures. In stark contrast to Dao Wanqian's enthusiasm, Emobuji's expression darkened. His brows furrowed deeply, and his eyes reflected profound concern. "I think I understand how it caused the deaths of hundreds of thousands." Emobuji's mind raced as he analyzed the situation. Hundreds of thousands of people, killing them one by one would take decades, even centuries. If Jiang Chen's strength has truly fallen to the level of a demigod, as Lin Fan says, there's no way it could have directly killed so many. He paused briefly, continuing to reason aloud. But the real question is, what does it mean to be a zombie? A being born from the dark energy of heaven and earth, driven not only by a thirst for blood, but also by the ability to spread its essence. Once its dark energy invades a human body, it can transform the victim into a mindless zombie too. His voice dropped lower, as if he were speaking to himself. It's essentially a mobile source of contagion, spreading a deadly plague wherever it goes. If left unchecked, the Corpse King could easily amass an army of zombies. His gaze sharpened. The best way to deal with such a threat is to destroy it the moment it appears. But Emobuji suddenly looked up, a trace of terror flashing in his eyes. This time, it surfaced in construction zone 1125. There are at least several thousand workers and new recruits stationed there. His voice began to tremble. What's even more terrifying is that all the construction zones are interconnected, spanning the entire coastline of Ludo. If a zombie outbreak truly erupts there, then... Emobuji's face turned ashen, his Adam's apple bobbing as he swallowed hard, struggling to verbalize his thoughts. Doesn't that mean the 800,000 new recruits and 3 million engineering workers that Decia painstakingly assembled could all fall under Jiang Chen's control and become zombies? The room's atmosphere grew unbearably heavy. The sound of everyone's rapid, pounding heartbeats seemed almost deafening. Emobuji bit his lip hard, hesitating to voice his final, horrifying conclusion. If that happens, it might spiral entirely out of control. The entire Decia nation could be consumed by zombies. The dreadful thoughts swirled in his mind, an unshakable nightmare haunting his every breath. In the construction site of Area 1125, the deafening roar of machinery filled the air. In just one day, a massive pit over 30 meters deep had been excavated, exposing a mysterious, jet-black stone tablet at its base. At that moment, all the workers and young soldiers who had come to assist stopped what they were doing, their eyes fixed on the enigmatic object. "What's going on? How is there a stone tablet down there?" one of the workers asked, bewildered. "Strange, who would bury a stone tablet here?" another chimed in. "And who would dig such a deep hole for it?" Among the crowd, someone squinted, studying the tablet closely. "Is that the character for corpse?" The stone tablet was as black as ink, absorbing all light with an unsettling matte surface. Its material was inexplicable, and an air of unease began to spread across the construction site. "Don't touch it. We'll take a closer look," a daring worker said, ignoring the warnings of those around him. Carefully, he approached the tablet, extending a hand to touch its surface. The cold, slightly sticky texture made him frown. When he pulled his hand back, he was horrified to see his palm stained a deep red, as if covered in blood. He whipped his head around to look back at the tablet, and in that moment, the truth became clear. It wasn't a stone tablet at all. It was a massive block of dried, congealed blood. As if sensing the presence of the living, the blood block began to tremble. The character for corpse etched on its surface started to writhe unnervingly. "Ah!" The daring worker let out a terrified scream and scrambled to climb out of the pit. "Run! Something's not right." The sky suddenly dimmed, and the scorching summer wind came to an abrupt halt. In an instant, the world fell eerily silent. Then, a bone-chilling wind, colder than the depths of winter, swept through, and the ground began to quake violently. Out of nowhere, a massive bluish-green hand burst forth from the blood block, seizing the fleeing worker by the back with unerring precision. Razor-sharp claws pierced his flesh, and blood gushed out like a fountain. The man's eyes widened in terror as he struggled to call for help. "Save me!" A beast-like roar echoed through the air, shaking the very ground. From the blood block emerged a towering figure, standing nearly 5 meters tall. Its bluish-gray body was grotesque and decayed, with exposed fangs and a face that looked like it had crawled straight out of hell. The monstrous being effortlessly lifted the man as if he were a mere chick, bringing him closer. It inhaled deeply, savoring the air, and spoke in a low, guttural voice, "I need your essence." With that single breath, the man in its grasp was drained of life in an instant. His complexion turned pale and ashen, his body convulsed uncontrollably, and his vacant eyes stared into nothingness. His mouth hung open, but no sound escaped. The horrifying sight left everyone around frozen in place, their minds blank, too stunned even to feel fear. The giant in the pit slowly raised its head, its decayed face scanning the crowd of petrified humans. A sinister grin spread across its rotten features. "Thank you for awakening me. You will be my nourishment." With an ear-splitting roar, a bluish-gray aura erupted from its body. Enveloped in this ominous energy, the terrifying creature easily leapt out of the 30-meter-deep pit, landing heavily on the ground above. The impact sent a cloud of dust billowing into the air. Behind it, the drained worker's lifeless body began to stir. He rose to his feet in an unnatural, twisted posture. His eyes, now devoid of whites and pupils, were entirely bluish-gray. His movements were stiff and jerky, as if controlled by invisible strings, yet his newfound strength was undeniable. "Roar!" He let out an inhuman growl and followed the giant's footsteps, leaping out of the pit. "Zombies!" Someone screamed in terror. But the giant was something far worse. Corpse King, the legendary Jiang Chen. A deathly bluish-gray aura swirled around Jiang Chen like a miasma. He spread his arms wide, his voice deep and seductive. "Offer me your lives. Follow me, and I shall grant you immortality." As his words fell, the deathly aura slithered outward like venomous snakes, spreading toward the workers and soldiers. At the same time, the newly turned zombie lunged at the crowd with a guttural snarl. It wasn't until then that the workers and soldiers snapped out of their daze. Panic erupted. What is that thing? Zombies? Are these really zombies? Run. It's haunted." Screams filled the air as the crowd scattered in all directions. But behind them, the bluish-gray aura swept over them like a tide, consuming one fleeing figure after another. Each person touched by the deathly mist was instantly drained of their life force, their souls devoured by the decayed giant. With every victim, Jiang Chen's body grew even stronger. Those drained of their life force collapsed to the ground, their skin shriveling like dried bark, their bodies and eyes taking on the same bluish-gray hue. Yet, soon after, they would rise again in unnatural postures, joining the hunt for the living. Amid the chaos, a young soldier who had only recently enlisted was running for his life. The bluish-gray mist was closing in, and a zombie once a friendly worker he had chatted with was hot on his heels. A glimmer of resolve flashed across the young soldier's face. He grabbed the shoulder of a middle-aged worker nearby and pushed him forward with all his strength. "Run, sir. Live on." The young man gave a bright yet tragic smile. "I'm a soldier, after all." With that, he turned to face the approaching zombie, his voice trembling but resolute. "I'm sorry I couldn't protect you, but I won't let you harm anyone else." The young soldier clenched his shaking fists. Fear was evident in his eyes. Anyone would be terrified in the face of such horrors. Soldiers were human too, with blood, flesh, and emotions. They could fear, they could cry. But beyond the fear, there was determination. "I won't let you hurt anyone else. I'm a soldier." As the bluish-gray mist surged forward and dozens of feral zombies charged, tears of terror streamed down the young soldier's face. Yet, his trembling hands stilled, and his fists tightened with resolve. He began to run not away, but toward the oncoming tide of death. No, he wasn't alone. Behind him, more and more youthful faces gritted their teeth, suppressing their trembling bodies, and followed him into the fray. One by one, silhouettes threw themselves into the grayish-blue mist like moths to a flame. The young recruits, with their bare hands and flesh, fought to hold back the snarling, grotesque zombies. They had only been enlisted for a single day, yet they were already sacrificing themselves to protect others. "We are soldiers too," they shouted through tears, their voices raw with emotion, as they charged into the mist, suppressing their fear to tackle the oncoming undead. However, victory was fleeting. Under the eerie haze of the mist, these brave recruits soon loosened their grips and, in a horrifying twist, rose alongside the zombies they had taken down, letting out guttural roars as they turned on the fleeing crowd. Among the panicked masses, Another group of young recruits came to a halt. Keep running. Don't look back, they yelled. Hold on. Reinforcements are on the way. With those words, they turned to face the deadly mist. We are soldiers. Come on. It's our turn now, they bellowed, standing their ground against the encroaching danger. In moments of peril, there are always those who make seemingly irrational choices, running toward danger instead of away from it. Though as fragile as ants, they built a human wall of courage with their thunderous roars. 1 kilometer away, at a temporary camp, C2 Hong barked orders. Something's wrong. Everyone, gear up. Fire support to construction zone 1125. Level 1 combat readiness. Within 30 seconds, military trucks loaded with gear and armed vehicles roared to life. C2 Hong kicked open the truck door, leapt out with a jet-black machine gun in his arms, and was followed by over 300 seasoned soldiers, heavily armed and ready for battle. The scene before them was unlike anything they'd ever witnessed. Terror-stricken civilians ran toward the soldiers, their faces etched with despair. Behind them, 5 waves of young recruits had already charged into the grayish mist, sacrificing themselves to buy time for the workers to escape. Tragically, those brave recruits had been turned into zombies, mindlessly attacking the living. The grayish-blue mist spread like sinister tendrils, its decayed figures shrouded in eerie obscurity, relentlessly pursuing the fleeing survivors. Some of the seasoned soldiers struggled to comprehend what they were seeing, but C2 Hong's radio suddenly crackled with a terse message. Zombies? Infectious and spreading. Consider it irreversible. C2 Hong, hold them off. 5 minutes. If not, the entire steel Great Wall will become a zombie haven. C2 Hong grasped the gravity of the situation instantly. Without hesitation, he raised his gun and shouted, Everyone, charge with me. Fire support. Prepare for bombardment. Targets. The mist and the zombies. The word zombies sent a shiver through the hearts of the veteran soldiers. These creatures of legend had somehow become their enemies, a reality too surreal to believe. Yet, it was the only explanation for the horrors unfolding before them. C2 Hong led the 300 soldiers to the front of the fleeing crowd, shouting at the top of his lungs, Get down. It's the military. The military is here. You're safe now. Get down. The fleeing workers, desperate for salvation, dropped to the ground without hesitation, clinging to this last shred of hope. Open fire. C2 Hong roared, veins bulging on his forehead as he pulled the trigger. Rat-a-tat-a-tat-a-ta. The sharp crack of gunfire erupted, the muzzle of his machine gun spitting flames as spinning bullets tore through the air, sweeping just over the heads of the workers lying prone on the ground. The MG3 machine gun roared like a beast unleashed. Simultaneously, the 300 soldiers behind C2 Hong raised their rifles, aiming their barrels at the vague, shambling figures of the zombies emerging from the mist. For a moment, the veterans' fingers froze on the triggers, hesitant and unsure. Through the thick mist, the eerie figures began to come into focus, revealing youthful faces and bright green uniforms. These were the very same young soldiers who had earlier plunged into the fog, sacrificing their lives to buy time for the workers to escape. Their faces still bore a hint of innocence, their lips seemingly curled in radiant smiles. Yet their bodies were covered in gruesome wounds, their flesh mangled and torn, a horrifying sight, like crimson medals of valor. This scene made it impossible for the veterans to pull the trigger. These battle-hardened men, who had followed C2 Hong through life and death, knew all too well the iron will of their young commander. They had faced countless ferocious enemies under her leadership and never hesitated to fire. But these weren't enemies before them, they were their comrades. At that moment, C2 Hong roared, Are you going to disobey orders? Fire! The veterans froze, stunned. Only then did they realize that this seemingly cold and ruthless young commander, who was ordering them to fire relentlessly, was already in tears. In the flickering light of the gunfire, her face remained stoic, yet it was streaked with streams of sorrow. They would want us to fire, C2 Hong said through gritted teeth. Her words ignited a spark in the veterans' hearts. Fire! Oh, rest in peace. You've done enough for Decia, they shouted, finally pulling the triggers. Rat-a-tat-tat. Boom. Bullets rained down like a storm, tearing through the young bodies. Explosions thundered in the mist as grenades illuminated the scene, engulfing one familiar figure after another. Boom. Boom. Cluster launchers fired short-range missiles, streaking across the sky like shooting stars, their blinding light piercing into the depths of the fog. The terrifying barrage formed an impenetrable web of destruction. Explosions erupted one after another, and the violent shockwaves churned the mist. Shards of metal whirled through the air like blades, shredding those young figures into unrecognizable fragments. Amid the inferno, the veterans wept uncontrollably. The workers lying on the ground witnessed it all. They watched as the young faces and green uniforms that had fought to save them disappeared into the explosions, and they too were overcome with tears. These were the tears of Decia, filled with both tragedy and resolve. Survivors, crawl over here. Stay low. Situ Hong commanded loudly. At that moment, the surviving workers lifted their heads to look ahead. There, the soldiers stood like an unyielding wall of steel, their fingers relentlessly pulling the triggers. For the first time, the workers felt an overwhelming sense of safety. It was as if, so long as those figures in green uniforms stood guard, not even the heavens could harm them. The whizzing bullets didn't instill fear in the survivors. Instead, they brought an immense sense of protection. The deafening roar of gunfire was the power of Decia, the fierce roar of their homeland. Crawl forward. Don't you dare stand up, the veterans yelled through their tears as they fired relentlessly. The survivors crawled forward cautiously, inching their way past the fire line and into the safety behind the soldiers. Lying on the ground, they turned to look back, tears streaming down their faces, finally feeling secure. But not everyone was fortunate enough to return. Some had stayed behind in that misty battlefield forever, never to come back. No trenches, no cover. Situ Hong and her 300 soldiers stood like an iron wall, facing the zombie horde lurking in the dense fog. Guns roared, and bullets rained down in torrents. Under the baptism of modern firepower, the once feared zombies of legend fell one by one, reduced to bloodied fragments. Yet, there was no joy of victory in Situ Hong's eyes, or those of her veteran soldiers, only a heavy sorrow. The surviving workers wept or clenched their fists in anguish. Just 10 minutes ago, these zombies had been their colleagues, and now they had become their enemies. The battle was simple, yet unbearably painful. The gunfire gradually subsided, and the fog fell eerily silent. Situ Hong slowly lowered her weapon, staring ahead for a full 30 seconds. After confirming the area was secure, she turned and ordered her troops to replenish ammunition and prepare for the next confrontation. The tear stains on her face had vanished, replaced by an expression of cold indifference. Suddenly, a dull, rhythmic thudding echoed from the depths of the fog, causing the ground to tremble faintly. Situ Hong spun around, raising her weapon once more, eyes locked on the mist. A massive shadow began to emerge, its oppressive presence palpable. Prepare for battle, Situ Hong commanded calmly. The 300 veterans swiftly reloaded their weapons, while the heavy artillery units readied their launchers. As the fog dissipated, a towering figure 5 meters tall revealed itself. Its entire body was a sickly grayish-green, its skin cracked and rotting like ancient tree bark, exuding a nauseating stench of decay. Its grotesque face resembled that of a demon from hell, its nose barely discernible in its ruined state, and its pale, lifeless eyes sent chills down the spine. The giant spoke, its voice hoarse and grating. You killed my beloved puppets, so now you must pay. Before the last word had fully left its mouth, it charged straight towards Situ Hong. Open fire, Situ Hong shouted. Guns and cannons roared to life once again, lighting up the battlefield. A dense web of bullets rained down, and tactical missiles hit their mark with precision. But as the smoke cleared, the giant remained standing, unscathed, not even a scratch marring its grotesque form. Keep firing. Blast it to pieces, Situ Hong ordered again, disbelief etched across her face as she watched their attacks have no effect. The giant continued its advance, utterly indifferent to the relentless assault. It spoke again, its tone laced with mocking amusement. So, humans have mastered weapons like these now? How time flies. How many years have I been asleep? Still, these weapons, they're far too weak. You think this is enough to destroy me? I am the Zombie King Jiang Chun. Zombie King Jiang Chun. The name sent a shiver through Situ Hong and her soldiers. The mythical progenitor of zombies, the very embodiment of deathly energy, was now their adversary. Major General Situ, what do we do now? A veteran shouted over the chaos, still firing his weapon. For a moment, Situ Hong was at a loss. Faced with an enemy impervious to their firepower, she struggled to devise a plan. Hold the line. No matter what, hold him off for 5 minutes, she yelled, her fingers still pulling the trigger. Suddenly, one of the veterans turned and began running in the opposite direction. Don't you dare retreat, Situ Hong bellowed, a wave of disappointment washing over her. But in the next moment, she froze. The deserter had jumped into an empty missile launch vehicle, its ammunition already spent, and now the engine roared to life. The vehicle sped forward, heading directly toward the charging Zombie King. Inside the cockpit, the coward grinned maniacally, his bloodshot eyes blazing. Retreat? Never. You think you're evil? I'll show you who's more ruthless. Come on. Nobody runs now. In that instant, his twisted smile seemed to rival the terror of hell itself, and even Jiang Chun, the Zombie King, appeared stunned for the briefest of moments. The colossal missile launcher roared forward like a ferocious steel beast, charging relentlessly toward the corpse king Jiang Chun. However, Jiang Chun's gaze turned icy cold in an instant. Not only did he make no effort to dodge, but he also stepped forward, facing the oncoming threat heed. With an earth-shattering crash, the armored vehicle collided violently with Jiang Chen. The sheer force of the impact twisted the steel frame into grotesque shapes, shattered bulletproof glass into a storm of shards, and crushed the reinforced cabin into a mangled wreck. In the blink of an eye, the entire vehicle was reduced to a pile of broken metal. Moments later, a deafening explosion erupted, engulfing the armored vehicle in a massive fireball. Situ Hong and the surviving soldiers stood frozen, staring in disbelief at the unfolding chaos, their weapons trembling uncontrollably in their hands. "Old Wu!" Situ Hong suddenly cried out. But from within the flames came the sound of metal tearing apart. Slowly, a towering figure emerged from the infernoid. Was Jiang Chen, the Corpse King. His massive, decayed body remained completely unscathed, as if the collision and explosion had left no impact on him whatsoever. Everyone was struck speechless with shock. This enemy's resilience defied all logic. To withstand the full force of a multi-ton armored vehicle without so much as a scratch, this was beyond comprehension. As they watched Jiang Chen, his body still ablaze, steadily advancing toward them, even these battle-hardened veterans couldn't stop their fingers from trembling. It was a primal reaction to the unknown of fear that gripped them to their core. Suddenly, as if struck by a collective realization, the soldiers turned and sprinted toward the rear. "Stop! All of you! Stop! That's an order!" Situ Hong shouted, immediately understanding their intentions. They were planning to replicate Old Wu's desperate move, using the remaining vehicles to hold Jiang Chen back. "Boss Hong," one of the soldiers stammered, his voice trembling, "even if we can't hurt him, we can at least slow him down. Get the workers out of here." Situ Hong stood frozen, while her men broke into a mad dash toward the waiting armored vehicles. Only 30 vehicles were on standby, given the suddenness of the situation. This was a race against death. Those who ran faster might secure a vehicle. Those who lagged behind would face certain doom. Yet, fear did not deter them. A middle-aged soldier, laughing as he ran, glanced back and shouted, "Ha ha! Lao He, give it up. Don't you know I'm the national military drill marathon champion? This one's mine." The man chasing him, tears in his eyes, cursed through gritted teeth, "Damn you, slow down. Lao He, just let it go. You can't catch me," the soldier in the lead yelled, his strides unwavering. "You've got a wife and kids. Me? I'm just a single guy with an old mother." With a thud, the man leapt into the driver's seat, slamming the door shut and locking it before ruthlessly kicking his pursuing comrade away. "Take care of my mother for me," the middle-aged soldier shouted through the window as he started the engine. The engine roared to life. He floored the accelerator while keeping the brakes engaged, causing the tires to spin furiously in place, spewing white smoke and screeching against the ground. "Come on, you bastard!" the soldier bellowed, gripping the steering wheel tightly, his bloodshot eyes fixed on the advancing Jiang Chen. "I'm Wong Haihu of Special Unit 1 fighting for my country." At that moment, the doors of all 30 armored vehicles simultaneously locked, and engines roared in unison. "I'm Lu Fei of Special Unit 1 fighting for my country. I'm Li Dawei of Special Unit 1 fighting for my country." One after another, their defiant shouts merged into a thunderous chorus, overpowering even the roar of the engines. "For our country." As the brakes were released, the tires gripped the ground with a screech, and the 30 armored vehicles surged forward like an unstoppable steel dragon, charging straight at Jiang Chen. Situ Hong stood motionless, trembling as she watched the 30 vehicles race toward their target. Boom! The first vehicle shattered instantly on impact, its remains scattering in all directions. Yet Jiang Chen's body remained unmoved, his indifference unbroken. The seemingly indestructible steel was no match for him, crumbling like fragile clay. Expressionless, Jiang Chen extricated himself from the wreckage of the embedded cabin and casually tossed aside the heap of mangled metal. But the second vehicle was already barreling down upon him. Bring it on! Boom! Another devastating collision. This time, Jiang Chen was once again embedded in the vehicle's cabin. But before he could free himself, boom! The third armored truck slammed into the Corpse King Jiang Chen with full force, immediately followed by a fourth. This seemingly unstoppable force of destruction began to falter under the relentless onslaught. One step, two steps until, after 30 consecutive collisions, Jiang Chen was forced back a full 100 meters. From afar, a dragon formed of crushed and mangled armored trucks stretched across the battlefield, its head pressing firmly against a towering figure. That figure, now kneeling on one knee, was gasping heavily. Even the formidable Corpse King Jiang Chen could not withstand the ferocious assaults paid for with the lives of the soldiers of Decia. Witnessing this scene, Situ Hong and the other veteran soldiers stood with reddened eyes, overwhelmed by a storm of emotions. Yet just as they believed victory was within grasp, an earth-shaking roar shattered the fleeting silence. Jiang Chen erupted in rage, like a beast driven into a frenzy. Swinging his powerful arms, He hurled the leading armored truck aside as if it were a mere toy. The second, the third one after another, the armored vehicles were overturned and reduced to piles of twisted metal. The final truck crashed heavily to the ground, emitting a piercing sound of grinding steel. Consumed by fury, Jiang Chen turned and charged toward the direction where Situ Hong stood. Time seemed to freeze at that moment, with only the suffocating countdown of 4 minutes and 2 seconds echoing in everyone's minds. Situ Hong, now in a state of utter desperation, discarded her emptied firearm and drew a dagger, charging forward with reckless abandon. "Hold the line for 58 more seconds. Give me 58 seconds with your lives," she roared inwardly, sprinting toward the enemy. Suddenly, a firm hand gripped her shoulder and flung her forcefully to the ground. "Haha, your grappling techniques really are something else," a veteran soldier laughed as he stepped past the fallen Situ Hong. "But this time, Commander, please stand back." The remaining 270 veteran soldiers surged forward, roaring as they charged toward the towering, decayed figure. Jiang Chun, now fully enraged, chose not to transform these defiant humans into his kind, but instead opted for a far crueler method. Boom! Jiang Chen's fist thundered down, cracking the earth beneath it. A soldier at the forefront of the charge was struck directly into the ground by the force, his blood staining his green uniform and seeping into the soil. "Weak insects! How dare you wage war against me?" Jiang Chen bellowed, his voice filled with contempt. Another punch followed, obliterating a soldier mid-leap into fragments. The battlefield turned into a vision of hell. Yet the remaining 270 soldiers showed no sign of retreat. Like a pack of rabid wolves, they used their very bodies as weapons, hurling themselves at the unyielding corpse king Jiang Chen. But Jiang Chen, like a predator crushing helpless prey, effortlessly snuffed out their lives one by one. Watching the carnage unfold, Situ Hong's eyes burned with fury and anguish. These were her men soldiers she had handpicked, trained, and fought alongside through countless battles. Climbing to her feet, she grabbed her combat knife, let out a blood-curdling cry, and charged at the monstrous figure that was slaughtering the soldiers of Decia. In that critical moment, a mysterious energy suddenly surged within Situ Hong, radiating from her body a glimmer of hope in this desperate fight to the death. The aura was beyond mortal comprehension, not of this world. The corpse king Jiang Chen's final punch came crashing down, driving the last old soldier holding a dagger into the dirt. His cold, indifferent gaze swept toward the charging female warrior. From her, he sensed a faint, almost imperceptible, but nonetheless fearsome presence. "If you're so eager to die," Jiang Chun said flatly, "then I shall grant you the honor of perishing by my hand." In the next moment, his fist, as heavy as a mountain, smashed towards Situ Hong. Her military knife shattered under the immense force, and she was sent flying. Collapsing to the ground, she spat out a mouthful of blood and, trembling, gripped the broken dagger. She glared at the corpse king with unyielding fury. "How dare you kill them?" Jiang Chen appeared before her in an instant, his massive foot descending like a falling sky. Situ Hong closed her eyes in despair, tears streaming down her face. Just then, a gentle breeze swept by, followed by the sound of a blade slicing into flesh. Situ Hong's eyes flew open, disbelief flooding her expression. Before her stood a young man wielding a short blade, which had effortlessly pierced the corpse king's impenetrable skin. The boy turned his head and asked, "Are you all right?" "5 minutes," Situ Hong murmured, her voice faint. 300 soldiers traded their lives for 5 minutes. With that, she coughed up blood and fell unconscious. The corpse king howled in pain, his gaze fixed on the youth in shock. "Who are you?" "Who I am doesn't matter," Lin Fan said coldly. "What matters is that you killed the soldiers of Decia, and I am from Decia. That means you must die." Jiang Chen sneered, his voice filled with disdain. "You? Kill me? Do you even deserve to try?" Lin Fan stepped forward, his tone calm but resolute. "If you were at your full strength, I wouldn't stand a chance. But now you're weak." The corpse king's expression darkened. It was true his long slumber had left him vulnerable, but even so, he refused to believe this boy could pose a real threat. At that moment, Lin Fan's voice turned icy. "Besides, I'm not the only one here to kill you." Squad 1 of the Godslayer Corps commenced battle. An elderly man in Taoist robes emerged from behind Lin Fan. Instantly, Jiang Chun felt an overwhelming sense of dread, as though he were facing his natural predator. He knew all too well that Taoists, dedicated to vanquishing evil spirits, were the bane of beings like him, born of dark energies. The old Taoist, Dao Wanqian, began chanting incantations, his fingers forming intricate seals as he wielded a horsetail whisk. Violent winds swirled around him. Heavenly flames of the 9 realms purged this abomination. His eyes snapped open, blazing with fiery light. A yellow talisman, etched with cinnabar runes, flew from his hand, as if alive, heading straight for Jiang Chen. The corpse king tried to evade, but the talisman seemed to have locked onto his very essence, carried by the whirling winds toward him. In the blink of an eye, it was upon him. The air within 100 meters around the corpse king, Jiang Qin, was tightly enclosed by 36 talismans, forming an impenetrable wall. Dao Wanqian shouted loudly, "The 9 sons of the earth, rise!" In an instant, the cinnabar symbols on the talismans erupted with a dazzling brilliance, and fierce flames roared to life. These flames, entirely crimson, were unlike ordinary fire. The intense heat distorted the surrounding air, and the ground cracked like a turtle shell. Engulfed by the sea of flames, Jiang Chun let out a pained roar. This 9 suns fire was imbued with the spiritual power of Taoism, the nemesis of all sinister and malevolent forces. Even though Jiang Qin's skin was so resilient that bullets and explosives could not harm him, he now felt an excruciating pain deep within his soul, as if his entire body were melting. However, Jiang Chun soon realized that the old man's cultivation level was not particularly high. He recalled the true 9 suns fire he had witnessed in the past, wielded by the head of the Taoist sect, whose mere wave of a hand could incinerate thousands of miles and reduce countless demons to ash. Compared to that, this old man was far from formidable. Enduring the pain, Jiang Qian struggled to his feet, intending to charge toward the old man through the flames. But suddenly, he changed direction and fled backward. He had noticed the young man still standing beside the elder, armed with a short blade, a threat he could not ignore. Jiang Chun was no fool. He understood that what he needed most now was to recover his strength, not to engage in a reckless fight. At that moment, a voice reciting poetry echoed from the direction in which Jiang Qian was fleeing. The sun shines on the incense burner, giving rise to purple mist. From afar, the cascading waterfall hangs before the stream. The earth and sky seemed to tremble in response to the voice. A man dressed in scholar's robes approached slowly. It was Emo Buji. Holding a scroll in his hands, every word he spoke resonated with the heavens, and a righteous aura surged around him. Behind Emo Buji, the ocean shimmered under the sunlight as a towering column of water, 1,000 meters high, rose into the sky like a waterfall suspended from the heavens. Jiang Chun froze in disbelief, unable to comprehend how a mere human could command such power. Emo Buji raised a hand and pointed directly at Jiang Qian, his voice suddenly laden with killing intent. The torrent plunges 3,000 feet, as if the Milky Way has fallen from the heavens. As his words echoed, the world shook. The massive column of water came crashing down with an overwhelming force like a celestial river pouring from the sky. Each droplet of water sparkled in the sunlight yet was as sharp as a blade. The attack struck Jiang Chun, who had just emerged from the sea of flames, with devastating precision. His massive body was forced to kneel under the immense power. The sheer force of the impact shattered one of his arms, as if a waterfall had pulverized a boulder. Jiang Qian realized that this power was beyond human. It was the force of nature itself. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Chun prepared to rise again, but suddenly he sensed a shadow emerging from the darkness behind him. Alarmed, he turned to see a figure cloaked in black, and a cold gleam sliced through the air like a meteor. "Kneel!" A low voice commanded as the figure from the Starfall Mo insect struck. The Starfall slash. Jiang Qian fell to his knees once more, clutching his left eye as a heart-wrenching scream tore from his lips. Ashen-gray blood seeped through his fingers. His left eye had been completely obliterated. If not for his instinctive backward movement, the blade might have pierced straight through his brain. Enraged, Jiang Chun swung a massive fist in retaliation, but it hit nothing but air. The assassin had already leapt away with agile precision, vanishing into the shadows like ink dissolving into darkness. The Starfall Moine sect, an ancient order of assassins, specialized in striking from the shadows swift, lethal, and retreating without a trace. They were like a sudden flash of a blade in the dark, delivering a fatal blow at their opponent's weakest moment. This time, Jiang Chun did not hesitate. He turned and fled immediately. These seemingly frail humans possessed powers capable of harming him. Although Jiang Chun was a formidable being born of the world's darkest energies, his strength was at its weakest upon awakening. Against their combined forces, he faced the real danger of annihilation. But just as Jiang Chun took a few steps forward, he abruptly stopped. In the direction of his escape stood a towering figure of Buddha, with the roar of a tiger echoing in the air. The compassionate master of the Buddhist order stood steadfast like a mountain. Draped in his monk's robe, the bald, middle-aged monk leaned on his staff with one hand, the other pressed together in prayer. With his eyes closed, he softly recited scriptures, his thumb rhythmically rolling the prayer beads. A sacred aura swirled around him, and a radiant golden light emanated from his back, making him appear like an unwavering guardian deity. Across from him, Wong of the Rui sect assumed a tiger claw stance, his fists poised menacingly in front of his chest. His towering frame radiated an inhuman ferocity and raw power. A crimson aura of blood energy coursed across his body, coalescing into the form of a massive, scarlet-furred tiger shadow. The tiger's claws merged seamlessly with Wong Hu's hands, and his blood-red eyes burned with unrelenting fury. The presence of these two figures weighed heavily upon Jiang Chen. One was as immovable as a mountain yet as serene as still water. The other was savage and overpowering, his overwhelming blood energy oppressive even to Jiang Chen. Suddenly, Wong Hu let out an earth-shaking tiger's roar. Roar! How dare you kill them? You will die. Like a tiger pouncing on its prey, Wong Hu's massive frame surged toward Jiang Chen, his claw-like hands reaching straight for his throat. A terrifying force accompanied his charge, transforming Wong Hu into a ferocious tiger descending from the mountain, exuding an aura that could swallow the heavens and the earth. The injured Jiang Chen roared in defiance, meeting the attack head-on. His massive fist collided with Wong Hu's claws, the impact resounding like a thunderclap. The two clashed briefly before separating. Wong Hu was sent hurtling backward through the air, landing with such force that the ground beneath him cracked. He staggered back over a dozen steps before dispersing the momentum, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Jiang Chen glared coldly at the seemingly insignificant human before him, only to suddenly freeze. His remaining left hand lost all strength, and an excruciating pain shot through him. He threw his head back and roared in agony as his left wrist shattered completely. His steel-like skin and tendons were torn apart, and Wong Hu's tiger claw strike had rendered his final functional arm useless. Jiang Chen now appeared utterly miserable. His right arm had been destroyed by water currents, his left hand crippled by Xingyiquan, one of his eyes pierced by a shadowy assassin, and the corpse energy within him dissipated by the nine-yang true flame, leaving his once impenetrable defenses severely weakened. Yet even in this pitiful state, Jiang Chen's gaze remained locked on Wong Hu. He realized that this exchange had left them both gravely injured. His left hand was ruined, but Wong Hu's internal blood energy was now completely destabilized. If he wanted to escape, he would have to eliminate Wong Hu first. I'll devour you! Jiang Chen roared as he lunged at the immobilized Wong Hu. Just as the Corpse King was about to strike, the compassionate master suddenly opened his eyes. In that instant, all traces of mercy vanished, and he transformed into a wrathful Vajra. Behind him, the phantom of a mighty Arhat manifested, radiating unparalleled brilliance. A golden, glowing swastika symbol appeared before Jiang Chen, forcefully repelling him. Countless Sanskrit chants descended from the heavens, and the divine light of the Buddha pierced Jiang Chen's skin like countless sharp blades. Pale blue blood began to flow from his body, melting away like snow in spring. Amitabha, today, I shall deliver your tormented soul, the master declared, gripping an iron staff as he advanced step by step toward the howling Jiang Chen. The Vajra phantom behind him mirrored his movements, its presence awe-inspiring. With each of his 9 steps, lotus flowers seemed to bloom beneath his feet, and the air was filled with an overwhelming Buddhist aura. In just 9 strides, the master traversed 100 meters to stand before Jiang Chen. Leaping high into the air, he brought his iron staff down with the weight of a mountain. This was no ordinary staff, it was none other than the legendary demon-subjugating Vajra staff, passed down through generations of Buddhist masters. It shone with divine light, surrounded by swirling scriptures, and infused with the accumulated merits of countless monks. Subjugate the demon. The staff descended with unstoppable force, crashing onto Jiang Chen's head. The sheer power, combined with the purifying Buddhist energy, surged downward like a tidal wave. Boom! The ground within a 10-meter radius of Jiang Chen shattered beneath him. His once indestructible body, capable of withstanding armored vehicles, was forced to its knees under the crushing blow. He couldn't even muster a roar. The master pressed his advantage, delivering a second strike directly to Jiang Chen's head. Boom! The Corpse King's head was smashed into the ground, leaving him utterly subdued. Having delivered 2 devastating blows, the master, now pushed to his limits, swiftly retreated to recover. Having only recently begun mastering the god-slaying demon-exterminating technique, Lin Fan and his team had laid a solid foundation, but they had only reached the 7th level so far, with limited divine energy. After the battle, the Corpse King Jiang Chen knelt motionlessly on the ground, as though paying homage to the lifeless bodies scattered around. The entire field was silent, so quiet that the drop of a needle could be heard. Is he dead? Dao Wanqian asked nervously, standing behind Lin Fan, his eyes locked onto the kneeling Corpse King. His breathing had become rapid, a clear sign that he too had reached his limit. In truth, everyone present was utterly exhausted. Although they hailed from martial arts families or sects, they had only been practicing the god-slaying demon-exterminating technique for a single day. Even though their meridians and dantian had been refined over the years, allowing them to absorb the divine energy lingering in the air and convert it into their own power, the process still required time. Most of them were stuck at the 6th or 7th level. While it seemed like each had only made one move, they had given it their all. Their strength was nearly depleted. If the Corpse King Jiang Qian still had the ability to fight, they would be in serious trouble. Lin Fan furrowed his brow. He could sense that the Corpse King's energy had dwindled to a critical point and was continuing to weaken. He should be dead, Lin Fan thought to himself, noting the faint and fading aura. Just as Lin Fan was about to declare the battle over, a terrifying roar erupted suddenly. From the earth, the blood of the fallen warriors began to flow like streams toward the Corpse King Jiang Qian. In an instant, the warriors' corpses seemed to wither as if drained of all vitality. Bathed in the blood and nourished by this life force, the Corpse King's wounds began to heal visibly. His right arm regenerated, the severed tendons in his left hand reconnected seamlessly, and even his decayed skin became pristine once more. No, it wasn't just restoration was growing stronger. A more overwhelming aura exploded outward, sending the surrounding dirt flying as if caught in a hurricane. The Corpse King slowly rose to his feet. His already 5-meter decayed body expanded to a staggering 7 meters. His cold, piercing gaze swept across the battlefield, like an omnipotent being looking down on insignificant ants. Foolish humans, the Corpse King Jiang Qian spoke, his voice dripping with disdain. You dare attempt to kill me? Ha ha ha, I am the Corpse King Jiang Qian. Your lives will become my newer. Before he could finish, a flash of cold light streaked through the air. Lin Fan moved with impossible speed, darting past the Corpse King. His short blade sliced cleanly through Jiang Qian's neck. Time seemed to freeze. The Corpse King's mocking grin remained on his face, but it was now frozen in place. Thud. His head rolled to the ground, followed by the thunderous crash of his massive body collapsing. Lin Fan stood silently nearby, his expression emotionless. With one hand gripping his blade, he said coldly, Enough already. Why so much pointless talk? For a moment, the air seemed to solidify. Dao Wanqian stared in disbelief at the scene before him. Stammering, he asked, Thighs, is it over? Lin Fan turned, his gaze sweeping over the stunned group around him. Slowly, he sheathed his blade and declared in a steady voice, First squad of the God-slaying army, battle complete. A heavy silence blanketed the shattered battlefield as Lin Fan's voice echoed through the air. Dao Wanqian, Mr. Imo Buji, Xingye, and the others stared wide-eyed, their faces etched with disbelief. Wong, who, enduring excruciating pain, fixed his gaze on the headless corpse of the Jiangshi general, his heart overwhelmed with shock. The group had just poured every ounce of their strength into a combined assault, pushing themselves to the limit. As they watched the Jiangshi general's aura surge, seemingly on the verge of awakening, they had braced themselves for an even more grueling fight. Yet, with a single strike, Lin Fan had decapitated the rampaging general. The abruptness of this resolution completely upended their expectations. What are you all standing there for? Lin Fan frowned and said, Waiting for me to hand out awards? Should I give you all certificates of merit? It was only then that the group snapped out of their daze, their eyes collectively drawn to the headless corpse. There was no doubt the legendary Jiangshi king was truly, utterly dead. All eyes turned to Lin Fan, this seemingly slender young man exuding an aura of sharp, unyielding dominance. Dao Wanqian let out a long sigh of relief. It's finally over. Yet, no one could bring themselves to smile. The battlefield was strewn with the lifeless bodies of young soldiers, the ground soaked in blood. These recruits, who had joined with hopes for the future just a day ago, had met their end here. Even so, their faces bore smiles of unwavering resolve. Suddenly, a fierce wind howled across the battlefield, carrying voices that seemed to cry out in unison. No regrets in this life to serve Decia. In the next life, we'll still be Decia's people. Though they had only been soldiers for a single day, these recruits had given their lives to protect the workers, upholding the honor of Decia's military. Lin Fan spoke in a somber tone. Remember this moment. You've seen the strength of our enemies. The gods will face in the future will be 100, 1,000 times more powerful than this Jiangshi general. There will be more sacrifices, but if we don't fight with everything we have, the entire Decia will end up like this. Just then, a furious roar erupted from behind them. Si Hong, her eyes bloodshot and wild like a raging beast, charged toward the Jiangshi general's corpse despite her severe injuries. She had witnessed the deaths of countless young recruits and veterans, and her fury had consumed her reason. Lin Fan reacted instantly, kicking Si Hong back. Are you trying to get yourself killed? He shouted sternly. You haven't cultivated the skills to slay gods and demons. If you get too close, you'll be infected and turn into a Jiangshi. Si Hong, eyes brimming with tears, yelled back, Why? Why did you come so late? She raised her broken dagger and lunged at Lin Fan. Her strike was as swift as lightning, shattering Lin Fan's sword sheath and forcing him to take several steps back. Lin Fan stared at Si Hong in shock, realizing that she had prematurely awakened her path to becoming a war god. In that instant, he understood that his earlier efforts to construct the iron wall had alarmed the Jiangshi general, triggering this entire chain of events. Witnessing her comrades fall in battle had pushed Si-Tu Hong to embark on the path of godhood ahead of time. With the war god's divine power now enhancing their weapons, even deities could be slain. This unforeseen development could have consequences that would ripple far into the future. Lin Fan gazed at the devastating scene before him, his heart weighed down with sorrow. It wasn't because Si-Tu Hong had turned against him, but because he saw the young soldiers' lives sacrificed, becoming the foundation of Si-Tu Hong's path to godhood. Facing Si-Tu Hong, whose eyes were bloodshot with rage, Lin Fan seemed to abandon all resistance, turning his back to her. Why did you come so late? Si-Tu Hong roared, her blade slicing through the air as it aimed directly at Lin Fan's back. Stop! Dao Wanqian shouted, desperately trying to halt the inevitable. Yet, the members of the first squad of the God-slaying army were already exhausted. Even if they wanted to intervene, it was too late. But just as the blade was mere inches away from Lin Fan's back, it abruptly stopped. Lin Fan slowly dropped to his knees, facing the lifeless bodies of the young soldiers. Silent tears streamed down his face as his hands dug deeply into the ground, his entire body trembling. Si-Tu Lon, you were right. It's our fault we came too late, Lin Fan choked out, his voice breaking. I, Lin Fan, owe you all an apology. He bowed deeply, striking his forehead against the ground 3 times with a resounding thud. The sight moved everyone present to their core. The workers stepped forward one by one, kneeling before the cold bodies of the fallen, their fists clenched tightly. They too bowed 3 times. One worker, his voice trembling, said, They were just kids, about the same age as my son who enlisted yesterday. Suddenly, another worker shouted, Rest in peace. Leave the rest to us. We will build an iron wall so strong that not even the gods can destroy it. The young soldiers from the other construction sites knelt as well, their voices hoarse as they cried out, Brothers, rest easy. We will carry on your spirit and continue fighting for Decia. Leave the rest to us. The first squad of the God-slaying army followed suit, all kneeling down. Wong Hu, his voice quivering, said, Rest assured, leave the rest to us. Next time, we won't be late again. The raging winds suddenly stilled, as if the souls of the departed had found peace and left with a smile. Witnessing this, the fury in Si-Tu Hong's eyes gradually gave way to sorrow. Her blade trembled in her hand, unable to strike. With a clang, the broken blade fell to the ground. Si-Tu Hong seemed drained of all her strength as she collapsed to her knees. Lao Wu, Hazy, I failed you, she sobbed. Rest assured. I, Si-Tu Hong, swear that any god who dares step onto Decia's land will meet their end by my blade. As her vow echoed, the heavily injured Si-Tu Hong fainted. Medical personnel immediately rushed to carry her away for treatment. For a brief moment, there was silence. Then Lin Fan rose to his feet and said firmly, These men are heroes of our nation. Give them a proper burial in the martyrs' cemetery. He continued, his voice resolute, In the battle against the gods, sacrifices are inevitable. There will be more losses in the days to come. But those of us who survive must press on. We cannot let their sacrifices be in vain. Raising his blade towards the heavens, Lin Fan declared with unwavering conviction, From this day forward, I, Lin Fan, swear that as long as I live, no god shall set foot on Decia's land. Thunder roared across the sky, as if the gods themselves were enraged. Yet beneath the fury of the storm, the young man with the blade stood unyielding, glaring defiantly at the heavens. 10 minutes later, amid the solemn strains of the national anthem, the bodies of the fallen were wrapped in the national flag. Lin Fan and the first squad remained at the construction site, guarding the corpse of Jiang Chun to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Meanwhile, the workers returned to their tasks with renewed determination, understanding that only by completing the iron wall as soon as possible could they honor the spirits of the fallen. In their eyes burned a steadfast resolve as they pushed through their exhaustion, refusing to falter. At that moment, Lin Fan's phone rang. It was Elder Jean. His voice carried a mix of complex emotions. I've spoken with their families. They're heartbroken, of course, but they haven't asked for much. They have only one request. What is it? Lin Fan asked. They don't want their children buried in the martyrs' cemetery, Elder Jean explained. They hope these fallen heroes can be laid to rest beneath the iron wall, at the very site where they gave their lives. That way, they can witness the rise of the iron wall, see the prosperity of Decia, and continue to protect our borders in spirit. Lin Fan fell silent for a moment, rubbing his eyes. His voice was thick with emotion as he replied, All right. Elder Jean sighed and added, Also, from now on, all compensation payments will be doubled. Their children's education. Lin Fan wanted to say something, but Elder Jean interrupted. Don't worry, I've taken care of everything. They've given their all for Decia, and Decia must repay them in full. I understand, Lin Fan said with a nod before hanging up. Beside him, Dao Wanqian, having overheard the conversation, let out a sigh. Seeing Lin Fan's reddened eyes, he changed the subject. By the way, Commander, if you could kill that corpse King Jiangqian with one strike, why did you let us take the lead? Bandaged like a mummy, Wong Hu chimed in. Yeah, you just wanted to see me get hurt, didn't you? Don't be ridiculous, Lin Fan retorted, rolling his eyes at Wong Hu. If I could take down Jiangqian with one strike, and then handle any god that comes our way with the same ease, then Decia wouldn't even need an iron wall. I could guard the borders all by myself. Why would I bother gathering all of you? Lin Fan rubbed his temples and explained. The purpose of this mission was for you to work together and experience the kind of battles you'll face in the future. These enemies, these fights, are beyond the realm of ordinary logic. It's better for you to face them sooner rather than later. He continued, overall, you all did fairly well. Considering you've only just begun training in the god-slaying demon-suppressing technique, your strength isn't quite there yet, but it's acceptable. Except for you, Wong Hu. You're too reckless. Lin Fan fixed a stern gaze on the bandaged Wong Hu. My original plan was for you and Master Beimin to attack together, you as the main attacker, and him as the main defender. But you rushed ahead on your own to face Jiangqian Hedon. If Jiangqian hadn't been prematurely awakened and weakened to his limit, you'd be a corpse right now. If you pull a stunt like that again, you can head straight to the military office and file for retirement. I don't want to see you throw your life away on the battlefield. Lin Fan's piercing stare bore into Wong Hu. The burly man, realizing that Lin Fan was only looking out for him, scratched his head sheepishly and mumbled, I won't do it again. Lin Fan spoke in a deep voice. You've all seen the enemy we're facing this time. To be honest, this Jiangqian is really unlucky. His gaze swept across the group, his tone carrying a hint of complexity. If he had awakened under normal circumstances, his power would have been 1,000 times greater than what he displayed this time. After all, he is the Corpse King, Jiangqian. Lin Fan paused briefly before continuing. But the enemies you face in the future will be even stronger, even more unfathomable. The group exchanged uneasy glances, their hearts filled with shock. From Lin Fan's memories, the Corpse King Jiangqian was one of the most devastating threats to Decia. In his prime, Jiangqian possessed power comparable to that of a 10th-tier god of strength, along with a nearly indestructible decayed body. The most terrifying aspect was his ability to spread his energy, infecting humans and turning them into zombies. These newly turned zombies would then become carriers, further propagating the infection. In just one night, tens of thousands of Decia citizens were transformed into zombies. As the number of zombies grew, Jiangqian himself would grow increasingly powerful. Theoretically, he was a being capable of infinite growth. The speed at which the infection spread was almost inconceivable. By the time the military realized what was happening, Jiangqian had already caused an entire city to fall. In the end, Decia was forced to make a difficult decision, paying a tremendous price to completely eradicate the Corpse King Jiangqian. At that moment, Si Hong, who had just regained consciousness, dragged her severely injured body over. Her face was etched with pain, and her expression was complex as she looked at Lin Fan. Gritting her teeth, she said, earlier. I'm sorry. Lin Fan smiled faintly. Why are you apologizing to me? Si Hong explained, earlier, I lost control of my emotions. I know that the soldiers' sacrifices weren't actually your fault. It's just. Her voice trailed off, her gaze filled with conflicting emotions. Calming down, Si Hong realized her earlier outburst had been irrational. If it weren't for Lin Fan and the elite team he trained, known as the first squad of the Godslayer army, the casualties could have been far worse. It was even possible that everyone involved in the construction of the Iron Wall would have been turned into zombies. Lin Fan was the hero who saved everyone present and killed the Corpse King Jiangqian. He was also the commander-in-chief of the ongoing war. Yet, in her blind anger, she had drawn her blade against Lin Fan. Si Hong took a deep breath, forcing herself to regain composure. She looked at Lin Fan with a stoic expression, her voice low but resolute. Attempting to assassinate a superior officer is tantamount to treason. You should execute me. Lin Fan looked at her helplessly. After a moment of silence, he rubbed his jaw and said, Stop joking. How could I bear to kill someone destined to become a future military deity? A future guardian of Decia? Si Hong froze. Are you saying? Lin Fan met her gaze directly. You should be able to feel it. There's a power within you. You've embarked on a path to godhood. The path to godhood, a road leading to divinity. Once you reach the end of it, your very essence will ascend to a higher level of existence. Lin Fan patted her shoulder. If you truly feel remorse and no longer wish to experience that kind of despair, I can allow you to join the Godslayer army. Si Hong clenched her fists and said firmly, Join the Godslayer army. I am willing to join. Good. Lin Fan nodded. I'll teach you the Godslayer demon-slaying technique later. However, you're different from the others. You've never practiced ancient martial arts before, and it's too late to start now. Your meridians aren't open, so your training will be slower and much more painful. Si-Tu Hong's voice was unwavering. Can it be more painful than watching my comrades die before my eyes? Teach me. All right, Lin Fan agreed. But you'll also have to take responsibility for teaching this technique to the soldiers under your command. The entire military must start practicing it. Without hesitation, Si-Tu Hong nodded. She never wanted to witness the death of her comrades again. She had seen it happen with her own eyes and had also seen the extraordinary power Lin Fan and his team possessed. This technique had to be spread throughout the military. Lin Fan slowly stood and walked toward the severed head of the corpse king Jiang Chun. By now, the massive head had been surrounded by a scientific team led by Chen Yin. A group of researchers in white lab coats, looking scholarly and professional, was carefully examining the bloodied head. Despite the gruesome scene, the researchers' faces were pale, but their eyes were filled with excitement as they meticulously documented every detail. They understood that studying this head could help Decia avoid catastrophic losses in the future. As Lin Fan approached, Chen Yin quickly stepped forward, holding a notebook and reporting meticulously. Biological tissues are being sent to the lab for analysis. So far, we've determined that the head measures 87 centimeters in length, with a radius of 32 centimeters and a weight of 1.025 tons. The brain structure is similar to that of a human, indicating cognitive abilities. But here's the odd part. Despite the estimated death occurring at least 150,000 years ago and apparent decomposition, the cells still exhibit residual activity. Lin Fan nodded. That's because there's something inside him. Under the stunned gazes of everyone present, Lin Fan drew a short blade from his waist and struck down fiercely at the murky eye of the head. Bang! The entire eyeball was pierced, not just the surface, but deep within. Grayish-blue blood spurted out like a fountain as Lin Fan's dagger precisely pierced through the massive eyeball, driving straight into the depths of the brain. The blade sliced through the decayed neural tissue with a sickening, wet sound. With swift and decisive movements, Lin Fan withdrew the blade and sheathed it, plunging his hands without hesitation into the rotting flesh. The surrounding researchers collectively gasped, some even covering their mouths to suppress the urge to vomit. The gruesome and visceral scene far exceeded what they could mentally endure. Only the elderly Professor Chun watched with wide-eyed excitement, afraid to miss a single detail. His pen raced across his notebook, documenting every critical step. Incision at the most vulnerable point of the eyeball, searching within the prefrontal cortex region. Suddenly, Lin Fan's movements became more urgent, as if his hands had latched onto something valuable. With a sharp tug, there was a wet, squelching sound as grayish-blue brain matter, now reduced to pulp, splattered in all directions. Everyone held their breath, their gazes fixed intently on Lin Fan's hands. What he pulled out was a fist-sized black stone, its surface faintly glowing with a reddish hue. The moment the stone emerged, the air around them seemed to solidify, and an almost palpable sense of malevolence filled the room. Though evil was an abstract concept, everyone present could distinctly feel a savage, chaotic power surging within the stone. The surface of the stone was covered in blood vessel-like red patterns, and more disturbingly, these patterns were writhing as if alive. Chen Yin, trembling, adjusted his glasses and swallowed hard before murmuring, "This is the heart of the corpse king." Lin Fan examined the stone in his hand carefully and calmly added, "To be precise, this is a type of demon seed." Demon seed? Chen Yan's pen dug deep into the paper, leaving jagged lines as he struggled to steady his hand in his excitement. Lin Fan continued, "A demon seed is the essence of a demon, akin to a divine spark for a god. Possessing a demon seed grants one the power of a demon, transforming them into a true demon. Similarly, possessing a divine spark would make one a true god." Chen Yan's hand trembled violently as he gripped his pen, fully realizing the terrifying potential of the stonite could transform an ordinary human into a demon, granting them immense, demonic power. Clutching the stone tightly, Lin Fan stepped forward, standing before the members of the first squad of the Godslayer Corps. His gaze swept across their faces as he asked in a deep, steady voice, "Now, I need to know, who among you is willing to become a demon and wield the power of the Corpse King, Jiang Chun?" As soon as Lin Fan finished speaking, the members of the Godslayer squad were plunged into shock and confusion. Demon? Becoming a demon? This sudden concept left everyone bewildered. Even Imo Bougie couldn't grasp the meaning behind Lin Fan's words. Dao Wanxian furrowed his brows in puzzlement, silently thinking to himself, "Isn't the mission of the Dao sect to slay demons and exorcise evil? How could it lead to becoming a demon?" Noticing their reactions, Lin Fan took a deep breath and slowly explained, "In truth, demons and deities are merely another form of life. To stand against gods and demons, the human body is ultimately too fragile. Each of you will eventually find your own path, transcending the limits of human life to become either a deity or a demon. Only then can you wield divine or demonic power to protect Decia. He paused briefly before continuing. The Godslayer technique may allow you to absorb divine power, but it cannot change the essence of life. Unless you can embark on the path to godhood yourself, you will always be constrained by the limits of the human body. A demigod is the peak of what can be achieved. To become a true deity, one needs a divine spark. To become a demon, one needs a demon seed. As Lin Fan spoke, he weighed a piece of dark stone with a crimson hue in his hand. By absorbing this stone, you can gain the power of a demon. His words made everyone's breathing grow heavier. Lin Fan continued, but I must warn you. Once you become a demon, you will walk alongside darkness. Under the corruption of demonic power, you may very well become a monster of violence and slaughter. Moreover, becoming a demon comes with its own trial. He looked around at the group and explained, demons are different from deities. They have no followers, but they do have apostles. Demons can brand any life weaker than themselves with their demonic mark, turning them into subordinates. Some deities have even been turned into demonic apostles. This is an irresistible temptation, an instinct inherent to all demons. Lin Fan's gaze sharpened. So, if you become a demon and fail to use that dark power to fight for Decia, you may instead become an enemy of Decia. And if that happens, I will have no choice but to destroy you. His words made the atmosphere grow heavy. The demon seed was a double-edged sword for everyone, present a potential opportunity, but also a significant risk. It could grant power comparable to that of the divine, but it could also lead one to lose their mind and become a vile creature of darkness. Suddenly, Dao Wanxian spoke up. Why don't you use the seed yourself? Lin Fan lowered his gaze and replied softly, I have my own path to follow. He offered no further explanation, but in his heart, he recalled the path to godhood he had walked in a past life. He knew that the path of the Asura god was the strongest, and now, he was waiting for that path to reappear. Dao Wanxian took a deep breath and volunteered. Let me do it. But Lin Fan shook his head. You can't. The Dao sect's cultivation of inner peace conflicts with the demon seed. At that moment, Wong who was bandaged like a mummy, suddenly spoke up. Then let me do it. Lin Fan looked at Wong in surprise. The latter grinned and explained. I'm not particularly skilled, just trained in Xingyi boxing, an external martial art. I haven't cultivated any inner states, so there shouldn't be any conflict with the demon seed. As for the demon's temptations, I don't care. Worst case, you can kill me if I lose control. Lin Fan remained silent for a moment. He understood the unspoken meaning behind Wong Hu's words. Among those present, only Wong Hu focused on external martial arts. While external martial arts were easier to learn and master, their power couldn't compare to internal cultivation techniques. Wong Hu knew that once the others mastered the Godslayer technique, his Xingyi boxing would likely fall behind. Under Wong Hu's tense gaze, Lin Fan nodded. All right, but he quickly added, I'm not giving you the demon seed because I think you'll hold us back. It's because I believe you can use this power to fight gods and demons, not succumb to the abyss. Lin Fan's gaze seemed to pierce through flesh and blood, as if he could see Wong Hu's pure, crystal-clear heart. Wong Hu grabbed the stone and immediately activated the Godslayer technique to begin refining it. In an instant, the demon seed trembled violently before shattering, transforming into a mass of black and crimson energy that snaked into Wong Hu's nostrils like a venomous serpent. Wong Hu's skin began to writhe as though something was rampaging within him. His skin turned pitch black, crisscrossed with pulsating red lines. Overwhelmed by searing pain, Wong Hu let out a tiger-like roar, his eyes glowing blood red. At that moment, his very being began to twist, plunging deeper into darkness. The sound of bones fracturing echoed continuously as his already burly frame expanded further, reaching a height of 4 meters. 2 sharp horns sprouted from his forehead, making him look utterly terrifying. Yet Wong Hu's condition remained dire. Cracks spread across his body, and black blood flowed incessantly. It seemed as though he could shatter at any moment. His body was enduring unimaginable pressure, as the forced elevation of his life form pushed him to the brink of collapse. Hold on. Lin Fan pressed a hand against Wong Hu's back, channeling his own semi-divine Godslayer energy into him. In the boundless darkness, Wong Hu felt himself on the verge of shattering. But just then, a warm current surged into his body, gradually easing his pain. Finally, Wong Hu's body stopped fracturing. However, he did not wake. Instead, he lay motionless on the ground as the black blood around him formed a massive cocoon, encasing him tightly. Dao Wanxian looked on with concern, unable to sense any trace of life from within the cocoon. Lin Fan, exhausted, collapsed to the ground, panting as he said, he's not dead. But he won't wake up anytime soon. Lin Fan understood Wong Hu's current struggle was locked in a life-or-death battle with the darkness. This reckless man had become a demon but refused to succumb to the abyss, while the abyss itself refused to let him go. When he wakes up, he'll either be a wicked demon enslaving apostles, or a demon warrior fighting for Decia with demonic power. Lin Fan stood weakly, placing a hand on the massive cocoon and murmuring, "I hope you find your way back from the darkness. We'll be waiting for you." Lin Fan issued a heavy new order. The failure to arrive at the scene in time, which resulted in the sacrifice of young soldiers, weighed heavily on his conscience. Even though they had rushed and arrived in just 5 minutes, in such situations, every second could mean the difference between life and death. "For the time being, none of us will stay in the command center," Lin Fan said, his gaze sweeping sternly across the group. "Once Wong, who is sent back, have Gongshu Ming from the first squad take his place. Including myself, everyone will station themselves every 300 kilometers and conduct mobile patrols." He continued, "Also, summon the disciples from your sects and families. Assign groups every 3 kilometers to cover the entire 2,000 kilometer stretch along the Ludong border. If anything happens, they can hold the line until we arrive." Dao Wanqian suddenly suggested, "What about the Shirshin Fumagong technique? You all must have gained some insights by now. It could be passed on to the disciples of your families and sections." Lin Fan didn't hesitate for a moment. This technique was created to protect Decia, and he wished everyone could learn it. However, the technique was both simple and complex. It required personal instruction. If it were possible, he would have printed it into manuals and distributed it to the entire nation. But practicing the Shirshin Fumagong required a solid foundation, and for ordinary people, it might take months of physical training before they could even begin. More importantly, any mistakes in the cultivation process could be life-threatening, so it couldn't be taught through a manual. Alanite had to be taught face-to-face. Everyone agreed unanimously, determined to prevent another tragedy like this from happening again. Just then, Lin Fan's phone rang. His heart tightened as he answered. "What's the matter, Elder Jin? Has something happened again?" Elder Jin's voice carried a complicated tone. "Area 0124, Wangjia Village. I'll bring people over right away." Lin Fan responded immediately. "Ahem, there's no need for that." Elder Jin coughed lightly. "You won't need to bring anyone. It's not a dangerous situation. However, there's a fishing village called Wangjia Village over there. It's a bit tricky. Go check it out yourself. It's troublesome, but not dangerous." These words only deepened Lin Fan's confusion. After hanging up, he quickly assigned everyone their respective patrol areas before heading straight to Wangjia Village. On the way, Lin Fan glanced at his phone. Videos of the appearance of the corpse king Jiang Chun had already gone viral online. He wasn't surprised, as he hadn't ordered anyone to turn in their phones. He felt there was no need to hide this matter, and citizens of Decia had the right to know the state of their nation. Lin Fan casually clicked on one of the videos. The footage showed a blood-stained stone tablet suddenly extending a massive, decayed hand to grab a worker. Moments later, an enormous figure with rotting flesh slowly emerged. The corpse king Jiang Chun. Standing 5 meters tall might not sound like much, but when you actually looked up at it, the overwhelming sense of insignificance was palpable, even through a screen. It was like a small mountain. When people looked up, they barely reached its knees. The oppressive feeling came from the sheer difference in the level of life. It was as if they were facing an existence far above humanity. The comment section exploded. "What is this? A god? No. The authorities said it's supernatural, not a god. I heard this is the corpse king Jiang Chun, awakened in a weakened state. Do mythical creatures really exist? If Jiang Chun is real, does that mean gods exist too? Does that mean Sun Wukong might be real as well?" But the comments soon quieted down. What followed in the video was even more shocking. Amidst the grayish-blue mist, fallen figures with grotesque wounds stood up eerily, their lifeless eyes letting out instinctive howls as they charged at anything still alive. As the workers fled for their lives, groups of young soldiers rushed toward the zombies, sacrificing themselves to buy time for the others to escape. These young faces, though filled with fear and trembling slightly, still wore determined smiles. At that moment, the comment section fell silent. There was no background music, only the tragic yet resolute cries of the young soldiers. "We're soldiers. Come on." Everyone who saw the video fell into silence. These were the soldiers of Decia. One after another, they charged forward, fell, and rose again as walking corpses, only for more young faces to take their place. The comments began to fill with heartfelt messages. "They're all heroes. Sigh, they're just kids, about the same age as my son. I want to go to the construction site and help." Soon, C2 Hong appeared on screen. The firepower network, symbolizing the strength of Decia, tore through the zombies like a metallic storm. The comments section erupted once more. Yet, Jiang Chun was unfazed by bullets. Even short-range missiles couldn't harm him. His rotting body emerged unscathed from the smoke, leaving everyone in disbelief. "Guns are useless. Against an enemy like this, what can we do? We have no weapons left." As the comments debated possible solutions, The old soldier C2 Hong had began driving multi-ton armed vehicles straight at Jiang Chen, sacrificing themselves without hesitation. They then drew short blades and used their own flesh and blood to entangle the corpse king. The comment section fell silent once more. These veterans used their lives to show everyone that when faced with the unknown and the overwhelming, when all weapons fail, the people of Decia will never retreat. Our lives, our bodies, are the last line of defense. Our will is the strongest weapon. This is the true strength of Decia. It was this spirit that allowed Decia to rise from its humble beginnings to become the powerhouse it is today. And it was this spirit that enabled the unarmed people of Decia to defeat well-equipped invaders. Guns and cannons may be powerful, but for Decia, it is this enduring will that the world's great powers truly fear. This is the strength of Decia. As the video showed the corpse king Jiang Chen emerging unscathed from yet another massive explosion, an overwhelming sense of despair and insignificance swept over the audience like a tidal wave. This being, impervious to bullets, explosions, and even the impact of 30 multi-ton armored vehicles, had surpassed the limits of human comprehension. The comment section was flooded with hopeless remarks. It's still alive? This is just the supernatural. Not even the level of a deity yet. How can anyone possibly fight against something like this? Amid the somber music, 300 veteran soldiers, armed with short blades, charged at Jiang Chen, determined to engage him with their lives. With a casual punch, the corpse king could shatter the bodies of 3 or 4 soldiers at once. These hardened warriors, forged through countless battles, were as fragile as tofu before him. Yet, like a relentless pack of wolves, the veterans pressed forward without hesitation. There was no dramatic background score, no artificially tragic filters. The screen depicted one vibrant life after another turning into lifeless corpses amidst their battle cries. Fight for Decia. No retreat. Fight to the death. 32 seconds left. Hold the line. Brothers. We'll go ahead first, huh? The soldiers, far from cowering in fear, charged forward with laughter. Blood soon soaked the earth, staining their verdant uniforms a deep crimson. In the end, none of the 300 soldiers survived. As the audience watched Jiang Chen completely unscathed charging toward the evacuated workers, a heavy silence fell. Even the once constant stream of comments vanished entirely. This video, which had garnered hundreds of millions of views in mere minutes, now had no one left to type a single word. The screen then focused on a young female officer who had been protected by the soldiers until the very last moment. She had fallen to the ground but gripped her military blade tightly, charging at the blood-soaked, decaying giant like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Boom. With a single punch, the giant sent her flying over 10 meters, her military blade shattering upon impact. She barely hit the ground before a flash of gray-blue light appeared, and the giant was already standing next to her. Insignificant life forms dare to defy me? The giant raised its massive foot, aiming to crush her head as easily as stepping on a grape. Yet, just as the situation reached its most critical moment, a figure appeared in front of the officer with astonishing speed and drove a blade straight through the giant's foot. The comment section erupted instantly. Who is that? No way. He pierced the giant's foot. Wait, isn't that the Supreme Commander we saw on TV, the young guy named Lin Fan? Glory to the nation. Lin Fan, take that thing down. Avenge them. Everyone's eyes were fixed on this young figure Lin Fan, the Supreme Commander of Decia's highest command center. This was his first public appearance, and it silenced all doubters. At that moment, he gave people something they desperately needed: hope. He had shown that it was possible to hurt this monstrous being, and if it could be hurt, it could be killed. The comments continued to explode as a stirring, intense soundtrack began to play in the background. Jiang Chen glared at Lin Fan with seething anger, but before the next clash could begin, an elderly man in a Taoist robe, holding a horsetail whisk, appeared on screen. That's Dao Wanqian, the Grandmaster of Decia's Taoist Association. Someone recognized the newly arrived figure. Dao Wanqian opened his eyes suddenly, flames flickering within them. The fire of the 9 heavens, purify this evil. He threw a handful of yellow talismans into the air. The talismans caught the wind, whistling as they flew and encircled Jiang Chen. In the blink of an eye, 36 talismans formed a tight formation around the corpse king. 9 sons of the earth, rise. Dao Wanqian shouted. The talismans trembled in unison, their red cinnabar markings erupting with a dazzling brilliance. Boom. A searing flame, entirely distinct from ordinary fire, burst forth, its crimson blaze engulfing Jiang Chen completely. Burn the corpse with sacred fire. At that moment, the comment section fell silent once again. This scene was like a breathtakingly fantastical drama, completely overturning everyone's understanding of reality. Dao Wanjian, the elder of the Taoist sect, made the first appearance, showcasing astonishing Taoist magic. Following him, masters from various disciplines entered the fray in succession, each move leaving the audience utterly stunned. A Confucian scholar from the Ru sect spoke an ominous prophecy, conjuring a cascading galaxy out of thin air. A Decia assassin moved like ink in the shadows, his blade falling like a shooting star, striking and vanishing in an instant. A Xingyi martial artist delivered punches as fierce as a tiger, exuding raw power and dominance. A Buddhist monk with a wrathful yet compassionate demeanor wielded his staff to subdue evil and save the masses. These otherworldly forces erupted one after another, forcing the seemingly invincible corpse king Jiang Qian into retreat, step by step. What thrilled the audience even more was the fact that all these abilities were rooted in Decia's ancient martial arts. At a time when modern weapons had proven ineffective, these practitioners of ancient martial disciplines brought boundless hope to humanity. That's Xingyi Fist. That's Master Emobuji of the Confucian sect flying. He turned poetry into a waterfall. This must be the legendary heavenly word technique. That's the compassionate master from the Buddhist sect I met when I offered incenses using the Vajra demon-subduing staff. Oh my god, is that really a Buddha descending to the mortal world? That's not a ninja, that's our Daxia's Emo in Xing Luo clan. That punch by Master Wong, we thought it was a real tiger breaking out of its cage. This dazzling spectacle seemed to open a door to a new world for the people of Decia. Humanity could, indeed, stand against those immensely powerful beings. Moreover, there existed a group of individuals akin to gods, wielding unimaginable power. Just as the audience breathed a sigh of relief, thinking the battle was coming to an end, the dying corpse king Jiangqin suddenly let out a feral roar. Blood surged into his body, his severed arm regenerated, wounds healed, and his skin returned to its original state. An even more formidable aura erupted, sending dirt and debris flying in all directions. The corpse king slowly stood up, his height surging from 5 meters to 7 meters. His icy gaze swept across the surroundings, as though a god looking down upon ants. Insignificant humans, how dare you attempt to kill me? The corpse king sneered coldly. I am Jiang Chun, the corpse king. Your lives will be nothing but nourishment for me. Seeing Jiang Chun not only unbroken but even stronger, everyone couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. The spark of hope that had just been ignited was instantly extinguished, and despair once again enveloped their hearts. However, just as the crowd was bracing for yet another grim battle, a flash of cold light streaked across the air. Thud. The corpse king's voice abruptly ceased, and his head fell to the ground. His towering body collapsed with a thunderous crash, never to move again. A young man stood beside him, expressionless, holding a blade in one hand. First squad of the Godslayer core battle complete. He sheathed his weapon with practiced ease. This scene left everyone watching the video utterly speechless, their minds blank. The kill was so swift, so decisive, one strike, and the head was severed. No one had expected Lin Fan, who had never publicly appeared before, to make his debut in such a manner and take down the rampaging Jiang Chun with a single blow. For a few seconds, there was a stunned silence. Then, the comment section exploded like an avalanche. Cool. That was so satisfying justice for those who sacrificed themselves. Thank goodness they arrived in time. The casualties would have been far worse otherwise. Oh my god, Lin Fan is that strong? Isn't he supposed to just be a high school student? He's so handsome. I'm in love. Wait, isn't the commander-in-chief supposed to strategize from behind the scenes? Why is ours so hot-headed and ridiculously strong too? The screen was flooded with comments as the video came to an end. Lin Fan quietly put away his phone. In the train carriage, Master Emobuji spoke in a low voice. This video really shouldn't have been released. Foreign powers might analyze our capabilities from it. This could be a risk. Lin Fan understood Emobuji's concerns. Foreign forces might indeed target them. But he replied calmly, if they believe it, that's actually better. At least it might make them wary of divine beings descending. Besides, in Decia, are you really afraid of foreign powers? Emobuji was silent for a moment, then nodded. Fair point. This video was primarily meant for the people of Decia, Lin Fan said gravely. After watching this, everyone in Decia should understand the kind of enemies we're facing and how brutal the battles ahead will be. Some truths are better learned sooner rather than later. Plus, the video shows them that while the enemy is strong, Decia also has the power to defeat them. He paused briefly, then added in a quieter tone, as long as the people of Decia hold on to hope, Decia will always have hope. Emobuji nodded thoughtfully. Yes, if this video spreads, it could also aid recruitment efforts. In fact, the video was spreading across the internet at an unimaginable speed, going viral in a way no one could have foreseen. This video has taken the domestic internet by storm, dominating trending lists like wildfire. It showcases an extraordinary battle that defies all logic. The corpse king Jiangqin, Xingyi boxing, the demon-subduing staff, Taoist true fire, and the Confucianism-inspired righteous qi, as if opening a door to an unknown world. The people of Decia witnessed firsthand the overwhelming power of Jiang Chun, but what resonated even more deeply was the unyielding determination to face him heat. In the video, every move made by the Godslayer army left a profound impact. The silhouette of a young warrior, sharp and resolute like a blade, was etched into the minds of every viewer. The most exhilarating moment came when, despite Jiang Chun's immense power, the commander of Decia decisively beheaded him with a single stroke. Edited versions of the video spread rapidly across the internet, with comments and bullet chats multiplying exponentially. Viewers were awestruck by Jiang Chun's might, mourned the sacrifices of the soldiers, and reflected on humanity's fragility. Yet, when the scene of the final blow played, an overwhelming chorus erupted. Glory to Decia! This video ignited a newfound courage within Decia, uniting the nation in the face of the impending war. However, the international reaction was completely different. On foreign platforms, netizens from other countries expressed disbelief. Oh my god, what is that thing? Guns and explosives can't even destroy it. Could it be that what the Decia people said before is actually true? No way, no one actually believes this is real, right? On behalf of countless Indians, I can tell you, this is impossible. It's just Decia boasting again. Exactly, I've analyzed Ithis' special effects. Those foolish Decia people think they can scare us with CGI. But, to be fair, the effects are pretty convincing. I didn't know Decia's visual effects industry was this advanced. Without exception, all opinions concluded that the video was a deliberate fabrication by Decia. After all, its content was far too fantastical to believe. Lin Fan scrolled through the comments on foreign platforms, rubbing his temples as he let out a quiet sigh. Just as I expected. But then, a faint smile crossed his face. It's fine. This video wasn't meant for them anyway. Suddenly, Lin Fan was reminded of an event from his past life. When divine beings first descended upon the world, Decia's leading scientist and research team conducted preliminary analyses on these entities. Although their findings were rudimentary, the information was heavily classified. Even Lin Fan and his fellow combatants were required to return their notebooks after lessons to prevent any leaks. At the time, Lin Fan had been puzzled and asked Chen Yin, "Why are we so secretive about such superficial findings?" Chen Yin remained silent for a long while before replying in a complex tone, "Because we don't want our enemies to know that we know nothing about them." Back then, Decia knew absolutely nothing about the divine beings, and so it had to conceal its ignorance. But now, things were completely different. Decia was well aware of the existence of these so-called gods. They knew the first to descend would be the god of the seas, capable of manipulating the oceans and commanding sea creatures as followers. In preparation, Decia had already built a steel fortress at the landing site. Lin Fan even knew the tier of this sea god, the height of the tsunamis it could summon, and much more. Decia had thoroughly prepared for the lurking mysteries. At this point, Decia no longer needed to hide, fearing that the gods might realize their ignorance. On the contrary, Decia intended to make it clear to these gods, "We already know everything about you, and you, the so-called gods, know nothing about us." When there is no fear, there is no need to hide. Lin Fan sighed, though a trace of unease lingered in his heart. I just hope this isn't another case of supernatural resurgence. The sudden call from Elder Jean had been inexplicably ominous, leaving Lin Fan slightly uneasy. He had been asked to handle the situation, suggesting some level of trouble. Yet, Elder Jean had insisted there was no real danger. What exactly was going on? Lin Fan frowned slightly. At that moment, the sharp screech of brakes pierced the air. Lin Fan immediately swung open the car door and jumped out of the off-road vehicle. Area 0124, Wangjia Village. Lin Fan saw chaos unfolding near the village entrance. Several staff members were sweating profusely as they tried to negotiate with a group of elderly villagers who were dressed like farmers and appeared highly respected. The discussion didn't seem to be going well, as both sides had started raising their voices in heated argument. "No, sir, listen to me. There's real danger here right now." The staff member's words were abruptly cut off by an elderly man with a face full of wrinkles. "Don't talk to me about danger. I'm not leaving, no matter what." The old man waved his arms stubbornly, his tone firm and resolute. Lin Fan quickly approached, his brow slightly furrowed. He glanced around and saw several elderly villagers arguing heatedly with the staff. The atmosphere was tense, but it wasn't the eerie, supernatural revival scene he had initially feared. Instead, it seemed more like a typical community dispute. "What's going on here?" Lin Fan turned to a uniformed staff member and asked. The staff member froze for a moment, then a flicker of excitement and respect crossed his face. He immediately straightened up and saluted, his voice trembling slightly with emotion. "Commander-in-Chief, I'm Li, the person in charge of Zone 0124". Before he could finish introducing himself, the elderly villagers recognized Lin Fan as well. They immediately abandoned their argument with the staff and called out in unison, "Leader, you have to stand up for us. We've lived here for generations. How can we just leave like that?" Lin Fan raised a hand, signaling everyone to quiet down, cutting off the staff member's introduction mid-sentence. "Let's skip the formalities for now. Just tell Muhad exactly is going on here." The staff member's expression turned complicated as he explained, "Sir, here's the situation. Following your orders, we've been carrying out the emergency relocation of all residents within a 3-kilometer radius of the Steel Great Wall. We expected the process to go smoothly since everyone knows that the arrival of the gods is imminent and the seas are about to become extremely dangerous." He gestured toward the surroundings and continued, "This is Wangjia Village, a small fishing village that depends on the sea. No matter how much we try to persuade them, they refuse to move. Worse still, representatives from nearby fishing villages have come to show their support and firmly oppose the relocation as well." Lin Fan frowned and asked, "Have the relocation policies been clearly explained to them?" "Of course." The staff member threw up his hands in exasperation. "We've repeatedly emphasized the relocation compensation, assured them of our full support during the process, and even pointed out that the new houses are already built and ready to move into. But they just won't budge." Lin Fan nodded thoughtfully, murmuring to himself, "This is indeed a bit unusual. Take a break for now. I'll go talk to them." With that, Lin Fan approached the elderly villagers, offering a warm smile. "Gentlemen, may I ask how I should address you?" The elderly man leading the group, though in his 70s, stood tall and straight like a pine tree, exuding an air of vitality. He immediately recognized Lin Fan, whom he had seen on television, and without hesitation, he raised a crisp military salute and shouted in a booming voice, "Wong Hugua, reporting to the chief commander." The sudden display of military discipline momentarily startled Lin Fan. He scrutinized the old man's practiced posture and furrowed his brow. "Were you in the military?" he asked. "Served in the Korean War." The old man replied resolutely. This brief exchange instantly filled Lin Fan with respect for the elderly man before him. He returned the salute with equal solemnity and gestured for one of his staff members to bring a chair for the old man. Once the man was seated, Lin Fan spoke with a complicated expression. "Since you've served as a soldier, it'll be easier to explain some things. You must understand the enemy we're about to face. This relocation is a national directive, but it's also for the safety of your lives and property. Wouldn't you agree?" The old man nodded slowly.
Yes.
Lin Fan continued, his tone growing heavier. "We are building this steel wall to hold back the gods who are descending. Even if it costs us everything, we will not allow those gods to set foot in Decia. However, we must also prepare for contingencies. The power of these gods is unimaginably vast. Moreover, they have numerous, formidable followers. If, by any chance, we fail to stop Themer, if some sea beast followers manage to break through, we'll undoubtedly fight and eliminate them."
But
Lin Fan trailed off, leaving his implication clear. He went on, "Your village and the surrounding towns are too close to the steel wall. If anything were to happen, in short, staying here could be extremely dangerous. If you have any concerns about the relocation compensation, feel free to bring them up. Within reasonable limits, I can arrange for an increase." However, the old man interrupted Lin Fan abruptly. "This isn't about the compensation." Lin Fan was momentarily at a loss for words. The old man, ignoring his confusion, seemed to slip into reminiscence, his gaze fixed on the ground beneath his feet. He began speaking to himself. "Chief Commander, do you know how long the Wong family has lived in this village?" Without waiting for a response, he continued, "I don't know the exact number, but our ancestors have lived here for generations. At the very least, it's been a few hundred years. Do you think we haven't faced enemies in all that time?" His voice grew more impassioned. "I'll give you just one example. During my father's time, the Japanese invaded. My father and the others weren't soldiers, just simple fishermen, but they still fought back with fishing spears and makeshift guns. I was only 8 years old when my father went out with a homemade gun and never returned. My mother came back with nothing but a handful of blood-stained earth." The old man's gaze turned resolute. "My father's generation wasn't educated. They were honest, hard-working fishermen. Frankly, if you'd asked my father what patriotism was, he probably couldn't have explained it. But he knew one thing. This was our land. Why should we cower before outsiders?" Later, when I went to the Korean War, my mother said just one thing to me: "Son, fight hard. Don't let them step onto our land." Suddenly, the old man stood up, his voice ringing loud and clear as he addressed Lin Fan. "Chief Commander, our Wong family village may be small, but we've lived here for hundreds of years. Why should we run just because some so-called gods are coming? The Japanese couldn't make us run. Why should we run now? I won't run. At worst, I'll take up a fishing spear and fight those so-called gods myself." The villagers behind the old man erupted in shouts of support. "We won't run. We'll fight them to the end. I don't care what kind of gods they are.
on our land, we're the masters."
Chief Commander, If this were just an ordinary relocation, we'd agree happily because the land would still belong to Decia. But if you're telling us to run because enemies are coming, we won't agree. This land is soaked with blood. Where could we possibly run to? This is our home. If you're not running, we can't run either. This is Decia, the land you're protecting, and it's the land we protect too. Not an inch will we give up. Faced with such a scene, Lin Fan found himself momentarily speechless. He suddenly realized what this land meant to these people. It wasn't just a place to live, it was their roots, a home their ancestors had defended with their lives and blood for generations. Taking a deep breath, Lin Fan turned to his staff, who looked equally troubled. I can't persuade them either, he admitted. This admission silenced the villagers. Lin Fan took the loudspeaker handed to him by a staff member and spoke firmly. All right, listen to me. First, we strongly encourage you to relocate. Staying here could be very dangerous. If anyone is willing to move, you can contact our staff at any time to arrange an early evacuation. Second, for those who choose to stay from today onward, the highest command center will be stationed inside the steel wall. If anyone dies, we soldiers will be the first to fall. The soldiers present were stunned by this declaration. In any battle, the command center was of utmost importance and was always located far behind the front lines to ensure the smooth operation of military strategy. If the command center were compromised, the entire front line would collapse into chaos. Even the bravest commanders rarely placed the command center on the front lines. But now, the chief commander was proposing to move the highest command center to the steel wall itself, the first line of defense against the impending sea god. A military officer hesitated and spoke softly. What if? Lin Fan cut him off. There is no what if. If the steel wall is breached, if the gods set foot in Decia, it will only be over my dead body. His voice was resolute. I want everyone to know that as long as we live, Decia is forbidden to the gods. With that, Lin Fan turned to face the soldiers behind him and said in a commanding tone, once the steel wall is completed, not only will the command center be stationed there, but the soldiers' barracks will be inside the wall as well. If the wall falls, you all know what that means. If anyone is afraid, speak up now, and I'll reassign you elsewhere. No hard feelings. A tense silence hung in the air, everyone holding their breath. Suddenly, a young soldier shouted at the top of his lungs, if the wall falls, we die with it. As soon as the word okay was uttered, the crowd erupted into a frenzy. Fight to the death if the city falls. The soldiers roared in unison, their voices shaking the earth. Their eyes were wide open, their faces flushed with fury, and their throats seemed on the verge of tearing apart. This was not merely a slogan but a solemn vow from the people of Decia to defend their land. Suddenly, Lin Fan raised his right hand, and the uproar abruptly ceased. In a deep, commanding voice, he ordered, return and continue the construction. The soldiers turned in perfect synchrony and marched away. Outwardly, they appeared the same as when they had arrived, but there was a newfound determination in every gaze. 2 hours later, Lin Fan sat in an off-road vehicle near the construction site of the steel Great Wall, his eyes closed as he regulated his breathing. Outside the window, workers and soldiers were brimming with energy. The appearance of the corpse king Jiangchun had not intimidated them. Instead, it had ignited an even stronger resolve. The radio crackled with reports from various departments. Disciples from the Taoist sects, Confucian sects, Buddhist sects, the Moin Xing Luo sect, and the Mo sect had all arrived at their designated areas and begun patrolling and defending. Lin Fan responded briefly, received. Stay vigilant and report any issues immediately. Privately, Lin Fan felt a twinge of frustration. Jiangchun's premature awakening made him realize that the historical timeline had already shifted. As he quickly reviewed the sequence of events in his memory, a startling thought struck him. Superpowered individuals might also emerge ahead of schedule. He immediately used the radio to contact Gong Shuming, instructing him to deploy mechanical birds to patrol Qingqing and station 100 combat puppets at the stadium. Gong Shuming accepted the orders and promptly entered the warehouse, activating a batch of lifelike mechanical birds. Around the same time, Lin Fan received a call from Shangweitian. The good news was that 20 billion tons of steel resources had successfully arrived at the port. The bad news was that various countries were demanding immediate payment, threatening sanctions, or even military action if not met. Lin Fan directed Shangweitian to proceed as planned, assuring him that he would step in at the critical moment. Meanwhile, an international live broadcast of unprecedented scale had commenced. Nations like the Free State, the White Elephant Empire of Indus, and Turtlefield had sent diplomats and media reporters to participate. The broadcast's glaring headline read, Debt Collection from Decia. The viewership had already reached 3 billion. This unexpected live broadcast, fueled by the instigation of various nations, instantly became the center of global attention. On the screen, a Western female anchor, with exaggerated gestures and a sorrowful expression, revealed to the audience. Not long ago, Decia requested to purchase a massive amount of steel from Freedom Nation, Kamita, Sushi Nation, and others totaling a staggering 1.5 billion tons. Out of humanitarian goodwill, we delivered immediately, but they failed to pay. This must be resolved properly. The comment section erupted, with messages flooding in like a torrential downpour. 1.5 billion tons? Has Decia lost its mind? I heard they're building a steel Great Wall. Insane. Claiming to be a nation of integrity, yet refusing to pay debts? That's twice the global annual steel production. International viewers, watching with a sense of schadenfreude, speculated on the possible outcomes. Either Decia would painfully pay up, damaging its national strength, or a conflict would break out, with allied nations ganging up to attack Decia. Just the thought of such a scenario was thrilling enough for many. Freedom Nation's ambassador, Jill, watched the surging comments with delight. President Puchuan had made it clear this mission was meant to sow discord. As long as Decia couldn't make timely payments, Freedom Nation would have grounds to demand territorial concessions, or even rally other nations to launch an offensive. Jill glanced around the room, surrounded by cameras and journalists from every corner of the globe. Suppressing the joy in his heart, he put on a mask of anger. Other ambassadors mirrored his act, clenching their fists and feigning righteous indignation. Clearly, they all shared the same goal, seizing this opportunity to deal a devastating blow to Decia. Jill leaned over and whispered to Matsushita, the Kamita ambassador, "We need to make Decia understand our resources don't come cheap." Matsushita chuckled quietly in response. "Absolutely. By the way, if Decia offers territorial compensation, we want Qincheng." Nearby, the Austrian ambassador chimed in, lowering his voice. "Then Taidao should be handed over to Austria." Jill smirked. "Consider it done. We've already stationed a substantial naval fleet in the surrounding waters. Even if the Decia representative doesn't want to sign, they'll have no choice." As they quietly conspired about how to carve up Decia, the room suddenly fell silent. A small boat docked, and a solitary figure stepped aboard the trade ship anchored in international waters. Shang Weitian entered the chamber. Facing the array of cameras pointed at him like a barrage of long guns and cannons, his face remained expressionless, betraying no emotion. He walked to the opposite side of the ambassadors and sat behind a ridiculously small table. In stark contrast, the ambassadors sat behind spacious wooden desks, dressed in immaculate suits. The deliberate placement of the small table made Shang Weitian look like a defendant awaiting judgment. Yet, he simply glanced at the table and sat down without a word of protest. Seeing this, Jill's smirk grew even more disdainful. He whispered to the ambassadors around him, "It seems Decia is even more spineless than we imagined. I thought he'd at least complain. Sending someone like this might turn out easier than expected. Everyone might just get the piece of Decia they want." Through the live broadcast, international viewers were equally shocked by the scene. This seating arrangement is straight up a trial setup. What an insult, and Decia just took it. Aren't they supposed to value their dignity the most? Their representative seems awfully mild-mannered. TSK, looks like Decia is truly at fault. This is going to be entertaining. Wei Tianshang had just taken his seat when Jill impatiently stood up. The atmosphere in the meeting room grew tense instantly, with all eyes fixed on the two representatives. Jill stared directly at Wei Tianshang, her tone laden with evident dissatisfaction and a hint of threat. "Representative of Decia, I believe you are well aware of why we are here today. That shipment of steel 15 billion tons, worth a fortune should have been paid for by now. Despite our nation's scarcity of steel resources, we generously came to your aid when you requested it. Now, it's time for you to fulfill your promise." Jill paused, a faint, enigmatic smile spreading across her face. "If Decia is truly facing difficulties, we might consider alternative arrangements, perhaps territorial concessions. After all, we're always willing to help." Her words sent the room into an uproar. Reporters scrambled to aim their cameras at Wei Tianshang, eager to capture his reaction. What was expected to be a lengthy and routine negotiation had turned into a dramatic showdown right from the start. Amid the intense attention, Wei Tianshang muttered softly to himself, "How foolish at a time like this, they're still fighting amongst themselves." Jill, unable to make out his words, raised her voice sharply. "Representative of Decia, I demand a direct answer to my question." The pressure on Wei Tianshang was immense. He knew he represented the entirety of Decia, and every word and action of his would resonate with countless people. Yet, to everyone's surprise, he responded with a calm and almost relaxed smile. "Isn't it money you're after?" Wei Tianshang said flatly, his expression unreadable. "Perhaps you've misunderstood something. 15 billion tons of steel might seem astronomical to an individual, but you're speaking to a nation with nearly a quarter of the world's population. 15 billion tons of steel? It's hardly a big deal." Jill was momentarily stunned, clearly caught off guard by his response. But she quickly recovered, raising her voice again. "Then pay up, Decia. If you can't pay today, let's discuss how you plan to compensate us in other ways." Other ambassadors began to rise as well, their words carrying thinly veiled threats. Yet, amidst the escalating pressure, Wei Tianxiang remained composed. Without a hint of emotion, he reached into his pocket and pulled out a small envelope, placing it lightly on the table. Paying? That's a trivial matter for Decia, Wei Tianxiang said with an air of indifference. Here, the money you want is all in there. Jill, visibly skeptical, approached the table and picked up the seemingly insignificant envelope. As she opened it, she sneered. Still bluffing at this point? Let's see what's inside. How you plan to pay for 15 billion tons of steel with this. But the moment she opened the envelope, her expression froze and her confidence drained away. Jill stared blankly at its contents, a single thin sheet of paper. It was a document, simple to the point of absurdity. The once arrogant and domineering Jill froze in place as if struck by lightning, staring at a document inside the envelope. His entire body went stiff, and an unmistakable panic flickered in his eyes. His fingers trembled slightly. How could Decia resort to such a move? The document bore the bold words, Certificate of Freedom Nation Treasury Bonds owned by Decia, each word hammering against Jill's heart. No. Impossible, Jill murmured to himself, then suddenly, as if losing his mind, tore the envelope to shreds, the fragments scattering to the floor. Shang Weiyan's lips curved into a slight smirk. He emptied a pile of envelopes from his briefcase, stacking them like a small mountain on the table. It's fine. These are all copies. You can tear as many as you want, he said with a hint of mockery in his tone. Jill stood frozen, while the other nations' ambassadors exchanged bewildered glances. The ambassador from Guatian, Matsuda, frowned and asked, Jill, what exactly was in that envelope? The ambassador from Akuo followed up, his disbelief evident. Could it be that Decia can really pay it all off in one go? Jill remained silent, and the atmosphere in the hall grew tense. Unable to suppress their curiosity, the other ambassadors stepped forward to examine the contents of the envelopes. When they saw the document, they were all struck dumb, standing there as if turned to stone. The envelope contained an official certificate proving Decia's ownership of Freedom Nation's treasury bonds. As the global economic leader, Freedom Nation had sold massive amounts of treasury bonds to other countries, reaping enormous profits. Many of the nations present also held a certain amount of these bonds. It was the entry ticket for participating in the globalized market, akin to a protection fee. However, the figure on the document left everyone stunned: 1.1 trillion freedom dollars. This astronomical number rendered every ambassador speechless, their shock palpable. Shang Weitian stood up, smiling warmly. This amount should be sufficient to cover the payment for your steel resources, right? Jill snapped his head up, glaring at Shang Weitian with a trace of trembling in his voice. You what? Shang Weitian interrupted nonchalantly. Is this how you treat your creditor? And you were talking about demanding repayment from Decia? It seems you've all forgotten Decia is actually your largest creditor. With that, Shang Weitian cast a glance at the small table in front of him before suddenly kicking it over. The loud crash of the table, hitting the floor, echoed through the silent hall. Back in the day, our predecessors had to negotiate tooth and nail with foreign envoys at tables as small as this. But now, no one in Decia will ever endure such humiliation again. Shang Weiyan's voice brimmed with confidence and determination. Jill's face turned ashen, and his voice trembled. Our Freedom Nation will never recognize this. Shang Weitian suddenly burst into laughter. What's this? Is Freedom Nation planning to deny its debts? Weren't you the ones accusing Decia of lacking integrity? Now, who's the one being dishonest? He swept his gaze across the room and continued, but you'd better think this through. If Freedom Nation refuses to honor its debts, everyone, let me remind you, some of these bonds involve payments for your goods as well. Are you still willing to stand by them as allies? Jill's heart sank. Sure enough, Matsuda, the ambassador from Guatian, who had been standing by his side, immediately darkened his expression and questioned Jill sharply. Jill, what is the meaning of this? The Akuo ambassador's face turned equally grim. Does this mean the Freedom Nation bonds we hold are nothing but worthless paper now? The nations represented by these ambassadors also held significant amounts of Freedom Nation's treasury bonds. More importantly, a portion of the 1.1 trillion freedom dollars in bonds owned by Decia belonged to them as well. If Freedom Nation chose to renege on its debts, their interest would be directly harmed. Alliances built on shared interests are bound to crumble when those interests are at stake. In an instant, the ambassadors who had previously aligned themselves with Freedom Nation now surrounded Jill with hostile gazes filled with doubt and dissatisfaction. No, we acknowledge it. Jill never anticipated that Shang Weitian would pull such a move. Gritting his teeth, he had no choice but to concede. Then, glaring at Shang Weitian, he coldly said, do you realize what this means? Without Freedom Nation bonds, your Decia will be completely isolated in the world of commerce. You won't take a single step in the globalized market. His tone carried a clear threat. Shang Weitian chuckled coldly. Go ahead. Frankly, Dacia is vast and resourceful enough to sustain itself without relying on anyone else. The real question is, can you afford to give up Daxia's market? You've been reaping enormous profits from our market for years. Are you really willing to walk away from that? Besides, he paused, his voice tinged with amusement, with the imminent arrival of the divine. You're still thinking about isolating us? How foolish. The last statement was dismissed by Jill and the other ambassadors as baseless propaganda meant to instill fear. But Shang Weiyan's earlier points left them in uneasy silence. There was a time when Dacia had to curry favor with them, purchasing large amounts of Freedom Nations bonds just to gain access to the globalized market. But now, Dacia had become the largest consumer market in the world. The profits they extracted from Daxia's market each year were too significant for any country to ignore. In that moment, every ambassador present realized, to their shock, that the tables had turned. It was no longer Dacia that needed them, it was they who needed Dacia. When had this shift occurred? Even Jill found himself wavering. Perhaps it would be wise to cut their losses and move on. But Jill gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with unwilling fury. Lowering his voice, he turned to the ambassadors around him and said in a hushed tone, "Gentlemen, don't forget the true purpose of this meeting. We're here to force Decia to sign a territorial cession agreement." The atmosphere in the conference room instantly grew heavy, as if the air had solidified. The ambassador from Australia paused, frowning as he said, "But they've already paid in full. By force." Jill's expression twisted with malice, his fists clenched tightly. He growled through gritted teeth, "We've done this before, haven't we? Every time Decia faced us, didn't they obediently sign the territorial agreements?" A glimmer of greed flashed in Jill's eyes as he continued, "Now, Decia has risen. If we don't unite and take a bite out of them now, we might never get another chance. What are these payments compared to the enormous benefits we could gain from their land? You all know that very well." Jill's tone carried a ruthless determination, leaving no room for compromise. Clearly, he hadn't anticipated that Decia would hold such a significant amount of Free Nation bonds. Shang Weishan's maneuver was nothing short of using Free Nations money to pay for Decia's steel resources. Jill thought darkly to himself, if those nations demanded Free Nation to honor those bonds, wouldn't Free Nation suffer massive losses? Unless they could seize a portion of Decia's land. The other ambassadors also turned their sinister gazes toward Shang Weiyan. Memories of the days when they had occupied parts of Decia's territory resurfaced. Though they had eventually been driven out, the immense profits from those lands still left them salivating. Port City, Ao City, Qing City. These were all lucrative prizes. As for the quality of life of the Decia people in those cities, they couldn't care less. To them, those people were merely resources to exploit. The ambassador from Turtlefield Nation, Matsushita, hesitated, a conflicted expression crossing his face. He said uncertainly, "But this is being broadcast live globally right now. The impact on public opinion could be immeasurable. If we use force..." Jill let out a cold laugh, his voice dripping with disdain. "Public opinion? That's just whatever we decide it to be, isn't it?" As soon as the words left his mouth, the ambassadors exchanged knowing glances. Without a word, they each gestured toward the reporters behind them. The reporters, who had been fervently wielding their cameras like weapons, immediately seemed to receive their orders. Without hesitation, they turned off their equipment and quietly exited the conference room in an orderly manner. In the blink of an eye, the vast conference hall was left with only Shang Weiyan and the group of hostile, menacing ambassadors from the great powers. The atmosphere was suffocatingly heavy. Out on the open sea, the once turbulent waves had suddenly stilled, and the pitch-black clouds loomed menacingly over the horizon. Shang Weiyan smiled faintly as he looked at the ambassadors from various nations, fully aware that the situation had spiraled beyond redemption. The anger on Gil's face dissipated, replaced by a cold, detached expression. He spoke bluntly, "Dacia, your rise has been too swift. I never wanted it to come to this, but your responses have been unexpected. If Dacia is allowed to continue on this trajectory, who among us here and the nations we represent can sleep peacefully at night?" The other ambassadors silently moved to stand beside Gil, their silence a clear declaration of unity. Gil threw a hefty document onto the table, his tone icy. "We've been prepared for this. Sign it." Shang Weiyan leafed through the document without a flicker of emotion, then let out a cold laugh. "Oh, how meticulous. Guitian wants Qingsheng, Britannia takes Port City, and the Free Nation claims Ouching. You've had this all planned out for quite some time, haven't you?" Gil immediately retorted, "Mr. Shang, mind your words. This is a lease agreement, not plunder. We're merely proposing that Dacia pay for steel resources with leasing rights rather than Free Nation bonds. A century is but a blink of an eye, and this isn't the first time you've faced such arrangements." A trace of amusement danced at the corner of his lips. Shang Weiyan's expression remained impassive, but his fists clenched tightly. The word lease cloaked in its veneer of legitimacy, ignited a fiery rage within him. His thoughts raced back a century, to another man who had been forced to sign a humiliating treaty under the pressure of foreign powers. Back then, Decia had been impoverished and weak. But now, a prosperous and powerful Decia was once again being coerced into signing away its sovereignty. Gil pressed on, his voice sharp. Be smart about this. I know you're reluctant, but do you think we convened this meeting in international waters without making preparations? He snapped his fingers, and squads of heavily armed Free Nation soldiers poured through the doors, their rifles aimed squarely at Shang Weitian. Gil's smile turned sinister. Today, you represent Decia. This treaty will be signed whether you like it or not. Damn it. Even Shang Weitian couldn't hold back his fury, cursing aloud. He lunged at Gil, who instinctively stepped back. But in a sudden turn, Shang Weitian veered toward the wall behind him, raising his right hand high before slamming it down with all his strength. Bang! A dull thud echoed through the room as blood splattered, and Shang Weishan's hand was left mangled and bleeding. It took Gil a moment to process what had happened. Realizing Shang Weishan's intent, he shouted, "Stop him! He's trying to break his own arm." Several Free Nation soldiers rushed forward, pinning Shang Weitian to the ground and delivering a series of brutal kicks. His arm's not broken, one soldier reported after checking, then hauled the battered Shang Weitian to his feet. Gil wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, a flicker of respect flashing in his eyes. Dexia's people truly admirable resilience. But let me make it clear once more. Whether you sign willingly or not, this treaty will be signed. He gestured toward the window. Look outside. Shang Weitian turned his head. Beyond the window, the vast expanse of ocean was dominated by an enormous fleet of steel warships, their hulking forms like sea monsters. Fighter jets gleamed coldly on the decks, and the silent movements of countless gun barrels and missiles were all aimed toward Decia. Gil's voice was as cold as the steel outside. If you refuse, I know Dexia's people are unafraid of death. But your compatriots will pay the price. Your military is formidable, yes, but can it stand against multiple nations simultaneously? Even if you could, how many of your cities would we reduce to rubble before your defenses could rally? Shang Weitian gazed in shock at the fleet, their flags marking nearly every major nation, their presence suffocatingly oppressive. Gil continued, his tone unwavering. If you refuse, you'll go down in history as the traitor responsible for countless deaths. Your name will be etched into Dexia's pillar of shame, forever cursed as the one who doomed your people. Dexia's unity is admirable. You won't let your compatriots die in vain. A century-long lease is far better than seeing your cities obliterated, isn't it? At least under our administration, your people can live safely. Am I wrong? With that, Gil turned his back to Shang Weitian. Now sign. Shang Weishan's hands trembled as he picked up the pen. This so-called lease agreement was nothing more than a Shama 100-year cession of key territories in exchange for steel resources. At this moment, Shang Weitian wasn't just himself. He was the voice of Decia, representing 1.4 billion people. If he signed, it would carry the weight of international law. After a moment of silence, Shang Weitian, usually composed and mild-mannered, hurled the pin at the back of Gil's head with all his might, shouting angrily, "To hell with you! Why don't you just kill me already?" Gil turned, glaring at Shang Weitian. "Aren't you afraid?" Shang Weitian spat blood onto the floor, cutting him off. "Afraid of what? War with Decia? Do you think you're worthy? I might fear you alone, but do you really think Dexia's 1.4 billion people fear you? If even one of your warships breaches Dexia's borders, they'll write my name backward." Staring at Shang Weishan's twisted, defiant expression, Gil fell silent for a moment before speaking in a chilling tone. "So stubborn. Fine. Let's see if your borders can withstand us." Picking up his radio, Gil issued a series of quiet commands. On the warships, missiles were primed and ready. Time seemed to freeze as an officer aboard the lead ship prepared to press the launch button, his gaze fixed on Decia. The oppressive clouds bore down, and the tension was unbearable. Suddenly, the sky rippled with an otherworldly shimmer. Whoosh! A blinding, razor-sharp light streaked across the sea faster than the eye could follow, slicing through the fleet in an instant. The light was dazzling and fierce, illuminating the dark waters beneath the heavy clouds. It was a blade. A single, devastating strike from Decia. Accompanying it was the roar of a young voice, filled with unyielding fury. "You want war? Then try taking this strike first." The world seemed to freeze in that moment. A flash of light, sharp as a blade, tore through the silence, streaking from afar in an instant. The next moment, the harsh sound of metal scraping erupted like a thunderclap. On the ocean surface, the warship that had been struck by the blade's light split cleanly in two, the halves drifting apart. But it wasn't just the ship above. The dark clouds were also cleaved in half, and golden sunlight poured through the rift, casting a radiant ribbon of light across the sea. After a brief silence, The sea water surged violently to either side. One slash to part the clouds, another to divide the sea. Was as though the entire world had been split in two by that dazzling blade. On the warship, a Freedom Nation officer stood frozen in shock, his finger hovering above a button, unable to press it. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, a searing pain consumed him. A look of terror flashed across his face as a thin line of blood appeared at his brow and quickly spread downward, dividing his body. In the next instant, he and the warship beneath him were both sliced cleanly in half, the edges so smooth they were unnerving. With a deafening crash, the severed halves of the warship drifted apart and began to sink slowly into the depths. The surviving soldiers from the Allied nations stood motionless on the deck, staring in disbelief at the scene that defied all comprehension. Is that a person?" one soldier stammered, pointing with a trembling hand toward the source of the blade's light. At the far edge of the battlefield, a lone figure stood on the surface of the sea. It was a young man, his back to them, holding a blade in one hand. The weapon still gleamed with a fierce, cutting light. "He's standing on the water. How is that possible?" the survivors murmured in hushed tones, as if witnessing a miracle beyond their understanding. The young man slowly turned to face them, his expression cold and emotionless as his gaze swept over the remaining soldiers and warships. The sea breeze ruffled his hair, and his crimson eyes glowed faintly with an unsettling light. He raised his short blade, pointing it directly at the survivors. "It's our first meeting, so pardon my lack of courtesy." Lin Fan's voice was icy, yet it carried clearly to every ear. "After all, we in Decia have a saying. Is it not a joy to have friends come from afar? But we also have another saying. Those who offend Decia, no matter how far, shall be punished." A surge of unstoppable energy erupted from the young man, his blade releasing a force so powerful it pierced the heavens, scattering the dark clouds above. The sea beneath him churned violently, yet the entire region fell into an eerie stillness, broken only by the sound of his voice and the hum of his blade. "If you point your cannons at Decia, if you dare to invade Decia, no matter who comes, I will kill them all." The soldiers from the Allied nations swallowed hard, fear gripping their hearts. The sound of shifting machinery broke the silence as cannons and missile launchers, once aimed at Decia, swiveled away. Engines roared to life, and the surviving ships hastily turned and fled without hesitation. Lin Fan turned to glance at a merchant ship floating on the open sea. Inside, the atmosphere was stifling. Gil and the Allied diplomats stared out the window, their faces pale with shock. "Ha ha, that's someone from Decia." Shang Weitian, battered and bruised, laughed maniacally. "You're finished. Commander-in-Chief, you've finally arrived. Let's see how they threaten me now, how they threatened Decia." Gil clenched his teeth. His composure shattered as he grabbed the radio and screamed, "Why are you running? Come back. All of you. Come back. Bomb Decia now." But his furious shouting was cut short. Despite the distance, Gil felt the young man standing on the water was staring directly at him with an icy, penetrating gaze. That single look sent shivers down his spine. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead as he instinctively recoiled. Suddenly, a chilling wind swept through the room. The blade's edge pressed against Gil's neck, and Lin Fan appeared behind him like a phantom, his voice as cold as death itself. "Repeat what you just said." The hall was dead silent. Sweat poured down Gil's forehead like rain as he stood frozen in place. The icy touch on his neck left no doubt in his mind that this sudden, enigmatic youth had the audacity and the ability to take his life. The ambassadors from various nations and the armed soldiers were equally paralyzed, their expressions frozen in shock. The boy's ghostly appearance and the power he displayed had utterly shattered their understanding of reality. For a moment, everyone in the room unconsciously swallowed hard. There was no question this boy was now the true master of the situation. Before Jill could utter a word, the quick-witted ambassadors had already plastered flattering smiles on their faces and rushed to surround Shang Weitian. They fumbled to retrieve handkerchiefs, eagerly dabbing at his bruised and battered face. "Mr. Shang, are you all right? Mr. Shang, please don't hold a grudge against us. We've always been on your side, truly." All of that was Jill's doing. That bastard coerced and deceived us with his lies. "We're your most loyal allies, the staunchest supporters of Decia. Mr. Shang, I must confess, I have 1/8 Decia blood in my veins. We're practically family. That damn Jill dared to have his soldiers lay hands on Yoha deserved to die." "Exactly. Jill even tried to force you into signing some land cession treaty. It was an insult to Decia. I couldn't stand it from the start." "Mr. Shang, don't misunderstand me, country. Britannia never wanted to lease the harbor city. It was all Jill, using Free Nations power to pressure us. Yes, Mr. Shang, when my country, Australia, proposed leasing the island of Tai, it was only to preserve Decia's legacy." The ambassadors scrambled to explain themselves, their tone sincere, though their words reeked of insincerity. "Damn it. Who arranged such a small table for Mr. Shang? Quickly, bring out the large one. And my finest leather sofa, fetch that as well. Only the best befits a representative of Decia. Shang Weitian watched the scene unfold with cold detachment, his heart unmoved, though he found it almost laughable. He remembered clearly how, just moments before Lin Fan's arrival, these very people had stood united with Jill, pressuring him with icy glares to sign the treaty and even ordering soldiers to beat him mercilessly. And now, with Lin Fan's display of overwhelming power, these ambassadors had instantly transformed into Decia's most loyal allies, turning on Jill without hesitation and claiming they were coerced by the free nation. The small table that Shang Weitian had kicked over was swiftly replaced by a spacious desk, and a plush leather sofa was placed before him. Yet he had no intention of sitting down. So it's true, Shang Weitian murmured with a cold smile as he glanced at the fawning ambassadors. A weak nation has no diplomacy. All this talk of strategy and international maneuvering boils down to one thing: who holds the power? But today, I'm here to tell you all, Decia is no longer the Decia of 100 years ago. When you finally realize Decia has risen, when you see its strength, it will be too late for your flattery. With that, Shang Weitian pushed past the groveling ambassadors in disgust and walked over to Lin Fan. Thank you, Lin Fan said quietly. You made it just in time. Shang Weitian gave a wry smile. Any later, and I might have been beaten to death right here. Lin Fan's heart ached. He had judged Shang Weitian correctly. This man would rather endure a brutal beating than sign a humiliating treaty. Shang Weitian had even been prepared to break his own arm to avoid signing. But perhaps it's better this way, Shang Weitian said, his expression icy. Their attitudes toward Decia have become crystal clear. In the crises to come, they are unworthy of being our allies. Decia will stand alone. This was, in fact, the plan Shang Weitian and Lin Fan had devised long ago to use this situation to discern the true intentions of other nations toward Decia. If any showed genuine goodwill, Decia wouldn't hesitate to offer aid in the impending divine crisis. After all, as fellow humans, mutual assistance was preferable. But through their actions, these nations had forfeited Decia's future help. At the same time, Decia now understood that it would face the coming crisis isolated and unaided. We'll discuss this later, Lin Fan said coldly, his grip tightening on his blade. Jill, repeat what you said earlier. Have you forgotten? Let me remind you, you were talking about bombing what, exactly? Jill's throat was dry. Of course, he hadn't forgotten. He had just threatened to bomb Decia. But to say it aloud now? Jill had no doubt the boy would kill him on the spot. Where had this boy come from? How could he possess such unfathomable power? A single strike that split the heavens and earth. Suddenly, Jill made a decision. He gritted his teeth and dropped to his knees. Spare me, he stammered in broken Mandarin. Lin Fan stared at him impassively, the blade poised to strike. But just then, Shang Weitian stepped in, grabbing Lin Fan's arm and saying in a low voice, he's still the Free Nation's ambassador. We need to consider the international repercussions. Jill's eyes lit up, his tense expression easing slightly. That's right. I'm an ambassador of the Free Nation. If you dare harm me, Decia. A terrifying force erupted like a volcano. Lin Fan shrugged off Shang Weitian's hand and brought the blade crashing down. A flash of steel. Blood sprayed. Jill's smug expression hadn't even fully faded before his head was severed from his body. Thud. His headless corpse collapsed to the ground, twitching as blood gushed forth. Jill's head rolled across the floor, his lifeless eyes still wide with confusion, as though wondering why he was suddenly spinning on the ground. Dare to threaten me. And then what? Lin Fan said flatly. We're doomed. Shang Weitian muttered after a long silence, his mouth twitching. Do you have any idea what kind of international fallout that one strike will cause? I don't, Lin Fan replied, his face devoid of emotion. He turned his gaze to the other ambassadors, who stood rooted in place, their faces pale. I only know this. Anyone who dares to offend Decia, no matter how far away, will be punished. Today, Jill is dead. In the future, if anyone else dares to challenge Decia, Xing. Lin Fan raised his blade, its edge humming with power. Blood still dripped from its tip. Behind it, his eyes burned with an icy resolve. They'll answer to my sword, he declared, enunciating each word with chilling clarity. His gaze was sharper than the blade itself. I will guard the gates of Decia. At that moment, as they looked at the boy with the blade and then at Jill's lifeless body, the ambassadors felt an overwhelming chill seep into their bones. Decia, like this boy, was not to be trifled with. Boom. The roar of engines thundered like muffled lightning, shaking the entire surface of the sea. The startled ambassadors from various nations instinctively turned their heads to look out the window. On the vast blue ocean, a fleet of silver warships surged forward like an unyielding tide, roaring as they approached. On the decks of the ships, missiles stood ready, and fighter jets poised for action. resembling an army of enraged beasts charging toward their prey. On the lead warship, Jean Lao held a walkie-talkie and burst into laughter. Kid, can you handle this? If not, let me take over. Lin Fan picked up his walkie-talkie and replied nonchalantly, I'm late fine, they'll head back first. You take care of it when you're done. Jean Lao sighed with a hint of regret and promptly ordered the seemingly endless fleet of warships to turn around and retreat into the horizon. The ambassadors from various nations stared in shock at the scene before them. When had Decia developed such formidable military power? Just a few decades ago, they had struggled to mass-produce even basic rifles. The ambassador from Guitian, Matsushita, let out a deep sigh, despair gripping his heart. He had believed that a coalition of nations could easily overpower the young man standing before him. But after witnessing Decia's display of military might, he realized that even a united effort would come at an unbearable cost and might still end in failure. Lin Fan, his face expressionless, turned his gaze toward the surviving ambassadors. The blade in his hand still dripped with blood. Now, do you understand what you need to do? He asked coldly. Under his piercing gaze, every ambassador immediately dropped to their knees. In the Grand Hall, only Lin Fan and Shang Weitian, the two representatives of Decia, remained standing. Shang Weitian let out a long breath, his emotions in turmoil. 100 years ago, these same ambassadors had forced Decia to sign humiliating treaties, ceding land and dignity. Now, not one of them dared to stand before Decia. Lin Fan's voice, cold and unfeeling, seemed to echo from the depths of hell. To be honest, if it were up to me, I'd kill every last one of you. But Mr. Shang just pleaded on your behalf, saying we should consider the international repercussions. His face suddenly softened into a gentle smile. So, I've decided to uphold the principle of harmony we Decia people value so much and let you go. The ambassadors, baffled by Lin Fan's words, quickly expressed their gratitude. Lin Fan continued, now, about Decia's payment this Timido, you have any objections? The ambassadors scrambled to assure him they had none, agreeing that the Liberty Nation's bonds Decia provided were more than sufficient to cover the cost of the steel. They even promised to take up any discrepancies with the Liberty Nation itself. Lin Fan nodded. Good. No objections, then. You may leave. But remember this, if anyone dares to provoke Decia again in the future, he flicked his short blade, sending droplets of blood splattering onto the ambassadors' expensive suits. No matter how far, we will strike. The ambassadors shuddered as they caught the gleam of the blade and met Lin Fan's icy stare. A quick glance at the severed head of Gil only deepened their fear. Yet, none of them dared to move. Lin Fan's gaze hardened. Why aren't you leaving? Shang Weitian tugged at Lin Fan's sleeve nervously, coughing lightly. On their ship. It's theirs. Lin Fan froze for a moment before scratching his head in mild embarrassment. Oh, right. My bad. Well, leave. No need to see us off. Under the ambassadors' bewildered and silent stares, Lin Fan and Shang Weitian left the hall, boarded a small boat, and set off toward Decia. The ambassador from the White Elephant Nation whispered a suggestion to launch a remote strike on Lin Fan, only to receive a harsh slap from the British ambassador. The latter, trembling with fear, hissed through gritted teeth, if you want to die, don't drag us down with you. On the small boat, Lin Fan seemed to hear something and muttered with a dark expression. Shang Weitian, unable to catch his words, asked, what did you say? Lin Fan didn't answer. Instead, he turned his gaze toward the distant steel fortress under construction and spoke. You once suggested that we form alliances with a few nations to prepare for the god's return. I turned you down, and you were unhappy about it. But after today, you should understand why I refused. Shang Weitian sighed. I get it now. Between nations, there's no such thing as true friendship. When they think you're weak, they'll only try to carve you up. When they think you're strong, they'll bow and scrape before you. He recalled the events in the hall. The coercion, the humiliation, the beatings. Yet, when Lin Fan had appeared with overwhelming power, the ambassadors had scrambled to curry favor with Decia. And after Lin Fan had executed Gil, they had fallen to their knees, begging for their lives. Snapping out of his thoughts, Shang Weitian spoke with some concern. Still, killing Gil might cause some trouble. Lin Fan chuckled. Don't worry. If this were 100 years ago, killing Gil would have led to a massacre of Decia's people. 50 years ago, it would have cost me my life. 20 years ago, the Liberty Nation would have spread the story far and wide. But now do you think the Liberty Nation dares to even mention this? Shang Weitian was momentarily stunned before realization dawned on him. I see. Some matters are incredibly complicated. But sometimes, they become surprisingly simple. That may sound confusing, but it's actually quite straightforward, Lin Fan concluded. As long as you're strong enough, even the most complex problems become simple. The atmosphere inside the temporary command center was heavy. Chen Yin stared at Lin Fan with a helpless expression, his brows furrowed. Why did you have to go and kill that Gil? Good job. Old Jean suddenly chimed in, a look of schadenfreude on his face. Well done, Commander-in-Chief. Honestly, if it were me, I'd have done the same. The nearby guards murmured their agreement in low voices. Good job. Chen Yin shot them a glare, his anger flaring. Why are you all chiming in? He took a deep breath, his tone softening somewhat. To be fair, I also think it was the right call, but we can't say that out loud. That guy was still an ambassador from the Free Nation. If they decide to pursue this, it'll be hard for us in Decia to explain. Lin Fan yawned nonchalantly and said, well, you could hand me over. Chen Yin froze for a moment, then gritted his teeth. I never said that. If that's your attitude, don't blame me for throwing you under the bus when the national leader asks about it. Just then, the red phone on the table rang abruptly. Chen Yin snatched up the receiver, his tone instantly becoming ingratiating. Hello, national leader. You already know well, it's not entirely Lin Fan's fault. I looked into it. Gil was trying to coerce Shang Weitian, our representative, into signing the agreement by threatening to bomb Decia. Lin Fan may be the commander-in-chief, but he's still young and hot-blooded. Honestly, anyone in his position might have done the same. Maybe we could let this slide just this once? It won't happen. What? The Free Nation isn't pursuing it? They didn't even report it to the public? I see. Chen Yin hung up the phone, his expression a mix of disbelief and relief. Old Jean, equally stunned, burst into laughter. Huh, Gil's gone, and the Free Nation is just swallowing their pride? Chen Yin adjusted his glasses. If you took a beating, would you want to broadcast it to the world? But it's definitely not that simple. My guess is that Lin Fan's display of strength scared them. One Lin Fan isn't terrifying, but if Decia had an army of soldiers like him, the Free Nation probably realizes the gravity of this. Instead of provoking Decia further, they're likely focusing their efforts on secretly investigating how Lin Fan became so powerful. At this, Chen Yin turned his gaze toward Lin Fan. Lin Fan met his eyes and calmly assured him, don't worry. I can guarantee that the deity slaying technique will never leak. Chen Yin had just begun to relax when Lin Fan added, but I suspect it won't be long before individuals start gaining extraordinary powers. What? Chen Yin whipped his head around in shock. At that moment, Lin Fan's phone buzzed. A text message popped up. Gong Shu Ming. There's been a change in the surveillance plan for Qingqing. Early this morning, while grocery shopping, someone suddenly burst into flames. Instead of being burned alive, she seemed to control the fire. She even gained the ability to fly short distances. 3 wooden birds are currently tailing her. Meanwhile, Chen Yin was staring at a surveillance video that had gone viral online. His expression darkened. The footage showed a schoolgirl in a twin ponytail arguing with a vegetable vendor at a market. Suddenly, flames engulfed her body. Not only was she unharmed, but she also waved her hand, reducing the vendor's stall to ashes before soaring into the sky and vanishing. Online comments were exploding. No way. Who's still trying to fool people with these effects in this day and age? This isn't CGI. I was there. It's already on the news. This is real. I mean, I didn't believe it at first, but considering we've already seen Jiangshi and gods appear, flying doesn't seem that crazy anymore. Now that you mention it, it might actually be real? Come on. How could this be real? Humans can't just breathe fire. Been reading too many novels? Whoa, this is Qingqing Market. That's my classmate. What's your classmate's name? Lin Fan's expression immediately darkened as he read the last 2 comments. He barked out orders, blocked the IPs of anyone claiming to know her or asking questions, scrubbed the entire internet. No one is allowed to comment on this. Actually, delete all the videos immediately. The tech team sprang into action. Within seconds, every related video vanished, even those that had been downloaded. The eerie disappearance of the footage only fueled speculation online, with netizens growing increasingly excited, as though a fantastical world was unfolding before their eyes. This is Chen Yin frowned deeply. An awakened individual. Lin Fan spoke rapidly. As I expected, it's not just the early reawakening of Jiangshi King Jiangchen. Even awakened individuals are appearing ahead of time. Simply put, awakened individuals gain abilities due to divine energy leaking into Blue Star. This can cause changes to their bodies or grant them powers akin to deities, like controlling elements. Lin Fan stood up and headed for the door. Chen Yin, Old Jean, I need you to oversee this construction site for me. I have to leave immediately. So urgent? Chen Yin asked, startled. Extremely urgent. Lin Fan replied, already out the door. This is a war without guns or bullets. Awakened individuals appearing within a nation's borders is a boon for that country. These are individuals with extraordinary potential. But unlike me or the first squad of the deity-slaying army, who grow stronger through disciplined cultivation, awakened individuals gain their powers by chance. Some might awaken with near-divine strength, but never progress further in their lifetime. Others might start with minor abilities, but, through a stroke of luck or emotional upheaval, could rival a low-tier deity. It's an unstable power, but one that cannot be ignored. Especially the first wave of awakened individual steel drive nations to madness. From the moment that video was uploaded, every second that girl remains exposed, she's at risk. Lin Fan grabbed his phone and shouted to Gongshu Ming, "Send me her location. Deploy all the wooden birds to monitor her surroundings. And mobilize the battle puppets protect her at all costs." But there was no response from Gongshu Ming. On the highway leading to Qingqing, a jet-black military jeep roared forward at full speed, its engine growling as the accelerator was pushed to its limit. Lin Fan, seated in the back, urged the driver anxiously, "Faster, faster." His eyes were fixed on the phone in his hand, silently willing for a response. Reply already, he thought to himself, knowing full well that Gongshu Ming must be in serious trouble. Suddenly, the phone buzzed. A location-sharing notification popped up. Lin Fan quickly clicked on it and shouted, "Exit the highway at the next junction. The destination is an industrial park 10 kilometers east of Qingqing." Meanwhile, the situation within the Qingqing industrial park was dire. This usually bustling area had turned into a war zone. A factory building looked as though it had been through hell. Flames shot into the sky, thick black smoke billowed, and what remained of the structure was still burning. Inside the factory, a red-haired girl with twin ponytails was panting heavily, flames flickering in her hands. Her eyes were fixed on a pile of rubble in front of her, ready to react at any moment. Suddenly, the rubble burst apart, and a massive steel automaton rose from the ground, stepping forward with a slow, mechanical gait. Outside the factory, a dozen similar steel automatons were closing in. The girl panicked and shouted, her voice trembling, "Don't come any closer. I'm warning you, stay back. I'm really strong, you know?" Outside the factory, a young man, covered in soot and looking thoroughly disheveled, called back helplessly, "Calm down. I'm not here to capture you. There's no need to fight me." The girl gritted her teeth and stubbornly replied, "I don't believe you. You're definitely here to dissect me for research. I won't let you." She was clearly overwhelmed with fear. Not long ago, she had inexplicably gained the ability to control flames. Before she could make sense of it, she was attacked by 3 men in black. Desperate for help, she fled to the police station, only to witness those men unleash terrifying powers, leveling the station and leaving a trail of blood in their wake. "You're with them," she accused loudly. Gongshu Ming sighed in frustration and explained, "Stop being ridiculous. I barely managed to use a few automatons to mislead those guys and buy us some time. I'm not here to mess with you." He pulled out an official ID and had a mechanical bird deliver it to her. "Take a look and see who I really am." With trembling hands, the girl opened the ID. The first page read, Gongshu Ming, 18 years old, descendant of the Maha School of Mechanisms, member of the first squad of the Godslayer Corps. The opposing page bore the bright red emblem of the national crest. That splash of red finally calmed her down. She slowly stood up and looked at Gongshu Ming through the rubble. You're really from the government?" "Obviously," Gongshu Ming said, exasperated. "I'm here to protect you." "Protect you?" Letting out a sigh of relief, the girl mustered her courage and stepped out of the wrecked factory. Gongshu Ming gestured to the combat automaton behind him and said, "Get on. I'll take you out of here. Once we reach the command center, you'll be safe. Someone's targeting you right now." As the girl prepared to climb onto the automaton, rain suddenly began pouring from the sky, extinguishing the flames in the factory within moments. Gongshu Ming looked up at the downpour and muttered under his breath, "This just got a lot more complicated." He immediately pulled out his phone and shared their location. At the same time, 3 figures in black suits emerged from the rain. Despite the heavy downpour, the water seemed to be repelled by an invisible barrier, leaving them completely dry. Among them was a burly bald man, a blue-haired man, and a frail-looking blonde woman whose eyes glimmered with an eerie light. The bald man spoke in broken Chinese. "A dozen combat automatons, they almost slowed us down. So, this is the famed Mahist mechanism arts? Not so impressive. They're the ones trying to capture me. They destroyed the police station earlier," the girl exclaimed in terror. Gongshu Ming's expression remained stoic as his fingers twitched slightly. Suddenly, a massive combat automaton roared to life and charged toward the trio like a rampaging beast. As the steel leviathan barreled toward them, the bald man sneered and, instead of retreating, charged forward. His muscles bulged grotesquely, shredding his suit, and he collided head-on with the automaton. Bang! The impact of flesh against steel rang out like clashing metal. "Is that all you've got?" the bald man mocked, laughing as he lifted the automaton off the ground. Gongshu Ming's voice dropped to a low murmur. "You're underestimating the Mahist mechanism arts." Suddenly, 8 sharp spikes shot out from the back of the automaton, driving straight toward the bald man with lethal precision. The steel hands of the combat automaton snapped back instantly. Countless iron chains shot out like serpents, tightly binding the muscular bald man. He struggled and twisted, but couldn't break free even an inch, helplessly watching as 8 sharp spikes whistled toward him. At the critical moment, a blonde woman stepped forward, her eyes radiating a dazzling light. In an instant, the world stood still. Raindrops hung suspended in midair, and the spikes aimed at the bald man froze in place. Gong Shu Ming's face darkened, and the remaining combat automatons behind him emitted a piercing metallic screech. Yet 56 of them were suddenly immobilized by an invisible force field. A telekinetic. 8th rank. Gong Shu Ming's heart sank. Even so, the remaining 26 combat automatons charged toward the trio like roaring beasts. A blue-haired man sighed. You're quite impressive. Dying at the hands of the Phoenix Society is an honor you shouldn't regret. He extended his hand and commanded in a low voice, condense. The puddles on the ground instantly boiled and coalesced into a massive water dragon. It roared as it surged toward the combat automatons, while the rain transformed into chains that wrapped around their legs and seeped into their mechanical cores. In the blink of an eye, all 26 automatons froze in place. The water dragon swept through them, obliterating everything in its path. It crashed directly into Gong Shu Ming, sending him flying. The blue-haired man waved his hand again, and the raindrops in the air turned into sharp blades, shooting toward Gong Shu Ming from all directions. Mechanism. Shield technique, Gong Shu Ming shouted, grabbing the young girl behind him. The mechanism box on his back opened instantly, and iron plates sprang out, quickly overlapping to form a protective iron sphere around the two of them. The rain-forged blades bombarded the iron sphere relentlessly, leaving dents with every strike. Inside, the sphere shook violently. The girl clung to Gong Shu Ming in terror as he weakly reassured her, "Don't worry, I'll protect you." Suddenly, countless raindrops exploded with a deafening roar. The iron sphere shattered in an instant. Gong Shu Ming spat blood as a massive hand formed of rainwater lifted him into the air. The blue-haired man looked down at him from above with cold detachment. "You're still too weak." Gong Shu Ming coughed up blood and retorted sarcastically, 3 against 1. With both 9th and 8th ranks in the mix, and you have the nerve to say that to a 7th rank like me? The blue-haired man paused for a moment, then sneered. "In that case, there's even more reason to ensure you don't survive." A water blade formed in his hand. At that moment, the girl who had been cowering in Gong Shu Ming's arms stepped forward, her entire body engulfed in roaring flames. "This time, I'll protect you." The blue-haired man snorted coldly and pointed a finger. The rain coalesced into a water dragon that instantly extinguished the girl's flames and smashed her to the ground. The water blade flew from his hand, aiming straight for Gong Shu Ming's throat. Gong Shu Ming gritted his teeth and muttered, "If I must die, so be it. In 18 years, I'll still be a hero of Decia." Just as the blade was about to strike, a flash of steel lit up the night, like a thunderbolt from the heavens. The blue-haired man's head was severed cleanly, blood gushing forth. His body remained frozen for a moment before collapsing to the ground. A foot pressed down on the rolling head. Lin Fan stood in the rain, his short blade dripping with blood, staring coldly at the remaining 2 enemies. Gong Shu Ming coughed blood, but burst into wild laughter. "You're finished now." Lin Fan's expression remained cold as he turned his gaze to the blonde woman and the bald man. With an icy smile, he said, "Perhaps you don't know, but we in Decia have a saying. When friends come from afar, they must be eradicated." The bald man roared in fury and charged at Lin Fan. "You dare kill Charles? You damn Decia scum, die." Another flash of the blade. The bald man's body suddenly froze. He looked down at his abdomen, where a strange slit had appeared. He touched the wound in confusion, and then his body split in two, collapsing heavily to the ground. Blood and entrails spilled everywhere. Lin Fan flicked the blood off his blade without a word, turning his emotionless gaze to the blonde woman. Though he said nothing, the killing intent in his eyes was unmistakable. The blonde woman trembled as she stammered, "What rank are you?" Lin Fan replied calmly, "Demigod." In the pitch-black rainy night, lightning flashed once more. Thunder pierced through the heavens, illuminating the night sky as Lin Fan stood resolutely amidst the flashes of lightning. His figure, tall and unwavering, seemed to dominate the very elements, as if he were the master of this world. Demigod. A demigod among mortals. The blonde-haired Caucasian woman froze in place, her face filled with shock as Lin Fan's words echoed in her ears. She couldn't believe what she had just heard. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. The strongest among us in the Phoenix Society are only at the 9th rank. Before she could finish her sentence, her voice faltered, and she abruptly fell silent. A horrifying realization dawned upon her within mere seconds. This young man had already slain 2 of the 4 strongest members of the Phoenix Society. Including herself, that made 3. Her body began to tremble uncontrollably. Staring at Lin Fan with a mix of terror and disbelief, her mind churned with fear and confusion. A demigod from the Great Xia? How could this be? The Phoenix Society originated in the West, specifically from an organization called the Order of Providence, which advocated for the rule of the exceptional over the ordinary. Their research into genetic modification had spanned over a century. Recently, their experiments had finally borne fruit, producing dozens of enhanced individuals. Among them, the strongest had reached the 9th rank. These four. But the Great Xia had no history of genetic modification. How could they possibly produce a demigod? And more terrifyingly, the Phoenix Society had unknowingly made an enemy of one. The blonde-haired woman's face was pale with fear. Her voice trembled as she stammered, "Perhaps we could strike a deal." Her words were cut short. A flash of a blade, and her head fell to the ground, her expression frozen in shock and disbelief, as if she hadn't yet processed what had happened. Her headless body remained standing for a moment, 1 foot mid-step, before finally collapsing. Standing amidst the rain, Lin Fan held a short blade dripping with blood. His expression was cold and unyielding as he said, "My terms are simple. Anyone who dares set foot in the Great Xia dies." Another bolt of lightning tore through the night sky. Lin Fan flicked the blood from his blade and sheathed it before turning to the lifeless body. His gaze was icy as he asked mockingly, "So, what do you think of this deal?" The headless corpse fell with a heavy thud, sending water splashing in all directions. Lin Fan turned his attention to a trembling red-haired girl in the distance and the unconscious Gongshu Ming. The pouring rain blurred the girl's vision, but through the downpour, she saw the figure of the young man, cutting through the storm like a god of death, appearing before her in an instant. "Please don't kill me," she cried out, her voice filled with panic as she instinctively raised her hands in defense. Weak flames sputtered from her arms, but they were small and fragile, diminished by her exhaustion and the relentless rain. She had watched Lin Fan mercilessly kill 3 powerful individuals who had been hunting her. She knew firsthand how terrifyingly strong they were. Yet to this young man, they were nothing more than ants, crushed with ease and without a flicker of emotion. He was like a blade, cold, unfeeling, and made solely for killing. But when the girl finally dared to look up, she was met with a faint, reassuring smile on Lin Fan's face. It was a smile that seemed to say, "You're safe now." The girl was struck by the duality of the boy before her. On one hand, he was an emotionless killing machine. On the other, he exuded the warmth of a caring older brother. She couldn't help but wonder what kind of life could forge such a person. On the bus ride back, Gongshu Ming lay weakly, a life-saving pill in his mouth. He glanced at Lin Fan and muttered in a faint voice, "You were too intense back there. You scared the poor girl half to death. Honestly, maybe I should chip in and get you a therapist or something." There was a hint of seriousness in his tone. Lin Fan, meticulously cleaning his blade, replied flatly, "If you'd been through what I have, you'd become a blade too. Sometimes, killing one person means saving many others." Meanwhile, in the White Palace, a symbol of power in the Free Nation, an emergency meeting was underway. "Jill is dead?" President Puchuan's corpulent figure shook with rage as he shouted at the screen before him. "Dead," confirmed John, the head of Britannia. "Our ambassador witnessed it firsthand, killed by Lin Fan." "Our ambassador saw it too," added Asen, the prime minister of the White Elephant Nation, his expression complicated. Puchuan gritted his teeth in frustration. Then why didn't our joint forces intervene?" Before he could finish, a video file arrived, recording from one of the few surviving Free Nation warships. The footage showed a vast ocean under a sky heavy with storm clouds, as if the heavens themselves were collapsing. Thousands of warships were in formation, their missiles aimed squarely at the Great Xia, ready to strike. This was the final phase of the plan devised by Puchuan and the allied nations, to threaten the Great Xia into signing a territorial cession treaty with overwhelming military force. On the surface, everything seemed to be going according to plan. Despite the Great Xia's strength, its military capabilities were presumed inferior to the combined forces of the allied nations. Even if they could defend, how many missiles could they intercept? Any that slipped through would reduce the Great Xia cities to rubble. As Puchuan pondered what could have gone wrong, the video captured a blinding light streaking across the sea from the direction of the Great Xia. It was a blade's glow. In that instant, it seemed as if the world itself had been cleaved in two. The oppressive storm clouds were split apart, the ocean divided, and every warship in the path of the light was sliced cleanly in half. The camera even caught the moment a Free Nation officer, poised to press the missile launch button, was bisected along with his vessel. On the now calm sea stood a lone figure, a young man holding a blade. His voice thundered like the heavens themselves. "Those who dare offend the Great Xia, no matter how far, shall be punished." Puchuan's eyes widened in disbelief at the scene before him. John spoke gravely, "According to our surviving officers, the Great Xia appears to possess an extraordinary power, at least, an individual with extraordinary strength. Until we figure out how they achieve this, I strongly advise against any further conflict with the Great Xia." He rubbed his temples, visibly weary. The room fell into a tense silence. Just then, the door to Puchuan's office swung open, revealing a young man with striking features, dressed in a crimson cloak adorned with a flaming phoenix. The young man exuded an air of confidence, his demeanor calm yet commanding. He looked at Puchuan and said, "President Puchuan, I can explain how this individual accomplished such a feat." Puchuan was startled by the sudden appearance of a young stranger in his office. His bulky frame instinctively tried to squeeze under the desk for cover. Beside him, two well-trained security guards immediately drew their pistols and fired repeatedly at the intruder. The barrels spat fire, and the bullets tore through the air, hurtling toward the young man. In that critical moment, the phoenix embroidery on the young man's cloak seemed to come alive. A fiery phoenix emerged with a piercing screech, its blazing wings enveloping the young man in an instant. The bullets melted and fell to the ground as soon as they touched the flames, leaving the intruder completely unharmed. The fiery phoenix circled the room once before charging at the two guards with overwhelming force. In the blink of an eye, the intense heat reduced them to ashes, leaving no time for a scream. Witnessing this, Puchuan trembled uncontrollably, hiding under the desk and shouting, "Security! Security!" The young man smiled gracefully and said, "Dear Chairman, there's no need to call for help. Your security team is no longer available to respond. Otherwise, how do you think I managed to enter the White Palace and appear in your office so easily?" The young man was strikingly handsome, exuding an air of nobility. His refined smile resembled that of a European aristocrat. To Puchuan, however, it seemed more like the grin of a devil from hell. Forcing himself to calm down, Puchuan swallowed hard and crawled out from under the desk. The young man nodded approvingly. "Smart move. The Jishir Society chose you as their chairman precisely because of your cleverness." "Jishir Society?" Puchuan hesitated. "You are?" "Allow me to introduce myself," the young man said with a smile. "I am Du Fenghuang Pulberal, head of the Fenghuang Society under the Jishir Society. You can call me Fenghuang. I can also answer your earlier question. Lin Fan is likely an Esper." "Esper?" Puchuan frowned. Fenghuang explained, "It might have something to do with what Decia refers to as the descent of the gods. Espers have been appearing recently. Lin Fan was fortunate, but my Fenghuang Society has long possessed genetic modification technology. This recent upheaval has made us the greatest beneficiaries. Rest assured, Puchuan, the Jishir Society has chosen to support you." 3 of the Fenghuang Society's top 4 operatives are likely retrieving Lin Fan's head as we speak. As soon as he finished speaking, Fenghuang's phone vibrated. He glanced at it nonchalantly, but his expression froze. When he looked up again, his voice trembled slightly. "Ah, never mind, Puchuan's face lit up with anticipation. "Have those 3 already returned with Lin Fan's head?" Fenghuang's expression grew increasingly strange. After a moment of hesitation, he replied dryly, "Take my advice, don't provoke Decia anymore. Farewell." With that, he quickly departed, unwilling to linger. Puchuan stared in confusion at the young man's abrupt exit, blinking in bewilderment. Meanwhile, at a temporary command center on the Jiaodong coastline in Decia, Lin Fan was sipping water after his return. Beside him, Chen Yin held a stack of documents, his expression complicated as he reported, "The identities of those 3 remain unknown, but their movements have been confirmed. They pursued that young girl into the police station first." Lin Fan, wiping down his short blade, interrupted without emotion, "No need to elaborate. I know who they are." Chen Yin raised an eyebrow in surprise. "The Fenghuang Society," Lin Fan stated calmly. Seeing the puzzled expressions on both Chen Yin and Elder Jean, Lin Fan explained in a low voice, "The name Fenghuang Society might not be well known, but the organization it belongs to, Jishir Society, is infamous. This is a group that adheres to the principle of survival of the fittest and advocates for the rule of a select few over the world. Its origins are unclear, but it has always been like an invisible hand, shaping the course of global history." Lin Fan continued, "After the descent of the gods, the Jishir Society fully revealed itself, seizing immense power. This organization connected various nations, becoming a significant threat to Decia in later years. Among its factions, the Fenghuang Society, which specializes in genetic mutation technology, became especially formidable with the emergence of Espers. They can even mass-produce Espers." He frowned. "If that were all, we wouldn't have much conflict with them. But after the gods descended, they showed no intent to protect their people. Instead, they abandoned their citizens and used the chaos as an opportunity for so-called natural selection. When they were no longer able to protect themselves, they turned their sights on Decia. They once joined forces with the gods to bombard Decia's borders, threatening to enter our territory for refuge." Lin Fan's voice was filled with seething hatred. "Decia, being kind-hearted, allowed them entry. But behind our backs, they colluded with the gods, stabbing us in the back. That betrayal cost Decia 6 provinces. In those 6 provinces, we lost all of our citizens. The gods invading our world, there's no need to discuss morality with them. As they are not the same species as us, Lin Fan said through gritted teeth. I resent the gods, but I resent even more those human traitors. The Fenghuang society, made up of fellow humans, used the gods' arrival to threaten Decia. After being granted refuge, they secretly conspired with the gods, sacrificing Decia's people for their own selfish gain. Lin Fan spoke rapidly. The young girl I brought back this time is named Keihong, a 5th-tier fire esper. Assign her to the 2nd Godslayer army. Additionally, Elder Jean, you're responsible for recruiting other espers. If necessary, deploy military forces. Elder Jean hesitated. Is that really necessary? It is. Lin Fan declared decisively. When individuals suddenly gain power beyond the ordinary, who knows what chaos could ensue? Society itself could collapse. If these espers are willing to serve us, we can offer them opportunities. But if they refuse to cooperate, eliminate them on the spot. We need powerful espers, but we don't need a group of destructive maniacs threatening Decia. Extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures. We must act decisively now. Understanding, Elder Jean nodded. Understood. He'll arrange for the station troops across various regions to prepare immediately. Then, with a frown, Elder Jean asked, and you? Lin Fan's face twisted into a feral grin. Me? Report to the national chair on my behalf. He'll be leading the 1st Godslayer squad on a mission to the Free Nation. Our target. Lin Fan's voice was as chilling as ice, instantly freezing the atmosphere in the command center. Mission objective. Kill. Those simple 4 words carried an overwhelming intent to kill. Jean Lao burst out laughing at the words. Good, I've been waiting for. Stop it. Chen Yin, usually composed and mild, suddenly snapped, his voice sharp as he turned to Lin Fan with a stern expression. Do you realize what this means? You're planning to go to the Free State to kill someone. If the mission is exposed or you encounter danger, we will have limited capacity to assist. Worse, this could spark a major diplomatic crisis. Chen Yan's words were precise and well-founded. If Lin Fan and the 1st squad of the Godslayer army were compromised, sending reinforcements to the Free State would be tantamount to declaring war. Lin Fan locked eyes with Chen Yin, his gaze icy. I understand the implications very well. But they dared to come to Decia to capture our ability users, destroyed a police station, and caused 3 serious injuries and 1 death. I understand everything you're saying, but a blood debt must be repaid in blood. Chen Yin fell silent for a long time before finally speaking. Actually, we could file a diplomatic protest, expose their actions on the international stage. Useless, Lin Fan interrupted. Would a thief stop stealing just because someone scolded them? No, they'd still covet your belongings. We need to make them feel pain, to make them hear the name Decia and tremble in fear, so they never dare to target us again. Chen Yin hesitated for a moment before finally saying, this is a matter of great importance and could lead to direct conflict between our nations. We must consult the state leader and let him make the final decision. Lin Fan nodded in agreement. Chen Yin picked up the red phone and dialed the state leader's private line. A moment later, Chen Yin handed the phone to Lin Fan. The state leader wants to speak with you. State leader, Lin Fan said, taking the phone with a tone full of respect. On the other end of the line, the state leader's voice was low yet resolute. I've been informed of the situation. If you must fight, then fight. A fist may not symbolize justice, but it can deter evil. You may proceed with the mission and make sure it strikes fear into their hearts. However, this mission is highly sensitive and could potentially escalate into war between our nations. Lin Fan, I'm giving you 2 options. You can go, but once you leave our borders, you no longer represent Decia officially. If you encounter danger, Decia will not acknowledge your identity. Or, you can choose not to go. Lin Fan chuckled lightly. What do you think my choice will be? On the other end, the state leader stood up and gave a formal military salute to the receiver. Take care. After hanging up, Lin Fan turned and walked toward the door. Facing the expectant faces of the 1st squad of the Godslayer army, he drew his short blade, a sinister smile spreading across his face. Let's go. Time to kill. That midnight, an unregistered aircraft took off silently. Upon reaching the international waters near the Free State, several figures leapt from the high altitude, plunging directly into the ocean. No parachutes, only their superhuman physiques absorbed the impact. Roll call. Lin Fan surfaced, his voice low but commanding. Godslayer Army 1st Squad, Dao Wanqian. Godslayer Army 1st Squad, Gongshu Ming. Godslayer Army 1st Squad, Imo Buji. Godslayer Army 1st Squad, Xingyi. Godslayer Army 1st Squad, Beimin. Godslayer Army 1st Squad, all present. They responded in unison. Lin Fan nodded and activated a signal transmitter. 10 minutes later, a speedboat approached. A young man of Chinese descent aboard the boat called out softly, "Where are you?" "Here." Lin Fan signaled with a flashlight. The young man helped them onto the boat, his voice tense. "Hurry up. Patrols are tight around Hiru, need to move fast." 5 hours later, the young man was driving them down a highway. The eastern horizon was beginning to glow faintly, heralding the sunrise. You're from Decia? Lin Fan asked. Of course. Do you think I'd be here otherwise? The young man lit a cigarette and offered one to Lin Fan. Want one? No thanks, none of us smoke. Lin Fan politely declined. The young man paused, then laughed at himself. Good for you. I didn't smoke either when I first came here. But after a while, missing home, I started thinking about the smell of my dad's tobacco, and it just stuck with me. He continued. I came here for college and stayed after graduation. Haven't been back to Decia since. My parents ask me every holiday if I can come home. Relatives call me a traitor, a disgrace, a banana. He looked toward the rising sun. Truth is, I want to go back. I dream about eating a bowl of authentic dandan noodles from home. But the organization needs me here. People think I've settled down here. But there are things I can't even tell my wife and kids. Did someone tell you before you left that if you're caught or in danger, Decia won't acknowledge you? He asked. Lin Fan nodded. They did. Doesn't that feel harsh? The young man smiled faintly. It's normal. That's just how it is for people like us. There was no regret in his eyes, only unwavering determination. Suddenly, he straightened up, his tone serious. Sorry, I've been talking too much. It's rare to meet people from home, and I guess I got carried away. Lin Fan sighed, his voice filled with respect. It's all right. When you return to Decia, we'll have a drink together and talk properly. A major city in the Free Nation, 3:30 a.m. On the filthy streets, two junkies lay sprawled on the ground, lazily staring at the night sky. Across the street stood a dilapidated two-story building. Dim, flickering lights leaked through the windows, hinting at movement inside. Not far away, a battered jeep sat quietly by the roadside. Inside the car, Dao Wanqian frowned as he scanned the surroundings. This is supposed to be a major city in the Free Nation, he muttered. Aren't the streets in the movies always clean and pristine? This place is worse than our rural towns, trashes everywhere. And those junkies just lying out in the open, does no one care? Lin Fan rubbed his nose and replied nonchalantly, movies only show a few select streets. This is the real Free Nation. As for those junkies, just think of them as part of the scenery. Dao Wanqian shook his head in disbelief. Unbelievable. I remember someone once said the air here was sweet and fresh. I just cracked the window and nearly passed out from the stench of urine. For a second, I thought they set up some kind of chemical defense just for us. The other team members in the car also looked disappointed. While they didn't hold the Free Nation, the former global hegemon, in high regard, this was their first trip abroad. Naturally, they had some expectations for the sights of a foreign land. But the reality before them was far from the idealized image they had imagined. Rumin Mabuzi, however, seemed to take it all in stride. He chuckled as he glanced at the dazed junkies across the street. The Free Nation is doing a great job. Keep it up. On behalf of Decia, we thank you. The mood in the car lightened a bit. Lin Fan, however, wiped the smile off his face and grew serious. All right, back to business. He pointed at the rundown building across the street. That's our target. Who exactly is the target? Xingyi asked with a frown. Lin Fan's lips curled into a chilling smile. Everyone inside. The car fell silent. A heavy, murderous aura began to fill the air. Lin Fan raised a single finger. This mission is simple. Eliminate them all. Every single member of the Phoenix Society, leave no one alive. With that, he pushed the car door open and stepped out. Xingyi, Dao Wanqian, Mabuzi, Beimin, and Gongshu Ming followed closely behind, their expressions grim. On the cold, desolate street, the air seemed to thicken with tension. A black cat, sensing the danger, leapt off a nearby wall and disappeared into the shadows. Standing at the corner, Lin Fan stared at the dilapidated building from a distance and began to assign roles. Xingyi, you'll infiltrate from the shadows. Mabuzi, take the left side. Dao Wanqian, the right. Gongshu Ming, use the back entrance. Beimin, make sure no one escapes. The team members nodded in agreement. Suddenly, Dao Wanqian asked, what about you? Lin Fan paused for a moment, then smirked. Well, we from Decia are known for our manners. We'll go knock on their front door and give them a heads up. The others stared at him, speechless. Lin Fan glanced around at his team, then extended his hand. First Godslayer squad operation begins. The others stacked their hands on top of his and responded in unison. Operation begins. Then, raising their arms, they shouted together. Kill. Leave no one alive. In the next moment, Xing Ye's figure vanished into the darkness. Dao Wanqian and the others walked openly toward their respective entry points, making no effort to conceal themselves. Lin Fan strode directly toward the front door, his presence exuding a deadly intent that seemed to engulf the entire building. Meanwhile, in a secret room within the building, a young white man who called himself Phoenix was studying a list of names. The room was sparse and antiquated. with only a single electric lamp and a telephone providing any semblance of modernity. The rest of the space resembled the living quarters of a medieval noble, complete with a faintly glowing fireplace. Suddenly, the flames in the fireplace flickered violently. Phoenix's brow furrowed, and his pupils narrowed into fiery slits. He felt a vague sense of danger. Picking up the telephone, he gave an order. Lion, go check the front door. Something doesn't feel right. Downstairs in the main hall, 7 or 8 young men and women were playing cards. A burly white man Lion reluctantly set down his hand. Game's over for now. What's up, Lion? One of them asked curiously. What else? Lion grumbled, scratching his head as he stood up. The boss is being paranoid again, telling me to check the door for no reason. Sure, 3 of our people, Rain, Water, and Cloud, are dead, but there's no way Decia could track us all the way here. And even if they did, they'd have to be crazy to come after us at our headquarters. The others tried to console him. Come on, cut him some slack. Losing 3 of the 4 elites is a big deal. It's only natural for the boss to be on edge. Still muttering complaints, Lion made his way to the door. As he reached it, he froze. A knock echoed from the other side. Narrowing his eyes, Lion chuckled. There's no way someone coming to kill them would knock first, right? He swung open the heavy wooden door and found himself face-to-face with a young Asian boy. The boy's clean, scholarly face wore a polite smile, and he looked completely harmless. Hey, kid, Lion said in English, you lost or something? Lin Fan's smile widened. So, would you guys like to die willingly? If not, I can help you out. A what? Lion blinked, confused. You lost? Where are you trying to go? I can give you directions, but you shouldn't hang around here. This isn't a safe place for outsiders. Lin Fan pondered for a moment, then pulled out his phone. He used a translation app and held it up to Lion's face. Lion glanced at the screen, which displayed, I'm not lost. I'm here for the Phoenix Societito kill. Greetings from Decia. Lion's head shot up in shock, but the boy's expression hadn't changed. He was still smiling, but Lion felt an icy chill crawl up his spine. Great Xia sends its regards. This is Great Xia's retaliation. Lin Fan's voice echoed through the night, causing the burly man, as imposing as a lion, to abruptly lift his head. A trace of wariness flashed in his eyes, but was quickly replaced by arrogance. The lion-like man looked down at the frail-looking youth before him, a disdainful smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. Arrogant Great Xia people, perhaps you've misunderstood, the lion began. But his words were cut off as Lin Fan suddenly extended his phone toward him. The lion paused for a moment, then took the phone. In a loud, confident tone, he spoke in English, arrogant Great Xia people, perhaps you've misunderstood. This is our territory. After saying this, he handed the phone back to Lin Fan, and the atmosphere between them grew tense and peculiar. Lin Fan frowned as he glanced at the translation on his phone, silently lamenting his lack of English proficiency. Just then, the lion let out a deafening roar that shook the surroundings. His body began to swell, muscles bulging and tearing through his clothes. Sharp claws extended from his hands, and in an instant, he resembled a true lion, towering over Lin Fan with a menacing presence. This place will be your... The lion's words were abruptly cut off as a cold flash of light streaked through the air. Slash! A deep gash appeared, running from the lion's lower abdomen to his chest. The triumphant grin on his face froze as disbelief filled his eyes. Instinctively, he touched his chest, only to feel his body split in two and collapse heavily to the ground. Lin Fan stood motionless, his face emotionless as he stared at the lifeless body on the floor. Inwardly, he regretted not understanding the lion's final words. Determined, he resolved to improve his English not just for communication, but also to seize every opportunity to make a dramatic impression. Meanwhile, commotion stirred in the hall as several people were alerted. They called out the lion's name, but there was no response. A group of young men and women, who had been playing cards, put down their hands and rose to investigate. Suddenly, an Eastern youth holding a blood-stained short blade stepped into the doorway, smiling as he said, "He won't be moving anymore." The group of young men and women, all Caucasian, stared at Lin Fan in shock, their expressions tense. They began questioning him in English about his identity and what had happened to the lion. But Lin Fan merely scratched his nose awkwardly. You might not understand what I'm saying," he said. "But this you should be able to get." The smile on Lin Fan's face vanished, replaced by an icy, murderous aura. He raised his bloodied blade and pointed it at them, his voice cold and resolute. "Great Xia sends its regards." This time, they understood. The group of young people exchanged quick glances. A young man who seemed to be their leader shouted, "Avenge the lion!" Before he finished speaking, metal trays from the table, decorative swords from the walls, and even a few handguns began to levitate, all pointing toward Lin Fan. One of them, a metal manipulator, was using his abilities. Lin Fan frowned, feeling the short blade in his hand tremble as if it were being pulled away. Metal manipulators were notoriously difficult opponents, and now Lin Fan found himself surrounded by floating metal plates. The situation was dire. But then, Lin Fan suddenly chuckled. You might want to check behind you. The metal manipulator froze, confused. Before he could react, a shadow darted through the air like lightning. Slash! A sharp tang blade sliced cleanly across his neck, and his head fell to the floor. The levitating metal objects clattered to the ground, no longer under his control. The attack had come from a master of the Xing Luo sect, who disappeared as swiftly as they had appeared, leaving behind nothing but the swaying motion of a ponytail. The room fell deathly silent. The remaining members of the Phoenix Society stared in horror, paralyzed with fear. Lin Fan tightened his grip on the short blade, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Now then, all of you can come at me at once. I'm in a bit of a hurry. Although they didn't understand his words, the Phoenix Society members grasped his intent. They exchanged a brief look before launching their attacks simultaneously. A speed-type ability user dashed toward Lin Fan like a bolt of lightning, a rapier aimed directly at his throat. A black woman hurled a deck of cards into the air, each card shimmering with razor-sharp cutting power as they fanned out like a deadly snowstorm. Meanwhile, a brown-haired man clenched a chunk of metal in his hands, his entire body gleaming with a metallic sheen as he transformed into a walking fortress. 3 ability users attacked in unison, pushing Lin Fan into the most dangerous battle he had faced yet. The emergence of superpowered individuals gave the Free Nation an unexpected advantage. Unlike Decia, which focuses on the welfare of its people, the Free Nation has been heavily investing in genetic modification technologies. Monsanto, in particular, has monopolized farmers' rights to plant crops. While this technology has increased yields, it also harbors significant risks. Behind Monsanto stands the ambitious Great Society, whose ultimate goal is to apply genetic modification technology to humans in order to create superhumans. Despite repeated failures in human trials, a recent breakthrough changed everything. Although the mortality rate is as high as 95, the survivors gained extraordinary abilities. This explains the sudden appearance of superpowered individuals in the Free Nation, with the Phoenix Society serving as their organization. As Lin Fan pondered his next move, 3 superpowered individuals launched a simultaneous attack. A noble-style rapier, razor-sharp playing cards, and a fully metal transformed man closed in on him from 3 different directions, ready to pierce him through. In that critical moment, Lin Fan unexpectedly closed his eyes, and the blade in his hand began to hum with vibration. He softly asked, "Take a guess who killed 3 of your top 4? His words caused the 3 attackers to momentarily freeze, and a flicker of fear flashed in their eyes. Suddenly, Lin Fan opened his eyes, unleashing an overwhelming aura. His gaze gleamed with a sharpness like the edge of a blade. In an instant, a burst of dazzling light radiated from his blade, cutting through the surrounding air like a flash of cold brilliance. Time seemed to stand still for a moment. Then, a glass cup on the table split perfectly in 2 without the slightest crack. The sound of the break rippled outward, and everything around Lin Fan was sliced cleanly in half. The playing cards, the rapier, and even the metal transformed man were all severed by the invisible blade light. The 3 superpowered individuals stared in shock as their weapons and their bodies were sliced in half, blood spurting everywhere. The scene fell into an eerie silence. The remaining 4 individuals stared at Lin Fan in terror, too afraid to make any move. They couldn't comprehend how this young man had managed to strike. Lin Fan stepped forward, standing before the 4 survivors. He tapped the blood-stained blade lightly against one man's face and sneered, "Do you think you can withstand Decia's wrath? I'll give you a chance. Sound the alarm and call everyone in this building to come kill me." But no one responded. Lin Fan swung his blade again, and a head flew into the air, blood gushing like a fountain. Wiping the blood that had splattered on his face, he turned to another person. "You. Sound the alarm." That person remained motionless, staring blankly at Lin Fan. At that moment, a figure suddenly darted out from the shadows. A tang blade flashed like a shooting star, and another head was severed. Xing Luo sect, Xingyi. The one who had struck was Lin Fan's companion, who retreated back into the darkness after the swift kill. Lin Fan looked at the remaining 2 individuals with a smile. "Apologies, my friend here has an even worse temper than I do. Now, which one of you can sound the alarm?" He crouched down, tapping his blade against the face of a pale-faced young man. The young man gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "What are you talking about? What the hell are you saying?" Before the words were fully out, another head flew into the air. Lin Fan turned to the last persona, a trembling woman, and sighed. "If you don't want to, just say so. No need to yell. Look, now you've scared me. I'm a timid person, and when I get scared, my hand shakes." He rested the blade against her neck and asked with a cheerful smile, "So, are you ready to alert your remaining comrades?" When the woman stayed silent, Lin Fan sighed again. "Having backbone is admirable, but why won't you even send out an alarm? Don't you want to gather people to kill me?" Just as Lin Fan was about to swing his blade once more, a voice came from the darkness behind him. Captain, have you considered the possibility that they're not being stubborn, they just don't understand what you're saying? Lin Fan froze mid-swing, his cold smile turning into an awkward expression. He sheathed his blade and pulled out his phone, opening a translation app. Smiling sheepishly, he addressed the corpses on the ground and the remaining woman. Sorry about that, I forgot about the language barrier. This is embarrassing. I thought they were just being uncooperative. But you can't really blame me, right? They could have said something. From the shadows, Xingyi muttered with exasperation. Those three died for the dumbest reason imaginable. Under the terrified gaze of the woman, Lin Fan calmly pulled out his phone. With practiced ease, he operated a translation app, muttered a few words under his breath, and then turned the screen toward her. Sound the alarm and call out your Phoenix Society members, he said, a chilling smile spreading across his face. The woman's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the phone screen. Her voice trembled with fear. You want me to sound the alarm? You've already killed 7 of us, and instead of running, you want me to call for reinforcements? Are you insane? She took a deep breath and continued. Do you even know where you are? This is the headquarters of the Phoenix Society. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow in mild surprise, then chuckled as though he had just solved a minor puzzle. Ah, so that's the case. I was worried I might have come to the wrong place. He leaned in closer to her, tapping her cheek lightly with the flat of his blade. Go ahead, sound the alarm. I came here today to destroy your Phoenix Society. The woman, her eyes filled with caution, slowly got to her feet. She quickly moved behind a knight statue and slammed her hand down on a hidden button. Instantly, a piercing alarm blared throughout the 2-story building. Chaos erupted as hurried footsteps and urgent shouts echoed from upstairs and downstairs. The woman seemed to regain her confidence, smirking coldly. You're finished. You actually let me sound the alarm. Now you'll face the full wrath of the Phoenix Society. Today, you won't leave here alive. Before she could finish, a flash of steel cut through the air. Her smirk froze on her face as her head flew high into the air. Blood gushed like a fountain, and her severed head rolled across the floor. Lin Fan, his expression as cold as ice, stared at her lifeless body and said flatly, so much unnecessary chatter. I only kept you alive this long to call everyone here. Suddenly, the wooden doors of the hall were kicked open with a deafening crash, splinters flying everywhere. A group of superpowered individuals stormed in, their faces dark with rage only to freeze in unison at the sight before them. In the center of the blood-soaked hall stood a lone young man. Around him lay 8 headless corpses, their severed heads scattered like grotesque ornaments, their faces eerily lifelike. Blood dripped from the blade in his hand. His face, which might have once been described as youthful and innocent, was now twisted into something monstrous, a visage straight out of the depths of hell. The scene left the group of superpowered individuals momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend what they were witnessing. Who was this boy? Why was he here? And how had he unleashed such carnage? In the suffocating silence, Lin Fan slowly turned to face the Phoenix Society members who had surrounded him. A faint smile played on his lips as he said, So, everyone's here now? Oh, I almost forgot you probably can't understand what I'm saying. But it doesn't matter. Since everyone's gathered, you can all head to hell together. Raising his blood-stained blade, he pointed it at the Phoenix Society members encircling him. His smile turned icy as he declared, enunciating each word clearly, from today onward, the Phoenix Society will cease to exist. Though they couldn't understand his words, the Phoenix Society members could feel his murderous intent loud and clear. This boy wasn't here to negotiate. He was here to kill. You insolent brat. How dare you kill Lion and the others? One of the superpowered individuals roared in English. You dare to invade the Phoenix Society? Kill him. Attack together. Over 20 superpowered individuals charged at Lin Fan from all directions, unleashing their abilities in unison. One transformed into a massive black bear, another morphed into a bat, while yet another summoned a whirlwind, its razor-sharp blades ready to tear through anything in their path. The hall was thick with killing intent. While these individuals weren't as formidable as the 3 9th-tier supers Lin Fan had killed in Qingqing, most of them were 6th or 7th-tier fighters, with 3 even reaching the 8th tier. Such a lineup, even during the divine wars of Lin Fan's past life, would have been sufficient to confront a demigod-level threat. Yet Lin Fan seemed utterly unfazed by the enemies surrounding him. His focus was locked on the black bear charging toward him. With a sudden, powerful swing of his blade, he struck. A dazzling arc of energy extended 3 feet from the blade, slicing cleanly through the massive, hulking figure of the black bear, splitting it in 2. At the same time, Lin Fan's voice rang out like a clarion call. Squad 1, Godslayer Army commence battle. Just as the remaining superpowered individuals' attacks were about to land on Lin Fan, the windows of the 2nd floor shattered. Figures burst through, radiating overwhelming power as they descended into the fray. Just as the wind blades carried by the hurricane were about to slash Lin Fan's back, the window on the left suddenly shattered with a loud crash. A calm and gentle voice echoed through the air, reciting, "How perilous, how towering high. The shoe road is harder than scaling the skies." An elderly man, lean and clad in traditional Confucian robes, stepped into the hall. His footsteps were steady, but his presence felt as immovable and imposing as a mountain. He continued reciting, "Song and Yu Fu founded the land. How distant and vague it seems. 48,000 years have passed, and no human contact reached beyond Qin's borders. To the west lies Mount Taibai's bird path, which cuts across the summit of Amei." Holding a scroll in his hands, the old man appeared utterly unbothered by his surroundings, walking forward with an air of tranquility. As he recited, "The shoe road is hard," the wind blades behind Lin Fan abruptly vanished, and the raging hurricane was instantly subdued, not calmed, but forcefully suppressed by the sudden manifestation of a towering mountain. With each verse the old man intoned, a vast mountain range emerged around him, shielding Lin Fan and simultaneously oppressing all the ability users present. This was none other than the legendary Shu Mountain. When mountains crumble and heroes perish, only then are heavenly ladders and stone bridges linked. Above are 6 dragons pulling the sun to great heights. Below are rivers twisting through obstructed paths. The old man continued, his voice resonating with power. The illusory image of Shu Mountain expanded, stretching across the hall for miles, its overwhelming aura dominating the space. In that moment of the mountain's manifestation, the ability users found themselves immobilized, as though an immense weight bore down upon their shoulders. 3 of the weaker ones collapsed to their knees, while one, a mere 5th-tier ability user, crumpled to the ground entirely, his bones audibly cracking under the pressure. This was the might of the Confucian sect of the Great Xia dynasty channeling the righteous energy of heaven and earth. A single recitation of "The shoe road is hard" was enough to suppress all malevolent forces. At the same time, the window on the right shattered as well, and a flurry of talisman papers floated into the hall, swirling to envelop the entire space. Following closely behind, an elderly man dressed in Taoist robes entered unhurriedly. In his left hand, he held a horsetail whisk, and in his right, a wooden sword. This was none other than Dao Wanqian, the venerable master of Taoism. A mysterious energy emanated from the elder Dao Wanqian as his peachwood sword trembled violently in his hands. Around him, talismans spontaneously ignited, their flames dancing in the air. "Demons and spirits, how dare you wreak havoc in my Great Xia?" he roared with fury, his voice echoing like thunder as a fierce wind surged through the room. His hair and beard billowed wildly, his presence akin to a celestial being descending to earth, his Taoist robe flapping dramatically in the wind. The peachwood sword flew from his grasp, instantly splitting into 18 identical blades, forming a Taoist sword formation. This was no ordinary swordsmanship but a sacred technique, meant specifically to exorcise demons and vanquish evil. "Rise, holy swords." The Taoist sect pledges to protect Great Xia for generations to come. Elder Dao Wanqian raised both hands high before slamming them downward. The 18 wooden swords spun and plunged into the ground. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of the swords piercing flesh echoed in rapid succession. Though made of peachwood, in the elder's hands, they became lethal weapons. 18 columns of blood erupted into the air as 3 empowered beings fell lifelessly, and another 15 were injured. Already suppressed by the illusory shadow of Shu Mountain conjured by Confucian master Imobuji, the enemy had no chance to evade and could only twist desperately to avoid fatal blows. Suddenly, one of the enemies, an 8th-rank ability user, began to tremble violently. A powerful aura condensed around him, and his skin turned deathly pale. Frost formed on his golden hair, his breath visible as white mist, and his eyes glowed with an icy light. This was an ice element ability user. The floor beneath him froze solid in an instant. A wave of frigid air swept across the battlefield. Lin Fan felt the divine-slaying energy within him stagnate. Imobuji's righteous aura slowed to a crawl, and even Dao Wanqian's Taoist resonance seemed frozen in place. The ice user sneered coldly, "People of Great Xia, how much of your strength remains now?" At that moment, a deafening crash shattered the tension. The rear door on the 2nd floor exploded, sending debris flying. A low, guttural roar filled the air as an enormous steel rhinoceros burst through the wreckage. Towering and massive, the creature weighed over 10 tons, its nostrils spewing scalding steam that instantly dispersed the icy chill. The steel rhino charged forward with unstoppable force, smashing through walls. Its razor-sharp horn impaled 7 or 8 ability users in one sweep, sending blood and gore flying. The ice user hastily erected an ice wall, but it shattered like paper under the rhino's charge. His pupils contracted in terror, and before he could react, the steel beast sent him hurtling through the air. A young man dressed in the traditional carpenter attire of Great Xia stepped through the hole in the wall, followed by more steel rhinos and a flock of mechanical birds circling overhead. Gongshu Ming of the Mo sect, here to pay a visit to the Phoenix Society, he announced with a calm smile, his eyes sweeping coldly over the remaining ability users. By now, only 10 enemies still had the strength to fight. Lin Fan and his allies had already eliminated the majority of their foes. The survivors exchanged desperate glances, their eyes betraying a ruthless resolve as they edged closer together, preparing for a final, all-out assault. Just as they launched their attack, a cold flash sliced through the darkness. Thud, 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 thud. 4 heads fell to the ground in unison. Mo sect's hidden starfall division, Xing Yi, a shadowy figure clad in black, disappeared as quickly as it had appeared, vanishing back into the shadows. The remaining 6 were utterly broken. Great Xia had sent only 5 individuals, yet they had decimated the Phoenix Society. The survivors were filled with nothing but fear, their will to fight completely extinguished. Suddenly, one of the ability users conjured a thick mist to obscure their escape. Mo Bougie retreated cautiously, while Decia waved his sleeve, unleashing a Taoist wind that dispersed the mist. Through the clearing haze, the group saw 6 figures fleeing through the broken wall. Decia moved to give chase, but Lin Fan stopped him with a smile. Don't worry, they won't get far. The 6 ability users, using the mist as cover, fled down the streets of the free nation. After running for 2 blocks and seeing no pursuit, they began to relax slightly. One of them, gritting his teeth in fury, spat. Those Great Xia people have gone too far. We only sent 3 to capture a few ability users, and they slaughtered their way here. Just wait, I'll go to Great Xia myself and take my revenge. They ran as they raged, their steps never slowing. But just as they rounded a corner, they were met with an unexpected sight. Standing in the middle of the narrow alley was a bald man clad in a monk's robe. His eyes were closed, one hand raised in a gesture of peace, the other gripping an iron staff. He stood motionless, like a statue, his face serene and compassionate, resembling a bodhisattva gazing down in mercy. The 6 kept running, their rage unyielding. A white man among them, unable to contain his fury, lashed out with a kick toward the bald man, shouting, "Who let this vagrant get in the way? Are you blind? How dare you block my path?" The insults abruptly ceased as the white man's face twisted in agony. A crisp clang echoed through the air, as if a massive bell had been struck. That kick didn't land on the bald man, but collided with an invisible barrier. The white man's body flew backward like a kite with a broken string, while the bald man remained completely still. A golden, ethereal bell enveloped the bald man, with Sanskrit scriptures flowing across its surface, radiating dazzling Buddhist light. One of the Phoenix Society's quick-witted ability users stared intently at the bald man's kasaya, his voice trembling as he revealed the shocking truth. The Great Xia, Buddhist sect. The bald man slowly opened his eyes, his compassionate expression transforming into one of murderous intent in an instant. Umitba, he murmured, as a golden Vajra apparition materialized behind him. Buddha is merciful. Today, I shall personally deliver you all to the Western Pure Land. With a thunderous crash, the Vajra demon-subduing staff descended, flooding the area with radiant Buddhist light. The oppressive power of the Buddha erupted from the ground like a tangible force, piercing the sky. Of the 6 ability users, 3 vanished instantly in the golden radiance, while the remaining 3 clung desperately to the staff, using every ounce of their strength to prevent the compassionate monk from pulling it back. "Don't let him take it back," one of them shouted. "We won't survive a second strike." However, the compassionate monk voluntarily released his grip on the staff. The 3 were momentarily stunned, confused as to why the monk had abandoned his weapon. Slowly, the monk rolled up his sleeves, a peculiar, compassionate smile playing on his lips. "Umitba," he whispered as he removed his kasaya. With a rustle, the kasaya fell to the ground, revealing a muscular physique adorned with a ferocious dragon tattoo coiling over his shoulder. In that moment, the compassionate monk resembled a hardened warrior of the underworld, radiating an aura of ferocity entirely at odds with the benevolence of the Buddhist sect. Clenching his fists, each the size of a sandbag, his knuckles cracked audibly. "You may not fully understand the Buddhist sect," the monk said with a smile as sharp as a blade. "Our staff techniques are unparalleled under heaven. But when it comes to hand-to-hand combat, within the Great Xia, only Wudong can compare." Boom! With a forceful strike, the monk's fists collided with the air, creating a terrifying sonic boom that distorted the very light around him due to the instantaneous compression of air. "Disciple Beimin calls upon the tiger-subduing Arhat," he declared, chanting a Buddhist invocation. In an instant, the staff-wielding Vajra behind him dissipated, replaced by a robust Arhat with rippling muscles and fists brimming with power, standing atop a tiger in its death throes. The Great Xia Buddhist sect, Arhat Fist. "Let us begin," Bayman said, enunciating each word with precision as he assumed a combat stance. With a metallic clang, the iron staff slipped from the hands of the three ability users, who were now utterly dumbfounded. Meanwhile, in the Phoenix Society's Grand Hall, Lin Fan heard the distant roar of a tiger and turned to Dao Wanqian. The ones who fled have been taken care of, he said. Dao Wanqian didn't doubt him. Even from a street away, the terrifying energy waves were palpable. As a leading figure in the Taoist sect, he had to admit that this monk from the Buddhist sect, Bayman, was no less powerful than himself. So now, Dao Wanqian glanced at the staircase leading to the second floor. Lin Fan followed his gaze, then suddenly said, "We don't need to go. The main player has arrived." Just then, the measured sound of clapping echoed from the turn of the staircase. A young white man with a regal air descended the stairs, draped in a red cloak. A vivid, lifelike phoenix adorned the cloak, its feathers glimmering in the darkness, while its fiery eyes seemed to flicker with flames. "Phoenix," Lin Fan said impassively. "Ah," Phoenix chuckled lightly, his tone almost courteous. "You're quite impressive. I must say, I'm rather impressed." Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. "You speak the language of the Great Xia?" The white man gestured to the phoenix on his cloak. "This phoenix taught me." Suspicion flickered in Lin Fan's eyes. Despite his memories from a past life, he had never faced the Phoenix Society's leader directly. He had only heard that this phoenix had ultimately fallen at the hands of a higher dimensional deity, after which both the man and his cloak vanished without a trace. But now, it seemed the cloak was far more than just an ordinary piece of clothing, and the Phoenix leader's abilities were far more complex than they appeared. "You've killed many in my Phoenix Society," the leader said, his gaze sweeping over the bodies strewn across the floor. Lin Fan, his face expressionless, gripped a blood-stained dagger tightly and crushed a skull underfoot with a sickening crunch. "Not pleased." "Don't misunderstand," the Phoenix leader replied with a genial smile. "I have no desire to fight you. These people dead is dead. While the current success rate of human genetic modification is low, it's only a matter of time before we create more stronger ones. In fact, their deaths are valuable. Their deaths prove your excellence." He continued, "And the philosophy of my Jisher society is that the excellent should rule the world, while the unexceptional should live under the plans we make for them. So rather than killing you, I'd prefer to make a deal. If you join the Phoenix Society and serve the Jisher society, they'll let bygones be bygones. I won't harm you, in fact, they'll provide you with resources. So, what do you say?" The Phoenix leader smiled as he looked at Lin Fan and the others, his right hand glowing with the fiery energy of a phoenix flame. The group fell silent, subtly shifting their positions to encircle the young man without a sound. The Phoenix Guild leader remained unfazed, his smile unwavering as he continued, "To put it simply, your strength is truly admirable. I sincerely invite you all to join the Free Nation. We can offer you far better conditions than Decia." Lin Fan gripped his blade tightly, his knuckles turning white with tension. Master Dao Wanqian's expression remained stoic as he spoke in a calm, measured tone. "It seems you've misunderstood. In Decia, we believe in returning to our roots. If I were to meet an untimely end, these old bones would rather rest in my homeland than die as a stranger in foreign soil. I would have no face to meet my ancestors otherwise." Emobuji suddenly stepped forward, an overwhelming aura of righteousness surging from him. The scroll in his hand unfurled as he laughed heartily. "Enough talk. Let's take him down." Before his voice had fully faded, talismans fluttered into the air like butterfly wings. Master Dao Wanqian formed a hand seal, his aura surging with Taoist energy, his hair and beard billowing as he shouted, "Taoist secret art. 9 suns earth fire." With a thunderous roar, the ground beneath the talismans erupted into crimson flames, engulfing the Phoenix Guild leader in an instant. At the same time, Emobuji opened his scroll and recited aloud, "A lone-eye battle across 3,000 miles. A single sword's light chills 19 provinces." The heavens split open, and a colossal sword descended, its radiant brilliance illuminating the entire Free Nation. The sword's overwhelming might was like divine retribution. Amid the chaos, a tang blade streaked silently through the darkness, slicing past the Phoenix Guild leader's figure like a meteor. Members of the first squad of the Godslayer Corps coordinated seamlessly, their every strike aimed to kill. In an instant, the young man was pierced by the sword's light and reduced to ashes in the Taoist flames. Master Dao Wanqian's face turned slightly pale as he said coldly, "A mere wretch dares to disturb my Dao heart?" However, Lin Fan's brow remained furrowed. Suddenly, cracks appeared in the charred remains, and from within emerged a figure cloaked in a pristine, fiery red mantle. Flames surged forth, and with a crisp cry, a resplendent phoenix soared from the ashes, unleashing waves of searing heat. Lin Fan struck without hesitation, his blade slicing through the flames and aiming straight for the phoenix's core. With a swift motion, the the phoenix was reduced to ashes once more. Emo Bougie let out a nervous breath. Can this thing keep reviving? Master Dao Wanqian's expression turned contemplative as he murmured. Why does this aura feel so familiar? Lin Fan's gaze remained locked on the charred remains. As expected, an even more magnificent and massive phoenix rose once again from the ashes. Master Dao Wanqian exclaimed in shock. The immortal phoenix. The mother of 10,000 phoenixes from Decia. His expression shifted as realization dawned on him. The Free Nation has stolen our Decia's national fortune. Even our Fengzhu has been taken by them. The phoenix's eyes flickered with a trace of struggle, but it was the Phoenix Guild leader's voice that emerged, indeed. Thanks to your nation's incredible power, countless genetic experiments have allowed me to claim it as my own. With this power, I am now immortal. The Fengzhu let out a piercing cry, transforming into a blazing streak of fire as it charged at Gongshu Ming. Lin Fan's blade light followed closely behind, but it was a fraction too slow. The phoenix's sharp beak tore through dozens of steel rhinos before colliding directly with Gongshu Ming. With a deafening crash, Gongshu Ming's left arm disintegrated into ash, his anguished screams echoing through the sky. Lin Fan's blade finally struck, reducing the phoenix to ashes once again. But the group's expressions grew increasingly grim, for their opponent wielded the power of the immortal phoenix. Gritting his teeth, Lin Fan shouted to the other four, "Reverse the technique?" Without hesitation, they began to reverse the flow of their Godslayer demon-slaying technique. Originally a balanced and harmonious practice, reversing it transformed it into a ferocious and destructive art, capable of unleashing immense power in a short to meet the cost of exhausting their life force. Lin Fan had repeatedly warned them never to use it unless absolutely necessary. But now, faced with the immortal phoenix, they had no other choice. Life rarely offers a chance to stake everything, to draw one's sword and fight with no regard for the consequences. But now, the time has come. Draw your swords, Lin Fan commanded in a stern voice. Once unsheathed, there is no turning back. First squad of the Godslayer army, draw your swords. Before the words even finished echoing, Lin Fan's expression suddenly changed. His face flushed red, then turned purple, veins bulging as if he was enduring indescribable agony. A cracking sound filled the air, his bones groaned under pressure, his cells rapidly deteriorating. His once vibrant skin wrinkled in an instant, and his muscles withered away. The very technique that had strengthened and transformed his body, the Godslayer Demonbane technique, now turned against him, draining every ounce of his strength. Yet, an even greater power was awakening. The entire first squad of the Godslayer army simultaneously reversed their cultivation techniques, all for this brief but explosive surge of power. High above, a phoenix hovered, exuding the might and majesty of Decia. Its wings spread wide as it let out a clear cry, then in the next moment, it transformed into a blazing streak of fire, hurtling toward Lin Fan with astonishing speed. Even Lin Fan, amidst reversing his technique, found it impossible to evade. Each rebirth made the phoenix stronger. As a divine beast born of Decia's destiny, it mirrored the nation itself, unyielding, indestructible, and growing stronger with every challenge. With a deafening roar, the phoenix, engulfed in roaring flames, charged at Lin Fan. Left with no choice, Lin Fan hastily drew his blade to defend himself. Just then, a deep, resonant voice echoed from the heavens. Umitba, a figure bathed in radiant golden light, descended from the sky's master Bayman. Draped in a fiery red robe and wielding a mighty Vajra demon-subduing staff, he brought with him the brilliance of Buddhist light. Whoosh! The staff sliced through the air, causing the earth below to tremble. The master bellowed, "You, born of Decia's destiny, why do you turn against its people? The Buddha will not permit this." Boom! The demon-subduing staff struck the charging phoenix with tremendous force. For a fleeting moment, time seemed to stand still. The staff collided with the phoenix, unleashing a surge of immense power before erupting in an explosive burst. Bang! With a resounding crash, the phoenix was sent flying backward, reduced to a charred husk. Yet, the Vajra demon-subduing staff shattered in the process. As the charred remains of the phoenix cracked open, flames burst forth once more, and the phoenix was reborn yet again. This time, as it ascended into the sky, its form was even larger, its flames more ferocious. The faces of all present darkened with dread. For deaths, the phoenix's voice rang out, accompanied by a sinister laugh. Impressive, truly worthy of Decia's finest. You've allowed me to undergo 4 rebirths. Please, continue to kill me just 5 more times. According to your legends, after 9 rebirths, I will awaken completely, my power rivaling that of the gods. Lin Fan smirked coldly. Don't worry, he'll kill you again and again, as many times as it takes. At this moment, Lin Fan's body was gaunt, skeletal, with all his flesh and blood transformed into pure energy. The reversal of the Godslayer Demon Bane technique was complete, and a thick aura of bloodlust surrounded him, as if his very blood was aflame. The other members of the first squad were no different. Dao Wanjian, once serene and scholarly, now appeared as a shriveled figure shrouded in blood-red energy. Xing Yi had become a shadowy, amorphous crimson blur. Mr. Imobuji, whose righteous aura once inspired awe, now radiated pure, unrestrained fury. All eyes were fixed on the phoenix, reborn in its fiery splendor, as the squad braced themselves for a battle to the death. The phoenix let out another piercing cry, its sharp, clear voice heralding the start of the final clash. Its fiery aura surged outward, the intense heat causing the dilapidated two-story building around them to burst into flames and collapse. Amidst the searing heat, the phoenix once again transformed into a streak of fire, this time targeting the unarmed Master Bayman. The phoenix had clearly chosen what it believed to be the weakest target. Though the phoenix bore down on him with overwhelming ferocity, Master Bayman remained unfazed. Empty-handed, he showed not a shred of fear, only a faint expression of resignation. Why does everyone think that without my staff, I can't fight? When it comes to hand-to-hand combat, is Shaolin truly inferior? Master Bayman clenched his fists, and in an instant, a radiant burst of Buddha's light illuminated the surroundings, so brilliant it forced everyone to avert their eyes. His gaze was sharp, his voice resonant as he declared, Disciple Bayman humbly beseeches the thousand-armed Bodhisattva for aid. Grant salvation to all beings. Before his words had fully faded, a surge of divine energy erupted from behind him, coalescing into the towering silhouette of Guanyin, the thousand-armed Bodhisattva. The ethereal figure stood resolute, a symbol of immense power. Master Bayman, unmoving like a mountain, stood firm. Just as the fiery phoenix, transformed into a stream of blazing flames, was about to pierce through him, the thousand hands of Guanyin's apparition sprang into action, unleashing a storm of punches that filled the heavens. Thousand-armed demons suppressing fist. A tempest of fist shadows, imbued with unparalleled force, struck the flaming phoenix with devastating precision, slamming it into the ground. The relentless barrage of punches followed like a torrential downpour, burying the phoenix deep into the earth. At the same time, the formidable master Dao Wanqian raised his hand abruptly, his peachwood sword pointing towards the heavens. With a commanding voice, he shouted, Disciple Dao Wanqian humbly requests the aid of the three purities, heavenly thunder. Whoosh! A fierce wind rose out of nowhere, as if heralding the arrival of a divine presence. Behind Dao Wanqian, the aura of Taoist energy flowed gracefully, and the apparitions of three ancient sages appeared, seated in meditation. In an instant, the once starry night sky was shrouded in ominous clouds. Boom! Thunder roared, and divine light pierced the darkened sky. Crack! A blinding bolt of lightning tore through the heavens, streaking down with unstoppable force. It was soon followed by an unrelenting cascade of thunderbolts, ripping through the storm of fist shadows and mercilessly striking the phoenix. Under the wrath of the thunder, Imobuji broke into hearty laughter, his voice echoing as he recited, with silver saddle and white steed, swift as a shooting star. 10 steps, one man slain, leaving none afar. He began striding forward, each step steady and deliberate. 10 steps, one man slain. The calm and righteous aura that had defined Imobuji suddenly turned icy and menacing. The air around him became heavy with an overwhelming surge of murderous intent. Who says scholars lack the will to kill? The righteous energy that once upheld justice now transformed into an unstoppable killing force. At that moment, Imobuji's figure became ethereal and elusive, his movements precise and measured. Every 10 steps he took, the murderous aura around him grew more palpable, more tangible. The world seemed to morph into an infernal battlefield, with waves of killing intent crashing like an unrelenting tide. That deadly aura condensed into a massive black cloud, which twisted and formed into the shape of a colossal skull, looming high in the sky. Its ghastly appearance sent shivers down the spine of anyone who dared to look. Lin Fan, Imobuji called out in a commanding voice. Lend me your killing intent. Lin Fan leapt into the air, his body like an arrow shot toward the ominous skull. In an instant, his form vanished into the terrifying cloud of murderous energy, merging with the monstrous skull as if they had become one. Murderous intent. Pure, unbridled murderous intent. A killing intent emanating from Decia itself. Lin Fan could feel the overwhelming rage accumulated over 5 millennia, surging within the blackened skull. Without hesitation, he plunged into the abyss of the skull, braving the relentless impact of its murderous aura. He steadied his mind, raising his short blade high above, and roared in his heart, 5,000 years of wrath. Lend me your strength to reclaim the destiny of Decia. The blade gleamed with a razor-sharp brilliance, while the skull let out an earth-shattering roar. It was the cry of Decia's scholars, the battle cries of its soldiers, and the unyielding will of its destiny. 5,000 years of accumulated glory and prosperity had been ruthlessly shattered when the 8 nations tore open its gates. Now, the fury of an entire civilization erupted in an unstoppable torrent. The surging murderous aura fused into the short blade in Lin Fan's hand. The titanium alloy blade, forged overnight by Chen Yin, trembled violently, radiating an insatiable thirst for blood. Its surface was jet black, as if forged in the depths of the underworld, with wailing souls and lamenting specters echoing from within. Lin Fan's eyes burned crimson, his expression wild and frenzied. With both hands gripping the blade, he descended from the sky, aiming directly at the undead phoenix pinned to the ground. Undying, are you? Let's see if you survive this strike. For Decia, he roared, slashing down with all his might. The blade flashed, and in an instant, the phoenix was cleaved in two. But its body quickly turned to charred remains as flames surged forth once more. Lin Fan gave it no respite, following up with another devastating slash. Once again, the phoenix was torn apart. At this moment, it wasn't just Lin Fan. Every member of the first squad of the Godslayer army was consumed by a frenzy. Their fists burned with fiery intensity, igniting the air with every strike as they relentlessly hammered the phoenix. Even Xingyi, hidden in the shadows, joined the fray, his tang blades striking like meteors aimed at vital points. Yet amidst the chaos, the most dazzling sight was still the blade in Lin Fan's hands, infused with Decia's murderous intent. From the heavens, a bolt of lightning struck, intertwining with the blade's light in a display of raw power. Torrential rain poured down, but the flashes of lightning and blade light continued to strike the phoenix without pause. Under the relentless assault, the phoenix was torn apart again and again, only to be reborn in flames. The 6th time, the 7th time, the 8th time when the 9th rebirth was imminent, the phoenix let out a sinister laugh. Come on, kill me. Grant me my 9th rebirth. Lin Fan roared furiously. You think I don't dare? He raised the short blade, resonating with the thunder above. The blade crackled with dazzling electric currents, as if the young man had seized control of the storm itself. With a mighty swing, the blade descended, its light entwined with lightning, obliterating the phoenix once more. Yet from the charred remains, cracks appeared, and searing flames burst forth, evaporating the rainwater within a 100-meter radius. A piercing cry echoed through the heavens as an enormous phoenix, over 100 meters in size, soared into the night sky. Its flames burned brilliantly, exuding an aura of both divinity and terror. The intense heat forced everyone to retreat, even Lin Fan, who was pushed back dozens of steps. From within the phoenix leader's arrogant laughter rang out. Ha ha, Decia truly lives up to its name. The power forged from 5,000 years of destiny now belongs to me. And you, mere mortals of Decia, think you can compete with me? The phoenix spread its wings, releasing a sweeping wave of fire. Lin Fan barely managed to block it with his blade, but the rest of the Godslayer army's first squad was sent flying, including Xingyi, who had remained hidden. Unwilling to give up, Lin Fan charged forward again, only to be effortlessly swatted away by the phoenix. In that fleeting moment of retreat, he mustered all his strength and hurled the short blade, infused with Decia's killing intent. The blade streaked through the flames like a bolt of lightning, aiming straight for the phoenix's throat. The phoenix leader's laughter abruptly ceased, his mind consumed by a single thought: death. Yet just as the blade was about to strike true, it suddenly lost all power, falling lifelessly to the ground. The murderous aura dissipated in an instant. Lin Fan froze in disbelief. Why won't you kill it? This was the last chance. The phoenix leader, realizing his narrow escape, erupted into laughter. Ha ha, even the heavens won't help you. Not even the Decia you revere wants to kill me. So close, so very close, but now, your chance is gone. Flames surged from the phoenix, more ferocious than ever. With its 9th rebirth complete, the phoenix's true power awakened. The true phoenix revealed itself. Chirp! A clear and resonant phoenix cry pierced through the skies. The immortal phoenix, reborn for the 9th time. A divine creature embodying the destiny of the Great Xia, unleashed an astonishing aura at this very moment. Its body was engulfed in blazing flames, radiating waves of scorching heat that melted the ground below into searing lava. The surrounding air distorted and churned violently, boiling endlessly. Flames surged skyward, resembling a dazzling golden sun that banished the darkness of night. Lin Fan stood in awe, gazing at the breathtaking scene, a trace of despair flickering in his eyes. This power was far beyond his current capabilities and energy that could rival the divine. The Phoenix Guild Master, feeling the ceaselessly erupting and ever-growing Phoenix power within, burst into maniacal laughter. Ha ha, people of Great Xia, thank you for bestowing this upon me. Yet, in the very next instant, the phoenix's gaze turned vacant, its eyes losing focus. A human-like expression of pain crossed its face as it murmured softly, Who am I?" Before Lin Fan could comprehend what was happening, the phoenix's body trembled violently. The Phoenix Guild Master's voice emerged once more, but this time, it was stripped of arrogance, replaced by sheer terror. Who are you?" He could feel it at the moment when the phoenix's power awakened. A foreign consciousness also stirred within this body. Though newly awakened, this presence was overwhelmingly powerful. "I am," the phoenix spoke, its voice laden with age and melancholy. "I remember now. I am the guardian divine beast of Great Xia. I am the ancestor of the Tang Phoenix. I am the totem of Great Xia." The phoenix. "I remember it all now." The phoenix's voice grew increasingly fervent, culminating in a furious roar. "That day, invaders breached the gates of Great Xia, stole the national artifact, and abducted me." At that moment, clarity dawned on Lin Fan. The consciousness of the mother of all phoenixes had finally awakened. The phoenix turned its gaze upon the group, locking eyes with them. "Who are you?" Dao Wanqian staggered to his feet and bowed respectfully. From the Taoist sect, Dao Wanqian greets the phoenix ancestor. The others quickly followed suit. Mo Buji. From the Confucian sect, Mo Buji greets the phoenix ancestor. Xingyi. From the Mo Hidden Star sect, Xingyi greets the phoenix ancestor. Beimin. From the Buddhist sect, Beimin greets the phoenix ancestor. Gongshu Ming. From the Mahist sect, Gongshu Ming greets the phoenix ancestor. The phoenix listened and gave a faint nod. The Taoist sect, the Buddhist sect, the Confucian sect, the Mo Hidden sect, the Mahist sect, all people of Great Xia. Then, its gaze fell upon Lin Fan. "And you?" Lin Fan struggled to his feet, bowing respectfully. From Great Xia, Lin Fan greets the phoenix ancestor. The phoenix lowered its head, scrutinizing them closely. With a puzzled expression, it asked, "Why are your clothes so peculiar? What is the current era? Who sits on the throne of the Tang dynasty?" Lin Fan hesitated for a moment before replying softly, "Phoenix ancestor, the Tang dynasty fell 1,000 years ago." "What?" The phoenix's expression twisted in shock. Lin Fan quickly added, "But the spirit of Huaxia lives on. The people of Great Xia endure. The glory of the Tang dynasty still shines brightly today." The phoenix fell into a long, contemplative silence before bursting into a sorrowful yet triumphant laugh, as though its voice transcended the bounds of time. "The Tang dynasty may be gone, but Huaxia remains. As long as Huaxia stands, so too does the Tang dynasty." It murmured softly, as if speaking to someone far away. "Your Majesty, do you hear this? The legacy of the Li family endures, its brilliance undimmed." Lin Fan stood quietly, his heart piecing together the phoenix's identity. The ancestor of the Tang Phoenix. Among the emperors of antiquity, only one was a female sovereign. The woman who ruled the world, her phoenix soaring across the heavens. Wu Zetian. This revelation also explained why the murderous aura from Great Xia had suddenly dissipated. It had recognized the phoenix ancestor, a being of Great Xia. At that moment, the phoenix sensed something, and its gaze turned icy cold. "You vile creature! How dare you steal my power and harm the people of Great Xia?" "Ah!" A blood-curdling scream echoed from within the phoenix. The once arrogant Phoenix Guild Master was now writhing in agony, as though his soul was being scorched by fire. His consciousness was utterly suppressed by the Phoenix ancestor, powerless against the soul of this ancient Empress. The Phoenix ancestor's wrath was uncontainable. "You despicable barbarians dare to steal the national artifact of Great Xia and harm its people. If the Tang dynasty still stood, if His Majesty had known of your hidden lair overseas, all of you barbarians would have been subjugated under Huaxia." Her voice brimmed with unyielding pride. The Tang dynasty was renowned for its military might. The Tang cavalry was unmatched under heaven. Wherever their blades pointed, the land was claimed by the Tang. It was a legendary era. Emperor Li Shimin, a warrior undefeated in battle, ascended the throne surrounded by illustrious generals. The Tang dynasty crushed the Eastern Turks, Western Turks, and later Turks, subdued the Tiela, annexed Tibet, and conquered Goguryeo and Beach. In modern terms, they were invincible conquerors. And now, the national artifact of Great Xia has been stolen? The Phoenix ancestors' roar shook the heavens. "Barbarians, come out and meet your end." Boom. Flames erupted as a mangled figure was hurled from the Phoenix's body. The once proud Phoenix Guild Master was now consumed by terror. He had never imagined that this power, even after millennia, still belonged solely to Great Xia. Lin Fan didn't hesitate. He unsheathed his blade, lightning crackling from the heavens and surging into the sword. The blade gleamed with the murderous intent of Great Xia, manifesting into a tangible force. "No, please." The Phoenix Guild Master's desperate cries filled the air. Die! Lin Fan roared with fury. Slash! The blade's light flashed like thunder. Within that strike, it was as if countless vengeful spirits howled and countless warriors roared. This was the wrath of Great Xia, unleashed in a single strike. The blade's light vanished in an instant. The Phoenix Guild Master's voice ceased abruptly, his terrified expression frozen for eternity. Thud! His head rolled to the ground. Lin Fan sheathed his blade and crushed the severed head beneath his foot. Witnessing this bloody scene, the Phoenix ancestor showed no revulsion. Instead, she released a satisfied breath of Phoenix fire. Well done. We, the people of Great Xia, value propriety, but some debts must be paid in blood. Lin Fan bowed deeply once more. Congratulations to the Phoenix ancestor on your return. It is Great Xia's fortune. The first squad of the Godslayer army, their faces alight with emotion, shouted in unison, "Congratulations to the Phoenix ancestor on your return. It is Great Xia's fortune." The Phoenix ancestor let out a soft cry before her fiery form began to shift. From the radiant blaze emerged a woman. Adorned with a phoenix crown and clothed in regal splendor, she exuded both unparalleled beauty and an awe-inspiring majesty. Her serene face carried an air of inviolable dignity, a perfect blend of grace and imperial authority. Beautiful, truly breathtaking. Her jet-black hair cascaded like a waterfall onto the crimson phoenix robe, tracing a curve so striking it stole one's breath away. Her graceful, voluptuous figure could drive anyone to the brink of madness. Her skin was as fair as porcelain, with a faint blush that resembled the finest mutton-fat jade. Her slender waist, delicate and enchanting, seemed as if it could be held within a single hand, light as a willow branch, ethereal as smoke. Lin Fan held his breath, his gaze fixed. Never had he seen such a stunningly beautiful woman. Yet, despite her unparalleled beauty, no one dared to harbor even a trace of impure thought. A commanding aura, one that seemed to reign over all under heaven, emanated from her, pressing down on everyone with an almost suffocating intensity. The Eternal Empress. Across the vast expanse of China's 5,000-year history, tales of empresses are not uncommon. Yet, at the mere mention of Empress, only one figure ever comes to mind: Wu Zetian, the mother of all phoenixes. Rise, all of you. The legendary Empress raised her hand, and immediately, a warm, fiery energy lifted Lin Fan and the others to their feet. But in the next instant, her face turned deathly pale, her body trembling slightly, revealing her frailty. "You are among the exceptional talents of our great nation," the Empress said weakly, her voice soft yet dignified. "Though I am but a shadow of my former self, I deemed it necessary to meet with you. However, I must now return to slumber. I have been away from Decia for far too long. This sudden awakening has left me drained. Take me back to China. Restore our nation's destiny. My Tang dynasty shall once again safeguard 5,000 years of Chinese heritage." As her words faded, the phoenix robe she wore ignited into a blaze of flames, engulfing her entirely. When the fire subsided, a magnificent crimson phoenix robe gently fell into Lin Fan's hands. Lin Fan carefully ran his fingers over the robe, marveling at its exquisite craftsmanship. The stitching was so masterful it was nearly invisible. The robe felt weightless, yet exuded an extraordinary warmth, as if a subtle flame burned within it. The golden phoenix embroidered on the fabric appeared lifelike, its wings seeming to flutter gracefully under the shifting light. The phoenix's eyes, especially, gleamed with a vitality that resembled flickering flames. "This is the phoenix robe of the Empress," Dao Wanqian exclaimed as he leaned in for a closer look. The legendary phoenix robe of the Empress, the very first of its kind for Chinese women. It is said that the Eternal Empress once declared that every Chinese bride, regardless of wealth or status, should have the right to wear a royal ensemble on her wedding day: a phoenix coronet and robe of red silk. This marked the rise of Chinese women, the true embodiment of maternal grace over the world. "A national treasure," Mo Bougie murmured in awe, his expression filled with reverence. "Even after 1,000 years, it remains as radiant as ever. It is worthy of being called a national treasure. To witness such a masterpiece of Chinese heritage in my lifetime, I could die without regret." Master Beimin raised his head to gaze at the heavens. In his eyes, the phoenix robe emanated an infinite aura of vitality, vast and majestic, like a phoenix soaring through the skies. Such overwhelming vitality: those thieves who stole our nation's treasures and plundered our destiny, they are truly despicable. Even the usually composed Master Beimin, who often chanted words of compassion, clenched his fists in anger. National destiny. It truly exists in this world. Take, for example, the time when Guida invaded Decia. They scoured the northeastern provinces, digging deep into the earth in search of fuel resources for their war efforts, yet they found nothing. Then, after Decia was founded, it was as if heaven itself smiled upon them. They discovered the Dacheng oil field, which helped the nation through its toughest times. Such incredible coincidences would be too far-fetched even for a novelist. This is the power of national destiny, Decia's destiny, forged over 5,000 years. And now, before their very eyes, the phoenix robe radiated with unstoppable vitality, a force that could not be denied. Lin Fan held the seemingly weightless yet immeasurably significant phoenix robe with great care. His voice was solemn as he declared, "Reaper Squad, Mission 1 is complete. Our new mission is to escort this national treasure back to its rightful home. The stolen destiny of our nation must be reclaimed. The slumbering phoenix ancestor shall finally return to her homeland. Escort the national treasure back home." The members of Reaper Squad clenched their fists, their voices resonating in unison. But just then, Gong Su Ming, clutching his severed arm and pale-faced, spoke urgently, "We need to leave now. The Free Nation's forces, they're here." In the distance, faint yet piercing alarms echoed through the air. Lin Fan's expression darkened. He wasn't afraid of a fight, but he knew the reality of their situation. They were, after all, on foreign soil in the Free Nation. If they were dragged into a prolonged battle here, the enemy's reinforcement tanks, planes, and endless soldiers would arrive in waves. Even the strongest individuals couldn't escape unscathed. And back in Decia, the nation's leader had issued a stern warning. If captured, their identities would be disavowed, and no rescue attempts would be made. It wasn't just the vast ocean separating the two countries. Actions like these, assassinating on foreign soil, were tantamount to declaring war. Move. Lin Fan made a swift decision, leading the way toward the street outside. In the shadowed street, a jeep was parked by the curb. Zhao Guocheng, the young man who had coordinated their extraction, rolled down the window and shouted toward the Reaper Squad emerging from the ruins of the two-story building. "Get in, quick!" Bang! The team swiftly jumped into the jeep and slammed the doors shut. Roar! Zhao Guocheng floored the gas pedal, and the jeep shot down a grimy alleyway like an arrow loosed from its bow. 3 kilometers away, on a major street, convoys of armored vehicles thundered past, each one packed with heavily armed Free Nation soldiers. The Free Nation's military had directly mobilized. In the lead military jeep sat a middle-aged man in a white suit, his face twisted with rage. He barked an order in English. "The Phoenix Society has been attacked. Move. It must be Decia's doing. We cannot let them get away." "Mr. Tang," someone beside him murmured, "isn't this a bit excessive? I mean, sure, the head of the Phoenix Society is a member of our benevolent order, but deploying military forces seems a bit over the top. You know nothing." Tang's face was grim, his voice icy. "I haven't been able to contact a single member of the Phoenix Society. Not one. That can only mean one thing: their entire Phoenix Society has been wiped out. Even their leader is dead. And you know what he was carrying. If Decia gets their hands on it, the consequences would be catastrophic." Tang's expression grew darker as he continued, "And to take down the Phoenix Society, those Decia operatives must be highly skilled, possibly even enhanced individuals with extraordinary abilities. Capture them. How dare they wreak havoc in my Free Nation? Do they think we're to be trifled with?" As he finished speaking, a soldier handed him a tablet displaying surveillance footage of the surrounding streets. Tang scrutinized the footage intently, searching for any sign of the audacious Decia operatives. But the next moment, a flurry of wooden birds appeared, their wings fluttering as they blocked every surveillance camera. One by one, the screens went dark, leaving the footage completely obscured. Whatever happened next vanished into the shadows, and the identities of the Decia operatives remained a mystery. The man in the white suit, now seething, hurled the tablet to the ground, shattering it. He drew in a deep breath and abruptly changed tactics. "It's no use chasing them now. Those Decia operatives didn't even leave us a glimpse of their faces. They've likely escaped by now. Fine. Contact Puchuan using the benevolent order's name." In the White Palace, inside the first office, the shrill sound of a phone suddenly broke the silence. On the desk, an unassuming phone began to ring. Slumped over the desk, half asleep, Puchuan jolted upright. His corpulent frame quivered slightly at the abrupt sound. Casting a glance at the phone, he immediately recognized the distinct line. His sweaty palms swiftly grabbed the receiver. The voice on the other end was cold and to the point, with no pleasantries exchanged. "Someone has destroyed the Fenghuang Society and killed one of my Jishur Guild members." Pu Chuan's body froze, as if doused with a bucket of ice water. "What?" His voice rose in a sharp pitch, trembling with fear. The voice continued, "The nearest military district has already begun the pursuit. I need you to mobilize all resources, seal off the coastlines, and shut down the airports." Without a moment's hesitation, Pu Chuan responded, "Yes." He raised his right fist, his voice shaking with emotion as he declared, "For the Jishur Guild." The same rallying cry echoed from the phone before the line abruptly went dead. Pu Chuan replaced the receiver, his eyes flickering with a mix of anger and fear. He was acutely aware of his position within the Jishur Guild. It was through their support that he had ascended to the seat of power as the leader of the free nation. Images of the Geisha Guild's vast influence flashed through his mind. The Rockefeller family, the Carnegie family, most of the free nation's leaders throughout history were members of this powerful organization. Yet, despite holding the highest office, Hu Chuan was merely a low-ranking member of the guild, without even the privilege of participating in their council meetings. Fear surged through him like a tidal wave. He muttered to himself, "We must catch those people. If the Geisha Guild is dissatisfied with my performance, they might replace me, or worse." He dared not complete the thought, his mind conjuring the fates of past leaders who had met their end in gunfire. Suddenly, he stood up, his bulky frame trembling with tension. He shouted, "Quick! Get me a line to all the military districts and police departments across the country." Meanwhile, under the cover of night, a jeep sped down a desolate highway. The roar of the engine pierced the stillness of the night, but inside the vehicle, the atmosphere was unbearably tense. Despite their recent victory, worry was etched into the faces of everyone in the car. In the rearview mirror, the city's glowing lights receded into the distance. The wail of sirens echoed faintly, and armored military vehicles could be seen patrolling the streets, conducting a grid search. Zhao Guochen, gripping the steering wheel tightly, pressed the gas pedal harder and muttered, "Don't panic." We moved fast, and Mr. Gongshu Ming's wooden bird worked perfectly. The surveillance cameras didn't pick up any trace of us. They don't know what we look like. Right now, they're still focused on searching the city. There's no way they'd guess we've already left Sanfan City, he added. I've been undercover here with a few trusted comrades for quite some time. We've planned for worst-case scenarios like this. There's a safe house in the nearby town. Once we're there, we'll be safe and can wait out the manhunt. Just as he finished speaking, the outline of the small town appeared on the horizon. However, as the jeep approached the town's edge, Lin Fan suddenly spoke up, "Don't go in." Zhao Guochun was taken aback. "What?" Lin Fan replied in a steady but firm voice. "This manhunt isn't going to be simple. If we hide here and get discovered, there'll be no way out. Take us straight out of here. Staying will only prolong the risk, and I don't want to drag you down if we're caught." Zhao Guochun hesitated for a moment before nodding. "All right, we've considered this possibility before. There's an extraction point near the closest beach." The jeep veered sharply at the intersection, heading toward the coastal area at full speed. The tension inside the vehicle thickened. Everyone was acutely aware that if the Free Nation's forces managed to corner them, the consequences would be catastrophic. The members of the Godslayer unit's first squad were unparalleled in their combat skills, but even they couldn't stand against the full might of an entire nation's military. Worse still, if captured, the Xia Kingdom's government wouldn't be able to intervene on their behalf. Lin Fan recalled the parting words of the national leader before their mission. The Xia Kingdom would never acknowledge their true identities. This meant that if they were caught, the Xia government would only recognize them as ordinary citizens and would deny any connection to their covert operations. It was a harsh reality, but in the silent battlefield they navigated, it was the reality they had to face. Countless people of Decia have fought on this silent battlefield, even if it meant dying without the honor of returning home as heroes. They simply perished quietly. This is conviction. Zhao Guochen is one of those Decia warriors who fought on this unspoken front. Under the cover of night, a jeep sped down an empty highway, its roaring engine piercing the silence. Inside the vehicle, the atmosphere was tense, everyone holding their breath and focus. Zhao Guochen gripped the steering wheel tightly, his gaze sharp and unwavering, the gas pedal pressed to the floor. The car raced for a full hour before finally coming to a halt at a desolate, rocky coastline. This was no picturesque tourist destination, but a rugged shore of jagged rocks. At 3 a.m., the surroundings were eerily quiet and deserted. Zhao Guochen quickly opened the car door, jumped out, and signaled to the people behind him. "This is the place." Members of the first squad of the Shirshan army disembarked one by one. Lin Fan, standing at the forefront, furrowed his brows as he surveyed the scene. Moonlight spilled over the jagged rocks, casting eerie shadows that, when reflected in the seawater, seemed to hint at lurking, unseen dangers. "Follow me," Zhao Guochen commanded without hesitation, stepping onto the slippery rocks and heading toward the water. Lin Fan and the Shirshan army members didn't have time to question him. They followed closely behind. Suddenly, Zhao Guochen stopped and declared, "Here it is." The area appeared empty, with no sign of any boats. While the group exchanged puzzled glances, Zhao Guochen crouched down in front of a massive rock, feeling around as if searching for something. After a moment, it seemed he had unlocked a hidden mechanism. He gave a sharp tug. Whoosh! A camouflage tarp was yanked away, revealing the secret it had concealed. 3 motorboats securely fastened with steel reinforcements. "Get on. Each one can carry 2 people," Zhao Guochen urged. "There's spare fuel on the boats. Once you're on, head in the 95-degree direction. 20 kilometers out, there's a speedboat waiting. Switch to that and keep going. 200 kilometers farther, you'll find a small, anchored sailboat. Pretend you're on a global sailing trip and use the water route to get back to Decia. As Lin Fan was about to jump onto one of the motorboats, a thought struck him. He turned back and asked, "What about you?" "I'm not going anywhere." Zhao Guochen replied without hesitation. "I haven't been exposed. Besides covering for you, I've got other tasks to handle. Now get on." And he'll unscrew the bolts holding the steel reinforcements. His tone was urgent, repeatedly pushing them to act quickly. Lin Fan stared intently at Zhao Guochen's anxious face. In an instant, he straightened his posture, and with a salute as sharp as a blade slicing through the air, he paid his respects. Behind him, the members of the first squad of the Godslayer army followed suit, their eyes filled with admiration as they saluted Zhao Guochen in unison. "Cut the formalities," Zhao Guochen barked, his hands busy tightening the rusted bolts on the steel reinforcement. "Get on the jet skis now. When you're back in Decia, they'll treat you to some dandan noodles." Lin Fan chuckled and waved. "I'm off." With a swift movement, he leaped onto one of the jet skis. The rest of the squad quickly took their positions. The roar of engines erupted, and water sprayed into the air behind the jet skis. Yet, despite the power, the jet skis remained motionless, held fast by the steel restraints. "Damn rust." "Almost there," Zhao Guochen muttered, sweat dripping from his forehead as he worked the wrench with all his might. The bolts had corroded from years of seawater exposure, an unexpected snag in his meticulously crafted evacuation plan. Though Zhao Guochen was known for his careful planning, from safe houses to detailed escape routes, this minor detail threatened to unravel everything. Just then, the distant growl of engines broke through the night. Headlights pierced the darkness as a convoy of military jeeps roared toward them like a pack of enraged beasts. The jeeps, bearing the insignia of the Free Nation, screeched to a halt about 100 meters away. Dozens of heavily armed soldiers in tactical gear jumped out, their movements swift and precise. "What are you doing there?" one of the soldiers shouted, his voice cutting through the night. "By order of the first seat, all coastal areas of the Free Nation are under lockdown. Step away from the shoreline immediately. Warning, leave now, or we will take action." The soldiers couldn't see Lin Fan and the others hidden behind the rocks. Only Zhao Guochen crouched over the bolts. "Damn it," Lin Fan muttered, his face darkening as he gripped his short blade, ready to leap off the jet ski. "Don't do anything rash." "I'm almost done," Zhao Guochen called out, his face flushed as he continued to wrestle with the stubborn bolt. But then, a soldier shouted, "Sir, this guy seems to be loosening bolts, and I think I hear jet ski engines behind the rocks." The atmosphere instantly tensed. The squad leader's expression hardened as he raised his radio. "Squad 032, requesting immediate backup at the rocky shoreline. Suspects attempting to flee." In less than 10 minutes, reinforcements would swarm the area. But the squad leader wasn't taking any chances. Raising a loudspeaker, his voice thundered across the beach. "Stop immediately and surrender, or we will use force. This is your first warning." Second warning. Despite the warnings, Zhao Guochen stayed put, hunched over, pouring every ounce of strength into loosening the bolt. "Sniper," the squad leader barked. "Take the shot. Aim to incapacitate." Bang! The gunshot shattered the night. A bullet tore through Zhao Guochen's shoulder, sending a spray of blood into the air. He let out a pained cry but refused to let go of the wrench, his teeth clenched in determination. As Lin Fan prepared to charge forward, Zhao Guochen suddenly managed a faint smile. Don't do anything stupid," he rasped. "I'm almost there. The old man always told me to pay attention to details. Damn it, how could I forget about rusted bolts?" The loudspeaker blared again. "Stop immediately. This is your final warning. If you do not comply, we will use lethal force." 3-2. "Ah!" Zhao Guochen roared in frustration. Clank! The wrench finally turned. The rusty bolt gave way, and the jet skis surged forward, breaking free from their restraints. "Damn it!" the Free Nation squad leader cursed, watching the jet skis speed away. "They're escaping right in front of us. Get him now." The soldiers rushed toward Zhao Guochen, who stood alone on the rocky outcrop. He watched the jet skis disappear into the distance, his lips curling into a faint smile. Then, with his uninjured left arm, he raised a salute. His gaze seemed to pierce through the vast ocean, reaching the vibrant homeland he cherished, where red flags waved proudly. The salute was far from perfect, perhaps due to the pain, or perhaps because it was his first time saluting with his left arm. But none of that mattered anymore. Turning to face the approaching soldiers, Zhao Guochen pulled a small pistol from his jacket. "Watch out! He's armed," one of the soldiers shouted. "Drop your weapon. Now." But Zhao Guochen didn't aim at them. Instead, he pressed the barrel against his own temple. For someone in his line of work, death on the spot was often the best outcome. The alternative, capture, torture, and the risk of breaking under interrogation was far worse. A true son of Decia would rather die standing than live kneeling. Countless unsung heroes of Decia had made the ultimate sacrifice without hesitation. Damn it. He's going to kill himself. Stop him, the squad leader yelled. For the first time in years, Zhao Guochen laughed freely, his voice echoing across the beach. I, Zhao Guochen, never thought of myself as a hero. I only wish that in the next life, I can be a son of Decia again. To fight for Decia, to die for Decia. Damn. I'd give anything for one last bowl of dan dan noodles. Closing his eyes, he prepared to pull the trigger. Should have listened to the old man. Check the bolts. Dying because of a damn bolt. Click. The gun fired. But instead of darkness, Zhao Guochen's eyes snapped open in confusion. His hand had been slapped away at the last second. He turned, stunned, to see 6 figures standing behind him. The entire first squad of the Godslayer army was there. And the young man, Lin Fan, was gripping his gun hand tightly. For a moment, Zhao Guochen's eyes glistened with emotion, only to harden with anger. Why didn't you leave? Why are you still here? Lin Fan released his grip and smiled, patting Zhao Guochen's shoulder. I told you, we're going to share a bowl of dan dan noodles. But first, I need you to stay alive and return to Decia. Xing. Lin Fan drew his short blade. Standing in front of Zhao Guochen, he faced the armed soldiers with an icy gaze and a voice as sharp as his blade. Godslayer Army, first squad ready for action. A tense and formidable atmosphere enveloped the 5-person team. Xingya, Gongshu Ming, Dao Wanqian, Beimin, and Lin Fan, each of their eyes shone with unwavering determination. In unison, they shouted, escort the envoy of Zhao back to Decia, even if it costs us our lives. Their thunderous voices echoed through the night sky. However, just as they were about to act, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Beimin's eyes widened, his expression fierce like a wrathful guardian deity. He let out a low exclamation of ultimatum and swung his steel staff, ready to charge at the soldiers of the Free Nation. Lin Fan, quick on his feet, grabbed Beimin's sleeve just in time. What are you doing? Beimin froze, startled. Lin Fan looked at him, utterly confused. What are you rushing over there for? To bring salvation to our foreign friends, of course, Beimin replied as though it were the most obvious thing in the world. I said escort, not kill people. Lin Fan quickly clarified. This bizarre exchange brought the scene to an awkward standstill. On one side were the heavily armed soldiers of the Free Nation, nervously taking cover behind their armored vehicles with guns raised. On the other side stood Lin Fan and Beimin, locked in an argument over the difference between escort and salvation. Beimin scratched his head, pondering for a moment. Aren't those two words the same? They're completely different. Lin Fan exclaimed, exasperated. Escort means to protect and safely deliver someone. But they'll definitely try to stop us, Beimin reasoned, furrowing his brow. So why not just bring salvation to them first? If they're saved, they won't shoot at us. Lin Fan stared at the Buddhist disciple in disbelief. What kind of Buddhist teachings are you studying? You're always thinking about salvation. Beimin clasped his hands together, his face solemn and devout. The scriptures teach us to bring salvation to all beings. Some evildoers we cannot forgive you can only save them so that Buddha may forgive them. If these soldiers fire at us, they're bad people. Saving one bad person could spare 10 good ones. Umidba, that's a great virtue. Lin Fan opened his mouth to respond, but a sudden gunshot cut him off. The commanding officer of the Free Nation soldiers had given the order to fire, and a bullet whizzed toward Lin Fan. Reacting instantly, Lin Fan swung his blade, deflecting the bullet back. The deformed projectile narrowly missed the soldier who had fired it, instead lodging itself in the armored vehicle, leaving a deep dent. The display left the Free Nation soldiers utterly stunned. They exchanged bewildered glances, struggling to comprehend what they had just witnessed. One soldier, trembling, stammered, "Commander, should we keep attacking them?" Fear spread quickly among their ranks. As Lin Fan strode toward them, sword in hand, the soldiers became increasingly panicked. The squad leader, visibly shaken, stuttered, "Don't do anything reckless." Lin Fan frowned, pointing his blade at the squad leader's neck. His voice was firm and deliberate. "Let me make this clear, I can kill you, but I choose not to." Lin Fan stood by the seaside, gazing at the panicked soldiers of the Free Nation's army before him. His mind wandered back to the vengeance he had exacted on the Phoenix Society for daring to abduct people in Decia. However, these ordinary soldiers in front of him had no personal grudge against him. They were merely following orders. He realized that, after the descent of the gods, it was ordinary people like these who became the most innocent victims. Besides, this was the Free Nation's territory. Killing members of the Phoenix Society had been a serious offense, but the Free Nation dared not make it public, as they were the ones who had first ventured into Decia to capture individuals with special abilities. However, killing regular soldiers here could spark an international conflict. Lin Fan had no interest in explaining himself. He simply stared coldly at the trembling squad leader before him, whose entire body shook with fear. After a moment of thought, Lin Fan decided to convey his message through action. He first pointed at himself and his companions, then gestured toward the vast ocean. Slowly, he raised his short blade. With a flash of cold light, the ground split open like tofu, leaving a straight, deep fissure. Lin Fan pointed at the line beneath his feet, then at the squad leader's gun, and finally made a throat-slitting gesture. This simple series of gestures delivered a clear warning. We're leaving. If any of you cross this line or fire at us, well, stay and deal with all of you. Seeing Lin Fan's terrifying display of power, the squad leader quickly nodded in understanding. Lin Fan turned to his companions, urging them, hurry up, stop wasting time, and get Zhao Guochen onto the jet ski. We need to move now. Xingyi struggled to secure Zhao Guochen onto the jet ski, but the injured man kept sliding off. He's passed out from the pain. Someone help me. Xingyi shouted desperately. Dao Wanqian immediately stepped up. I'm on it. I've got this. Just then, a deafening roar of engines erupted from the distance, like a horde of wild beasts bellowing in rage. Everyone froze and instinctively turned to look. In the distance, a massive mechanized convoy was barreling down the highway, its sheer size and power overwhelming. Armed vehicles, machine gun trucks, tanks, and missile launchers each over 10 meters long formed a formidable steel armada, their cold metallic gleam cutting through the darkness of the night. This steel juggernaut surged forward like a raging river, its presence both awe-inspiring and terrifying. Lin Fan and his companions immediately realized that the situation had taken a sudden, dangerous turn for the worse. Reinforcements have arrived. Our reinforcements are here. The squad that had been trembling in fear moments ago at Lin Fan's presence suddenly erupted in excitement, their faces lighting up with the joy of victory. Their cheers echoed through the night sky, as if they could already see the dawn of triumph. However, Lin Fan's expression darkened instantly. His gaze locked onto the massive force approaching in the distancia formation of dozens of heavily armed vehicles, including missile launchers and tanks, coming to a halt several hundred meters away. They loomed like a colossal steel beast poised to strike. Lin Fan knew all too well that even though they had trained in the god-slaying demon exterminating technique, which barely allowed them to withstand rifle bullets, they were no match for such heavy firepower. Their semi-divine bodies were far from invincible. Modern weaponry, humanity's most devastating creation, could obliterate them in an instant. The first squad, although formidable, stood no chance of surviving an onslaught of such firepower. A flicker of despair crossed Lin Fan's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by resolve. At that moment, the armed vehicles ground to a halt. The short-range missiles, each over 10 meters long, began to rise, pointing menacingly at Lin Fan and his group like fingers of death. The tank barrels also shifted, aiming directly at these so-called invaders. Lin Fan let out a cold laugh, thinking to himself that the Free Nation must have mobilized their entire military district's arsenal just to capture a handful of them. Clearly, their mission to dismantle the Phoenix Society had struck a nerve. Everyone, are you afraid of death? Lin Fan's voice rang out clearly in the still night. Not at all. The group responded in unison, their voices firm and resolute. Lin Fan nodded, a hint of pride flashing in his eyes. Good. The time has come to sacrifice for our country. If anyone can't hold on later, make sure you aren't captured alive. He paused, his voice rising with unwavering determination. In Decia, no one gets taken alive. Now, first squad, charge with me for the final battle. Let them know that even in death, Decia's people will take a bite out of them. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Fan swung his 3-foot-long blade, sending a powerful wave of energy slicing through the air in a brilliant arc. Dao Wanqian's aura erupted in a burst of spiritual energy. Talisman papers fluttered like butterflies, and a peachwood sword hovered around him, making him look like a Taoist priest about to unleash his magic. Mo Bougie burst into laughter, his eyes filled with unyielding determination. We, the people of Decia, would rather sing in the rain and die with dignity than live under another's roof. Let me recite Autumn Soldiers for you. His voice was bold and tragic, filled with an indomitable spirit that seemed to pierce the heavens. Master Beimin clasped his hands together in prayer, softly chanting, Umitba. It seems the time has come for this disciple to meet the Buddha. He slammed his iron staff into the ground, creating a thunderous crash that split the earth. Golden light surged forth, and behind him, a faint apparition of a wrathful Vajra glared fiercely. The Buddhist energy around him coalesced into a radiant, protective shield. Xingyi quietly disappeared into the shadows, blending seamlessly into the night, ready to strike with deadly precision. Zhao Guochen drew his pistol once more, letting out a wry smile. Well, this is what I signed up for anyway. Lin Fan raised his blade high, his eyes blazing with determination. God-slaying army, first squad, charge with me. Just as the group was about to launch their attack, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The soldiers of the Free Nation suddenly froze, their faces showing shock that quickly gave way to uncontainable fear. The tanks and armed vehicles began to retreat, as though they had seen something utterly terrifying. Lin Fan was stunned. Beside him, Dao Wanqian looked equally bewildered. Are we really that scary? I thought we were the ones about to die. At that moment, a deafening roar erupted from behind them, shaking the very ground beneath their feet. The sound was like the furious cries of countless colossal beasts, reverberating deep into their chests. Sea beast cultists? Lin Fan instinctively turned around, but the sight that greeted him left him utterly speechless. In the distance, across the dark ocean, countless lights suddenly illuminated the night. A massive fleet of warships surged through the waves, heading straight for the shore. They resembled steel behemoths, covering the sea as far as the eye could see. The earth-shaking roar was none other than the blaring horns of these colossal vessels. Enormous cannons and missile launchers pointed towards the coastline, silently declaring their arrival with overwhelming authority. This is Lin Fan's voice trembled as the resolve he had moments ago gave way to disbelief and overwhelming joy. His eyes reddened, like a child who had suffered a great grievance only to find their parents arriving to protect them. On the horizon, the warships bore flags that fluttered proudly in the wind, bright red flags that filled Lin Fan with an unparalleled sense of safety and belonging. This was Decia, the homeland that no one and nothing could replace in the hearts of its people. Lin Fan snapped out of his daze and turned to look at the dumbfounded Free Nation soldiers. A sly grin spread across his face as he pointed to his head and shouted provocatively, "Come on, hit me!" In that instant, Lin Fan transformed into a child who had been losing a fight but suddenly realized his parents were standing right behind him. With the red flag at his back, he was invincible. The other members of the God-slaying army's first squad couldn't help but roll their eyes at their captain's antics. Emobuji shook his head repeatedly, thinking, I kind of want to hit him myself, he's so infuriating. But then, an idea struck him, and he grinned mischievously. He pointed at his own head and taunted the Free Nation soldiers. Come on, take me down. Don't hold back, I dare you. Dao Wanqian burst into laughter. Realizing this was the perfect moment to show off. He turned around, bent over, and shouted crudely at the enemy. Come on, hit me right here. The Free Nation soldiers exchanged baffled looks, unsure of how to respond. One soldier, peering through binoculars from beneath a missile launcher, turned to his commander in frustration. Captain, should we just open fire? They're insufferable. The Free Nation captain slapped him across the face without hesitation. Are you insane? Look at the sea. Do you know what that is? That's a carrier strike group. 2 carriers, 300 destroyers, and who knows what else. I want to take them down too, but I don't want to die. If you want to do it, be my guest. Meanwhile, Zhao Guochen had no time for such antics. He stood silently, his eyes fixed on the approaching fleet and the red flags fluttering in the wind. His eyes brimmed with tears, and his throat tightened with emotion. Never in his wildest dreams did he think he would see his homeland's flag in a foreign land. Decia had come to bring them home. Zhao Guochen closed his eyes, overwhelmed by a flood of emotions. Finally, he whispered to himself, I guess I really will get to eat a bowl of dandan noodles again. On the deck of the leading aircraft carrier, an elderly man in a sharp military uniform stood at the bow. Though his hair had turned gray, his posture remained ramrod straight, exuding an air of authority and vitality. He held a pair of binoculars, watching Lin Fan and his team's antics with a bemused smile. That brat. Turning to his adjutant, the old man chuckled. Well, since we're already here, let's make it grand. Raise the banners, and have the artillery fire a few blanks for a proper salute. We're bringing our heroes home. The atmosphere on the beach suddenly grew tense. A Free State officer clutched his radio tightly, his eyes filled with a mix of emotions as he stared at the massive fleet of warships advancing from the horizon. His voice trembled with anxiety. Sir, we really can't fight them. The radio erupted with an angry roar. It was the voice of a member of the G-Shur Council. What do you mean you can't fight them? You coward. There are only 6 of them. What? Are they going to overturn the heavens? Just shoot them down. Bombard them with firepower. No matter how strong they are, if they're human, they'll die. His voice was laced with seething hatred as he continued to shout. Those people from Decia annihilated the Phoenix Society. That group of superhumans was the result of countless experiments and the loss of innumerable test subjects. And, on top of that, one of them was a member of the G-Shur Council. The Phoenix herself was one of us. His rage carried him into a tirade about the former glory of the G-Shur Council. For so much of history, we've been the unseen force shaping the world's development, deciding humanity's fate. Even the Free State's leaders who dared to resist our control would vanish without a trace, becoming victims of mysterious assassinations. But in one single night, a counselor was killed, and it was at the hands of those from Decia. Decia, the counselor bellowed, his voice nearing a roar. That Decia, which we once manipulated and divided among other nations. That Decia, which we saw as a dragon trapped in shallow waters, ripe for humiliation. And yet, this same Decia, instead of collapsing under endless oppression, has awakened in the face of despair like a lion roused from slumber. Breaking free from the path we had laid out for it, it has risen to challenge the world's powers, and now it's threatening the G-Shur Council itself? Killing a G-Shur counselor? His voice trembled with both fear and fury. It's not just the destruction of the Phoenix Society that enrages Might's Decia. The G-Shur Council cannot be challenged. If this continues, won't Decia rise to replace us as the new rulers of the world? Could it be that one day, the entire G-Shur Council will fall at their hands? The counselor's voice reached a fever pitch, practically screaming, kill them all. But the officer stammered in response, we really can't fight them. They've brought warships. What? The counselor was momentarily stunned, blinking in disbelief. It took him a full 5 seconds to recover before he grabbed the phone and shouted, that's impossible. This is the Free State. How dare Decia? Boom, boom, boom. Before he could finish his sentence, the sound of explosions thundered through the radio. They're firing? The counselor's face froze in shock. No, it seems like they're firing blanks, the officer stammered, his voice shaking. Anyway, sir, you'd better come quickly. At that moment, the entire beach was engulfed by the deafening roar of artillery fire. Boom, boom, boom. The earth seemed to tremble under the terrifying echoes. This was the roar of Decia. After so many years, the sound of Decia's cannons was once again heard on foreign soil. There was a time when, as the lion lay dormant, other nations laughed like thieves, prying open Decia's gates with the thunder of their cannons. But now, the lion was awake. The cannons of Decia roared on distant shores, shaking the heavens and earth, a furious lion bellowing its rage. The soldiers on the beach were thrown into utter panic. My God, Decia's gone mad. They're bombarding us. Get down. Take cover. The already demoralized soldiers of the Free State were trembling, as if they could see death itself beckoning them. Lin Fan was equally stunned. What are they seriously going this far? Firing directly? Even Ru Min Imobuji blinked in confusion, his small eyes filled with bewilderment. This weren't they just supposed to pick us up? Why are they starting a war? Is Decia this hot-tempered now? Yet, no shells landed, and no actual bombing occurred. What's going on? No explosions? Then why are they firing? The soldiers, lying flat on the ground, cautiously lifted their heads in confusion. Lin Fan was equally puzzled. Suddenly, Imobuji's expression turned complicated as he muttered, you know, this almost feels like a ceremonial salute or something. Before he could finish, banners unfurled from the approaching fleet of warships with a loud rustle. Welcome Decia citizens home. We're here to bring you back. Bring honor to the nation. Welcome back victorious heroes. Congratulations on your return, Lin Fan. For a moment, the scene took on an unexpectedly festive atmosphere. Woo! The leading aircraft carrier came to a halt several hundred meters from the rocky shore. An officer standing beside Elder Jean spoke rapidly. This is the closest we can get. Any closer, and we'll run aground. Elder Jean chuckled heartily. No problem. Get me a speedboat ready. I'll go down myself. But sir, the guard hesitated before voicing his concern. It's too dangerous for you to go alone. Let me organize a landing party to escort you. No need. Elder Jean waved him off. If Lin Fan and the others dared to venture deep into enemy territory, what do I have to fear with this old body of mine? Besides, with all of you behind me, why should I be afraid? There was no trace of fear in Elder Jean's eyes. The warship of Decia was right behind him, filling Elder Jean with confidence. Even in a foreign land, as long as that mighty warship, the embodiment of his motherland's power, was there, and the crimson flag fluttered proudly in the wind, what was there to fear? A trace of worry flashed in the bodyguard's eyes. But when he met Elder Jin's resolute gaze, he gritted his teeth and said, I'll make the arrangements immediately. At least let the security squad accompany you, sir. Elder Jin shook his head stubbornly. No need, I'll go alone. But the bodyguard wanted to protest further. Elder Jin interrupted him, his tone carrying a hint of fierceness. If they dare to open fire, I want you to level them all. I'll go alone and see just how bold they are to pull the trigger. Though Elder Jin's actions seemed impulsive and reckless, in reality, he was thinking about the bigger picture. Decia's mission here was already a risky endeavor after all. This was foreign soil. The earlier ceremonial salutes had been a show of strength, but they hadn't crossed the line. By stepping forward himself, the seasoned general was extending a gesture of respect to the other side. Bringing an organized military squad ashore, however, would be an entirely different matter. A single misstep could escalate into a conflict. While Decia did not fear war, it preferred resolving matters peacefully. The roar of an engine pierced the night sky as a speedboat cut through the waves, heading toward the rocky shore. At the same time, a military jeep sped down the dark road, racing toward the same destination. The speedboat came to a halt by a protruding reef. Elder Jean stood tall and steady as he stepped onto the rocky terrain. Elder Jean. Lin Fan's eyes reddened as he rushed forward. In this foreign land, the sight of Elder Jean's figure, slightly aged but still upright, brought Lin Fan an overwhelming sense of security. "You brat," Elder Jean huffed coldly. "I told you to be careful and not blow your cover. Yet here you are, surrounded." Lin Fan scratched his head awkwardly. "Well," before he could finish, Zhao Guochen, clutching his injured arm, quickly interjected. "Elder Jean, Mr. Lin and his team could have all gotten out safely. Even I could have escaped unscathed. But I made a critical mistake that cost us time. Mr. Lin and his team had already left. They only came back to save me. Please, don't blame Mr. Lin, it's my fault." Elder Jean's sharp gaze shifted between Zhao Guochen and Lin Fan before he gave Lin Fan a hearty slap on the shoulder and laughed. "Now that is the spirit of Decia. You've done us proud." "What do you mean, the spirit?" Lin Fan muttered under his breath, pouting slightly. Elder Jean turned to Zhao Guochen, but before he could speak, Zhao Guochen straightened his neck and shouted hoarsely, "Third Infiltration Unit, Operative 012, Sea Swallow, reporting to Elder Jean." He raised his left arm in a somewhat unsteady salute. "Sea Swallow Zhao Guochen, right? You've been stationed here for nearly a decade now." Elder Jean patted Zhao Guochen on the shoulder. "You've worked hard. Decia thanks you." Zhao Guochen's eyes widened in disbelief. You remember me?" Elder Jean replied solemnly. "Decia has never forgotten you. Decia has never forgotten you." Those simple words brought tears streaming down Zhao Guochen's face in an instant. The man who once stood unflinching in the face of loaded guns now found himself trembling, eyes brimming with emotion. Elder Jean raised his right arm, delivering a crisp military salute. "Zhao Guochen, listen to your orders." "Zhao Guochen reporting, sir." Zhao straightened his back, his voice slightly choked. "Your mission has been flawlessly completed. Your undercover status is revoked. Return to Decia's borders with me." A satisfied smile appeared on Elder Jin's face. "Decia has come to bring you home." Those words struck Zhao Guochen like a hammer to his heart. A decade's worth of hardship and isolation surged through him like a tidal wave. Fighting back tears, he gave a resolute reply. "Yes, sir. Returning to Decia's borders." Then, a glimmer of anticipation flickered in his eyes. "Finally, I can have that bowl of dandan noodles I've been dreaming of. Let's go. Time to head home." Elder Jean turned, his gaze sweeping over the group. Everyone bore wounds, their clothes stained with blood, clear evidence of a fierce battle. The fact that they were still standing was testament to their sheer willpower. The group began walking across the rocky shore toward a waiting boat, completely ignoring the Free Nation soldiers surrounding them. It was as if the armed threats behind them no longer existed. "They're leaving. Should we open fire?" One of the Free Nation soldiers asked in a low voice, frustration lacing his tone. "Damn it, they're not even acknowledging us. Decia is so arrogant." Yet no one dared to act recklessly. Out on the sea, 1,000 warships loomed like slumbering giants. Short-range missiles, each over 10 meters long, pointed directly at the shore, while countless cannon barrels locked onto their positions with unnerving precision. Crimson flags flapped in the sea breeze, silently showcasing Decia's overwhelming power. "Hold your fire. Do not fire!" The Free Nation officers barked, their voices sharp with urgency, terrified that someone might act impulsively and escalate the situation. As Lin Fan and the others boarded the small boat, he couldn't help but whisper, "Elder Jean, didn't you say that if we were exposed, Decia wouldn't be able to provide support, or even acknowledge our official identities?" Elder Jean chuckled softly. "That was just the national leader trying to scare you, kid. Before you even set out, he had already ordered 2 fleets to move toward this location. He even specifically assigned me to fly in and oversee your extraction." Seeing the surprise on Lin Fan's face, Elder Jean continued, "Never forget. The entire world knows this about Decia. Never abandon any citizen in danger." His words rang with conviction, encapsulating Decia's unwavering principle. Never give up. Never give up an inch of land, and never abandon a single citizen. Because its people are worth infinitely more than its territory. For Decia's 1.4 billion citizens, united by the same blood, there is an unshakable promise. In times of crisis, when danger looms, Decia's navy will always arrive in time to extract every passport-carrying citizen from harm's way. Just like now, as Elder Jean stood boldly in foreign territory, facing armed threats, yet calmly led Lin Fan and the others to safety. Behind him stood the full might of Decia. "All right, time to go home." Elder Jean stepped onto the final rock and gestured for Lin Fan to board the boat. Just then, a cold voice rang out from behind. "Do you really think you can just leave like this? How naive." A jeep pulled up on the rocky shore. A middle-aged white man in a white suit stepped out, his expression icy as he fixed his gaze on Lin Fan and the group. Tom, from the Salvation Council. What do you want? Elder Jean turned, his eyes narrowing as he stared down the man. Leave him behind. Tom growled through clenched teeth. And if we don't? Elder Jean's tone was laced with defiance. Tom's eyes burned red with fury as he gripped his walkie-talkie tightly. All units, prepare to open fire. Elder Jean let out a sinister laugh, cutting off Tom mid-sentence. I'm standing right here. Go ahead, fire at me. I dare you. He gestured toward the warships behind him. But let me ask you, do you have the guts? Out at sea, the 1,000 warships subtly adjusted their aim, their cannons now fully locked onto the shore. Tom stood in silence for a long moment, unable to summon the courage to give the order. Finally, he hurled the walkie-talkie to the ground in frustration, watching helplessly as Elder Jean and the others boarded the boat and sailed away. This isn't over. Decia will answer for this. Tom snarled as he climbed back into the jeep. Head to the White Palace. Notify President Puchuan to hold a press conference. The topic: Decia's invasion of the Free Nation and the forceful abduction of a murder suspect. They'll make sure Decia becomes the enemy of the entire world. Meanwhile, the small boat made its way toward the fleet, eventually docking at the largest aircraft carrier at the front. It wasn't until Lin Fan set foot on the deck that a true sense of safety washed over him. On the carrier's deck, 10,000 Decia naval officers stood in formation, awaiting their arrival. A red carpet was rolled out, and triumphant music blared from the loudspeakers. Lin Fan and the others were stunned by the grandeur of the reception. Bang, 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 7 gunshots rang out into the air, like a salute of honor. Each soldier's face was filled with reverence and admiration as they shouted in unison, "Welcome home, heroes." Lin Fan's face turned red as he coughed awkwardly, turning to Elder Jean. What's all this for? Elder Jean chuckled. Word got out that you took down the Phoenix Society, which had been kidnapping our people. They've been impressed with you ever since. Plus, that video of you taking down Jiang Chan with a blade, it's been circulating all over Decia. They already admired you for that. He tapped his earpiece. And just now, they heard everything. You could have escaped unscathed, but you risked everything to save Zhao Guochen. The soldiers' gazes toward Lin Fan were filled with deep respect. As hardened warriors, they rarely admired anyone. But Lin Fan's actions spoke volumes. He killed Jiang Chan to protect Decia's people. He infiltrated the Free Nation alone to dismantle the Phoenix Society. And he risked his life again to save an ordinary operative, Zhao Guochen. The first 2 feats alone were enough to earn their admiration. But the third, sacrificing his safety for someone seemingly insignificant, left them in awe. Who was Lin Fan? The chief commander of Decia's highest operations center. A man of unparalleled strength and authority, with the legendary Shirshan army at his command. A figure of myth, seen only on television. Yet he had risked everything for a single operative. The soldiers of Decia had always regarded Lin Fan as a lofty idol, but his act of risking his life to save a minister of Zhao transformed their perception. To them, he became a comrade of flesh and blood. This dignified commander, disregarding his own safety to rescue an ordinary worker, might have seemed reckless, but it earned him unparalleled respect from the troops. As their ship sailed back, the soldiers were in high spirits, chanting Lin Fan's name in unison. Overwhelmed by the fervent reception, Lin Fan blushed. After all, he was just a high school student and far from accustomed to such attention. Elder Jean chuckled and calmed the excited soldiers, urging them to return to their posts, and then called for the military medic. By this time, Lin Fan was utterly exhausted, his entire body racked with pain. Determined to maintain his composure, he declined assistance from the soldiers, instead leaning on Elder Jean and the medic as he painstakingly made his way to the infirmary. Along the way, whenever he encountered admiring soldiers, he forced a bright smile and greeted them, concealing his agony. The moment he entered the infirmary, Lin Fan could no longer hold himself together and collapsed. Once laid on a bed, his first concern was for Gongshu Ming and the members of the Godslayer squad. Upon learning that Gongshu Ming had lost his left arm and was still unconscious, and that the other squad members had suffered foundational injuries due to their reverse cultivation techniques, Lin Fan was filled with guilt. Silently, he resolved to find a way to help them recover. As the medic tended to Lin Fan's wounds, Elder Jean curiously asked if the injuries had been inflicted by the Phoenix Society. Lin Fan responded with a cryptic smile and requested that Elder Jean retrieve an item from his pocket. With great care, Elder Jean pulled out a vivid crimson cloak embroidered with a lifelike golden phoenix. "This is the national treasure of Daxiath Empress's phoenix cloak," Lin Fan declared solemnly. Hearing this, Elder Jean was overjoyed, his hands trembling as he cradled the long-lost artifact. He understood the significance of this moment. The priceless treasure of Decia, once stolen by bandits, had finally been reclaimed. This remarkable feat ensured that Lin Fan's name would forever be etched into the annals of history. Across a millennium, back to the Great Xia, Elder Jean felt the weight of the Empress's phoenix cloak on his shoulders. Though light as a feather, it seemed to carry the weight of 1,000 pounds, embodying a fragment of Xia's national destiny. Turning to Lin Fan, he instructed, "Get some rest." Then, he rushed out of the medical bay, shouting loudly, "Communications officer, connect me to the national seat. I need to speak with him immediately." Before long, Elder Jean held a satellite phone in his hand, his tone filled with pride. "Lin Fan, that kid, has not let Xia down. The national artifact of Xia, the Empress's phoenix cloak, has returned to its homeland. This must be widely publicized to elevate Xia's prestige." Suddenly, his expression turned serious. "What? Chun Yan's research team has made progress? They've initiated communication with the gods ahead of schedule? Good. Have Chen Yin brief the guides the most suited for this." Hanging up the phone, Elder Jean rubbed his face, his expression complicated. "Communicating early with the gods who are about to invade us. Interesting indeed." Meanwhile, Lin Fan's eyes snapped open, a sudden realization striking him. Restore the foundation. That artifact can restore one's foundation and even transform ordinary soldiers into strength-based superhumans. Once I return, the target is Mount Tianshan. At the same time, in the Freedom Nation's White Palace, a cross-continental press conference was underway. Reporters, armed with cameras resembling long-barreled guns, focused their lenses on a podium bearing the theme: "Accountability for Xia's assassination and treasure theft mission, supported by aircraft carrier operations." This globally broadcast conference, conducted via an unprecedented video link, aimed to directly confront Xia's representatives, with tensions running high. As the conference began, a distinguished-looking Caucasian man appeared on screen, offering a polite smile as he greeted the audience. His expression then turned stern, his tone sharp. "Xia sent operatives to invade our country without cause, committing murder and theft on our soil, and even deployed an aircraft carrier to support their actions, firing upon our soldiers." The statement caused an uproar among global viewers. The comment sections were instantly flooded with angry accusations. "Xia is out of control. Those damn Xia people. We demand an explanation." The Freedom Nation spokesperson adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and continued, "We have now arranged to hold Xia accountable with their representative. Let's connect and hear their explanation." The screen shifted to Shang Weitian, who appeared expressionless. "Xia is here. What explanation do you need?" The Freedom Nation spokesperson slammed the table in anger. "Why did you invade our country for no reason, killing our citizens?" Shang Weitian remained unfazed. "Xia urges the Freedom Nation spokesperson to mind their position and refrain from fabricating facts. Xia strongly condemns your baseless accusations." This statement left all viewers stunned. The Freedom Nation's representative was furious. "We are not fabricating anything. The evidence is irrefutable." "Evidence?" Shang Weitian asked calmly. The Freedom Nation's representative hesitated briefly before gritting his teeth. "You acted so cleanly that no evidence was left behind. But we know. Do you at least have surveillance footage?" Shang Weitian frowned. "Of course we do." The representative raised a hard drive triumphantly. "It's all here." Shang Weitian nodded. "Then show it to us. If there's footage of Xia operatives committing crimes, we will take full responsibility." The Freedom Nation's representative suddenly fell silent. The audience began urging, "Show it already. If you have evidence, play it. What are you waiting for?" Under pressure from the audience and staff, the spokesperson reluctantly inserted the hard drive. The footage revealed a dark, deserted street, eerily quiet. Suddenly, a small bird obscured the camera, leaving the screen black. The video sped up, and 2 hours later, loud explosions were heard. The bird flew away, revealing a 2-story building engulfed in flames, collapsing in the blaze. The Freedom Nation's representative pointed at the screen, shouting, "This is the evidence of Xia's invasion." On the screen, Shang Weitian stared impassively at the furious representative from the Free Nation. Inside, he was struggling to suppress a smirk, but years of diplomatic training kept his expression calm and collected. He spoke with a faint air of indifference. "So, that's it?" The White Palace fell into an eerie silence. A journalist muttered under their breath, "You can't make anything out of this." Meanwhile, the global audience showed no mercy as waves of comments flooded in. "Can someone explain what the word evidence actually means? This is just pure darkness and the silhouette of a bird. If you're going to frame someone, at least try harder. Maybe make a fake video or something. What's next? Are they going to pull out a test tube of laundry detergent?" Viewers across the world were baffled. They had expected the Free Nation to present compelling evidence against Decia, but the reality was nothing short of disappointing. At the podium, the representative from the Free Nation gripped the edge of the table tightly, his frustration palpable. The raging fire that had reduced the Phoenix Society's small building to ashes had left them with no usable evidence to support their claims. At that moment, Shang Weitian spoke again, his tone unhurried. "It's all right. Perhaps you just brought the wrong USB drive. I'm sure you've got solid evidence." Could you show it to us? The Free Nation representative gritted his teeth. All the surveillance footage looks like this. It's enough to prove. Prove what, exactly? Shang Weitian adjusted his glasses and calmly interjected. You claim Decia sent people to infiltrate, but even if that were the case, wouldn't they have had to cross multiple streets? Surely, there would be at least a few shadows or silhouettes left behind on the footage. Are you saying that every single camera was blocked by birds? Or are you implying that all the birds in the Free Nation are spies for Decia? This remark drew chuckles from the journalists present, though they quickly stifled their laughter, mindful of their professional stance. Shang Weitian continued. If videos like these qualify as evidence, then Decia could also provide similar footage to accuse the Free Nation of invading us. The fact is, you have no evidence. Decia strongly condemns the baseless accusations made by the Free Nation. As for the claim about firing cannons, I do have some footage here. He operated the computer, and the screen switched to a new video. The footage showed a warship cruising on the sea, with a beach visible below where several individuals with East Asian features were surrounded by Free Nation soldiers, the tension evident. Suddenly, boom, boom, cannon fire rang out. The audience collectively gasped, assuming Decia had indeed fired upon the Free Nation. However, no explosions followed, and no shells landed. Instead, banners unfurled from the warship, reading, "Welcome home. Decia has come to bring you back." The once tense atmosphere turned festive in an instant. Moments later, an elderly man in a military uniform piloted a small boat straight toward the Free Nation's shore. The video abruptly ended there. Shang Weitian spoke in his usual calm tone. Is this the so-called invasion you're referring to? Is this what you mean by firing cannons? We merely fired ceremonial salutes, raised banners, and made a brief appearance. If you want to accuse us of illegal entry, might I remind you that your vessels have frequently roamed our waters as well? The representative from the Free Nation was rendered speechless. Shang Weitian concluded, that's enough on this matter. Let me reiterate. Decia strongly protests the baseless accusations made by the Free Nation. Thus, the Free Nation's ambitious attempt to hold Decia accountable ended in failure. Though some questions remained unanswered, such as why Jean Lao approached alone, or why the Decia citizens were surrounded, it was clear that Decia held leverage over the Free Nation. For instance, the discovery of the Empress Phoenix robe by Lin Fan, or the 3 Phoenix Society members involved in capturing Decia's gifted individuals. If these were exposed, the Free Nation would only dig itself deeper into trouble. This live broadcast left the global audience stunned, as they realized that Decia had become more assertive. While still employing diplomatic terms like protest and condemn, this time, Decia had managed to leave the Free Nation speechless. 3 days later, a military transport plane took off from a carrier fleet in international waters and landed at Jingzhou Airport 4 hours later. The head of state personally arrived to greet the occasion. A red carpet was rolled out, flowers were arranged, and journalists set up their cameras. Every national TV channel and live streaming platform broadcasted the grand event. Netizens were abuzz with curiosity. Who could it be to warrant such a grand reception? For the head of state to show up personally, this must be someone incredibly important. Soon, the theme of the broadcast was revealed, celebrating the return of Decia's national treasure, the Empress Phoenix robe. The news caused an uproar across the internet. The Phoenix robe? Which empress does it belong to? Of course, it's Wu Zetian, Decia's most remarkable female emperor. This is the very first Phoenix robe in Decia's history. A history professor joined the live stream to explain. While Wu Zetian is not the only female emperor in Decia's history, she is undoubtedly the most famous, the most formidable, and the one who best represents the dignity of the nation. She once said, every woman of Decia, regardless of wealth or status, may wear royal attire, phoenix crowns, and ceremonial robes when married. This includes the Phoenix robe. The first Phoenix robe, the Empress Phoenix robe, is undeniably a national treasure of Decia and a symbol of our nation's fortune. To think that it has been recovered and is now returning to Decia is truly monumental. As experts and commentators provided detailed explanations, the audience began to grasp the significance of the Phoenix robe. Yet, one burning question remained. Who was responsible for retrieving this priceless treasure? This person undoubtedly deserved to be called a hero. Amid the anticipation, the recently landed transport plane slowly taxied toward the reception area. The plane descended slowly, and the boarding stairs were firmly aligned with the cabin door. As the door opened, countless camera flashes lit up like a storm of light. Lin Fan's face showed a trace of surprise as he hesitated at the doorway. He turned to look at Elder Jean, his eyes filled with questions. Elder Jean smiled and patted Lin Fan on the shoulder. This is a surprise for you. You're a hero of Decia. This honor is well-deserved. Lin Fan took a deep breath, carefully holding the phone pie in his hands, and stepped down the stairs. The blinding flashes made him squint, but he managed to maintain a faint smile as he walked forward. The first squad of the God-slaying army followed closely behind. On the giant screen, Lin Fan's face was clearly displayed. The crowd immediately recognized the young commander who had once slain Jiang Shi with his blade. What shocked them even more was the sight of Lin Fan and the members of the god-slaying army bearing visible wounds. Gong Shu Ming's left arm had been completely severed and was wrapped in bandages. This wasn't just a simple mission to escort the artifact back home, it was a bloody battle. The audience began speculating, recalling the recent baseless accusations from the Freedom Nation against Decia. Many suddenly understood the truth. Commander Lin is incredible. The live chat was instantly flooded with comments like Commander Lin and Legend. Holding the phone pie, Lin Fan walked down the red carpet toward the smiling Guizhou. The cameras zoomed in on the exquisite artifact of blood-red silk robe that gleamed as if brand new, with a golden phoenix so vivid it seemed ready to take flight at any moment. This craftsmanship is extraordinary. Truly a national treasure of Decia. The live chat was filled with waves of admiration. The researchers and historians standing beside Guizhou held their breath. Some doubted the authenticity of the phone pie, only to be sternly rebuked by the historians. This is a national treasure, a masterpiece of our ancestors. Properly preserved, it can remain pristine for thousands of years. Lin Fan stopped in front of Guizhou, straightened his back, and loudly reported, "Sir, mission accomplished. The nation's treasure, the phone pie of the Empress, has returned to Decia today." Just as his words fell, the phone pie suddenly emitted a dazzling light. Flames surged forth, transforming into 100 turtle phoenix. It soared into the sky, letting out a resonant cry that echoed across the heavens. Everyone was stunned. Even citizens far away in Nan, Wong heard the phoenix's cry. The live chat exploded with messages. "The phoenix blesses Decia. A great omen." A glimmer of excitement flashed in Guizhou's eyes. As the bearer of the nation's destiny, he saw the phoenix of fortune merge with the enormous lion that symbolized Decia's national fate. Instantly, the lion's size grew from 28,000 zhong to 30,000 zhong. "Lin Fan, you are a true hero of Decia," Guizhou said with emotion, patting Lin Fan's shoulder. "With the return of this treasure, Decia's prosperity is assured." The crowd shouted in unison, "From now on, Decia's prosperity is assured." However, an even more astonishing scene unfolded next. The flaming phoenix did not dissipate but descended to the ground. Amid the roaring flames, the phone pie moved as if alive, flying into the fire. In the blink of an eye, a regal and elegant woman emerged from the flames. Her figure was graceful, her face breathtakingly beautiful, yet she exuded an aura of majesty that left no room for impure thoughts. She walked toward Guizhou with an air of authority. Some staff members instinctively stepped forward to stop her, but Guizhou raised his hand to halt them. The woman paused in front of Guizhou, studying him for a moment before asking, "Are you the current ruler of Decia?" Guizhou responded with a calm smile, "Decia no longer has emperors. I am merely a servant of Decia, willing to dedicate my life to its people." The woman seemed slightly surprised. She glanced around and then smiled. "Things have changed greatly, but this Decia is good. I like it." Guizhou, already forming a guess in his heart, respectfully inquired, "May I ask who you are?" "I am Wu Zetian, Empress of the Tang Dynasty, Zhuke Protector of Decia." She nodded gracefully. "It is an honor to meet you." The moment those words were spoken, the entire room fell into a stunned silence. It was as if everyone, including those watching the live broadcast across the Xia Kingdom, had collectively stopped breathing for a second. Their eyes widened in disbelief, their faces etched with shock. The Empress of the Tang Dynasty? The Vermilion Bird Protector of Xia? Wu Zetian? Waves of astonishment surged through the minds of the audience, some even questioning if they had misheard. Did she just claim to be Wu Zetian, the Empress of the Tang Dynasty? And what is this Vermilion Bird Protector? Someone murmured under their breath. That's impossible. The Tang Dynasty was centuries ago. Yet, the voices of doubt were quickly stifled. People began recalling how this mysterious woman had made her entrance emerging alongside a fiery phoenix from the dazzling imperial robe. The scene was so extraordinary that it forced everyone to reconsider the reality unfolding before their eyes. In an instant, the entire Xia Kingdom was shaken. Esteemed historians, known for their academic rigor, could no longer suppress their excitement. They hurried forward, their gazes fixed on this figure who seemed to have stepped straight out of the annals of history. To them, this was nothing short of a miracle, a living, breathing piece of history standing right before them. Wu Zetian turned her gaze toward the historians, a faint smile gracing her lips. She spoke with calm authority, "I know you have many questions. The Tang Dynasty was a time of unparalleled brilliance and splendor, but that era has long passed. Today, the Tang is no more, but the spirit of Huaxia lives on. I can sense a powerful force descending upon this world. Instead of clinging to the past, we must focus on the present and prepare for the dangers that Xia will soon face." The leader of the nation nodded in agreement. Indeed, if the ancestors were here to witness today's Xia Kingdom, they would surely be proud. The Empress surveyed the room, her voice ringing with conviction. The Tang dynasty is willing to protect Xia for another 1,000 years. However, I must soon return to slumber, and my current abilities are limited. She turned to the elder statesman, the bearer of Xia's destiny, and said solemnly, if the opportunity arises, connect me with the other national artifacts. I will awaken them. As soon as she finished speaking, the regal figure, exuding an aura of imperial majesty, began to fade. She transformed back into the imperial robe adorned with a phoenix motif, which gently floated into Lin Fan's hands. The room was once again enveloped in silence. The events that had just unfolded were so surreal that everyone struggled to process them. Suddenly, the leader of the nation broke into a smile and declared loudly, Heaven bless Xia. Lin Fan immediately echoed, Heaven bless Xia. In an instant, the crowd erupted in unison, shouting, Heaven bless Xia. On every live streaming platform, the phrase flooded the comment sections, Heaven bless Xia. The collective voices surged like a tidal wave, reverberating with such intensity that it seemed to shake the very mountains and rivers. High above the Xia kingdom, the faint cry of a phoenix seemed to echo through the skies. The next day, inside the leader's office, the familiar redwood desk remained in its usual place, and the grand rivers and mountains painting still hung on the wall. The leader, smiling warmly, turned to Lin Fan and said, Lin Fan, you've done a great service for Xia this time. Take some time to rest now. The early stages of constructing the steel Great Wall will be completed soon. Oh, and there's another matter I need to assign to you tomorrow. Lin Fan paused for a moment before asking, is it about what Elder Jean mentioned earlier, communicating with the gods? Yes, that's correct, the leader replied with a nod. But for the specifics, you'll need to discuss it with Chen Yin. He's the one who developed the technology. With that, he picked up the phone on his desk and gave a quiet instruction. Ask Chief Scientist Chen Yin from the Supreme Command Center to come over. Half an hour later, the wooden door to the office slowly opened. Elder Chen, clad in a white lab coat, entered. It was clear he had just come from his research. Smiling, he asked, You called for me, leader? The leader gestured to a nearby sofa. Please have a seat. After sitting down, Elder Chen glanced at Lin Fan, whose face still bore signs of his injuries. With concern, he said, Commander Lin, I heard you returned last night. I wanted to visit you, but Elder Jean mentioned you needed rest. I was quite worried. Lin Fan smiled lightly. Nothing to worry about. I'm still in one piece. Though Gong Shu Ming. Elder Chen sighed. I've heard. I was just organizing a team of researchers to see if we can develop a prosthetic limb for him. It's a loss for Xia. No doubt was a member of the first squad of the Godslayer Corps. Lin Fan nodded. Thank you for your efforts, Elder Chen. The leader then spoke. Elder Chen, the reason I called you here is to have you explain the device you've been working on. Chen Yin nodded, pulling out a stack of documents. He began in a measured tone. Ever since I learned of the existence of the divine realm, I've been theorizing. Could it be another universe? From a physics standpoint, there should only be one universe. But if we consider the theory of parallel dimensions, countless universes could exist simultaneously, separated by fundamental frequency differences that prevent them from interacting. He continued, so, I developed a sound frequency converter, gradually adjusting the frequency to test the possibilities. Initially, we tested 32,000 frequencies without any response. His expression grew tense. But when we reached a frequency of 0.1542, we heard something. A voice. It was as if the speaker had noticed our presence and said something. Lin Fan frowned. What did they say? Those hiding behind the door? Can you hear me? Chen Yin recited. Lin Fan's expression darkened immediately. Hiding behind the door? That must be the two gods attempting to breach the dimensional barrier and descend upon us. Chen Yin nodded. That's our assumption as well. This frequency, which allows communication with the so-called divine realm, we've named the divine frequency. Through this, we can converse with the gods. I'm wondering if it's possible to negotiate with them and dissuade them from invading. Lin Fan's breathing quickened. This was something that hadn't happened in his previous life. Back then, the gods had descended without warning. Catching humanity completely unprepared, there had been no chance for dialogue. But this time, thanks to his foresight, the gods had yet to arrive, and humanity had the opportunity to communicate with them. This could be a turning point. Lin Fan's eyes lit up, though his tone remained cautious. Still, I think the chances are slim. Gods, by their nature, invade dimensions to subjugate and convert followers. The leader spoke softly. We should still try. Many scientists and officials are holding on to hope. If we can avoid conflict, all the better. But if these so-called gods insist on war, then we'll have no illusions left and can focus entirely on preparing for battle. Lin Fan nodded resolutely. Understood. The leader picked up the phone again and issued a calm directive. Spread the word to all departments. At 3 p.m., Xia will conduct its first dialogue with the gods. This is a direct order from the leader. Within 10 minutes, the Xia kingdom, still abuzz from the Empress appearance the previous night, erupted in excitement once more. All major TV channels, radio stations, online platforms, and mobile messaging systems simultaneously released a groundbreaking announcement. At exactly 3 p.m. today, Decia will engage in its first dialogue with the invading deities. This news, like a bolt of lightning, immediately set off a nationwide uproar across Decia and sparked heated discussions worldwide. The international response was lukewarm, to say the least. Foreign netizens flooded online forums with skepticism. Decia is just putting on another show. This is just a ploy to make other countries waste resources. Puchuan's leader already warned us this is one of Decia's tricks. Some even mocked. I heard Decia stopped its basic infrastructure projects to build some so-called iron wall. At this rate, their economy will collapse in 5 years. Even when Decia's citizens tried to present the live-streamed footage of the Phoenix's return as evidence, it failed to convince these stubborn skeptics. In stark contrast to the international ridicule, domestic sentiment in Decia was boiling with excitement. The live broadcast of the Phoenix's return the previous night had left an indelible mark on the hearts of the people. A fiery phoenix rose from Fengpi, and the Empress emerged from the Flamisa process vividly captured on camera. What was even more astonishing was the resounding cry that echoed across the nation from the direction of Jingzhou, a phenomenon impossible to fabricate. Despite this, opinions among the domestic populace regarding the impending dialogue with the deities were divided. Some were filled with hope. Maybe through communication, we can prevent the invasion and avoid war. Others were more cautious. If the deities are as powerful as the authorities claim, they wouldn't need any justification to start a war. Still, others issued warnings. Don't forget, the official reports mention that the deities gain their power through conquering other realms and subjugating followers. Inside the Supreme Command Center, Lin Fan returned from the national office, scrolling through comments on his phone as he spoke to Chen Lao, who was overseeing the relocation of equipment by the research team. I initially thought this dialogue was unnecessary, but now I see it's crucial. Too many people are still clinging to false hope, unwilling to face what's coming. This dialogue will make their stance clear. It will show everyone the deities' true intentions and make them understand that war is inevitable. Decia has no choice but to fight with everything we've got. Lin Fan's thoughts drifted back to his past life. Back then, Decia had not engaged in any dialogue with the deities before the war began. However, after the first wave of deities fled, Decia attempted to negotiate when a second wave arrived. The deities' response consisted of just 2 words: kneel down. From that moment on, every citizen of Decia understood the deities' attitude. There was no retreat, and the entire nation stood united. Knowing sooner is better, Lin Fan remarked before glancing up at Chun Yin. Have all the items been moved? Chun Yin nodded in affirmation. Yes, everything has been relocated. Chen Yin chuckled, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. I never thought the national chair would actually agree to this. Just like that, half of the National Museum is practically empty. There was a touch of emotion in his tone. The national chair sees things far more clearly than we do. Lin Fan said nothing in response. Instead, he stood and walked toward the large crates stacked in the corner of the office. His steps were firm, and his gaze was filled with determination. The Empress was right, he murmured to himself. Rather than dwelling on the past, it's better to focus on the present. He reached out and ran his hand over the rough surface of one of the crates, as if he could feel the weight of history contained within. These artifacts, while they are indeed relics worthy of admiration in a museum, were originally forged as weapons for battle. Lin Fan's voice grew louder, filled with passion. Only on the battlefield can they truly unleash their full potential. With that, he opened one of the crates in a single motion. Inside lay an assortment of rusted weapons, each exuding the aura of time and history. Lin Fan's gaze lingered on the artifacts, as though he could see the glories they once achieved. He could vividly sense the fighting spirit of their creators, the souls of the ancestors, and the very essence of Decia's national destiny embedded within them. These are the sacred artifacts of Decia, Lin Fan said softly, his fingers gently brushing over the weapons. Suddenly, he turned to face Chen Yin, his voice resolute. Summon the entire Shirshan army. Everyone. It wasn't long before the office door swung open, and a group of people filed in. Leading them was the first squad of the Shirshan army, personally assembled by Lin Fan. Their expressions were steely, their steps disciplined. However, trailing behind them were unfamiliar faces, a sea of new recruits. Seeing the over 100 individuals pouring into the office, Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback. He turned to Jean Lao, who had entered alongside them, and asked with a puzzled expression, "Why are there so many? Didn't you say we were searching for all of Decia's awakened individuals?" Jean Lao shrugged and gave a proud smile. "That's exactly what we did." Lin Fan's confusion deepened. But when I left, there was only 5th-tier fire-type awakened named K Hong. His gaze swept over the crowd, still struggling to believe what he was seeing. Jean Lao burst into laughter. Come on, you said it yourself when you left. How long has it been since then? His tone carried a hint of teasing. Decia is a country of 1.4 billion people. Even if the probability of awakening is low, there are bound to be hundreds. Now the Shirshan army is organized into squads of 6, and we've already formed 25 squads. As Jean Lao finished speaking, his phone suddenly rang. He quickly answered, exchanged a few words, and then his smile grew even brighter. Hanging up, he turned to Lin Fan with excitement. See? While we were talking, we've already found 2 more. Gotta go handle this. With that, Jean Lao hurried off, leaving Lin Fan to survey the room full of awakened individuals. A faint smile tugged at Lin Fan's lips as a warm feeling rose in his chest. This truly must be a blessing upon Decia, he said quietly, his eyes shimmering with hope. Captain, what do you need us for? Xingyi asked, feigning ignorance. Yet her lively black eyes were already darting toward a dagger inside the chest. Around her, Dao Wanqian and the others were rubbing their hands together, their lips curling into expectant smiles, their eyes gleaming with greed. The chest was filled with national treasures from the Great Xia kingdom, each piece a priceless artifact with a history spanning millennia. Even more thrilling, these treasures were all weapons of various kinds. Everyone had their suspicions. After all, just yesterday during the live stream, the eternal Empress herself had declared, should the opportunity arise to commune with other national treasures, I shall awaken them. Master Baimin's gaze was fixed on a rusted monk's staff and a tattered kasaya, and he murmured softly, Umitba. I knew it. It's high time I upgraded my gear. How auspicious. If my eyes do not deceive me, that must be the 9-ring staff and brocade kasaya once wielded by Master Xuanzang during his journey to the west. Dao Wanqian, on the other hand, was staring intently at a corroded Daoist sword. He gasped. The supreme treasure of the 3 pure ones, the sword of Zhu Xian, used by Lingbao Tianzuan. Gongshu Ming, unable to believe his eyes, was focused on a worn-out wooden saw in the chest. He muttered under his breath, Lu Ban's saw. His hands trembled slightly with excitement. Lin Fan observed the group's enthusiasm, chuckling. Well, look at how excited you all are. So next, he suddenly stopped mid-sentence, his eyes widening in disbelief as he turned toward Gongshu Ming. Your hand. Noticing Lin Fan's gaze, Gongshu Ming waved it off nonchalantly. Oh, it's nothing. I'm a carpenter, after all. And a carpenter's job is to build and repair things. If my hand breaks, I just fix it. Simple as that. As he spoke, he rolled up his sleeve to reveal a meticulously crafted wooden arm, intricate, mechanical, and astonishingly precise. To prove his point, Gongshu Ming flexed the wooden arm, demonstrating its dexterity as the 5 fingers opened and closed with ease. He even showcased hidden tools embedded in the fingers before transforming the entire arm into a massive hammer. Using a hook mechanism on his shoulder, he hoisted himself up to the ceiling. Lin Fan gawked at the spectacle, unable to stop himself from blurting out, why does it feel like you've unlocked some bizarre tech tree? Is this really how carpentry works? Gongshu Ming seemed lost in thought. You know, I might as well add some weapons to my arm, maybe hidden darts or a gun barrel. And honestly, just modifying my left arm isn't enough. I've been thinking, maybe I should replace my right arm too. And while I'm at it, my legs, what's the point of keeping them? Lin Fan could only shake his head in exasperation before addressing the group. All right, everyone, pick the items you truly need. Only what you need. Before he even finished speaking, the crowd charged at the chest with a collective roar. Dao Wanqian snatched up the sword of Zhu Xian, while Master Baimin wrestled with a strength-type ability user over the 9-ring staff. Elder Jean watched the chaos with a smile, but something seemed off. He turned to Lin Fan. And you? Lin Fan patted his waist, revealing a rusty short blade. Don't worry, I got mine already. The blade was peculiar, wide and heavy, nearly touching the ground. Faint traces of a coiled azure dragon adorned its surface. Elder Jin's eyes widened in astonishment. Guan Yu, the national chair, actually brought that here for you? Lin Fan grinned smugly. Not bad, huh? The national chair knows this kind of weapon suits someone like me. I might even ask if the bones of red hair are still around. Elder Jean couldn't take it anymore and snapped. Red hair? How about I just get you a rocket launcher instead? As the two bantered, more than 100 members of the Godslayer Corps had already chosen their weapons, each one equipped with their own piece of history. Over 100 members of the Godslayer Corps filed into the room, resembling explorers returning from an ancient tomb. They were draped in various relics, some tarnished with rust and others still caked with dirt. Dust covered their bodies, and their clothing was disheveled, evidence of a recent scramble. Yet, every face radiated irrepressible joy, even the usually aloof Xingyi, whose shoulders trembled slightly with excitement. Lin Fan's gaze swept across the group, stopping at the small, curved sword in Xingye's hands. Though encrusted with dirt, the blade's cold gleam remained sharp and menacing. The characters, Yu Chong, were faintly visible on its surface. It was none other than the legendary fish gut sword, famously used by Zhuan Zhu to assassinate King Liao of Wernode, as the sword of unparalleled courage. For an assassin like Xingyi, it was a match made in heaven. Meanwhile, Master Dao Wanqian couldn't stop caressing an ancient sword engraved with the characters Zhu Xian. This was the Zhu Xian sword, a sacred treasure of Taoism and the legendary weapon of Ling Bao Tianzuan, one of the three pure ones. Despite its rusted appearance, it exuded an unparalleled aura of Taoist energy, with a chilling presence that inspired awe and respect. Compassionate Master Bei Min was clad in a dusty, tattered kasaya, holding a nine-ringed staff and wearing a faint smile. Gongshu Ban had successfully acquired the Luban saw, once wielded by the master craftsman himself. Meanwhile, Confucian scholar Imobuji cradled a rusted iron brush inscribed with the characters Fu Zi, the personal brush of none other than Confucius, the greatest sage of the Confucian tradition. The rest of the Godslayer Corps' first squad had also made significant finds. Several burly strength-based ability users carried items like ancient cauldrons, Li Yuanba's massive warhammers, and Bai Chi's blood-stained long blade. They sought raw power and believed that wielding such weapons would grant them overwhelming might. Water elemental ability users had secured ancient vessels like cups and basins, some of which were dragon-themed wash basins. They excitedly tested them, forming water orbs within the basins and gently rubbing the bronze ears to send jets of water shooting over a foot high, accompanied by dragon-like roars, testament to the ancient mastery of water manipulation. Everyone made their choices? Lin Fan asked, glancing around. Yes, Commander. Let's begin already. We can't wait. I can feel this Zhu Xian sword is eager to awaken. The members of the Godslayer Corps shouted excitedly, their hands clutching relics, the legendary weapons of history. Lin Fan nodded, taking out his phone and speaking softly, hold off on testing for now. Bring the item over. 10 minutes later, as anticipation filled the air, hurried footsteps echoed from outside. The office door swung open, and Elder Chen, dressed in a white lab coat, entered with a solemn expression, holding a bright red, immaculate phoenix robe. Use it quickly, I still have tests to run, Elder Chen muttered as he handed the robe to Lin Fan. What are you mumbling about? Lin Fan asked curiously. It's unexplainable, Elder Chen replied, furrowing his brows. I ran all kinds of tests, but I still can't figure out how this phoenix robe has remained in perfect condition for thousands of years, as if it were newly made. There's no electromagnetic field, no energy signature, and yet I saw it with my own eye. Isa Phoenix emerged from this robe and transformed into the Empress of the Tang dynasty. None of this makes scientific sense. Lin Fan chuckled, patting Elder Chen on the shoulder. Never underestimate the wisdom of the ancients. Over 5,000 years of history, our civilization has produced wonders that modern science cannot yet explain, like the souls that protect our nation. With that, Lin Fan took the phoenix robe and slowly unfolded it. We humbly call upon the Empress of the Tang dynasty to bless Decia, he declared. The 100+ members of the Godslayer Corps echoed in unison. We humbly call upon the Empress of the Tang dynasty to bless Decia. A fiery glow erupted from the phoenix robe, accompanied by the clear cry of a phoenix that echoed endlessly, piercing the heavens. Within the resonance of the cry, the ancient souls long dormant began to stir, and the relics of the past began to shine once more. Suddenly, all the relics chosen by the Godslayer Corps began to tremble and hum simultaneously, as if awakening from a deep slumber. Even the green dragon crescent blade at Lin Fan's waist vibrated violently. Rise, a voice commanded from the phoenix robe, crossing the chasm of millennia. The tone carried authority, as if capable of commanding all under heaven. Decia created you. In the past, you fought for Decia. Now, you shall fight for Decia once more. Decia needs you. Streams of fiery light surged from the phoenix robe, radiating intense heat as they engulfed the relics in the hands of the Godslayer Corps. The flames burned fiercely, yet did not harm the members holding the relics. Within the flames, the relics quivered and hummed. Rust and decay, accumulated over the ages, flaked away, revealing a brilliance that had been hidden for centuries. It was as if time itself had reversed, and their former glory was being restored. Rise and fight for Decia. Lin Fan and the Godslayer Corps shouted in unison. The green dragon crescent blade at Lin Fan's waist roared with the sound of a dragon, its blade glowing like a cold moon as an azure dragon coiled around it. The Zhu Xian sword in Dao Wanqian's hands unleashed a surge of killing intent, its sword energy resonating in the air. The brush in Imobuji's hands moved on its own, streams of Confucian energy forming the characters Decia in midair. Even more astonishingly, compassionate Master Bei Min's kasaya erupted with golden light, radiating seven-colored brilliance. A massive cloud of merit appeared above him, emanating boundless Buddha light and accompanied by faint chants of scripture descending from the heavens. In that moment, every relic awakened. The power and will of the ancient sages and warriors, sealed within these artifacts, were fully revived. The entire office shimmered with divine brilliance, the convergence of millennial power filling the room with awe-inspiring might. The room was filled with a radiant light spanning millennia, as countless ethereal figures emerged from ancient artifacts. These were the remnants of souls left behind by ancestors. Faint voices echoed, cultivate oneself, manage the family, govern the state, bring peace to the land. Suddenly, the brush in Imobuji's hand trembled violently. The rust on it vanished, revealing a dazzling brilliance. A figure emerged from the brush, clad in a long robe, sword at his waist, and a scroll in hand, standing 9 feet tall. Overwhelmed, Imobuji performed a disciple's salute, bowing deeply. Disciple greets Master Kong. Dust fell away from the golden kasaya and the 9-ring staff, illuminating the entire room. A lean yet resolute monk approached slowly. With a reverent and fervent expression, the compassionate master pressed his hands together in prayer. This humble monk greets Master Xuanzang. Meanwhile, all the ancient relics shed their rust, and various figures began to appear. Fierce generals roared, monks murmured chants, and scholars recited poetry. Lin Fan's azure dragon crescent blade at his waist emitted a chilling gleam, and the dragon engraved on it let out a resounding cry. A lone rider with a frosty blade emerged from a sea of thousands and stopped before Lin Fan. Bowing respectfully, Lin Fan declared, "This humble one, Lin Fan, greets General Guan." Even though it was merely the manifestation of a remnant soul, the aura of the martial saint, Guan Yu, still filled Lin Fan, now a demigod, with awe and pressure. If such power were fully awakened, even a 15th-tier high deity could likely be slain with a single strike. The room was now teeming with the remnants of ancient souls from the artifact's renowned generals, monks of legend, the forefathers of Taoism, and legendary assassins. They silently gazed at the descendants who shared their blood, as though awaiting an answer. Suddenly, Lin Fan shouted, "Ancestors, lend us your strength. With your artifacts, we shall defend Decia." In unison, the members of the Godslayer army echoed, "Ancestors, lend us your strength. With your artifacts, we shall defend Decia." After a brief silence, countless voices resonated. "Decia, ha ha ha, defending Decia even in death. We must defend Decia? Of course, we must." The lamentations transformed into a thunderous roar. "You, with our artifacts and our strength, defend Decia." The ancient relics trembled, and everyone felt as though the artifacts had come alive, resonating with their very hearts. This was the ancestors' recognition, a legacy passed down through millennia. The immense power within the ancient artifacts awakened, responding to their will, ready to fight for the protection of Decia. "Thank you, ancestors," Lin Fan exclaimed with deep reverence, and the other Godslayer army members followed, their voices filled with gratitude. Once again, countless sighs echoed, "Protect our Decia." For generations, faith has kept us bound to Decia. But now, we remain in slumber, unable to fight alongside you. Hold on, for when we awaken, we will fight by your side. We can feel Ethos beings are coming again. Hold on. As Lin Fan watched the fading remnants of the souls, he understood the meaning behind their words. These ancestors, sustained by the faith of countless generations, had become Decia's guardians. However, during the last invasion of the divine beings, they had paid a tremendous price and now lay dormant. Clutching the radiant azure dragon crescent blade tightly, Lin Fan said in a low, resolute voice, "Rest assured, we will wait to fight by your side. We will wait to fight by your side." All the members of the Godslayer army roared in unison, their blood boiling with fervor for Decia. Lin Fan turned to face the Godslayer army members. Aside from the first squad and Red Sparrow, the rest were strangers to him. Most of them were young high school-age boys and girls, at the peak of their genetic potential. Yet, through their youthful and clear eyes, Lin Fan saw unwavering determination and courage to fight for Decia. Taking a deep breath, Lin Fan's voice trembled slightly as he began, "Everyone, this is the first time we're meeting. I know you may feel fear, anxiety. I know that, at our age, we shouldn't have to bear such burdens. We should be in school, studying, under the protection of our parents, surrounded by friends. I too feel fear. I too feel terror. After all, we are facing gods. And I've seen the power of gods with my own eyes. I've witnessed countless tragedies firsthand. I am more afraid than any of you." Clenching his fist, Lin Fan continued, "But we are not afraid of the gods, we are afraid of loss. This fear will not hold us back. It will drive us to become stronger. Everyone, thank you for your willingness to fight for Decia. Remember the fear in your hearts and use it to grow stronger. Do not let down the trust of our ancestors. I thank you all for standing with me, for standing with our ancestors, to fight side by side." With that, Lin Fan bowed at a full 90 degrees. After a brief silence, the entire Godslayer army followed suit, bowing in return. Side by side, For Decia, they shouted in unison. Lin Fan's words, though lacking the grandeur of a professional speechwriter, instantly united the Shirshan army as one. Without any prompting, every member returned to their training with a renewed sense of purpose, pushing themselves harder than ever. They knew full well that their predecessors had placed great hopes in them. At 2:30 in the afternoon, on the training ground, Lin Fan and Xingyi engaged in a fierce duel of blades. Lin Fan wielded the green dragon crescent blade, his technique ferocious and domineering, radiating an aura of bloodlust. The blade's arcs cleaved through the air, accompanied by the resounding roar of the green dragon. Xingyi, on the other hand, as an assassin from the Mo in Xing Luo sect, held the fish intestine sword, her moves ruthless and precise, aiming directly for vital points. Clang! Lin Fan, his sharp senses on high alert, spun around instinctively and intercepted Xingyi's surprise attack with a single swing of his blade. Without hesitation, he pivoted again, the green dragon crescent blade tracing a phantom arc as it slashed toward the figure that had suddenly appeared behind him. Xingyi's pupils contracted sharply as she tried to dodge, but it was too late. At the critical moment, the blade's momentum abruptly halted, freezing 3 inches from her neck. A single strand of her hair, severed by the blade's wind, drifted gently to the ground. How? How is this possible? Xingyi's voice trembled as she stared in disbelief at the blade, so perilously close to her. Lin Fan withdrew his blade, speaking calmly, "Your Moine stealth technique is quite impressive, even I had a hard time tracking you. Your understanding of human weak points is thorough, and your timing is impeccable. But remember, as an assassin, the key is to catch your opponent off guard, not to always appear behind them. The truth is, I didn't actually see you, I just knew you would appear behind me." Xingyi's eyes widened in realization. "You mean?" Lin Fan nodded and explained. "The opening behind me was intentional. Before you strike, always consider whether the weakness you see is a deliberate bait or a genuine opportunity. Your assassination skills are already excellent, but your understanding of real combat is still lacking. Of course, opportunities in battle are fleeting, and you won't always have time to think. That's why you need to practice until this kind of judgment becomes instinctive." Just as Xingyi nodded thoughtfully, Chen Lao approached in a hurry, his tone urgent. "Lin Fan, why are you still here? Did you forget what the Guozhua personally told you yesterday? At 3 p.m. today, the first dialogue with the gods." Lin Fan suddenly snapped back to reality, scratching his head sheepishly. "I've been so busy awakening ancient artifacts, organizing training, I completely forgot." Chen Lao grabbed Lin Fan by the arm and started pulling him along. "No time for excuses. Come with me now. There's only half an hour left. The site is fully prepared, the staff and equipment are ready, and the reporters are already inside." As Chen Lao dragged Lin Fan out of the training ground, Lin Fan couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret for not uncovering Xingyi's face. She's probably a beauty, judging by her figure and demeanor. By 2:50 p.m., the Grand Assembly Hall of Decia was packed to capacity. Journalists from home and abroad, senior members of various central institutions, regional leaders, and military commanders were all present, their faces tense with anticipation. This first conversation with the gods was destined to make history, and its outcome would shape Dacia's future decisions on war and peace. All eyes were fixed on a small box sitting on the podium, a voice frequency converter developed by Chen Lao and his team, the device that would enable humans to communicate with the gods. Jin Lao turned to Baijan, the supreme commander of the Chuanzhou military district, his tone complicated. "Baijan, you know, I've always been a hardliner, but if anyone doesn't want a war, it's me. These old bones of mine have crawled out of piles of corpses." Baijan sighed in agreement. "Who wants war? If it weren't for this situation, my son would be in college right now, but instead, he's joined the Shirshan army. And I can't even ask Lin Fan to look out for him." Jin Lao paused, then suggested quietly, "How about I have a word with Lin Fan and get your son reassigned?" Baijan quickly waved him off. "Don't stir up trouble. That kid would probably come after me with a gun if he found out. Young people these days." He chuckled, a mix of exasperation and pride. "But honestly, it's not so bad. At least I raised a son with some guts." Jin Lao chuckled along but soon frowned. "Where's Lin Fan? Didn't Chen Yen go to fetch him? Why isn't he here yet? He should have arrived by now." Lin Fan stood at the security checkpoint of the special passage, staring in disbelief at the stern-faced security officer in front of him. He asked incredulously, "You're stopping me?" The officer responded apologetically, "Yes, Mr. Lin. You're carrying a prohibited item." Looking utterly bewildered, Lin Fan quickly searched his pockets and held up his only possession, a smartphone. "This is all I have. Just my phone. How could I possibly have a prohibited item?" The officer's gaze swept over Lin Fan, eventually landing on the enormous, half-broken green dragon crescent blade strapped to his waist. Pointing at the weapon, the officer said in a peculiar tone that, according to the regulations, is considered a prohibited item. Lin Fan glanced down at the blade and suddenly understood the issue. Even with only half of it remaining, the sheer size of the green dragon crescent blade was astonishing and undoubtedly classified as a controlled weapon. Walking around with it in public would have likely already gotten him detained. The security officer found himself in a dilemma as well. He was fully aware that Lin Fan was the commander-in-chief of the Supreme Command Center, second only to the head of state in Decia. Under normal circumstances, it wouldn't be unreasonable to make an exception for someone of his stature. But the problem was the sheer conspicuousness of the blade. Lin Fan wasn't even trying to hide it. It hung openly at his waist, impossible to ignore. Hearing the term prohibited item, Lin Fan bristled with dissatisfaction. Taking a deep breath, he said firmly, "This is not a prohibited item. This is a weapon." The officer responded politely but resolutely, "Mr. Lin, a weapon is a prohibited item. Please don't play word games. Kindly hand it over. We will keep it safe for you, and I will personally return it to you after the press conference. So, I ask for your cooperation." The officer's tone remained respectful, as he had no intention of escalating the situation with someone as important as the commander-in-chief. However, this was the Grand Assembly Hall, where regional leaders, military commanders, and influential figures from all sectors were present, not to mention the domestic and international journalists. Every action here represented the image of Decia, and every word could be interpreted as the nation's stance. While others were dressed impeccably, seated in their places, the sight of Lin Fan walking onto the stage with a massive blade strapped to his waist would undoubtedly spark unnecessary speculation and debate once broadcasted. Lin Fan seemed to grasp the officer's concerns but remained steadfast. "I think you misunderstand me. This is the weapon of the Slayer's Corps. No one, I repeat, no one, has the authority to order a member of the Slayer's Corps to relinquish their weapon." The officer lowered his voice, trying to propose a compromise. "Sir, you can trust our security measures. The venue is absolutely safe. If you're still worried, you could, perhaps, discreetly carry something smaller, like a handgun ahem, just as long as it's not so conspicuous." As the standoff continued, Chen Lao, who had accompanied Lin Fan, stepped forward reluctantly. He leaned in and whispered to the officer. He was personally summoned by the head of state. "Time is running out. If he doesn't get in there soon, please, just make an exception this time." The officer looked equally exasperated. "Chen Lao, I'm not trying to make things difficult, but the occasion everyone else, even the top military commanders, are dressed in formal attire, sitting there composed and dignified. If he walks in carrying that blade, and it's broadcasted domestically and internationally, how do you think people will perceive Decia?" Left speechless, Chen Lao turned to Lin Fan and suggested, "It's really not necessary to carry it with you at all times. Why not leave it here for now?" Before he could finish, Lin Fan cut him off, locking eyes with him and speaking in a low, steady voice. "Let me ask you this. If something unexpected happens, if an anomaly appears, or if a deity descends upon this place ahead of schedule, would you have me waste precious time searching for my weapon? The Slayer's Corps exists to handle any crisis that may arise. No one can guarantee that a deity won't suddenly appear, and no one can promise that no anomalies will occur." Back then, Lin Fan made a grave mistake out of negligence, assuming everything would follow the trajectory of his memories. This oversight led to disaster. The sudden, premature awakening of Jiang Chun claimed the lives of young soldiers, all around Lin Fan's age. It became a guilt he could never forgive himself for, and it deeply impressed upon him the reality that danger could strike at any moment. His rebirth not only changed Decia, but also disrupted the course of history. From that moment on, Lin Fan swore by an unbreakable rule: "Never be without my blade." Faced with Lin Fan's persistence, Elder Chun was momentarily at a loss for words. Just then, the sound of steady, deliberate footsteps approached. "Lin Fan, why are you still standing out here?" A commanding voice rang out. Lin Fan turned at the sound, immediately straightened his posture, and snapped a crisp military salute. "Greetings, Guozhua." Elder Chen and the security staff beside him also stood at attention and spoke in unison. "Guozhua, welcome." Zhang Maoyuan, the Guozhua, scanned the three of them with a sharp, hawk-like gaze. Though he was an ordinary man, the pressure carried by his piercing eyes was enough to make even Lin Fan feel a sense of awe. As the soul of Decia and the bearer of the nation's destiny, Zhang Maoyuan's position in the present day was akin to that of an ancient emperor. "It seems there's some kind of issue here," Zhang Maoyuan said in a calm tone. Lin Fan looked aggrieved. "Reporting to Guozhua, he won't let me in." The staff member sighed helplessly and pointed at the Qinglong crescent blade hanging at Lin Fan's side. "Guozhua, this is a prohibited item. If it were anything else, I could probably turn a blind eye, but this? It's blatantly displayed for everyone to see. And we're talking about the Supreme Assembly Hall here." Lin Fan met Guozhua's gaze with unwavering determination. "Reporting to Guozhua, as a member of the God-Slayer Corps, I cannot be separated from my blade." Elder Chun quickly stepped in to mediate. "Guozhua, Lin Fan is indeed out of line. However, he's also thinking of Decia's safety. If an unexpected threat were to arise here, something modern weapons couldn't handle, like that Jiangchen incident before. Enough, I understand, Guozhua interrupted, his tone calm but resolute. He glanced between Lin Fan and the security staff before speaking softly. Rules are rigid, but people are flexible. From this moment on, all members of the Godslayer Corps are permitted to carry their weapons into the hall. They will be granted the privilege of entering with swords drawn, without formal announcement, entering the hall with sword and boots, and receiving salutes without being addressed by name. This privilege was so extraordinary that in ancient times, only Cao Cao ever possessed it. It wasn't granted out of affection or trust from Emperor Xian of Han, but rather due to his forced submission to Cao Cao's overwhelming power, who controlled the emperor to command the feudal lords. This privilege far exceeded the boundaries of what was appropriate for any subject. The phrase entering with sword and boots, receiving salutes without being named, meant that one could meet the emperor while wearing a sword and shoes, without bowing or addressing the emperor with formal titles. Simply put, it meant being exempt from all rules, unchecked, and able to freely carry weapons anywhere, even in the emperor's presence, without fear of reprisal. This was a privilege no emperor could tolerate. After all, if such a person were to suddenly betray the emperor, they could strike him down and seize the throne without anyone able to stop them. In modern terms, this would be equally shocking. The ability to bypass all security checks, freely carry firearms into any location, including the residence or office of a national leader, without anyone having the authority to stop or question them, nor any need to observe protocol. Yet now, this very privilege was granted to Lin Fan by the ruler of Decia. This was not only a testament to the ruler's absolute trust in Lin Fan, but also a declaration that even if Lin Fan were to betray him, he would accept it with open arms. For Lin Fan, as the commander-in-chief of the war against the gods, was the one person who understood how to combat these divine threats and ensure the survival of Decia. The ruler was willing to risk his own life, simply to ensure that Lin Fan could lead Decia through this existential crisis. The ruler's willingness to sacrifice himself for the nation, to be wronged by all yet never wrong the people of Decia, revealed his immense vision and sense of responsibility as the sovereign of the land. Lin Fan, overwhelmed by emotion, his eyes reddening, could only utter 4 words to express his gratitude and resolve. "Thank you, Your Excellency." The ruler gave a slight nod and continued. After the press conference, an official document will be issued, stipulating that no security personnel shall confiscate the weapons of Shirshan army members, nor obstruct them in any way. The Shirshan army never without their blades. Now, go ahead. As Lin Fan was about to step forward, a security officer couldn't help but interject, "Your Excellency, if foreign journalists capture images of our Decia commander speaking while armed." "No matter," the ruler replied calmly. "It's time for Decia to unsheath its blade." These words left everyone present stunned. Today, Decia was showing its blade to the world. At exactly 3 p.m., under the eager anticipation of countless journalists and the watchful eyes of regional leaders and military commanders, Lin Fan, the commander-in-chief of Decia, stepped onto the stage. Before he even spoke, the imposing green dragon crescent blade at his waist had already drawn everyone's attention. Bai Zhan stared in disbelief at the gleaming blade hanging from Lin Fan's waist, his thoughts racing. What is this kid thinking? Does he even know where he is? How could he bring a weapon to such an occasion, and such a massive one at that? Should we all start bringing guns to meetings now? He wasn't alone. Every attendee was equally shocked. Since the founding of Decia, no one had ever dared to bring a weapon into the nation's highest council chamber, let alone onto the stage. Not even the ruler himself had ever done so. Decia had always prided itself on a demeanor of peace and diplomacy, so when had such a scene ever occurred? Foreign journalists frantically snapped photos, unable to tear their eyes away from the striking blade. Viewers watching the live broadcast were equally stunned, flooding the screen with comments. "Whoa, is that a sword on his waist? Wait, isn't that the green dragon crescent blade? It looks just like the one in the museum. No way, that blade is over 1,000 years old. How could it look so pristine? Actually, I went to the National Museum today, and a lot of artifacts were missing, including the green dragon crescent blade. Are you saying that's the real one? Unbelievable. How is it this sharp and polished after all these years?" "Well, it's the Shirshan army. They must have their ways. Besides, after seeing them take down Jiangchun, nothing surprises me anymore. Honestly, just imagining him wielding the green dragon crescent blade in battle gives me chills. I'd enlist right now if I could." But the discussion didn't stop there. Many focused on the implications of Lin Fan's decision to bring a weapon to such an event. Bringing a sword to a meeting? That's insane. This is one of Decia's highest level conferences, and even the military commanders are sitting respectfully. Yet he strides unarmed? Is he planning to take someone out for dramatic effect? Come on, he's the head of the Shirshan army. If anyone has the authority to do this, it's him. Still, this is a bit much. What will foreign nations think when they see this? Won't they feel threatened? Also, this is supposed to be the first dialogue with the gods. Is it really appropriate for our representative to show up with a weapon? The uproar spread across live stream platforms, with Lin Fan's dramatic entrance overshadowing even the significance of the historic meeting with the gods. As Lin Fan glanced at the murmuring military commanders and the foreign journalists snapping away at him, a slight smirk appeared on his lips. He leaned closer to the microphone and spoke. Everyone seems intrigued by the fact that I've brought a blade onto the stage. Lin Fan's voice echoed through the speakers. No one replied, but their expressions said it all. Isn't that obvious? Lin Fan chuckled softly and continued. Let me clarify, Decia has no intention of starting a war or intimidating anyone. There are two reasons why I've chosen to appear armed today. First, as members of the Shurian army, it is our duty to ensure the safety of Decia at all times. We must always be prepared for danger. That's why the Shurian army never without their blades. The Shurian army never without their blades. An invisible wave of resolve and ferocity swept across the room. Lin Fan paused, his gaze sweeping across the audience. Then, with deliberate calm, he added, and the second reason. The room fell into a hushed silence. Under the gaze of everyone present, Lin Fan gently brushed the hilt of the sharp and imposing green dragon crescent blade at his waist. His voice was calm yet brimming with power. Today, on behalf of Decia, I unsheathe our blade. His words struck like a thunderclap, instantly igniting the tense atmosphere in the venue. Decia, a nation renowned for its kindness and diplomacy, had always maintained a friendly demeanor, even in interactions with other countries, as if it were incapable of anger. But today, Decia chose to reveal its sharp edge during the first-ever press conference for communicating with deities. This act was not only a statement to the entire world, but also a direct challenge to those so-called gods. The atmosphere in the hall grew heavy, and murmurs of discussion spread among the attendees. Has Decia lost its mind? Someone whispered in shock. This is our first contact with deity Escalating. We just have a civilized conversation. Another voice expressed concern. An international journalist couldn't help but interject. If these deities truly exist and came with goodwill, only to find Decia responding so aggressively. Lin Fan's lips curved slightly into a faint smile as he replied calmly, there is an old saying in Decia. Isn't it delightful to have friends come from afar? If they truly come with goodwill, Decia will naturally extend its hospitality. His tone then shifted, becoming grave. But if... He left the sentence unfinished, instead running his hand meaningfully along the gleaming blade at his side. In that moment, everyone understood Decia's stance, whether it be gods or any other force. Any hostility toward Decia would be met with unwavering resistance. Lin Fan chuckled softly, then walked toward a mysterious black box at the center of the stage. All right, enough talk. Everyone has come here to witness the first-ever interaction with deities. So, let's begin. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lin Fan pressed a button on the box. Immediately, red lights began flashing, and sharp, erratic sounds filled the air as the device adjusted its frequency. Finally, the red lights turned green, and the piercing noises ceased. Frequency locked. Communication initiating. A mechanical voice announced from within the box. The room fell into a collective hush. Everyone present, along with countless viewers tuning in via live broadcasts around the world, held their breath. This was humanity's first attempt at communication with deities if they truly existed. It could mark the beginning of humanity's contact with advanced life forms. Expressions in the room varied. Some faces were filled with anxiety, especially given Decia's official statements suggesting these deities might harbor hostile intentions. Others, however, radiated excitement and anticipation, believing the deities to be benevolent beings who could bring advanced technology, end wars, cure diseases, and lead humanity toward a utopia of love and peace. Amid this silence, a cold, chilling voice suddenly echoed from the black box. Are you the ones hiding behind the door, listening? The room erupted into chaos. Someone had responded. The deities, they were real. Lin Fan raised his hand, signaling for silence. The room quickly quieted, and all eyes turned to him, awaiting the historic dialogue that was about to unfold. Clearing his throat, Lin Fan picked up the prepared statement written by Elder Chun. In a composed and respectful tone, he spoke into the microphone connected to the box. Greetings. We are humans living on the planet Blue Star. Please allow us to address you as deities. We acknowledge your immense power, far beyond our own. On behalf of Decia and all its citizens, I extend a warm welcome to your arrival, and we look forward to fostering a friendly and harmonious relationship. His words carried the polish of diplomacy, courteous and appropriate. Many in the room exhaled in relief. Bai Zhan mused aloud. Perhaps we overreacted earlier. The deity's arrival might not lead to war after all. Maybe Lin Fan's warnings were just a misunderstanding. Elder Jin's tense expression also softened slightly. And it wasn't just them across Decia. People collectively breathed a sigh of relief. Despite the nation's united front in preparing for a possible invasion, its citizens were deeply peace-loving. The recent construction of the steel Great Wall, though still in its early stages, had already impacted daily life. While most understood the necessity of these measures, the hope of avoiding war was a sentiment shared by all. But just as Lin Fan reached the midpoint of his statement, the voice from the black box abruptly interrupted him. Kneel. The word was cold and commanding, devoid of any room for negotiation. Lin Fan paused momentarily, then continued reading from the prepared script. If you harbor ill intentions toward Decia, know that we are ready for anything. Decia fears no enemy, not even deities. When? Kneel. The voice interrupted again. Lin Fan was silent for a moment before setting the script aside. Can we talk? Kneel. The voice repeated, unchanging. Lin Fan let out a soft chuckle. Is this how you choose to communicate? We are genuinely interested in dialogue. But if this is your attitude... Once again, the voice cut him off. Kneel. It was an order, absolute and imperious. Lin Fan asked calmly, kneel, and then what? This time, the response was no longer a simple command. Kneel. Proclaim our divine names. Offer your souls. You will become our devoted followers. Your lands will become our divine domain. But, before Lin Fan could finish speaking, a cold, detached voice echoed through the hall. Kneel. The room fell into a deathly silence. The reporters stood frozen in place, their cameras continuing to record, capturing this astonishing scene. Kneel. Offer your souls and become our faithful followers. Your land will become our divine domain. Though the words carried no profanities and were delivered with a certain eloquence, they exuded an overwhelming sense of coldness and greed. Old Master Jean trembled all over, his fists clenched tightly. These beings, they don't just want our souls, they want our homeland. The land where our ancestors have lived for generations. His voice cracked. Every inch of this land has been soaked with the blood of those who came before us. This is Decia, built with the sacrifices of countless lives. Jean spoke softly. They didn't show hostility toward us. They didn't threaten us. They didn't even bother to declare war. They simply issued commands. This is the ultimate form of contempt. Lin Fan took a deep breath and set down the dialogue script written by Old Master Chun. He raised his head to the sky, his gaze seemingly piercing through countless barriers, locking onto those lofty, indifferent gods. We will not kneel. Lin Fan's voice was firm and resolute. Perhaps you don't realize this, but I'm speaking to you with a blade in my hand. Decia, too, speaks to you with a blade in its hand. If you dare, come. They'll be waiting here. Decia will be waiting here. There was a moment of silence before a burst of laughter came from the other side. The so-called courage of foolish humans is nothing more than a refusal to acknowledge their own ignorance. Let's hope you don't disappoint me when the time comes. Before the voice had completely faded, Lin Fan unsheathed the green dragon crescent blade. With a flash of its light, the pitch-black box shattered instantly. Thus, humanity's first conversation with the gods came to an abrupt end. Roar. The blade's cry was like the roar of an enraged dragon, vibrating and resonating, as if challenging the high and mighty existence above. Lin Fan scanned the room, his gaze sweeping over every person and every camera. He spoke slowly and deliberately. Now you know the gods' attitude, don't you? The press conference, meant to mark humanity's first interaction with the gods, ended on this sour note. One-sided goodwill was met with complete disdain. The video of Lin Fan representing Decia in dialogue with the gods spread like wildfire across the internet. Every citizen of Decia who watched it clenched their fists in anger. Those who had once harbored illusions about the gods were now confronted with a harsh reality. On an online forum, posts began to flood in, one after another. Damn it, they want us to give up our souls. I don't even fully understand what that means. But at worst, it's death. Yet they also want us to hand over our land. This is the land where generations of Decia people have lived, where our ancestors shed their blood, where countless efforts have gone into building our home. Divine domain, I don't know exactly what that is, but this land will never belong to them. It has only one name, Decia. This is an invasion. No, it's worse than an invasion. Even back in the day, the Guida Tin Nation at least treated us as adversaries. They declared war on us, formally. But these gods, they're not even treating us as enemies. They're issuing commands, demanding we kneel, demanding we surrender our land and souls. To them, we're not even worthy of being called opponents. Do they think we're incapable of resistance? They don't even view us as enemies. This is a kind of cold indifference. They believe this is their divine right. That kind of indifference, it's like how humans view livestock in a pen, thinking it's only natural to slaughter them for meat. At this moment, Decia stood united as one. A fire of rage burned in the hearts of its people. The conflict between humanity and the gods had become inevitable. Humanity has become prey in the eyes of the gods, a shocking revelation that struck like a thunderclap, igniting the fury of the entire Decia nation. Commander Lin's foresight and preparations were fully validated in this moment, as the citizens rallied to the call, vowing to wage war against the divine beings. In the streets and alleys, angry voices echoed one after another. They dare to treat us like livestock, turning Decia into their pigsty. I'm signing up to enlist. I'll fight the gods myself. Me too. I want to see with my own eyes what these so-called gods truly are. Outside the recruitment offices, crowds surged, forming lines that stretched far beyond the usual. Even though peace had brought a sense of comfort over the years, when faced with a true crisis, the 5,000-year legacy of Decia imbued its people with unyielding courage and a resolute determination to defend their homeland. In the national leader's office, the atmosphere was tense. Lin Fan stood before the elder, looking slightly uneasy. The national leader sat in a mahogany chair, his tone carrying a trace of reproach. During the press conference, your performance was a bit impulsive. Lin Fan lowered his head and admitted, yes, I lost control of my emotions. The prepared dialogue was too weak, it couldn't convey my anger. As for declaring war on the gods on behalf of Decia, that was indeed a moment of recklessness. Unexpectedly, the national leader chuckled. I never said you did poorly. Perhaps I've grown old and too cautious. But your actions reminded me that the spirit of Decia still burns bright. Lin Fan, you did well. The men of Decia have never lacked the courage to fight. By declaring war on the gods, you've rallied the nation behind you. Fight with all you've got. At that moment, the door was flung open. Chen Yin burst in, drenched in sweat and clutching a stack of reports. National leader, Commander Lin. We have a problem. He spread the reports across the table, his hands trembling as he pointed at various charts and formulas. Based on Commander Lin's theories, we developed a device to communicate with the gods. But this communication has allowed them to detect the fundamental frequency of our dimension, accelerating their invasion. Lin Fan's expression darkened. How much time do we have? Chen Yin struggled to get the words out. At most half a month. The news hit like a sledgehammer, weighing heavily on everyone present. Time was running out, faster than anyone had expected. Decia was about to face the greatest challenge in its history. Half a month. The moment the words left his mouth, the entire office descended into an oppressive silence. Guozhua took a sharp breath, his brows furrowed deeply. What was supposed to be 2.5 months of preparation had now dwindled to a mere half-month. Though Guozhua said nothing, the suffocating tension in the air was palpable, weighing heavily on everyone present. Lin Fan's return had secured 3 precious months for Decia to prepare, time that was supposed to ensure their unshakable position during the first descent of the divine beings. Yet, after this recent encounter with the gods, 2 of those months had simply evaporated. Slap! A sharp sound broke the silence. Chen Yin had struck himself across the face, leaving a fresh, red imprint on his aged features. Chen Lao Yu. Lin Fan stared in shock at the revered scientist. Chen Yin lowered his trembling head, his voice heavy with the burden of guilt, as if the weight of Decia rested solely on his shoulders. This is my fault. It was my reckless decision to develop that device. I dared to dream of communicating with those gods, thinking I could bridge the gap. Tears welled up in his eyes as he confessed his mistakes. He admitted that he had acted out of naive optimism, hoping that communication might prevent conflict, even entertaining the faint hope that the gods would show compassion toward the weak. Guozhua. Chen Yin suddenly raised his head, his gaze resolute. I beg you to execute me, to let my life pay for my error, and to use my blood to rally Decia. Guozhua remained silent, his expression unreadable. Lin Fan quickly interjected. Guozhua, Chen Lao only wanted to prevent war. His intentions were rooted in his love for Decia. To be honest, since I was the one who represented Decia in this communication, I share the blame. In fact, I may bear the greater responsibility. Lin Fan took a deep breath before continuing. That said, Guozhua, this situation might not be entirely a bad thing for Decia. It could even turn out to be a blessing in disguise. Chen Yin froze, disbelief evident on his face. A blessing? We've lost 2 months of preparation. How is that a blessing? Guozhua's brow furrowed as he turned to Lin Fan, a flicker of curiosity in his eyes. Explain your reasoning. Lin Fan nodded and spoke with conviction. Guozhua, to be frank, although we've publicly announced the arrival of the gods and their intent to invade Decia, at least a third of our population still believes the gods pose no real threat. He outlined the reasons behind people's false sense of security, noting that many even looked forward to the gods' arrival, hoping for advanced technology and a peaceful coexistence. But now, Lin Fan's tone grew firmer. Because of this press conference and the gods' attitude, every single person in Decia has abandoned their illusions. Everyone understands that this is Dacia's door-die moment. The gods have completely enraged Decia. This is no longer just about survival, this is war. Decia has officially declared war on the gods. His voice rose with passion. Guozhua, Believe me, Decia, now awakened and stripped of its last shred of wishful thinking, will unleash unparalleled strength. Guozhua remained silent for a long moment before finally speaking. 2 months of preparation, traded for nationwide clarity, was it worth it? In my opinion, absolutely. Lin Fan replied with unwavering determination. He then reported the latest developments. 50 million more Daxia citizens had volunteered to join the Great Steel Wall construction effort. Some were even using their personal vehicles to transport supplies, accelerating the progress exponentially. Guozhua, Lin Fan continued, what we lacked wasn't time, might was the resolve to give it our all. Trading 2 months for the awakening of a mighty nation. For unity across the board, I believe this press conference was worth it. The office fell silent once more. Suddenly, Guozhua laughed. You're absolutely right. He turned to Chen Yin. Chen Lao, there's no need to be so hard on yourself. I never intended to hold you accountable. What's done is done. You underestimate my capacity for perspective. Guozhua rose slowly, his gaze resolute. Issue the order. From this moment on, the entire nation is to enter a state of war readiness. All military districts are to be redeployed to the eastern coastline. Furthermore, the initial phases of the Great Steel Wall construction are to be treated as the highest priority, ensure its completion at all costs. Additionally, any requests from the Godslayer army must be fulfilled without delay. Before his words had fully settled, Lin Fan immediately spoke up. Guozhua, there's something I need to report. Go ahead, Guozhua said, turning to Lin Fan. I intend to lead the entire Godslayer army to the western regions. Lin Fan declared firmly. For what purpose? Guozhua asked. To eliminate the Yeti clan and obtain the Tianshan Snow Lotus. Lin Fan's voice was resolute. Guozhua frowned. The gods are about to descend at such a critical time. Is the Tianshan Snow Lotus truly that important? Guozhua. Lin Fan stood at attention and replied. The first squad of the Godslayer army was severely damaged during the battle against the Phoenix Society in the Free Nation. If we cannot restore them, their combat effectiveness will remain compromised. Worse still, they will be unable to ascend to divine status themselves, leaving Daxia without its protectors. The Tianshan Snow Lotus can heal them. Lin Fan continued, his tone unwavering. Additionally, the Snow Lotus has the potential to enhance ordinary soldiers' physiques to the 4th tier and grant them the ability to cultivate. Although their progress will be slower due to their lack of prior training and awakened abilities, one day, every citizen of Daxia could stand alone against the gods. His words resonated like a thunderclap, leaving Guozhua breathless. One day, every citizen of Daxia could stand alone against the gods. The phrase echoed in his mind. Could such a day truly come? That afternoon, half an hour after the conclusion of the national dialogue, 5 military transport planes roared into the skies from Jingzhou Airport. Inside the aircraft, 132 members of the Shirshan squad and 300 fully armed military combat troops led by Situ Hong stood ready, surrounded by towering stacks of weapons and equipment. 3 hours later, the transport planes landed at the Western Region Airport. The troops swiftly boarded buses bound for the Tianshan Mountains. Following closely behind the convoy, a long line of heavily loaded trucks and armed vehicles rumbled forward. To ensure uninterrupted travel, each vehicle was manned by 3 drivers taking shifts. By dawn the next day, as the first rays of sunlight touched the earth, the convoy finally arrived at the foot of the Tianshan Mountains after traversing over 1,000 kilometers. The majestic snow-capped peaks sprawled across the horizon like a slumbering giant, silently overlooking the world. Even without a roar, the overwhelming sense of pressure was palpable and awe-inspiring. This is it. Everyone, disembark, Lin Fan commanded, his gaze sweeping over the snow-covered mountains. The lush greenery at the base gradually gave way to the pure white peaks above, seemingly merging with the heavens. The breathtaking beauty of this scene, a jewel of Decia, stirred no admiration in Lin Fan's heart. Instead, he shivered slightly, unease creeping into his mind. Memories surged like a tide. When Decia faced the invasion of the winter god and the world was plunged into an icy apocalypse, many considered fleeing from the freezing oceans to the inland western region. The Tianshan Mountains were once seen as an ideal refuge. However, when families arrived at the foot of the snowy peaks, their worst nightmare began. Darkness engulfed the land as massive, ferocious snow creatures emerged from the mountain depths, awakened by the divine aura. Wherever they went, they left devastation in their wake. Corpses littered the ground, and rivers of blood flowed. Their claws were indestructible, their massive forms agile and swift, and they once cost Decia control over half of the western region. Not this time. You want to awaken now, Lin Fan muttered darkly. Because I'm here. Commander, there are no roads on the mountain. Even livestock can't climb it, a local driver whispered cautiously. Lin Fan's expression remained cold as he gave his orders. Everyone, travel light and carry only 2 days' worth of rations. Follow me up the mountain. Check your weapons and ensure ample ammunition. Each person must carry 20 kilograms of high-grade explosives for targeted demolition. We climb the mountain to slay the snow creatures. As soon as the words left his mouth, the Shershan squad members and the Special Forces unit led by Situlan, weary from their long journey, sprang into action without hesitation. They quickly prepared their gear, hoisted their heavy packs, and followed Lin Fan into the biting winds of the snow-covered mountains. Though it was late summer, the high-altitude Tianshan mountains were still bone-chillingly cold. The snow, frozen for millennia, made every step a grueling effort. As the altitude increased, the air became thinner, and even gasping for breath barely alleviated the suffocating pressure. Each step felt like a trial by fire, yet no one complained or faltered. Some soldiers carried 20-kilogram light machine guns on their shoulders, 20 kilograms of ammunition belts across their chests, and additional rations, explosives, and gear totaling a staggering 70 kilograms. Still, they gritted their teeth and pressed on. At the front of the line, Lin Fan bore a staggering 200 kilograms of gear, single-handedly carving a path through the snow for the group. His seemingly frail figure, standing firm against the howling winds, was like a silent monument, inspiring everyone to keep moving forward. The indomitable spirit of Decia soldiers shone through in that moment. The ice element ability users fared slightly better. With a simple wave of their hands, the cold wind and snow swirled around them, forming ice to assist in carrying heavy loads. One ice element user quietly offered to a soldier ahead, "Brother, let me take some of your load. I can manipulate the ice here to help." Despite their unique abilities, the Shershan squad members were seamlessly integrated with Decia soldiers. They supported one another, marching forward together as one united force. In the howling wind, a team of nearly 500 soldiers climbed the towering, seemingly endless snowy mountain, resembling ants clinging to a white slope. Each one of them knew they were soldiers fighting for Decia, the hope of an entire nation. Despite the bone-chilling cold and grueling training, their struggle seemed insignificant compared to the tireless laborers on construction sites or the panicked civilians alarmed by the arrival of the deities. One soldier gritted his teeth, silently chanting to himself, "For Decia, we fight." A fire element awakener discreetly used their abilities, attempting to provide a trace of warmth to those around them. In this extreme cold, everyone in the group supported one another as they trudged forward in silence. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, the team finally reached a natural platform. Sheltered from the wind, the platform spanned roughly a square kilometer, with thinner layers of snow, making it an ideal spot to rest. Lin Fan, gasping for air, issued a brief and commanding order: "Quick rest. In 30 minutes, everyone must be at peak combat readiness." With that, he sat down immediately, devouring the cold military rations without wasting a second. The others followed suit, hastily consuming their food in the biting wind. While chewing on her ration, Situlan frowned and asked, "What's the plan from here?" Lin Fan's gaze shifted to the mountain face at the edge of the platform. In a cold, firm tone, he replied, "Next, we wake them up." The biting cold wind howled, slicing through the air like a blade and stinging everyone's faces. On this sheltered platform, the group sat in silence, eating their dry rations to replenish their precious energy. The frigid air had coated their hats, hair, and beards with a thick layer of frost, making them look like living snowmen. Situlan quickly finished his rations and began rubbing his hands with snow, moving his body to keep himself in peak condition. At that moment, Situ Hong turned to Lin Fan, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Lin Fan, I heard from old Jean that you once mentioned I would become a military god. Is that true?" Situ Hong's voice trembled slightly from the cold. Lin Fan nodded. "Yes, that's right." The conversation seemed to spark something in Situlan. He spoke softly. "I felt it too. Ever since the incident with the corpse King Jiangqian, it's like there's a new force flowing within me, a kind of boiling blood coursing through my veins. I feel as if I'm walking a special path." "Is that path the road to becoming a god?" Lin Fan explained. "Don't worry. It's a good thing. The path to godhood is indeed a way to transcend the limits of human existence. It allows mortals to become gods. But the chance of unlocking it is extremely rare, and the process differs for everyone. In my past life, there were only 8 people in Decia who completed this journey." Situlan fell into thought, then asked after a moment, "Once we become gods, will we be like those divine beings?" Lin Fan smiled faintly, then furrowed his brow. "Not entirely. While they are all considered gods, many of Decia's ascended still choose to protect the mortal realm with their divine forms. However, there are others who, after walking the path of godhood, see themselves as deities and ally with so-called divine beings to invade Blue Star. We call such traitors collaborators, those who choose to defend Decia. We honor as the guardians of Decia." "Guardians of Decia?" Situlan murmured under his breath before asking again, "How can one walk the path to completion?" Lin Fan's gaze grew deep, and he said softly, "It depends on the moment. There will come a time when you're willing to risk everything your life included for something you believe in. This world rarely gives you such chances, but when the moment arrives, you'll know it's time. C2 Lan nodded solemnly, committing Lin Fan's words to memory. Lin Fan stood up, grabbed his radio, and issued a loud command, "Everyone, start moving in place for 5 minutes. Whether it's rubbing snow on your face or doing push-ups and squats, get your bodies warmed up. We're about to begin the operation." As soon as his voice fell, the soldiers and members of the Godslayer army, who had just finished their rations, sprang into action. They braved the biting wind, warming up as steam rose from their bodies, a testament to their fiery determination battling the icy cold. 10 minutes later, sweat glistened on the foreheads of the soldiers and Godslayer members as they stood before Lin Fan, their energy fully restored and ready for action. "Commander, what's our next move?" Dao Wanqian asked loudly, his voice brimming with anticipation. Lin Fan took a deep breath and walked slowly to the edge of the platform. Before him loomed a nearly vertical mountain wall, imposing and immovable in the howling wind. Tilting his head back, he gazed up at the towering cliff that seemed to pierce the heavens and muttered, "Time to wake up and face your end." With that, Lin Fan pulled a can of spray paint from his jacket and began drawing a bright red circle, about 10 meters in diameter, on the rock face. He had to climb the steep wall to complete the mark. "Take all the high-efficiency explosives you're carrying and place them within this circle." Lin Fan's command echoed through the valley. Everyone sprang into action, unloading the explosives they had been carrying and gathering them in one place. Meanwhile, 100 soldiers retrieved long climbing ropes and handheld drills, preparing for the arduous task ahead. These well-trained soldiers fastened climbing ropes around their waists and scaled the cliff face like spiders. Braving the piercing wind, they used drills to bore holes into the rock. To ensure precision, they worked without gloves, even in temperatures below -10 degrees Celsius. After 2 hours of continuous work, their hands were cracked and bleeding from the cold. Yet none of them complained or even showed any sign of discomfort. They remained focused on their mission. As the drills penetrated deeper, the solid rock emitted hollow echoes, suggesting that something lay hidden behind it. This technique of controlled blasting ensured that the majority of the explosive force would be directed precisely at the target, far more effective than simply placing the charges on the surface. The 100 Special Forces soldiers, spread like a web across the cliff face, carried out their meticulous engineering work. Though they seemed insignificant against the towering mountain, their efforts would soon shake its very foundation. Before long, the circle Lin Fan had drawn was filled with drilled holes, each packed tightly with high-efficiency explosives. All the wiring converged into a single detonator, which Lin Fan now held. "Commander, task of placing explosives for controlled detonation is complete," a soldier reported loudly. "Well done. Fall back into formation." Lin Fan acknowledged with a nod. The 100 soldiers quickly regrouped, standing tall and disciplined despite the howling wind. Lin Fan looked around at the assembled group and spoke in a deep voice. "You're probably wondering why I've brought you here, armed and freezing, to carry out this operation on the cliff. Now, it's time you learn the truth." He paused, his sharp gaze sweeping over them. "Behind this mountain wall lies a legendary creature, the Tianshan Snowman." The words caused a ripple of astonishment among the group. None of them had known the mission's purpose beforehand. They only knew that their commander was leading it personally. "That's right," Lin Fan continued. "The Tianshan Snowman, the creature that has been occasionally spotted and even photographed by some. Locals see them as omens of good fortune, but in reality, they are a scourge upon Decia. If you investigate carefully, you'll find that the population disappearance rate in the western region is alarmingly high, far higher than in any other province. These creatures are to blame." Lin Fan's tone turned ice cold. "These monsters feast on human flesh and drink human blood. Their growth is built upon the suffering and lives of Decia's people. Before this moment, these sinister and cunning creatures had remained dormant due to the warming of their environment, slumbering since the Ice Age. They would only emerge to hunt when driven by extreme hunger, concealing their tracks and dragging unsuspecting adventurers or passers-by into their lairs, where they would be ruthlessly torn apart and devoured." Lin Fan's words struck like a heavy hammer, crashing into the hearts of everyone present. Faces turned pale, and a chilling dread climbed up their spines. Had Decia truly once shared its land with these ancient remnants from the Ice Age? As the image of these creatures feasting on humans flashed through their minds, a burning fury ignited within each of them. Decia had always welcomed friendly neighbors, but these creatures were anything but. They weren't neighbors, they were enemies. And Decia had only one answer for enemies: to meet them with guns and cannons. Lin Fan continued, his voice steady and grave. "Now, with the descent of the gods and the divine aura enveloping Blue Star, these creatures will awaken fully. When they rise, ravenous with hunger, Decia will become their hunting ground. The defenseless civilians will be their prey, torn into pieces, devoured, and greedily chewed to the bone." The horrifying imagery of mountains of corpses and rivers of blood surfaced in Lin Fan's mind once more. The sound of flesh being chewed, the grotesque grins on monstrous faces, these thoughts made his fists clench involuntarily. Around him, the soldiers and members of the Godslayer army also tightened their grips, their eyes burning with the same righteous anger. Decia is our homeland. We will never allow them to defile our land. We will never let them harm our people. Shouts of determination echoed through the air. Whether it was the Godslayer army or the 300 soldiers led by Situ Lan, their eyes blazed with the same resolve. To protect Decia, this land would not be violated by gods, by mysteries, or by these malevolent creatures seeking to feast on Decia's people. Grabbing the radio, Lin Fan's powerful voice rang out. Machine gunners, set up your weapons. All combat teams, fortify your positions and prepare for battle. You have 10 minutes. The moment the cave is blown open, I want every corner of that cave covered with firepower. Don't give those snow creatures a chance to wake up. He turned to the Godslayer army members. Prepare for combat. Some of these stronger snow creatures may withstand gunfire. The moment the firepower ceases, you are to charge into the cave. Not a single snow creature is allowed to escape. None of them can step foot into Decia's territory. Let them know who the true masters of this land are. Lin Fan's mind raced back to the horrors of his past life. Those snow creatures, descending from the mountains, were impervious to bullets, their skin tougher than anyone could imagine, even capable of withstanding direct hits from RPGs. Only missile strikes could annihilate them completely. Yet these cunning beings were adept at hiding, often taking refuge in the shadows of densely populated areas, preventing Decia from deploying heavy firepower freely. In the end, Lin Fan and Decia's guardians paid a staggering price to eradicate them. The snow creature leader, in a fit of rage, even unleashed its bloodline powers, nearly killing the future Dao Wanqian. But now, at this moment, the snow creatures were still dormant, weak, and malnourished. Lin Fan was determined to strike before they awoke. In his past life, these creatures had mercilessly slaughtered defenseless civilians. In this life, Lin Fan would exact vengeance on behalf of future Decia. Yes, sir. The soldiers responded in unison and sprang into action. They quickly constructed makeshift fortifications using solid ice blocks and frozen stones, forming sturdy defenses. 30 machine guns, both light and heavy, were assembled and strategically positioned in a semicircle, ensuring complete firepower coverage of the cave entrance. Additionally, a rudimentary minefield was laid in front of the cave, leaving only 3 safe paths for the Godslayer army to use. Any snow creature attempting to charge out would have to traverse this deadly zone. The Godslayer army's team members took their positions, bracing themselves for the battle ahead. Dao Wanqian, the elder, stood with a talisman in one hand and a razor-sharp sword of frost in the other. The sword's blade emitted a chilling gleam, sharper than the ice of Tian Shan, and its killing intent condensed into an invisible 9-inch edge. The air around it twisted from the sheer intensity, and every snowflake it touched silently split in two. This was the legendary Taoist weapon of destruction, the Zhu Xian sword. Compassionate Master draped himself in a golden kasaya, radiating an aura of boundless Buddhist light. The 9-ringed staff in his hand chimed crisply in the biting wind. When the staff lightly struck the frozen ground, the rock-hard earth cracked like a spiderweb under its immense weight, revealing its unparalleled power. This was a sacred treasure of Buddhism, once wielded by a great Buddha. However, Compassionate Master's face showed a hint of puzzlement. By legend, Tang Sanzang, the holy monk, was said to be frail and unarmed. So why was this 9-ringed staff so overwhelmingly heavy and unyielding? If not for his mastery of the Buddhist Vajrabodhi, even lifting it would have been a challenge. What puzzled him even more was that this very staff. Master Beimin initially assumed the rust on the monk's staff was merely a sign of age. However, upon closer inspection, he was struck by the shocking realization that it was, in fact, the blood of countless demons. This discovery left him utterly stunned. In the teachings of Buddhism, a monk's staff is typically a ceremonial item, at most used to enhance spiritual presence, never as a weapon. What made this even more perplexing was the widely held belief that Tang Sanzang never took a life, in stark contrast to his disciple, the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong, who was infamous for his violent and bloodthirsty nature. So how could this frail, unarmed holy monk wield such a heavy 9-ringed staff and stain it with the blood of so many demons? This revelation deeply unsettled Master Beimin, causing him to question whether the Buddhist scriptures' accounts of Tang Sanzang were entirely accurate. However, there was no time to dwell on this mystery now. Straightening his posture, he gripped the 9-ringed staff firmly, and a radiant burst of sacred light erupted from within him. Clouds of virtuous merit swirled around his body, enveloping him in a divine golden aura that exuded an overwhelming sense of holiness. At the same time, Xingye's figure melted into the night like ink dissolving in water. With the Yuchang's sword in hand, his movements became as fleeting as smoke, drifting unpredictably through the biting cold wind, making him nearly impossible to track. Gong Shuming's transformation was even more startling. Not only had he lost his left arm, but his previously uninjured right arm had also been replaced with a meticulously crafted steel prosthetic, its surface adorned with intricate mechanical patterns. The saw in his hand gleamed coldly, as though it could slice through anything with ease. In contrast, Mr. Mabuzi's changes seemed subtle, but were no less profound. He still stood quietly to the side, holding his Confucian brush. Yet, in just a few short days, his physique had undergone a dramatic transformation. His once loose scholar's robes were now stretched taut over bulging muscles, radiating a newfound sense of power that was a stark departure from his former image. Lin Fan picked up the walkie-talkie, his gaze sweeping over the team members who were all geared up and ready. In a deep, resolute voice, he said, "The chance to fight for Decia has arrived." For Decia, everyone responded in unison, their voices echoing with unwavering determination. Their eyes burned with fierce battle intent, flames ignited not just for Decia, but for the life-or-death battle looming ahead. Taking a deep breath, Lin Fan steadied himself, his finger hovering above the detonator. He knew that moments like this where one could give their all were rare in this world. But now, the moment was here. Without hesitation, he pressed the button. Boom! A deafening explosion shattered the stillness of the icy mountain. Towering flames erupted from the blast site, instantly consuming the surrounding snow and wind. The shockwave, like an invisible giant hand, tore through the air, pulverizing the whirling snowflakes into dust. Huddled in the crater, the team felt their scalps tingle as countless shards of rock zipped past their heads. Even in the freezing cold, they could feel a wave of searing heat rushing toward them. The entire Tianshan mountain seemed to tremble, as if awakened by the sudden, earth-shaking blast. For the first time in millennia, Tianshan roared with such a resounding boom. It was not just Decia's declaration of where it was the death knell for the long-dormant snowmen. As the smoke and dust from the explosion gradually cleared, a massive gaping hole was revealed in the mountainside. The interior was pitch black and eerily silent, like the open maw of a colossal beast. Then, out of the darkness, pairs of crimson eyes began to gleam. Heavy, guttural breathing filled the air, accompanied by the thudding sound of enormous footsteps. It was as if monstrous creatures were stirring from their slumber. "Hold your fire," Lin Fan ordered in a hushed but firm tone. "Let them come closer." Everyone held their breath, their eyes fixed on the cave entrance. Fingers rested on triggers, ready to unleash a storm of bullets at a moment's notice. From deep within the cave came strange, raspy growls. "What's happening? Who has disturbed our slumber? This world, it seems different now that new scent in the air, it feels perfect for us. It's time to awaken. This world shall once again become our hunting ground. Starving, I'm so hungry. I need something to eat. Let's go hunting. This world is ready for us. Let's find those weak, plump four-legged sheep. I still remember that sweet taste, I remember that village. Heh heh heh. I can't wait to see their terrified faces. Come, Snowman Clan, let's hunt." It's time to remind these fragile humans that this world has changed. The rightful rulers of this land have returned. Let them know they are nothing more than livestock raised for us. Amidst the greedy growls, one by one, towering shadows 4 to 5 meters tall emerged from the darkness, licking their lips as they approached the cave entrance. Suddenly, one snowman froze in its tracks as it reached the entrance. It stared at the armed humans, its expression shifting from confusion to ravenous excitement. Humans' food, it bared its teeth, revealing rows of razor-sharp fangs. "To wake up and see you here, it's perfect." For the first time, the team saw the snowmen up close. They were cloaked in thick white fur, blending almost seamlessly with the snowy mountains. Their massive, hulking frames stood 4 to 5 meters tall, their bulging muscles visible even beneath the fur. Their hands, larger than a human head, were tipped with claws 3 inches long, sharp enough to tear through solid rock with ease. But their faces were the most horrifying of all. Though vaguely human in shape, they were anything but human. Their coarse, wrinkled skin was grotesque, and their crimson eyes burned with savage bloodlust. Their protruding fangs jutted out from gaping mouths, capable of crushing anything in their path. The stench of dried blood clung to them, a nauseating odor that lingered even in the icy wind. These creatures were a remnant of the Ice Aegea divergent branch of humanity. While humans chose the path of civilization, these beings adapted to the frozen wilderness, embracing their primal, beastly instincts. Staring at the snowmen's monstrous forms, the team was momentarily stunned. Meanwhile, the snowmen grinned wickedly, as if gazing upon a feast laid out before them. "Food, you've come to us willingly," they growled, their voices dripping with hunger. The scent of human flesh, warm and inviting, filled their senses, driving them into a frenzy. This was a gift from the heavens, just awakened and weakened by hunger, and here was food, delivered right to their doorstep. Roar! Food! With deafening roars, the snowmen charged out of the cave like a pack of ravenous beasts, rushing toward the humans. Lin Fan stood up calmly, his expression unchanging as he faced the terrifying creatures barreling toward them. Amid the howling wind and snow, he locked eyes with the monstrous predators and said coldly, Decia sends its regards. And then, just as the snow creatures burst out of their cave, ready to tear apart the prey that had come to their doorstep, Lin Fan, with an expressionless face, gave the order. All special operations units, open fire. Before the words had fully left his mouth, deafening gunfire erupted, shaking the entire valley. Dozens of light and heavy machine guns roared simultaneously, like a pack of enraged beasts unleashing their fury. The mountain trembled violently under the onslaught, as if cowed by the sudden eruption of firepower. From the dark barrels of the guns, blinding tongues of flame burst forth, with searing bullets spinning through the air. In this icy, snow-covered landscape, the web of fire created by the bullets was visible to the naked eye, dazzlingly radiant. The hailstorm of bullets rained down relentlessly, their incessant thunder echoing through the snowy peaks, as if proclaiming to all who the true masters of this land were. The snow creatures' feral snarls, once filled with hunger and menace, transformed into shrill, agonized screams. The massive, ferocious beasts that had lunged forward with claws bared fell one after another. The palm-sized machine gun bullets, sweeping in from all directions, easily pierced through their seemingly impenetrable hides, shredding them as though they were fragile cloth. Their white fur was instantly dyed crimson with blood, as countless gaping wounds opened across their bodies. The power of modern weaponry revealed the true force of humanity in war, delivering a clear message from Decia to these malevolent creatures' merciless suppression. Countless streams of fire intertwined, forming a terrifying torrent of steel. Any snow creature caught in its path was instantly shredded by the relentless firepower. The once menacing snow creatures now howled in despair, desperately trying to retreat back into the cave, but it was too late. The relentless hail of bullets tore through their ranks, obliterating their bodies with ease. Bullets ripped through as many as 7 or 8 creatures before losing momentum. Even those that cowered in the cave, hoping to avoid the carnage, were mercilessly torn apart by the unyielding barrage. One snow creature, its chest riddled with bullet holes, stared wide-eyed as it slowly collapsed. Its crimson eyes burned with defiance even in its final moments, as it roared, "You pray, dare." Lin Fan stared coldly at the savage snow creatures falling one after the other, his expression unchanging. He spoke calmly, "Those who feast on others shall, in turn, be devoured. This is Decia's answer to you." The terrifying firepower displayed by humanity struck fear into the hearts of these once dominant predators. For the first time, they realized that the prey they had always hunted possessed the power to retaliate with devastating force. Dozens of machine guns roared to life simultaneously, their deafening thunder filling the air as a snow-white barrage of bullets swept forward like a deadly storm. The snow creatures scattered in panic, scrambling to retreat deeper into the cave. Just then, a deep, guttural roar echoed from the depths of the cavern, shaking the earth and drowning out even the relentless gunfire. The entire Tianshan mountain range seemed to tremble under the force of the sound, as though an ancient, colossal beast had awakened and was bellowing in fury. Suddenly, the fleeing snow beasts froze in their tracks, as if responding to an invisible command. One particularly large snow creature let out a piercing screech. "The boss is right. Charge out. These damned morsels think they can trap us in here? We can't back down, we must break through. Let these pathetic creatures know who truly rules this land." Before the echoes of its cry had faded, the savage snow creatures surged toward the cave entrance with reckless abandon, charging headfirst into the hail of bullets. Lin Fan, his face stoic, picked up his radio and ordered grimly, "All fire points, maintain overlapping fire coverage. Alternate reload, snow gaps allowed. Teams 2 and 3, intensify your firepower. Remember, not a single one of these monsters can escape. Everyone that gets away will spell disaster for an entire village or town. Behind us are the people of Decia, have nowhere to retreat. Stand your ground at all costs." As his words rang out, dozens of soldiers suddenly rose from their makeshift cover, hefting rocket launchers onto their shoulders. They took aim at the oncoming snow creatures and pulled the triggers. Boom, boom. Explosions erupted in rapid succession, unleashing blinding flashes of fire and chaos. Several snow creatures were instantly torn to pieces, their massive forms shredded by the searing fragments of metal propelled by the violent shockwaves. At the cave entrance, flames roared skyward as snow creatures attempting to escape were engulfed by the inferno, the acrid stench of burning flesh filling the air. Yet these creatures seemed impervious to pain, continuing their relentless charge with unyielding ferocity. Some even hoisted massive boulders, weighing several tons, to use as shields, forcing their way forward through the storm of bullets. When the first wave of snow creatures finally breached the cave's mouth, the landmines scattered across the ground detonated instantly. Boom! The earth-shaking explosions obliterated the charging creatures, their bodies blown apart in a gruesome display. But the devastation did nothing to deter those that followed. They pressed on, stepping over the mangled remains of their fallen kin, eyes blazing with fury as they charged forward. In the 100-meter radius around the cave, the ground was soon littered with a grotesque pile of corpses, the snow stained crimson with blood. Hundreds of snow creatures lay dead in a macabre heap. Yet more continued to pour out from the depths of the cave, an unrelenting tide of white. Even as the monstrous horde bore down on them, Lin Fan's soldiers stood their ground, unflinching. A soldier hefting a machine gun shouted defiantly, "Come on, you beasts! You dare claim this land as yours? You dare treat the people of Decia as food? To hell with your ancestors! I'd rather die than take a single step back. Has your blood ever soaked this soil? Today, you'll find out who the true masters of this land are. Brothers, for Dexia fight." Lin Fan knew all too well that this battle was not one of good versus evil, but a brutal clash for survival between two species, a collision between civilization and savagery. From a biological standpoint, these man-eating giants, towering over humans on the food chain, were only following their predatory instincts. But even prey has the courage to resist. The people of Decia would never bow, never become mere fodder for these beasts. Whether it was gods or these monstrous creatures, Dexia's answer was the same: bullets. As the snow creatures pressed ever closer, Situ Lan shouted furiously while firing, "Hold the line! Even if they tear us apart, we cannot retreat a single step. Behind us are the people of Decia. If you're afraid, then think of your parents, your wives and children being ripped apart and devoured by these monsters. Is that the future you want? Never retreat." At last, the relentless white tide began to falter. Even the remaining snow creatures seemed to realize that these seemingly fragile humans would rather die than yield. Finally drove them back. The soldiers panted as they shouted in triumph, "Now you know who really owns this land." They quickly replaced their nearly molten gun barrels and swapped out empty magazines, their hands trembling slightly and legs weak from the tension. No one could truly imagine the fear of facing such terrifying beasts charging relentlessly at them. These soldiers were flesh and blood too. They felt fear. But not once did they take a step back. This was a battle of wills between two species. The platform within a 400-meter radius of the cave was drenched in blood, the white-furred bodies of snow creatures piled high like a grotesque mountain. Lin Fan stepped over the corpses, advancing steadily toward the cave entrance. Staring into the pitch-black depths of the cave, he could hear the strained, anxious breathing of countless creatures still hiding within. "Not so easy when the food fights back, is it?" Lin Fan murmured, his voice echoing through the cavern. After a moment of silence, a chilling laugh emerged from the darkness. "Weak little morsels, so proud of the scraps of power you've gathered, daring to challenge your hunters. Fragile humans, you lack claws, you lack fangs. If you're so confident, why don't you stay here forever? We don't fear the cold, but how long can you fragile creatures survive? Those humans you're so desperate to protect, they'll all end up as our prey in the end." Lin Fan paused, frowning before replying coldly, "What makes you think Decia will allow abominations like you to continue existing?" Lin Fan's voice echoed through the pitch-black cave. The colossal creature hidden within fell silent for a moment, as if it understood his words. Then, in a low, trembling voice it growled, "You, mere food, dare t—" Lin Fan interrupted the roar with an expressionless face. "Food? Huh. We may not have claws or fangs, but we possess something you never will. Something that ensures we will never truly fail. Even if we falter, we press on, and in the end, we prevail. That is." With a sudden motion, he unsheathed the green dragon crescent blade. The blade roared like a dragon, its sharp glint illuminating the darkness of the cave. "The will to fight for Decia." The group behind him shouted in unison. "For Decia." Lin Fan continued, "When faced with beasts with fangs and predators with claws, humanity's greatest weapon has never been guns or cannons. It's our willpower. The will to fight for Decia. The will to protect our people. The will to never give up. This unshakable will has carried Decia through 5,000 years, undefeated. And you think you can stand above us?" He turned and gave his command. "All special ops teams, hold your positions. The entire Shirshan army, follow me into the cave. The mission objective: annihilate the Yeti clan, leave none alive. Begin the operation." Raising his blade, Lin Fan charged toward the dark cave entrance. Behind him, the young men and women, who should have been in school but had volunteered to fight for Decia and endured grueling training, moved forward in coordinated squads. They responded in unison, Operation begins. Lin Fan led the way into the cave, with the first squad of the Shirshan army close behind. The other squads followed in the orderly formations they had practiced during training. Suddenly, a snow beast lurking near the entrance opened its blood-red eyes and lunged at Lin Fan. A flash of the blade, and the shadow was cleanly split in two. The snow beast collapsed at Lin Fan's feet without even having time to let out a cry. Blood gleamed on the edge of the green dragon blade. Lin Fan murmured, "I need light." Immediately, the Shirshan army members behind him fired flares, illuminating the cave with a brilliant white light. Ju Hong, whom Lin Fan had once saved, spread her arms wide. Flames erupted from her body, forming massive, blazing wings behind her. The overwhelming heat and brightness revealed the power of a 7th-tier fire element ability user. Beside Ju Hong, 5 of her team members also unleashed roaring flames. The fiery display pierced through the darkness. As the captain of the second squad in the Shirshan army, Ju Hong and her fire team were second only to Lin Fan's first squad in combat strength. However, as the light fully revealed the cave's interior, silence fell over the group. Their breathing grew heavy, and what lay before them left them stunned. A cavern stretching over 1,000 meters was covered in claw marks on its stone walls. The air was thick with the metallic stench of dried blood. The ground was littered with human bones, some weathered and brittle, others fresh and white, with even a few still bearing raw, red flesh. All bore signs of gnawing. The walls were stained with dried blood, and fresh corpses were piled in one corner. Upon inspection, Xingyi confirmed that these were stored food taken from nearby villages. Among them was a little girl, no older than 7 or 8. The blade in Lin Fan's hand trembled. Time seemed to stand still. The terror and agony frozen on the faces of the victims seemed to scream at him. He could almost hear their cries in their final moments. Did they wonder why such creatures existed on the lands of Decia? Why Decia's soldiers had failed to protect them? This was hell on earth. The jingling of the 9-ringed staff broke the silence. Master Beimin, trembling with rage, gritted his teeth and muttered, "Umitba, these beasts deserve to die." As a Buddhist monk known for his compassion, he was rarely angered. But at this moment, all he wanted was to use his staff to send these creatures to their next life. In the stillness, Lin Fan's cold voice cut through. "Everyone, follow me deeper. Enter the branching tunnels in an orderly fashion. If you see one, kill it. Today, Decia shows no mercy. This is total annihilation." At that moment, Lin Fan's satellite phone rang at his waist. He answered it, hearing the trembling voice of Chen Yin on the other end. "I heard you've been killing a lot of the yetis. What are you thinking? Do you have any idea how significant this species is for scientific research? This branch of human evolution could fill gaps in history. These creatures are so valuable that they could be considered national treasures. You absolutely cannot kill them. You must capture them alive. I've already written a proposal to establish a breeding and research facility for them." Lin Fan answered the phone, and Chen Yan's trembling, urgent voice came through from the other end. "I heard you just killed a lot of snowmen. What were you thinking? They're a branch of human evolution priceless for scientific research. They could fill gaps in our understanding of history, their value comparable to national treasures. You absolutely cannot kill them, you must capture them alive." Lin Fan said nothing. Silently, he switched the call to video mode and turned on the camera. On the screen, Chen Yin, wearing a white lab coat, sweat beading on his forehead, spoke with increasing urgency. "Let me tell you, this species is even more precious than pandas. They represent a wild branch of human ancestors, and their value to our research." Lin Fan slowly moved his phone, revealing the interior of the cave. The video feed froze Chen Yin mid-sentence. His eyes widened as he stared, dumbfounded, at the scene. Ancient skeletal remains of ancestors, mutilated human corpses, blood-stained cave walls, and the frozen expressions of despair and agony on the faces of the dead. The nightmarish sight shook Chen Yin to his core, leaving the renowned scientist, who had never set foot on a battlefield, in stunned silence. Lin Fan asked softly, "Does Decia need this kind of national treasure?" Chen Yin adjusted his glasses and, after a long pause, replied in a low voice, "From a scientific perspective, this species is indeed invaluable. But..." He suddenly snapped the pen he was using to draft a report for a research center. "I'd rather have their specimens. Lin Fan, I have only one request. Wipe them out." Lin Fan ended the call without another word, his expression unchanging as he turned to face the deeper, darker recesses of the cave. With steady resolve, he gripped his blade and stepped forward without hesitation. After advancing several hundred meters, Lin Fan came to a halt. In front of him, over 100 snowmen crouched, their massive forms resembling small snow-covered mountains. Their sharp claws were embedded in the ground, and their bloodshot eyes locked onto Lin Fan and his team with unrelenting intensity. Their powerful muscles rippled, ready to strike at any moment. Behind the horde of snowmen loomed a massive cavern entrance, from which came the faint sound of heavy, labored breathing. Humans and snowmen stood mere meters apart, locked in a stare-down fueled by mutual hatred. The air was thick with the tension of an impending battle. The snowman at the forefront glared at Lin Fan, its guttural roar echoing through the cave. "You weak, insignificant prey, how dare you set foot here?" With a feral cry, it lunged at Lin Fan, its rage unbridled. Lin Fan didn't flinch. He raised his blade and charged forward, the sword's hum resonating like a dragon's roar. At the same time, the 100 snowmen behind the leader surged forward, and the 132 members of Lin Fan's Godslayer army roared in response, rushing to meet them heated. The two forces collided like crashing waves, neither side yielding an inch. In the instant before the clash, the leading snowman's claws slashed through the air, sending 10 sharp, icy streaks hurtling toward Lin Fan's face. The claws were sharp enough to slice through steel with ease. Lin Fan's azure dragon blade trembled violently, emitting a piercing cry. A radiant arc of light erupted from the blade, meeting the snowman's claws heated. That strike seemed to split the very air itself, leaving the snowman's vision filled with nothing but the brilliant glow of the blade. A deafening metallic clang rang out. To the snowman's shock, the dazzling blade sliced cleanly through its claws, severing them entirely. Blood sprayed into the air, and the blade's arc continued downward, carving a deep gash into the creature's massive frame, nearly cleaving it in two. Man and beast separated in an instant. The snowman stood frozen, staring at Lin Fan, then at its severed claws lying on the ground, and finally at the deep, bleeding wound across its chest. Its bloodshot eyes, once filled with savagery, now brimmed with disbelief. It couldn't fathom that a human could wield such power, let alone possess a weapon capable of inflicting such damage. Lin Fan frowned slightly. "Impressive strength," he muttered. This snowman was far stronger than the ones he had encountered outside the cave, its power on par with a ninth-tier warrior. But what truly stood out was its durability. Its body had withstood a strike from a demigod-level human without shattering. Lin Fan's thoughts turned to the legendary Tian Shan Snow Lotus, suspecting it was the source of this resilience. He licked his lips, a glint of excitement flashing in his eyes. The effects of the Tian Shan Snow Lotus were exactly as he remembered: extraordinary. If he could bring it back, it might be the key to repairing the damaged foundations of the first squad of the Godslayer army, whose cultivation techniques had taken a toll on their bodies. Furthermore, this kind of physical enhancement, Lin Fan thought to himself, a flicker of surprise flashing in his eyes. He realized that if this technology were applied to ordinary soldiers, it could grant them physical strength comparable to that of second- or third-tier power-based ability users. Even more astonishing was the fact that these soldiers could bypass the tedious basic training and directly begin cultivating the Godslayer Demonbane technique. At that moment, the snowman suddenly spoke. "What kind of blade is this?" Its voice carried a mix of curiosity and wariness. Lin Fan's lips curled into a sinister smile. "Heh, this blade? It's a blade of Decia." His voice was deep and laced with menace. "As for its name, you'll find out soon enough." Before the words had fully settled, Lin Fan charged towards the snowman again, his blade slicing through the air, leaving a trail of icy light. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, the members of the Godslayer army were locked in a fierce battle with the snowmen. Flames soared into the sky, illuminating the entire battlefield. Suspended in midair by her flames, Kei Hong moved with the grace of a fire dragon. Surrounding her, 5 flame-wielding teammates provided constant support, forming an impenetrable wall of fire. Any snowmen attempting to approach were mercilessly consumed by the raging flames. Their agonized howls echoed as they leapt away, their once pristine white fur charred black, and their powerful muscles scorched and smoking. This was the overwhelming dominance of elemental advantage fire, proving to be a lethal counter to these creatures of the snowy mountains. However, the ice-based ability users weren't as fortunate. They conjured sharp ice spears, which whistled through the air towards the snowmen. Yet, these icy projectiles struggled to pierce the snowmen's toughened hides. After all, these creatures had evolved to withstand the harshest of icy conditions in the Tian Shan Mountains. Furthermore, their strength had been amplified by absorbing the essence of the Tian Shan Snow Lotus. Had Lin Fan not interrupted their hibernation and left them in a weakened state, even gods might think twice before provoking these savage beings from the snow-capped peaks. Crack, crack, crack. The ice spears shattered one after another. A massive snowman, undeterred by dozens of ice projectiles, charged towards a combat unit primarily composed of ice ability users. Its claws, razor-sharp and deadly, were aimed straight at one of the ability users' hearts. The 10 talons slashed through the air, leaving trails of cold light, as if ready to tear its target to shreds. At the critical moment, a resounding clang echoed across the battlefield. The deadly claws collided with something solid, sending dazzling sparks flying. The snowman looked up abruptly, only to see a massive bronze cauldron standing in its path. The cauldron was immensely heavy, its surface adorned with intricate Shang dynasty patterns, exuding an ancient and solemn aura. Strangely, despite its age, there wasn't a trace of rust on it. Instead, it glowed with a mysterious brilliance. Even more shocking to the snowman was the sight of a seemingly insignificant human lifting this colossal cauldron with ease. The burly man grinned, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. Heh, first time seeing Decia wielding, huh? His tone was brimming with pride and provocation. In the great land of Decia, there stood the wielding. The cauldrona symbol of immense power towered like a small mountain. Over a meter tall, the colossal bronze artifact exuded an ancient and imposing aura, striking awe into all who laid eyes upon it. The snowmen froze in place, their gazes locked on the massive relic, unable to look away. A muscular man with superhuman strength grinned, confidence gleaming in his eyes. You think you can challenge Decia? His voice was laced with disdain. In the next moment, the man leapt into the air, effortlessly lifting the massive cauldron with both hands. The snowmen's eyes widened in disbelief as they witnessed the incredible feat. Boom. With a deafening crash, the wielding came hurtling down, slamming into the throng of snowmen. The cauldron crushes all evil. This is the power of Decia, the man roared, his voice echoing across the battlefield. Meanwhile, on another front of the battle, Master Dao Wanqian's fingers moved nimbly, forming a series of intricate hand seals. The Zhuxian sword responded to his call, transforming into a flurry of radiant sword lights that encircled him. Though lacking the sharp, aggressive energy of a sword cultivator, the Taoist sword carried its own unique aura of exorcism and demon-slaying righteousness. Wherever the sword light struck, snowmen were torn apart, their wails filling the air as they scattered in panic. Suddenly, the ground split open, and the Taoist Nine Suns fire erupted, engulfing the snowmen in searing flames. Master Dao Wanqian's robes billowed in the wind, his beard and hair flowing wildly as if he were a celestial sage descended to the mortal realm. A mystical energy radiated from his being, and behind him, the faint image of a revolving yin-yang wheel could be seen. As the sword blade drew blood, Dao Wanqian felt an ancient power awaken within the sword. Not far away, the compassionate master from the Buddhist sect radiated golden light, his eyes wide and fierce like a wrathful deity. The nine-ringed staff in his hands, heavy as a mountain, was wielded with effortless precision, flashing like silver lightning. Each strike was accompanied by the sound of snowmen's bones shattering and their anguished cries. Amita Buddha, the compassionate master chanted, his voice resonating across the battlefield. Behind him, a phantom figure emerged, not the usual Vajra or thousand-armed Guanyin, but a white-robed monk, the legendary Tripitaka, the great Buddha of the Buddhist sect. However, this apparition of Tripitaka bore little resemblance to the serene figure described in scriptures. The spectral Tang Sanzang had a fierce, battle-hardened expression. His fists were clenched, his muscular frame covered in scars, and his ornate kasaya draped casually over his shoulders. A coiled nine-patterned dragon adorned his chest, its claws and fangs exuding raw power. This formidable monk gave the impression that he could shatter mountains with a single punch. The compassionate master abandoned his usual benevolent demeanor, chanting Buddha's name as he swung the nine-ringed staff with ferocity. Wherever the golden light touched, snowmen's icy fur melted away, forcing them to retreat in agony. Occasionally, a particularly strong snowman would break through the light and lunge forward, only to find its claws unable to tear the master's kasaya or even breach the protective cloud of merit. The intruder would then be sent flying by a devastating blow from the nine-ringed staff. Amida Buddha, wicked beast, you dare harm innocent lives? Do you think the Buddhist sect only knows mercy? Prepare to meet your end. The compassionate master's words were steeped in compassion, yet his actions were anything but merciful. Elsewhere, the scholar Imobuji was surrounded by a torrent of literary energy, which coalesced into a mighty aura of righteousness that resonated with the heavens and earth. Black ink gathered on his ancient brush, the legendary brush of the sage, which had transcended centuries. With a flourish, he dipped it into the ink and began to write in the air. Care for the elderly as if they were your own. Cherish the young as if they were your own. Those who follow the way will find allies. Those who stray from it will be abandoned. His recitation of Confucian teachings carried immense power, and golden characters materialized around him, connecting with the heavens and exuding an overwhelming sense of authority. Behind Imobuji, the ethereal figure of a towering sage began to take shape. This sage, wearing a Confucian robe, carried a sword at his waist while holding a scroll in one hand and resting the other on his blade. Beneath his scholarly attire, his muscular physique exuded strength. Grant me the wisdom of the sage to aid Decia. Imobuji's voice thundered like a storm, drowning out the snowmen's howls. The radiant golden characters transformed into streaks of light, shooting across the battlefield and striking the snowmen with devastating force. Within the brush of the sage, a dormant power that had slumbered for millennia began to stir. Yet as Emobuji wielded the brush, a flicker of confusion crossed his eyes. He had devoted himself to the Confucian path, a path of reason and morality. But why did the power awakening within the brush seem eager to leap into battle with raw, unrestrained force? He could feel the brush trembling slightly in his hand, as if it were barely containing an insatiable thirst for combat. Though the sensation was peculiar, Missouri Buji resolved to press on. Whatever the nature of this ancient power, it was still a weapon for Decia's cause. Dao Wanqian, Emobuji, and the compassionate master with Buddhist roots had all seen their combat abilities skyrocket thanks to the ancestral treasures passed down to them. If not for the incredible physical resilience granted to the snowmen by the Tianshan Snow Lotus, the three of them together could have easily taken down dozens of opponents. However, what shocked Lin Fan the most was Gongshu Ming's performance. Lin Fan decapitated the snowman he was locked in combat with, and out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of what was happening beside Gongshu Ming. His eyes widened in disbelief. Standing next to Gongshu Ming were two figures he recognized all too well, the muscular lion-like youth and the black woman who fought with playing cards, both of whom Lin Fan had encountered in the Free Nation. These two, whose bodies Lin Fan had once cleaved apart with a single strike, were now eerily intact, stitched back together with fine steel wires that left no gaps. Their joints had been modified with metal, glinting coldly in the dim light. Under Gongshu Ming's control, these two reconstructed corpses moved with a stiffness that betrayed their unnatural state. Yet, their lack of pain and fear of death made them ferociously effective in combat. The lion-like youth, his muscles bulging, fought with the ferocity of a true beast. Even when one of his arms was bitten off, he showed no sign of retreat, continuing to grapple with two snowmen at once. Meanwhile, the black woman stayed behind him, hurling spinning playing cards that sliced through the air with razor-sharp precision, emitting a high-pitched whistling sound as they flew. I just thought they were good materials, Gongshu Ming explained somewhat sheepishly as he fought. Realization dawned on Lin Fan. No wonder the Free Nation came after us so aggressively last time. You actually smuggled their corpses out. Gongshu Ming's mouth twitched as he hurried to explain. I know this might seem a bit unethical. Commander, if you're uncomfortable with it. Uncomfortable? Why would I be? Lin Fan interrupted with a chilling smile. Anyone who dares to oppose Decia, even in death, must atone for their sins. Decia may be a nation of benevolence, but when it comes to those who harm us, we wish only to devour their flesh, strip their skin, and bind their souls for eternity, denying them reincarnation. Using their corpses to fight for Decia is merciful by comparison. Consider it their penance. Hearing this, Gongshu Ming's eyes lit up with excitement, and he eagerly asked, so in the future? Lin Fan cut him off coldly. In the future, take whatever you like. Even the corpses of gods, if you can get your hands on them, are yours to modify. The Great Xia has always been a nation guided by kindness and benevolence. This is a virtue instilled in us over 5,000 years by our ancestors. Yet, when truly provoked, the ferocity of the people of Xia is enough to strike fear into the hearts of all. This land rose from the flames of war, built not on poetry, but on swords and the corpses of its enemies. Lin Fan, having returned from the apocalypse, had long abandoned his former moral compass, shattered amidst the bloodshed. Now, he clings to a single belief. Those who dare to offend the Great Xia shall not find peace, even in death. Hearing Lin Fan's response, Gongshu Ming exhaled in relief, his fighting spirit burning brighter. His body was a marvel of mechanisms. His left shoulder launched hooked arrows, and a titanium alloy net was hidden in the palm of his right hand. As two snow creatures lunged at him, he easily leapt into the air, causing them to collide before ensnaring them in his net. Landing on the back of one snow creature, Gongshu Ming wrapped its head with a steel cable from his right hand while wielding a saw with his left. His movements were precise and practiced, like a carpenter working on wood. Against this ancient, time-honed saw, the snow creature's tough hide was no match. Even as the snow creature thrashed, a modified lion youth held it firmly in place. In mere seconds, the creature's head was severed. Standing in the middle of the battlefield, Gongshu Ming's eyes gleamed with excitement, as if he had just found the perfect materials. The battle cries echoed through the cavern, and the tide of battle began to turn. Though the snow creatures were formidable, their strength was evenly matched by the Godslayer army. Armed with ancestral treasures, the Godslayers tore through the creatures' defenses. For the Great Xia, Lin Fan shouted, beheading a snow creature with a single slash. His rallying cry was met with fervent responses from the Godslayer army, their eyes alight with a bloodthirsty determination. In just 5 minutes, the cavern floor was littered with the mangled corpses of snow creatures, their blood splattered across the rocky walls. The lifeless faces of the fallen creatures still bore expressions of disbelief. The Godslayer soldiers stood amidst the pools of blood, panting heavily as they celebrated their hard-won victory. This was their first taste of life-and-death combat, a trial that stripped away their innocence and forged them into the sharp blades of the Great Xia. Though still raw and inexperienced, they would one day become the dagger aimed at the gods. However, Lin Fan's expression remained grim. He could sense an immense presence deeper within the cavern, growing more powerful by the second. Stay alert. The battle isn't over yet, he warned. The Godslayer army immediately reformed their ranks behind Lin Fan. Scarlet Finch quickly conducted a head count. Report: 56 lightly injured, 12 severely injured, and 3 dead. The announcement left everyone stunned. Only now did they notice the 3 lifeless bodies lying on the ground. The joy of victory instantly turned to sorrow as they gazed upon the youthful faces now frozen in eternal stillness. The Godslayer army had been established for just 2 weeks, and these young men and women had joined even more recently. Under normal circumstances, such a brief period of interaction would hardly be enough to forge deep bonds. However, this was the Godslayer army. They had endured grueling training together and had just fought side by side. Their connection wasn't about time. It was about trust forged in the crucible of life and death. The sacrifice of 3 comrades plunged everyone into silence, their eyes reddened with unshed tears. One boy, his body covered in bite marks and scratches, had lost both arms, leaving behind only bloody, mangled shoulders. Yet, even in this state, he had clamped his teeth around the throat of a snow creature, refusing to let go until he severed its windpipe. Another, a seemingly gentle girl, had tightly embraced a powerful snow creature with her hands, her fingers still looped through the pin of a grenade. The explosion had left both bodies with shattered chests, clearly evidence of their determination to perish alongside their enemy. Though their faces were youthful and distinct, they all bore the same fearless expression. Their lifeless eyes seemed to burn with an unextinguished flame. They should have been sweating it out on basketball courts or studying in bright classrooms, working toward a promising future. But now, their laughter had been silenced, and their hopeful tomorrows frozen in time. Yet, there was no regret in their eyes. They had died protecting Decia, unwavering to the very end. A girl clutched the arm of her fallen friend, her voice choking with sobs. Xiaoya, wake up. You said you wanted me to teach you how to braid your hair. You said you couldn't do anything at home, that you weren't good at anything. Please, just wake up. I'll teach you, I promise. Dao Wanqian sighed deeply and asked, was it worth it? Even after decades of cultivation, he couldn't stop his own eyes from misting. These young lives, as vibrant as blooming flowers, should have been engrossed in reality shows, singing and dancing like their idols. Yet here they were, bleeding and dying for Decia. He turned to Lin Fan, whose face remained emotionless, and for the first time, felt that this boy was utterly cold-hearted. Dao Wanqian understood the implication. Lin Fan could easily have deployed soldiers from outside, using modern firepower to obliterate these yet fully awakened snow creatures. A few dozen machine guns could have turned the battle into a one-sided slaughter. He could have even requested reinforcements of tens of thousands of troops to flatten this place entirely. But Lin Fan hadn't done so. Instead, he had sent these young men and women into the cave to fight the snow creatures themselves. Lin Fan responded softly, it's not about whether it's worth it or not. I know you blame me, Dao Wanqian, but have you thought about it? In these caves, even elite special forces with modern weapons would struggle against these snow creatures. At least dozens of them would die. And they're Decia's people too. He continued, of course, I could request tens of thousands of troops to level this snowy mountain. But if I did that, what would be the point of the Godslayer army? We were created to be the sharp edge of Decia, the blade to pierce the hearts of the gods. Our future enemies will be far stronger and far more terrifying than these prematurely awakened snow creatures. If we're already looking to hide behind soldiers now, then when the gods descend, bringing millions of followers into Decia, where will we hide then? Lin Fan's voice grew louder with each word. We are supposed to be the wall that others can stand behind. We are supposed to be the sword that strikes at the gods. We are supposed to die. He suddenly raised his head, his gaze sweeping across the sorrowful faces before him. You've all seen the outcome of this path, a worst-case scenario, the most likely scenario. I'm not trying to scare you. The next one to die could be anyone here. It could be your friends, or it could be you. Now, I give you a choice. Lin Fan's voice echoed through the still air, each word striking like a heavy hammer against the hearts of everyone present. His gaze, sharp as a blade, swept across each face in the crowd. If you're afraid, take a step back and turn around. Walk away. Let someone else die in your place. From this moment on, you can leave the Godslayer army and hide behind others. His words carried a hint of mockery, but more than that, they were a solemn challenge. When danger arises, you won't have to face it. You won't have to bear the burden. All you'll need to do is hide behind others and watch us perish. Taking a deep breath, he continued, if you're not afraid, stay. Keep fighting by my side. Be ready to die at any moment for those who don't want to die, for those who stand behind us, and for Decia fight. The atmosphere was drowned in silence. Lin Fan's eyes grew even sharper, and his voice rose a notch. I'm not joking. This is your last chance, your final test. If you want to leave, step back now and turn around. I won't stop you. I'll arrange for vehicles to take you back to school. From then on, someone else will die in your place. His tone suddenly dropped, becoming grave and somber. But if you choose to stay, from this moment on, you are true members of the Godslayer army. You must be ready to face death at any time. You will die. You will witness the death of the friends beside you. You will see countless lives lost. Perhaps in 6 months, if I am still alive, I might look around and find only a few of you left. Lin Fan exhaled deeply, his gaze scanning the group. Now make your choice. This was the first test of the Godslayer army, and it would also be the last. The only test. It was a test of life and death. It had nothing to do with strength or abilities, but everything to do with the courage to face death hidden. Silence engulfed the space like a tidal wave. Some legs trembled slightly, some wept quietly, and some turned their heads away, unable to look at the 3 lifeless bodies lying on the ground. Fear spread like an invisible poison, creeping over everyone. Suddenly, a voice broke through the silence. I don't need anyone else to die for me. The words struck like lightning, igniting the flames of determination in everyone's hearts. The surviving team members, with tears shimmering in their eyes, stepped forward one by one, their voices firm. I am a proud son of Decia. How could I ever hide behind others? For those who refuse to die, for those who stand behind us, we fight. To the death, we protect Decia. The sorrow that had once filled the air vanished, replaced by an overwhelming wave of battle spirit. For Decia, we fight. The cry echoed in every heart. Lin Fan looked at the young warriors before him, a surge of indescribable emotion rising within. In this world, there would always be those who had to die. And what then? Then they would die with their heads held high, singing proudly. The people of Decia had never lacked the courage to face life and death. As Lin Fan lifted his gaze, he saw the majestic lion of Decia's destiny roaring toward the heavens, as if it could devour the sky itself. At that moment, every soul could feel the immense, unyielding power, that indomitable spirit of Decia. At that moment, the youthful innocence disappeared from the faces of the boys and girls standing before Lin Fan. It was replaced by determination and resolve. They had transformed into true members of the Godslayer army, warriors Lin Fan recognized, ready to sacrifice their lives for Decia. Lin Fan spoke in a deep, commanding voice. Remember the choice you've made. You no longer fear death. So what are gods who dare to demand our submission? From now on, remember one thing. Fight and die for Decia. For Decia, we fight and die. They shouted in unison, their battle spirit blazing like fire. Lin Fan's gaze swept across each face, engraving them into his memory. He knew all too well that in the near future, these faces might vanish one by one. But he would never forget them, just as he could never forget the blood-soaked past. Many believed that the strongest defense of Decia was the steel fortress under construction. But Lin Fan knew the truth. The real defense was these people standing before him, and warriors like them, driven by unwavering conviction. This invisible shield was more unyielding than steel, more impregnable than any fortress. As long as even one of them stood, not even the gods could set foot in Decia. This was precisely why Lin Fan had brought only the Godslayer army into this place. They had fought, witnessed death, and watched comrades fall. They understood that they might fall at any moment, but they also knew why they fought and died. Growth always came with pain, and a sharp blade could only be forged through the tempering of death. Lin Fan slowly bowed deeply to these young warriors. Remember how you feel at this moment. It is my honor to fight alongside you. You are now true members of the Godslayer army. Together, we will fight and die for Decia. The young warriors returned the bow in unison. We fight and die for Decia. That phrase became the rallying cry of the Godslayer army. It was not elegant or poetic, and it carried a harsh finality. Yet, it was powerful and direct, encapsulating the purpose of the Godslayer army and constantly reminding them of their mission. Those words would grant them the courage to draw their blades against gods and face death hidden, turning them into a truly lethal force. Give them a proper burial, a young man suddenly suggested. The compassionate monk softly whispered, Umitba, I shall chant prayers to guide the spirits of the 3 benefactors. Lin Fan shook his head. Not yet, he said, his voice turning cold. There may still be more sacrifices to come. He turned his gaze toward the deeper darkness of the cave. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed through the cavern. Roar! Heavy, thunderous footsteps reverberated as the entire Tianshan mountain quaked. Godslayer army, prepare for battle. Lin Fan raised his green dragon crescent blade. its edge gleaming with a chilling light, and took his place at the front. The footsteps grew louder, closer, as if some colossal beast was storming toward them in fury. Just as the Godslayer army finished forming their battle lines, a massive white figure surged out of the darkness, its razor-sharp claws striking straight at Lin Fan. The figure was gargantuan, towering over 10 meters high like a 5 or 6-story building, making the spacious cave feel cramped. Weak prey, how dare you kill my kin? The towering snow beast roared as it charged at Lin Fan and the Godslayer army. Your kin? Lin Fan sneered. The ones you killed were my people. Godslayer army, attack! In an instant, Lin Fan surged forward, his blades singing like a dragon as dazzling arcs of light slashed toward the snow beast's massive body. Simultaneously, the Godslayer army, fueled by overwhelming fury, launched their assault. Flames roared, ice spears bristled, and wooden posts transformed into dragons. Warriors with strength-based abilities hefted ancient cauldrons and long spears, smashing them into the snow beast with unrelenting force. Dao Wanqian pressed both palms downward, shouting, "Exterminate the immortal, slay the demon." The sword of immortals vanished into thin air, only to reappear alongside the dragon-like blade arcs right before the snow beast's eyes. The disciple of the Confucian sect wielded his brush, and a surge of majestic literary energy soared into the sky. Under the master's hand, radiant golden characters materialized, embodying the will of heaven and earth. Life is what I desire. Righteousness is also what I desire. If I cannot have both, I will give up life for righteousness. As the words echoed through the air, the heavens roared. The golden characters, infused with the will of Decia, descended like a thunderous strike upon the snow creature. Meanwhile, a monk of the Buddhist sect, clad in a resplendent kasaya and holding a 9-ringed staff, moved with the grace of a blazing sun. Surrounded by clouds of virtuous merit, he surged forward, the staff bearing the weight of 1,000 mountains, smashing down upon the snow creature's head. In a flash, the starry night vanished, and a figure melded into the shadows like ink dissolving into air. The Yuchang's sword tore through the darkness, streaking toward the snow creature like a meteor. This was the full-force assault of the Godslayer Armida Xia's furious roar. With an earth-shattering explosion, the ground quaked and mountains trembled. The massive snow creature leader was sent flying by the devastating strike, its tough body riddled with ghastly wounds. White fur was soaked in blood as it collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. Its gaze locked onto the young man approaching slowly. Food, the snow creature croaked weakly. Lin Fan stood expressionless before the creature, his voice cold and resolute. What stands before you is no food. Remember our name, Decia, the Godslayer army. The azure dragon blade trembled violently as Lin Fan raised it, ready to strike. At the critical moment, the snow creature's grotesque face twisted into a sinister grin. With a sudden motion, it pulled out a massive lotus from beneath itself. The snow-white petals radiated an icy chill and a sacred light, illuminating the entire cave in an instant. Lin Fan's eyes narrowed slightly. The Tianshan snow lotus. Seizing the moment of Lin Fan's distraction, the severely injured and dying snow creature summoned its last ounce of strength and shoved the snow lotus into its mouth, chewing hungrily. Are you insane? Lin Fan was stunned by its actions. The snow creature, though powerful, was in a severely weakened state, incapable of withstanding the immense energy of the Tianshan snow lotus. Consuming it would surely result in its body exploding. In the blink of an eye, an overwhelming aura erupted. The snow creature leader let out an agonizing roar as its massive form swelled uncontrollably, muscles writhing beneath its skin. Its fatal wounds healed visibly, and a soothing energy coursed through its body. Weak prey, the snow creature bellowed, its blood-red eyes blazing with fury. Daring to kill my kin even if I die, I will avenge my kind and kill you food. On the brink of self-destruction, the snow creature's eyes gleamed with unbridled madness, locking onto Lin Fan with an intent to tear him apart. Lin Fan stared expressionlessly at the howling beast, waiting for it to self-destruct. However, in the very next moment, his pupils contracted sharply. The Yeti leader's body swelled to its limit under the strain of agony, but did not explode as expected. Instead, its massive form rapidly shrank in an instant. Its towering frame, once over 10 meters tall, collapsed down to a mere 3 or 4 meters, as if a 5-story building had suddenly compressed into a single floor. Despite its smaller size, the oppressive aura it exuded grew even more intense, transforming from the weight of a colossal mountain into the unyielding hardness of a diamond. The Yeti's appearance also underwent a startling transformation. Its once white fur turned silver, gleaming with a luminous sheen under the light. Its skin became translucent, like flawless jade, and its muscles grew sharply defined, their contours visible even beneath its fur. Only its grotesque face and razor-sharp fangs served as a grim reminder that this was no work of art, but an even deadlier adversary. Revenge? The Yeti leader roared, its blood-red eyes blazing with fury, its voice echoing like thunder. Funny, so do I, Lin Fan sneered coldly. Without hesitation, he gripped his blade and charged forward. He knew all too well that he couldn't afford to give his opponent time to adjust to its new form. The azure dragon blade sliced through the air, leaving a sharp arc that howled like a dragon's roar. The Yeti didn't dodge or evade. Instead, it lunged directly at him. Its speed was astonishing, closing the distance in the blink of an eye to clash head-on with Lin Fan's blade. The crisp sound of metal meeting claws resounded, and before it had fully faded, Lin Fan's body was sent hurtling backward like a severed kite, crashing heavily to the ground. That single exchange proved that the Yeti's strength now far surpassed Lin Fan's. Not only had it blocked the azure dragon crescent blade with one claw, but its other claw had also left a deep, bone-revealing gash across Lin Fan's chest. Blood quickly soaked through his battle armor. Lying on the ground, Lin Fan stared in disbelief at the monstrous creature before him. He couldn't comprehend how this Yeti, freshly awakened, could withstand the power of the heavenly mountain snow lotus. Then, he noticed a strand of gold appearing amidst the silver of the Yeti's fur, and an aura beyond the mortal realm began to emanate from its savage frame. Impossible, Lin Fan muttered, his voice trembling. You were forcefully awakened. You haven't even had time to feed. How can you possibly endure the power of the snow lotus? The Yeti leader loomed over Lin Fan, a chillingly grotesque smile spreading across its hideous face. Who said I didn't eat while I slept? It rasped, its voice hoarse and sinister. Food can also come from one's own kind. You humans, so weak and naive, babbling about protecting your kin. How could you possibly understand the exquisite taste of devouring your own? Lin Fan's pupils contracted again at its words. The truth of his miscalculation hit him like a hammer. This Yeti had been ruthless enough to feed on its own kind, sustaining itself through its long slumber. The nutrients from its kin had allowed it to endure the overwhelming energy of the heavenly mountain snow lotus. In that moment, Lin Fan finally understood. No wonder this creature had stood by and watched as the other Yetis were slaughtered, only revealing itself now. The carcasses of its kin had been its intended feast all along. It had deliberately allowed them to die. Looks like now, you understand, the Yeti growled, stepping closer to Lin Fan. It raised its claw high, poised to deliver a fatal blow. As Lin Fan lay there, moments away from being torn apart, the members of the Godslayer Corps finally snapped out of their shock. With furious cries, they charged at the Yeti, determined to save their commander at any cost. Protect the commander, you damned beast. Your kind isn't meant to be eaten, kin are meant to be protected. Defend the boss. The Great Xia will never fall to a monster like you. The Godslayer Corps members hurled themselves at the terrifying Yeti with reckless abandon, unleashing every ounce of strength they had. Their fearless courage wasn't just because Lin Fan was their commander, it was because they refused to let their humanity be trampled by a creature as monstrous as this. At this moment, it was as if an invisible line had been drawn between the members of the Godslayer army and the snowman, dividing civilization from savagery. Their eyes burned with rage, not for any other reason, but because Lin Fan was one of their own. The mark of a civilized society lies in its ability to protect its own kind. Only savage creatures prey on their own. This was a fierce clash between reason and primal instinct. For the people of Decia, no matter their status or position, they shared a bond of blood as kin. They held firmly to the belief that they could never stand idly by while one of their own was slaughtered. Even in the face of a god, they would rise up and fight to protect their brethren. With a thunderous roar that shook the heavens, the awakened ones unleashed their full power. Raging flames roared through the air, sharp ice spears whistled past, massive wooden pillars came crashing down, and heavy boulders rained like a storm. Each ability user pushed their powers to the limit, burning away their very life force in a desperate bid. At the same time, ancient relics of Decia, such as the Jusian sword and the fish intestine sword, flew toward the snowman, their cold gleam tracing arcs in the air. Yet, despite the overwhelming assault, the snowman stood unflinching, undaunted. With a single punch, it unleashed an unimaginable force that swept across the battlefield. The roaring flames were instantly extinguished, the ice spears shattered into fragments, and the boulders were reduced to dust. Even the sharpest of ancient relics proved useless against its skin, reinforced by the power of the Tianshan snow lotus. The members of the Godslayer army at the front lines were struck by the residual shockwave, sent hurtling backward like broken kites. This scene vividly illustrated the insurmountable chasm between gods and mortals. Though the snowman had only just acquired a divine body and was not yet a true deity lacking godly powers, divine techniques, or a divine domain, it possessed the body of a first-tier god. A godly body. every cell in its being brimmed with divine power. Dao Wanqian crashed heavily to the ground, coughing up a mouthful of blood as his strength waned rapidly. The Zhuxian sword was embedded in the ground beside him, trembling faintly, as if mourning its master's plight. The snowman looked down at the frail humans from its towering stance, its jagged teeth glinting menacingly under the moonlight. In a hoarse, chilling voice, it spoke slowly. You are nothing but food. Even with your so-called weapons, you lack claws, fangs, and the wild, primal strength of muscle. Food armed with weapons is still food. The snowman struck again, its fist flashing like a bolt of white lightning, sending the members of the Godslayer army who had rushed to rescue Lin Fan flying through the air. The glowing characters and fragments of Buddha's light shattered into countless specks, scattering like the remnants of a broken dream. The snowman turned, its crimson eyes locking onto Lin Fan with a mocking glint. Its hoarse voice dripped with scorn. It seems they care deeply about saving you. Is this what you call protecting your comrades? Its grotesque face twisted into a sinister grin. In that case, it'll make sure they watch you die in agony, completely powerless to save you. Before the words had fully left its mouth, the snowman retracted its claws, raising its massive fists high above its head like twin hammers. The air howled as they descended with divine power, crashing down toward Lin Fan. Boom. Crack. Lin Fan felt an overwhelming force rip through his body, as if his internal organs were being churned to pulp. His bones emitted a sickening crack, the sound sharp enough to set teeth on edge. Even his demigod physique was no match for the sheer might of a god. Boom, boom, boom. The snowman roared like a mad beast, its fists raining down in a relentless barrage. Under the storm of blows, Lin Fan's body was smashed into the ground like a broken sack, his flesh mangled and bloodied. The Godslayer army members charged at the snowman with reckless desperation, trying to halt the one-sided massacre. Yet their strength was laughable in the face of divine power. Each attack ended the same way, with the snowman swatting them aside with a single blow. This was a power no human could hope to defy. The snowman seemed intent on making the Godslayer army witness Lin Fan's demise. Each time it sent them flying, it returned to pounding Lin Fan with its colossal fists. It wasn't in a rush to end Lin Fan's life. It wanted these humans to watch their comrade die inch by inch. It aimed to crush their spirits, to shatter the monument of hope that humanity clung to. Boom, boom, boom. Under the ceaseless onslaught, Lin Fan's breathing grew fainter. Blood poured from his mouth and nose, his body on the verge of being reduced to a lifeless pulp. Suddenly, the snowman paused its assault. It loomed over Lin Fan's nearly unconscious form, its voice commanding and filled with derision. Admit it. Admit that you're nothing more than food. Weak humans, as long as you acknowledge your place as food, it'll let you live. Lin Fan lay in a pool of his own blood, too weak to even lift a finger. His eyes were dull, his voice so faint it was almost inaudible. Admit humans are your food and it'll survive? Fine. I admit it, humans. The snowman's sinister grin widened. But in the next instant, Lin Fan's dim eyes suddenly ignited with fiery determination. Summoning every ounce of strength, he let out a hoarse, defiant roar. Humans will always stand above creatures like you. You can kill me, but you'll never defeat humanity. And you'll never destroy the spirit of Decia, the spirit of mankind. The snowman's fury erupted, its roar echoing like thunder. It clenched its fists and raised them high, preparing to deliver the final blow to end Lin Fan's life. Lin Fan stared death in the face, his eyes unwavering and fearless. The people of Decia will never be your livestock. Even in death, my will remains unbroken. At that very moment, the azure dragon crescent blade in Lin Fan's hand began to tremble. The dragon etched upon it seemed to come alive, roaring as it surged into Lin Fan's body, coiling around his arm in an ethereal display. A power that transcended time surged through Lin Fan, imbued with unyielding resolve and an indomitable spirit that defied the heavens. A majestic laughter echoed through the air, rolling like a dragon's roar. On the brink of death, yet your heart remains steadfast for the Han. Resolute and unyielding, this is the mark of a true hero. Loyalty and righteousness are the essence of a warrior. I, Guan Yu, the martial saint, recognize you as a worthy successor. Take my strength and vanquish this wretch. The azure dragon let out a deafening roar. The half-shattered azure dragon crescent blade in Lin Fan's hand suddenly erupted in blazing flames, as if the dormant power within had been awakened. The lingering spirit of Guan Yu, having slumbered for centuries, finally arose in this critical moment. Sensing the danger, the snowman froze mid-strike, its fists halting in midair. It leapt back dozens of meters, its crimson eyes filled with confusion and fear as it stared intently at the human it had buried in the ground. In that instant, the food it had mocked radiated an aura that instinctively terrified it. Under the snowman's horrified gaze, Lin Fan, who had been on the brink of death, slowly reached out with his right hand, gripping the earth firmly. He pushed himself up from the ground, leaning on the blade as he rose to his feet, once more to confront the snowman. Lin Fan stood tall like an unyielding monument, indomitable and resolute. A majestic azure dragon coiled around his body, letting out a deep, guttural roar. The power and will emanating from the green dragon crescent blade surged into Lin Fan, mending his shattered bones in an instant. His damaged organs and meridians were restored in the blink of an eye. A sharp, overwhelming blade intent encircled him, emanating a chilling force. The essence of the blade's intent echoed in Lin Fan's heart. Even when the odds are insurmountable, laugh and press forward. If gods block your path, carve your way through them. A deep, resonant voice reverberated in his mind. Though you are as weak as a feeble chick, I, Guan, acknowledge you. In that instant, Lin Fan and the green dragon crescent blade became one. It was no longer a mere weapon, it was his will, the will of Decia. Though still a demigod in form, Lin Fan exuded an aura so formidable that even gods would tremble before him. It was the will of humanity, a force that transcended divine power, a defiant, unyielding spirit that struck fear into the hearts of gods, the unbreakable will of Decia. This spirit spanned millennia, resonating with the legendary warrior saint who once passed 5 checkpoints and slew 6 generals. Behind Lin Fan, a phantom figure began to materialize. A towering man, 9 feet in height, with a 2-foot-long beard. His face was as red as a ripe date, his lips as if painted with crimson, eyes like blazing phoenixes, and brows thick as silkworms. His appearance was dignified and awe-inspiring. Clad in a striking green general's robe, he held the green dragon crescent blade in reverse grip. His gaze was resolute and unyielding, as if no one, not even the gods, could stand in his way. Behind the phantom figure, 2 golden characters gleamed brilliantly. Wusheng warrior saint. Guan Yu. Lin Fan slowly lifted his head, the green dragon blade firm in his grasp, his eyes locking onto the trembling yeti leader. A cold smirk spread across his face as he spoke. You're right. We people of Decia don't have claws or fangs. But we possess something you beasts could never understand, the will to protect Decia. The will to sacrifice for our people. That is our greatest weapon, not guns, not swords, but this unshakable will. The will to fight and die for Decia. Blade intent surged violently around Lin Fan, splitting the earth beneath his feet as if cleaved by an invisible sword. His voice thundered like the roar of a dragon and the cry of a blade, shaking the heavens. You mindless beasts who only know how to devour, do you dare face the might of humanity? With the green dragon blade in hand, Lin Fan advanced step by step toward the yeti leader, who now wielded the powers of a god. Behind him, the phantom of the warrior saint followed in perfect stride, its blade intent vast and boundless, like oceans boiling over. Come, beast. Witness the will of Decia. Lin Fan roared as he charged forward. Lin Fan gripped his blade and walked toward the snowman. At first, his steps were steady and composed, but they quickly picked up speed. After 10 steps, he was sprinting. By 20, his figure was a blur. A force was building within him, growing stronger with every stride. At 30 steps, Lin Fan transformed into a piercing streak of light, sharp as a blade, unstoppable as a dragon. The ground cracked beneath his feet, the air around him distorted. This was the power of the Bladian infinite intent embedded in his every move. Though the human body has limits, the will knows none. Lin Fan had finally earned the recognition of the azure dragon blade. The blade trembled in his hand, resonating with him. Kid, take the blade. A voice filled with laughter echoed across time. The hidden sharpness of the azure dragon blade, concealed for centuries, was fully unleashed. Its intent merged with Lin Fan's spirit, the will of the legendary warrior, Guan Yu. Lin Fan became one with the azure dragon, letting out a thunderous roar as he charged at the snowman. Behind him, the spectral figure of Guan Yu grew more vivid, his blade raised high as he joined the charge. Guan Yu, the martial saint, had once ridden alone for thousands of miles, cutting through 5 passes and slaying 6 generals to protect the Han dynasty. Now, he had chosen to lend his will to a young warrior, who would travel far to slay the snowman and protect the Xia dynasty. The snowman, possessing the body of a god, was struck by fear. Instinct told it that death was inevitable. Only when Lin Fan was nearly upon it did it snap out of its terror, letting out a deafening roar. Its massive legs tensed, launching its beastly form toward Lin Fan, razor-sharp claws aimed at his face. Lin Fan leaped high into the air, the azure dragon blade vibrating with a resonant hum, as clear and fierce as a dragon's roar. This was the roar of Xia's dragon. The blade's light slashed downward with unrelenting force, meeting the snowman's charge heat. Man and beast collided, a clash between will and savagery, between humanity and primal brutality. In this moment, Lin Fan's mind held only one word: kill. His will was wilder than the beast's instincts and purer than its primal drives. Lin Fan and the blade became one. Like an azure dragon, he pierced through the snowman's body and landed steadily behind it. The snowman stood frozen, its eyes vacant. All it had seen was the vision of a dragon charging toward it, transforming into a dazzling blade of light, a blade that had endured centuries of time in the Xia dynasty, growing larger in its final moments. A single drop of blood fell to the ground. The blade in Lin Fan's hand dripped with crimson. Instinct and savagery would always pale before true will. Lin Fan turned around to see the snowman's eyes widen in shock, its face twisting in terror. It tried to roar but could make no sound. Its massive, razor-sharp claws fell to the ground as a thin line of blood traced down from its head. The enormous body split apart, collapsing with a thunderous crash, spraying blood in all directions. Its expression of despair froze in place. The air fell silent. Behind Lin Fan, the spectral figure of Guan Yu slowly faded. Lin Fan spun around abruptly, bent low, and cupped his blood-stained hands in a gesture of respect and gratitude. His face, smeared with blood, was filled with reverence. Lin Fan thanks the martial saint for lending me your blade. His voice trembled, carrying the depth of his emotions. This was Guan Yu, the martial saint, whose name was synonymous with loyalty and righteousness through the ages. He had once warmed wine as he slew Hua Xiong, defeated Yan Liang and Wen Chou, and crossed 5 passes, slaying 6 generals to restore the Han dynasty. His loyalty and righteousness far surpassed his martial prowess. Moments ago, a fragment of Guan Yu's soul, lingering within the azure dragon blade, had acknowledged Lin Fan and lent him its power. It had bestowed upon him the blade intent of loyalty and righteousness, of force so powerful it could wound even a divine being. How could Lin Fan not be overwhelmed with gratitude? However, as Guan Yu's fading figure gazed at the kneeling Lin Fan, he let out a huff of disapproval. Too weak, far too weak. A mere show-off. No better than a clumsy chicken or a mangy dog. With such pitiful strength, you've sullied the blade. The figure of Guan Yu materialized before Lin Fan, exuding an air of authority and pride. The martial saint reflected on his illustrious achievements, his voice deep and resonant with power. Back then, I followed my elder brother, slew Yan Liang, vanquished Wen Chou, crossed 5 passes, and defeated 6 generals. His sharp gaze swept over Lin Fan, carrying a trace of disdain. You are far too weak. With such meager strength, how dare you claim to be worthy of becoming my successor? Lin Fan opened his mouth to argue but fell silent, overwhelmed by the memory of a scene he had witnessed in the future. The newly awakened Guan Yu, standing alone against Apollo, the sun god, to protect the retreating citizens of Decia. The divine being, radiating a golden holy light as an 18th-tier deity, had nearly been felled by Guan Yu's blade. The martial saint of the East, his reputation was truly well-earned. Mei Rangong is right, Lin Fan murmured, unconsciously using the revered title. Hearing the words Mei Rangong, a faint smile flickered across Guan Yu's face as he instinctively stroked his long beard. His tone softened. Though you are weak, you remind me of myself in the past, when I swore to stand by my elder brother and restore the Han dynasty. From this day forth, you shall be my successor. If fate allows, bring this blade to my resting place, and I shall grant you a great opportunity. Lin Fan suddenly chuckled and said, the martial saint's 3 strikes 1 slash over a cup of warm wine? The atmosphere froze for a moment. Guan Yu's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Lin Fan. You? How do you know about that? I once had the honor of fighting alongside you, Lin Fan sighed. But alas, at that time, I wasn't strong enough. I could only watch as you. Guan Yu seemed to grasp the meaning behind Lin Fan's words. His tone grew complex as he said, so, in the future, even after I awaken, I still fail to protect the Han dynasty from the invading deities, is that it? I've come back to change all of that, Lin Fan replied softly. After a moment of silence, Guan Yu suddenly burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha, that's right. Change it all. A true man acts even in the face of impossibility. What's the harm in giving one's life for the Han dynasty? You are indeed worthy of being my successor. At that moment, Guan Yu's spectral form began to fade. The towering figure looked down at Lin Fan, his phoenix eyes filled with approval. His voice carried the weight of an elder's guidance. Listen, boy. This fragment of my soul can teach you little. But as my successor, I leave you with 2 pieces of advice. First, protect the Han dynasty at all costs. Second, be cautious, extremely cautious. Never grow arrogant, and never act recklessly. I once lost everything to pride and overconfidence, disappointing my elder brother and dooming the Han dynasty. Never let arrogance or a fleeting sense of luck betray the trust of those who believe in you. Never let those you vow to protect fall into despair. The ethereal figure of Guan Yu gazed at Lin Fan, a trace of sorrow flashing in his eyes. This was the revered war saint, the proud and noble beautiful beard, who once stood invincible against all under heaven. Yet now, a single phantom tear slid down his face. The loss of Jingzhou remained an eternal scar, an unerasable regret. Youth, remember this. Guan Yu's voice was deep and resolute. Lin Fan nodded solemnly. I promise you, as long as I stand, the borders of the Han will never be breached. Behind him, the members of the Godslayer army echoed in unison, their voices firm and unwavering. We promise, as long as we stand, the borders of the Han will never be breached. Guan Yu looked at the determined yet youthful faces of the group, and he laughed with pride. His increasingly translucent figure patted Lin Fan on the shoulder, as if passing on a sacred duty to the next generation. I, Guan Yu, believe in you. His laughter echoed as his protective spirit, long guarding the Decia kingdom, gradually faded from sight. Farewell to the war saint of Decia, Guan Yunchong, Lin Fan shouted, his voice filled with both grief and resolve. Around him, the Godslayer army members bloodied, battered, yet steadfast raised their voices in unison despite their injuries. Farewell to the war saint of Decia, Guan Yunchong. The last remnants of the phantom disappeared, and the fearsome aura of Lin Fan's blade and tint began to dissipate. The members of the Godslayer army looked upon the blood-soaked young man, seeing in him an unyielding monument, a symbol of hope that would never crumble. Lin Fan sheathed his blade and declared loudly, Godslayer army, victory in battle. Victory in battle. The Godslayer army echoed as one. Even Dao Wanqian, typically calm and composed, joined in softly. The tension that had gripped the air finally eased, and several severely injured youths collapsed on the spot. Lin Fan immediately issued orders. Healing team, treat the wounded immediately. Draw blood samples from the snowman leader for Elder Chen. Then, burn these snowman corpses. Summon the 3 Godslayer squads and 300 Special Forces soldiers stationed outside to enter. Without hesitation, Chike summoned her flames, engulfing the snowman corpses in a blazing inferno. The crackling fire consumed the white fur, turning it to ash, while the flesh sizzled and released an eerie, unsettling aroma that filled the cavern. For Lin Fan and his comrades, this scent did not stir hunger but instead ignited a deep, seething hatred. These snowmen had grown strong by devouring countless innocent Dacia citizens. As the flames receded, one Godslayer army member stared at the bodies of his 3 fallen comrades. With clenched teeth, he lunged at the snowman leader's corpse. Eat them, these damned beasts, he shouted, tearing off a piece of flesh with his teeth. Even in death, you won't escape our wrath. Those who feast on humans will themselves be devoured. Eat their flesh, or their skin. Others growled, their eyes bloodshot as they joined in, channeling their rage into this act of vengeance. Outside the cavern, the reinforcements' 3 squads of Godslayer army members arrived and froze momentarily at the sight before them. Then, as if driven by the same fury, they too joined in the frenzied consumption. Some even shattered the snowmen's bones with their weapons to consume the marrow. When Situ Hung led her team into the scene and grasped what was happening, her eyes turned red with fury. She issued her command with a voice trembling with emotion. Leave nothing behind. I want every last piece of these beasts to be consumed by Dacia's people. She paused before adding, and remember, the victims these snowmen captured and consumed were mostly villagers from the surrounding 10 or so towns. Send someone to gather all the villagers nearby. The command echoed through the valley. Have them identify the bodies that haven't been devoured yet, and then, before the sentence was completed, a chilling wave swept over everyone present. Bring them in too. This is a grudge for all of Decia. Only by tearing apart the flesh of these beasts and swallowing their bones can we avenge the hatred of our land. Lin Fan had already begun. Like a wild beast, he tore into the snowman's flesh, his teeth grinding against the bones with a spine-chilling sound. The flesh was far from palatable. Even with the enhancement of the Tianshan Snow Lotus, it remained difficult to consume. Yet Lin Fan seemed possessed, devouring mouthfuls and even crushing the bones into fragments. The essence of the Tianshan Snow Lotus coursed through Lin Fan's body, healing his injuries and cleansing his flesh. His muscles grew more powerful, his bones stronger than ever. Using the snowman's flesh as a conduit, the energy of the Snow Lotus became gentler, greatly enhancing its absorption efficiency. Suddenly, a crisp crack resounded. It wasn't just Lin Fan. Members of the first squad of the God-slaying army, including Dao Wanqian and Mo Buji, also felt the same resonance within their bodies. Their damaged foundations, under the miraculous effect of the Tianshan Snow Lotus, not only healed but became more refined and transparent. In that moment, Lin Fan's strength surged dramatically, leaving him just a step away from godhood. Boom, boom. Successive sounds of breakthroughs echoed as some members of the God-slaying army advanced to new realms. Yet no one showed any joy. Their eyes burned with a hatred that ran deep. Damn these beasts. crush their bones, tear out their hearts. Furious roars erupted one after another. Meanwhile, the villages at the foot of Tianshan and along its slopes suddenly erupted into chaos. Phones rang incessantly, and the once quiet settlements became a flurry of noise. What? Snowmen? The legendary snowmen are real? You're saying the god-slaying army went to the peak of Tianshan to kill snowmen? Why would they kill snowmen? Aren't they supposed to be the sacred creatures of Tianshan? Questions of confusion were quickly drowned out by furious outbursts. Our missing loved ones. They were found in the snowmen's caves. They were captured and eaten by those beasts hiding in Tianshan. Those cursed creatures. Cries and roars of rage filled the villages. Women wept uncontrollably. Men clenched their fists, and elders leaned on their canes. Without hesitation, everyone rushed out of their homes, heading toward the towering peak of Tianshan. They didn't even stop to grab their coats, their eyes blazing with fury. At the same time, the news spread like wildfire. Media outlets, catching the scent of a major story, swarmed toward Tianshan, eager to uncover the truth. The Tianshan Mountains, usually swept by biting winds and cloaked in eerie silence, were alive with commotion on this day. Cries of sorrow and roars of anger shattered the stillness, echoing through the peaks. Villagers from nearby towns, undeterred by the high altitude and the biting cold, climbed tirelessly from the mountain's base to a plateau near its summit, braving the relentless snowfall and icy winds. Schwer! Schwer! A man shouted his missing wife's name, his voice hoarse yet unwavering. His lips were purple from the cold, but he still sprinted towards the peak. Women who usually spent their days washing and preparing vegetables now struggled up the snowy mountain in heavy down jackets. Even an elderly man, over 80 years old, leaned on a cane as two others supported him. His trembling legs carried him upward, all the while muttering his grandson's name with determination. These ordinary citizens of Daxiowo usually went about their daily routines of grocery shopping, cooking, and working are now driven by a force beyond comprehension. The blizzard could not deter them, and the piercing wind could not halt their steps. It was the power of love and the resolve to protect their family that even made the mighty Tianshan tremble. When the villagers finally reached the plateau, the scene before them was harrowing. Blood stained the snow-covered ground, and the corpses of monstrous creatures from legend lay scattered. The white fur of the snow monsters mingled with the falling snow. Signs of gunfire and explosions were evident, indicating that a fierce battle had taken place. But the most horrifying sight was the group of heavily armed soldiers. They were crouched over the snow monsters' bodies, frantically gnawing on the flesh. The meat was raw. They tore at it like wild animals, crunching through bones with their teeth. This grotesque display sent a chill through the hearts of the onlookers. A woman in military uniform, her face pale and solemn, stepped forward. She was Si-Tu Hong, a commanding officer. Facing the grief-stricken villagers, her voice cracked with sorrow and guilt. "You've arrived, your loved ones, they're all inside," she said, pointing to a dark cave blasted into the mountainside. "I'm so sorry we were too late." Her words were met with heart-wrenching cries from the crowd. Schwer! Mother! Brother! The villagers screamed the names of their loved ones as they rushed toward the dark cave, tears streaming down their faces. Inside the cave, the sight was even more gruesome. A thick layer of gnawed bones covered the ground, and piles of provisions, unconsumed snow monster victims were stacked in corners. The cries of anguish filled the cavern, echoing endlessly. A man fell to his knees among the bones, picking up an intricately crafted necklace with trembling hands. Schwer! Schwer! How could this happen? The once stoic man broke down, weeping uncontrollably, unable to accept the cruel fate that had befallen his wife. Nearby, a woman in her 60s knelt beside an intact corpse. Her frail hands gently pushed against the body as she murmured, "Xiao Han, my boy, wake up, let's go home. Mama will make your favorite lamb wontons. Why are your hands so cold? Xiao Han, be a good boy. Get up, let's go home." The mournful cries reverberated through the cave, carried away by the howling winds outside. This was the sound of Daxia's sorrow, the deepest agony of losing loved ones. Some were fortunate enough to find their family members among the intact corpses, but most could only weep silently over scattered bones. Si-Tu Hong stood amidst the grieving crowd, her chest tightening painfully. Even as a seasoned soldier who had faced countless battlefields, she felt her eyes sting with tears. This grief was in her blood, shared with those who had lost everything. "I'm sorry." Si-Tu Hong suddenly bent at the waist, bowing deeply as her voice trembled. "We were too late." The cave fell silent. The sobbing villagers turned to look at the young officer. An elderly woman slowly approached her, and others followed, closing in around her. "Please, hit me," Si-Tu Hong shouted, her voice breaking. The elderly woman raised her hand, but instead of a strike, Si-Tu Hong felt a warm, frail hand rest gently on her shoulder. She looked up to see the old woman's tear-streaked face. "Young lady," the old woman said, her voice trembling but kind. They say I'm senile, but I'm not. I know Xiao Han will never come back, but I'm not confused at all. You're good children. Thank you, thank you. The old woman bowed deeply, and the men around her followed suit, bowing to Situ Hong, to the soldiers gnawing on the snow monsters, to the members of the Godslayer unit, and to Lin Fan, who stood bloodied but unyielding. Straightening up with difficulty, the old woman turned her gaze to the snow monsters' corpses. Her eyes burned with sharp intensity as she fixated on the gruesome head of one of the beasts, its fangs still bared. I know who killed Xiao Han, she said, her voice quaking with rage. It was those beasts. Those beasts killed him. They are the ones to blame. Her fury grew with every word. Xiao Han, Mama will avenge you. Before anyone could react, the seemingly frail old woman lunged at the hideous snow monster's head with the ferocity of a lioness protecting her cub. She sank her teeth into the beast's remains, biting and tearing at it with a primal, unrelenting rage, as if to pour all her pain and fury into this act of vengeance. In that moment, she was no longer a fragile old woman. She was a mother avenging her child, a citizen of Decia who had lost everything. She fought back against the monsters with the same brutality they had inflicted. This was no longer about morality or justice, it was the unavoidable response of someone who had lost their most precious bond. The common people no longer wept or sobbed. Their bloodshot eyes were fixed on the lifeless body of the snow creature lying on the ground. Fury burned in their gazes like a wildfire, and the flames of hatred consumed their grief. It was these beasts that killed our loved ones, someone shouted hoarsely, their voice filled with hatred. Let's avenge our families together. Like a pack of ravenous wolves, the enraged townsfolk charged at the snow creature's corpse. They had no claws, but their teeth became their sharpest weapons. Biting and tearing, their mouths and cheeks were stained red with blood. In that moment, they were more frenzied than the elite soldiers and the deity-slaying army, caring little about whether the snow creature's flesh was even cooked. The normally courteous people of Decia had transformed into the most ferocious and savage beasts. This was Dacia's revenge, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. The scene inside the cave resembled a vision of hell, filled with the sounds of roars and gnashing teeth, the air thick with the metallic scent of blood. Situ Hong hurried deeper into the cave, reaching Lin Fan and the others, who were fiercely devouring the corpse of the snow creature leader. The townspeople have joined us, she said softly. Lin Fan swallowed the snow creature leader's left eye and nodded, without hesitation preparing to dig out the right one. Watching Lin Fan's frenzied demeanor, Situ Hong hesitated, concern etched on her face. I understand the townspeople eating the snow creatures out of anger, but these creatures, Lin Fan interrupted her. It's fine. Eating them won't cause mutations. After all, these beasts are just animals from Earth, not gods. With blood-soaked hands, he dug out the snow creature's massive right eye. Let them eat. These beasts killed their families, let them eat these beasts in return. The military won't stop them. With that, he took a fierce bite out of the enormous eyeball. Situ Hong nodded in understanding, her worries easing. Meanwhile, a live streamer excitedly held up her phone as she climbed Tianshan Mountain. Hey, followers, she panted. Those who know me know him from the western regions. Today, I suddenly heard that the Dacia government has sent the deity-slaying army and special forces here to Tianshan. Apparently, they're here to kill the Tianshan snow creatures. This news caused her livestream viewership to skyrocket to 30 million, with her follower count jumping from 20,000 to 500,000. She silently congratulated herself for catching on to a trending topic and resolved to keep the momentum going. Struggling up the snowy slopes, she exaggeratedly complained, "Oh my gosh, it's so cold here. The snow is freezing, and the wind is biting. I'm about to freeze to death. How is anyone supposed to climb such a high mountain?" However, viewer numbers began to dip as comments flooded the screen. Hurry up, we're not here to watch you. Yeah, get to the top and film already. Didn't you say the deity-slaying army is fighting snow creatures? Stop whining. Soldiers are up there fighting, and you can't even climb a mountain? Of course, there were also supportive messages. Ah, poor thing, stay strong. Sending hugs. You're so brave to endure the freezing wind. Noticing the drop in viewers, she stopped complaining and focused on climbing. As she hiked, she muttered, I really don't understand why the deity-slaying army would come to a place like this. It's so high, so cold, why bother? My legs are going numb from walking. Oh, and I heard they're here to kill snow creatures? Could the legendary snow creatures really exist? Even if they do, aren't they rare and valuable? Shouldn't they be considered national treasures of Dacia? Why kill them? Isn't the deity-slaying army overreacting? Are they just doing this for publicity? Her every comment stirred up reactions from viewers, leading to a surge in engagement. Finally, after a long climb, she reached the summit. Followers, after a grueling trek, I've finally made it to the top. Please give me a round of applause. I'm so moved by my own determination. I did all this for you. Now, Let's see what's really going on here. The next moment, she froze, utterly stunned by the scene before her. The mountaintop was a battlefield. Bullet holes scarred the rocks, caves were blasted apart, and the snow was littered with the bodies of snow creatures. Torn apart by bullets, their remains were scattered across the ice and snow, with blood staining the white terrain. Even more horrifying, some special forces soldiers and civilians had gone mad, devouring the corpses of the snow creatures like deranged beasts. The live streamer stood motionless for a moment before theatrically covering her eyes in feigned horror. In an exaggerated tone, she cried out, "Oh my God! Why did they kill these snow creatures? And they're eating them. This is genocide. It's pure evil. It's outrageous. Snow creatures are so adorable. Why are we eating them? They're national treasures." Her camera panned to the gruesome scene, broadcasting it to her audience. Viewers, who had been stirred up by her commentary, were now equally shocked, flooding the chat with comments. "Oh my God, how could the deity-slaying army be so cruel? And the civilians, are they insane? Why would they do this to national treasures? This is a massacre. Using guns against them, this is an unfair slaughter." The scene before them was utterly horrifying. On the platform, heavily armed special forces soldiers and ordinarily gentle civilians alike had turned into frenzied beasts. Their mouths were smeared with blood as they tore into the corpses of the snowmen, their eyes bloodshot, and their heavy breaths accompanied by guttural growls of rage. The sight was akin to a zombie apocalypse. A small-time influencer, always quick to latch onto trending topics, was live-streaming the entire ordeal. Her stream's popularity skyrocketed within moments as an influx of clueless viewers flooded the comments section. "Oh my God, the Shuriken army is so cruel. Snowmen are so adorable. We need to protect them. Exactly. These are legendary creatures, rarer than pandas, aren't they?" Sensing the momentum she had stirred up, the influencer seized the opportunity. "My dear viewers, I know you can't stand this horrible scene either. I feel it's my duty to stop them." Holding her phone high, she marched resolutely toward the group devouring the snowmen's remains. Her face bore an expression of compassion and sorrow, as if she were a saint descending upon the chaos. "Stop," she shouted. "How can you behave like animals, feasting on these snowmen? They're national treasures, rare creatures. Shuriken army, how can you be so uncivilized? Get up, all of you, and apologize to them. You owe these snowmen an apology." But no one paid her any attention. A few civilians, mid-bite, raised their heads to look at the petite girl. Their bloodshot eyes were devoid of emotion. Apologize? Impossible. They wanted nothing more than to tear these snowmen who had robbed them of their loved ones apart, piece by piece. When no one responded, the influencer gritted her teeth and pointed accusingly at them. "You've gone too far. You better shut up." A low, menacing voice echoed from deep within the cave. Lin Fan emerged, his face grim. He could hardly believe it. After the special forces and Shuriken army had just fought a life-and-death battle against the snowmen in the cave, barely surviving, this woman had the audacity to show up and scold them, and to take the snowmen's side? It was absurd, worse than the snowmen themselves. "I won't shut up." The influencer's voice wavered as she recognized Lin Fan, the man who had once slain Jiang Chun on national television. Fear flickered in her heart, but she held her phone up defiantly. "Dear viewers, look at this. The military is so cruel, they're even silencing us. We must stand against this oppression. We must speak for the weak." Lin Fan's expression darkened further. Without warning, he grabbed her by the collar. "Come with me." Ignoring her protests, he dragged her toward the pitch-black cave. "What are you doing?" the influencer screamed, panic rising in her voice. "What are you going to do to me?" Lin Fan sneered inwardly. How laughable. Some risked their lives to protect their fellow citizens, while others, safely shielded, stood on moral high ground and hurled baseless accusations, all for a bit of attention and profit. Such people deserve to be condemned, and when real danger arose, these same self-righteous individuals wouldn't dare take a single step forward. "What are you doing? Is there no law here? Let me go. Stop dragging me." The influencer's voice cracked as she played up her terror for the camera. "Viewers, you're seeing this, right? The Decia military is forcibly dragging me away. I have no idea what they're planning to do to me." The livestream comments erupted in outrage. "This is outrageous. How can they just grab our host like that? Exactly. What are they planning to do? Do they think they can get away with anything just because they're in Decia? The host was just speaking out against cruelty. Now they're targeting her? Unbelievable." But Lin Fan didn't care. No matter how much the influencer cried or pleaded, he dragged her into the darkness of the cave. "Take a good look at why we had to kill those snowmen," Lin Fan barked. Inside the cave, the scene was nothing short of hellish. The ground was littered with human bones, along with fresh corpses that had clearly been gnawed on. In one corner, a pile of bodies awaited the same fate. The walls, smeared with blood, boar claw marks a haunting testament to the victim's desperate final moments. Around the cave, civilians wept as they searched through the remains, hoping to find their loved ones. The air grew heavy, suffocating. The influencer stood frozen, staring in shock at the carnage. Her livestream captured every detail of the nightmarish scene. Why are you showing me this? It's horrifying, horrifying. The influencer broke into tears, trembling as she attempted to flee. You're not going anywhere. Lin Fan grabbed her by the collar again, forcing her to face the grisly sight. He pointed at the remains and roared, "Look closely. This is why we kill snowmen. They are not national treasures. No matter how rare they are, they're monsters, vile creatures that deserve to die. Do you have any more questions?" At that moment, Lin Fan was terrifying. His clothes were soaked in blood, his eyes bloodshot, and his face and lips stained with the remnants of the snowman's flesh. The influencer cowered on the ground, trembling. It's too scary. I don't want to see this anymore. I want to leave. Please don't hurt me. Let me go. You're bullying a defenseless girl. She avoided addressing Lin Fan's accusations, refused to acknowledge her earlier behavior, and focused only on escaping the situation. Meanwhile, the tone of the livestream comments began to shift. My God, is this hell on earth? This is terrifying. Even a horror movie couldn't capture this level of dread. Those are human remains for a moment. I couldn't even breathe just looking at them. Host, you should apologize. You went too far earlier. Exactly. These so-called national treasures, I feel like tearing into them myself. Monsters. Still, some comments continued to defend the influencer. The host didn't know earlier. And besides, how can the Shershan army treat a young girl like this? She just said a few wrong words. Yeah, the Shershan army is out of line. I used to respect Lin Fan, but now I see he's just a bully, picking on a helpless girl. Unbelievable. Lin Fan's cold, stern gaze swept over the young female streamer who dared to criticize her own people while refusing to confront the harsh reality. Her voice trembled, but she stubbornly clung to her opinion. But even if these snowmen really eat people, they shouldn't be slaughtered like this. You Shershan army are too much. Her words were like a bomb, instantly igniting the tense atmosphere within the cave. The space, once filled with wails of grief and roars of anger, suddenly fell into a deathly silence. Villagers who had been searching for the remains of their loved ones slowly turned, their icy, furious eyes locking onto the naive influencer. Even those ravenously gnawing on the corpses of snowmen paused, lifting their blood-stained faces to glare at her as if they were ready to devour her alive. The air was thick with explosive tension. Suddenly, an elderly woman with a face full of wrinkles lunged at the young streamer like a feral beast, delivering a resounding slap to her face. My Xiaohan, my son is dead, and you're here pitying these snowmen? These beasts? The old woman screamed hysterically, her voice a mix of grief and rage as tears streamed from her eyes. Moments later, a burly man stormed forward, his bloodshot eyes blazing with fury. My Schwer was eaten by these monsters. Where were you, Miss Compassion, back then, and now you're speaking up for them? The other survivors quickly joined in, their voices rising in an angry crescendo. If these beasts were still alive, would you dare stand here? Would you only feel our pain if they had eaten your family? Are you even one of us? You're worse than these snowmen, you animal. Meanwhile, the live stream chat erupted with a tidal wave of fury. Sorry, I shouldn't have sympathized with the streamer earlier. What an idiot. How can someone like this be one of us? She's still playing saint at a time like this? So it wasn't your family who got eaten, huh? The Shershan army fights for us, and you're here being sarcastic? Unbelievable. All she's done is whine the whole way. The Shershan army braves the snow and battles fiercely, and you're scared just standing here. Where do you get the nerve to criticize them? Those snowmen are dead now. If they weren't, would you still play the saint and defend them? Unfollowing immediately. I strongly urge the platform to ban this heartless streamer. I already reported her. Everyone else, do what you want. Nothing more to say. Support the Shershan army. They did the right thing. I'm heading to Tianshan myself. I need to eat some snowman meat to vent my anger. Bring me a piece while you're at it. I'll pay. Overwhelmed by the flood of condemnation, the young streamer was at a loss, watching her follower count and viewer numbers plummet like a receding tide. Her eyes quickly reddened, and her voice cracked with sobs. Don't unfollow me. I was wrong. Okay? I was wrong. But the Shershan army, they shouldn't have, it's all their fault. Don't leave, please. Lin Fan, unwilling to waste any more time arguing with her, snatched the phone from her hands. He turned his blood-stained face to the camera, his expression sharp as a blade and his voice steady and resolute. You've all seen what happened here. This battle was the Shershan army's first fight. You can call us heartless. You can say we're cruel. We won't argue with you. The only thing we know is that when danger comes, we will protect you. We fight and die for Decia. Lin Fan's voice, carried through the live stream, echoed across every corner of Decia. He continued, "We fight and die for Decia. Even if some self-proclaimed saints criticize us for being ruthless, even if no one understands us, we, the Shershan army, will still protect you. Because that's why the Shershan army exists, to protect Decia and everyone in it. Criticize us, condemn us, we don't care. In the battles to come, our enemies will only grow stronger, and we will only grow more ruthless. Ruthless enough to make every enemy fear us. Ruthless enough that no one dares to invade Decia. Ruthless enough that even the gods tremble at the sound of our name, at the mention of Decia. One thing is certain, we will protect you, whether you agree or not. That is the will of the Shershan army." The live stream comments exploded in an instant. That was epic. I'm moved. The Shershan army is unstoppable. Damn it, I'm joining the Shershan army too. We will protect you, whether you agree or not, even if you call us cruel. I'm in tear. This is what it means to be a true comrade of Decia. Lin Fan's words pierced straight into the hearts of the people, igniting their passion and stirring a deep sense of unity. "Hey, Miss Virtue Signaler, do us all a favor and quit streaming, would you?" The livestream chat was in chaos, with messages flooding in like a tidal wave. Lin Fan's words had ignited the audience's emotions, and they unleashed a barrage of verbal attacks on the small-time influencer. To everyone's surprise, though, some viewers began sending gifts one after another. Virtual fireworks lit up the screen. "Well said, Commander. Long live the Godslayer army," someone shouted in the chat. "Are you out of your mind? This is that shameless streamer's channel. Why are you sending her gifts?" Another viewer questioned in disbelief. "Exactly. Letting that fake saint profit? What a joke." Despite the protests, the wave of gifts continued. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Oh, crap. I forgot this was her stream. I got so hyped by Commander Lin's words that I sent 10 super fireworks. Stop it, everyone. This is her channel. Don't let her make a dime off of us." Someone tried to intervene. Oblivious to the uproar, Lin Fan remained cold and indifferent. He glanced at the small-time influencer, tossed the phone back to her, and said icily, "Leave now. You're not welcome here." The influencer didn't dare linger. The sight of corpses and the traces of battle around her chilled her to the bone. Even more terrifying were the hostile glares from the civilians, their eyes filled with fury as if they might tear her apart at any moment. Trembling, she fled the dark cave, not stopping until she reached a safer area. But then, to everyone's surprise, her face lit up with a smile. "Looks like a lot of big spenders sent me gifts just now," she said sweetly, eagerly opening the streaming app to check her earnings. What she saw left her elated. Lin Fan's harsh words had somehow translated into tens of thousands of dollars in virtual gifts. "Thank you, everyone. They'll keep working hard," she said to the camera, beaming with joy. The audience, however, reacted very differently. The chat was filled with anger and insults. "Who the hell sent those gifts? Are you out of your minds? That money wasn't for you. It was for Commander Lin and the warriors fighting for their lives. Shameless clout chaser. Greedy and fake." Yet, the influencer's smile only grew brighter. To her, fame, whether good or bad, was still fame. It meant traffic, attention, and ultimately, money. She felt triumphant. While the Godslayer army risked their lives in battle, she had simply climbed a mountain, streamed for 5 minutes, and walked away with a fortune. What a deal, she thought. Her smugness didn't last long. Suddenly, a system notification appeared on her screen. "Notice, your live stream has been flagged for serious violations. The account has been permanently banned. Additionally, all earnings from this stream will be confiscated and handed over to the state." The influencer froze, staring at the now black screen in disbelief. Her eyes burned with frustration and resentment. "What? That's my hard-earned money. Why should it go to the state?" she hissed through gritted teeth. "So what if the Godslayer army fought hard? They were just providing me with content. I climbed that mountain and braved the cold to film it. This is all Lin Fan's fault." Meanwhile, the audience erupted in celebration. "Haha, justice served. Wait, so the gifts I sent are going to the Godslayer army instead? Awesome. I'm sending 20 more. Big spenders, let's go. Respect to the commander." Despite the commotion caused by the influencer, Lin Fan remained unfazed. He understood the times he lived in. Most people in Decia had a deep, unwavering love for their country, but there were always a few selfish individuals who only cared about their own gain even in the face of national crises. "Commander, this whole thing is infuriating." His deputy, C2, muttered angrily. "How about I file a report and have her arrested for spreading false information?" "No need," Lin Fan replied, taking a deep breath. "We can't afford to waste national resources on people like her. Besides, no matter what they say about us or how others see us, we will continue to protect them. That will never change." His eyes shone with determination, their light cutting through the darkness of the cave. Just then, Lin Fan's satellite phone buzzed. He glanced at the screen to see a brief message. Chunlao, come back. The first phase of the Iron Wall is set to be completed by tomorrow afternoon. You need to inspect it. In 1 week, prepare to face the gods. Lin Fan's expression grew even more serious. The countdown had begun. Only 1 week remained until the gods descended. A week later, the moment of the gods' descent finally arrived. Lin Fan took a deep breath, a determined glint flashing in his eyes. Decia was ready. This time, they would face the calamity that haunted their memories. Lin Fan turned to Sidu Hong, speaking quickly, "You're in charge of wrapping things up here. Contact the local authorities to handle the snowman corpses. Then return to the Iron Wall project immediately and prepare for battle." Situ Hong nodded in agreement and asked, "What about you?" "I'm heading back now," Lin Fan replied curtly before raising his voice to issue an order. "All members of the Godslayer army, form up." An hour later, at the Western Region Airport, the roar of an operational transport plane filled the air as it soared into the sky, carrying Lin Fan and the Godslayer army members straight to the coastal region of Ludong. At 4 p.m., the transport plane landed at a temporary military airfield. Lin Fan stepped off the aircraft briskly, followed closely by the Godslayer army members. His gaze swept over the restored figures of Xing Yi, Dao Wanqian, and other members of the Godslayer army's first squad. He spoke in a deep, commanding tone. "The Tianshan Snow Lotus is already in your bodies. Begin your cultivation immediately. In the next 7 days, I want you all in peak condition. Godslayer Army First Squad. Every one of you must reach the demigod stage within 7 days." The Godslayer Army's first squad was a team of elite warriors personally selected by Lin Fan, consisting of disciples from renowned sects or heirs of prominent families, including Xing Yi, Dao Wanqian, Mo Buji, and Master Beimin. They had trained in martial arts since childhood, pushing their physical limits to the extreme. Previously, their progress had been hindered by their natural aptitude or age. Even after practicing the Godslayer demon-slaying technique, they had been unable to reach the demigod realm. Now, with the Tianshan Snow Lotus repairing their foundations and enhancing their bodies, the perfect conditions for a breakthrough had been created. "Understood. We will reach the demigod stage." Dao Wanqian and the others responded with unwavering determination. Everyone understood that this was their final chance. Only by becoming demigods could they truly confront the gods about to descend. Lin Fan continued, "Notify all disciples under your command to assemble here immediately. Together with the soldiers, they must defend the Iron Wall and stop all the sea beast followers of the descending god." "Yes, sir." "Dismissed. Go and cultivate." Lin Fan waved them off. The Godslayer army members departed in an orderly manner, their expressions heavy with unprecedented tension. The word God was about to become a reality, and the immense pressure weighed on each of them. After making all the arrangements, Lin Fan approached Elder Chun. Elder Chen greeted him with a faint smile, but Lin Fan could see the tension and unease in his eyes. This was the final week, and everyone could feel the enormous challenge looming ahead. Lin Fan handed 3 test tubes to Elder Chun, explaining, "This is the blood of the Tianshan Snowman leader. Before he died, he consumed the Tianshan Snow Lotus, so its essence is now in his blood. I need you to analyze the components and mass-produce them within this final week. We must inject this into 50 million soldiers. Only then will they stand a chance against the followers empowered by the gods. These serums will open up their meridians, allowing them to practice the Godslayer demon-slaying technique. Time is tight, but they should at least reach the first or second rank." Elder Chun accepted the test tubes, his expression complex. "So ordinary people don't even qualify to face those followers?" Lin Fan nodded, his gaze resolute and devoid of any illusion. "No, they don't." "Understood." Elder Chun clenched the test tubes tightly. "We'll start the analysis immediately. You and Elder Jean will handle the rest. I'll dedicate everything to this task." Elder Chin knew how urgent the situation was. Administering the Tianshan Snow Lotus Serum to 50 million soldiers, even with Decia's remarkable organizational efficiency, would take 4 to 5 days. That left only 2 days for him and his research team to analyze the components and achieve mass production. It was an almost impossible mission, but there was no other choice. This was a silent battle for Decia's survival, and failure was not an option. Clad in a pristine white lab coat, Elder Chin disappeared from Lin Fan's sight, moving with purposeful urgency. Lin Fan, Elder Jean approached quickly. "The Iron Wall is nearly complete. Come with me to inspect and see if there are any areas that need adjustment. After all, you're the one who knows the enemy best." Lin Fan nodded. While he had provided the general blueprint for the Iron Wall, Elder Chin's research team had refined the details. Even though the Iron Wall in his previous life had been impressive, it still revealed weaknesses when facing the gods. Lin Fan and Elder Jean boarded a jeep and headed toward the Iron Wall. The air was thick with tension, and everyone knew that the final countdown had begun. As Lin Fan's jeep approached the steel Great Wall, he gazed out the window and caught sight of a colossal structure stretching between the heavens and the earth. The massive wall loomed like a giant beast, sprawled along the coastline, keeping the vast ocean at bay. His eyes widened, and his heartbeat quickened. This wall stood 100 meters tall, extended for 2,000 kilometers, and ran the entire length of the Jiaodong coastline. Even though Lin Fan had seen the steel Great Wall with his own eyes in his previous life, he couldn't help but feel overwhelmed once more. This was the greatest marvel in the history of human engineering, surpassing even the Great Wall and the pyramids. Taking a deep breath, he felt both the insignificance and the greatness of humanity. It was the crowning achievement of countless people from Decia, a miracle born from humanity's unity and determination. As the jeep drew closer to the steel Great Wall, soldiers and workers along the way turned their attention to Lin Fan, saluting him. "Good day, Commander," they called out, their eyes brimming with hope. At this moment, Lin Fan's prestige in Decia was second only to that of the nation's leader. Everyone knew that this once ordinary high school student was now the most crucial commander in the fight against the invasion of the divine forces. Lin Fan returned their salutes with a warm smile, though his eyes gradually reddened. Memories from his previous life flashed through his mind. Towering waves 100 meters high crashing down, sea beasts roaring, and countless civilians swept away by the water or torn apart in despair. Back then, he was just a boy hiding behind his parents. This time, I won't hide behind anyone, Lin Fan vowed, clenching his fists with unwavering resolve. "I'm ready. Decia is ready." He looked up at the sky and whispered, "I hope you're ready to meet your end." The mighty steel fortress loomed before him as Lin Fan stepped out of the vehicle, gazing up at the colossal wall that spanned the heavens and the earth. Up close, the steel behemoth that blocked the ocean left an indescribable impression of awe. To think such a monumental structure could be completed in just a month was nothing short of astonishing. However, Lin Fan had no time to marvel at the sight. He followed Elder Jean briskly toward a large gate embedded in the wall. The moment he stepped inside, he froze. The scene before him was nothing like the design he had envisioned. What should have been an interior filled with concrete and advanced materials was instead a labyrinth of intersecting corridors and meticulously arranged rooms. Soldiers moved swiftly through the narrow passageways, and the rooms served various purposes: dormitories, ammunition depots, and restrooms. Most striking of all were the densely packed elevators near the entrance. There were so many that it was overwhelming. As Elder Jean led Lin Fan toward one of the elevators, he explained in a low voice, this was Elder Chen's modification. He believed that in the face of a divine onslaught, every second counts. After 3 days of tireless work, he redesigned the interior to accommodate 50 million soldiers for stationing and training, all while maintaining the wall's structural integrity. Elder Jean went on to detail the layout of the modifications. Staircases were installed every 50 meters, 30 elevators every 100 meters, and heavy-duty hoisting platforms every 200 meters. Behind the steel wall, temporary airfields capable of launching 300 aircraft were constructed at 50-kilometer intervals. After hearing all this, Lin Fan's expression grew serious. Isn't this reckless? If the wall is breached, won't the soldiers inside have nowhere to escape? Before Lin Fan could finish, a soldier sharing the elevator suddenly spoke, his voice resolute, reporting to the commander-in-chief. As long as we stand, the wall will not fall. If the wall falls, we fall with it. We swear to live and die with the steel fortress. Lin Fan turned to look at the soldier, whose bloodshot eyes reflected unshakable determination. Deeply moved, Lin Fan remained silent. Elder Jean, his tone firm, added, this was actually a suggestion from myself and the chief commanders of all military districts to Elder Chan. It's not just these soldiers. Every level of military leadership is living and working within this wall. As long as we are alive, this wall will stand. If it falls, it will only happen over our dead bodies. We are soldiers. We cannot allow the enemy to set foot in Decia. Elder Jean placed a hand on Lin Fan's shoulder and said earnestly, you are not the only one fighting for Decia. For a moment, Lin Fan was at a loss for words. He had thought his concept of the steel fortress was audacious enough, but he had underestimated the resolve of Elder Jean, Elder Chen, and the 50 million soldiers stationed here. They had chosen to live atop the fortress, pledging to defend the nation's gates with their lives. 50 million people had entrusted their existence to this place, all for the sake of protecting their homeland and ensuring that no divine being set foot in Decia. Lin Fan felt the weight of their shared legacy, the bloodline of 5,000 years of history coursing through their veins. Looking into Elder Jin's resolute eyes, Lin Fan said no more. He simply replied, save a room for me too. The elevator ascended rapidly, soon reaching the top of the steel fortress. As the doors slid open, a breathtaking view unfolded. The vast ocean churned below, while behind them stretched the expansive lands of Decia. Standing atop the fortress, Lin Fan saw armed soldiers on high alert and workers busily installing various weapons: turrets, heavy artillery, machine guns, missile launch sites, and anti-aircraft defense systems. The steel fortress was not merely a defensive structure. It was a battleground prepared to confront the impending arrival of the divine. Taking a deep breath of the salty sea air, Lin Fan was about to walk along the wall when a familiar voice called out from behind him. Turning sharply, the sight before him left him frozen in place. Guozhua! Lin Fan exclaimed in shock. Standing before him was not only Guozhua Zhang Maoyuan, but also Shang Weitian and a gathering of Dacia's senior leaders. The Grand Elder of the Privy Council, key figures from the Ministry of Commerce, the Ministry of Resources, the Ministry of Land, and the Ministry of Security, as well as regional governors from across the nation. Nearly every influential figure was present. Lin Fan immediately tensed, his tone almost reproachful. Guozhua, why are you and everyone else here? Shouldn't you be in the capital, overseeing strategies? Zhang Maoyuan, the Guozhua, smiled kindly at Lin Fan and replied calmly, I am the Guozhua of Decia. Am I not allowed to stand on Daxia's land? Lin Fan grew even more anxious. No, that's not what I meant. I'm saying that while the gods may not descend for another week, there's no guarantee they won't appear the next moment. You should return to safety immediately. If anything were to happen to you. Zhang Maoyuan turned to gaze at the vast landscapes of Dacia behind him and the boundless sea ahead. Slowly, he spoke. In Daxia's 5,000-year history, there are few teachings for those in power. But there was one emperor who fulfilled the duty of a sovereign. In the 17th year of the Ming dynasty, Emperor Chengzhen gave his life, standing as the son of heaven to guard the nation's gates. I am no emperor, nor dare I compare myself to Chengzhen. But as a man of Dacia, I, Zhang Maoyuan, am willing to stand guard at the gates for the sake of Daxia's 1.4 billion people. Standing atop the Forthosan Mililing fortress, Zhang Maoyuan's frail and aging figure stood with hands clasped behind his back, surveying the ocean. Though his form seemed small, it was as if he had become a towering monument, standing resolutely on this land that was about to face an unparalleled calamity. This frail, aged body, though weak, seemed at this moment to merge seamlessly with the 4,000-mile-long Great Wall, standing as an unyielding monument. Guozhua stood at the highest point of the wall, his gaze firm as it swept over the regional leaders gathered behind him. The Son of Heaven guards the nation's gates. Guozhua's voice was resolute and powerful. From today onwards, all regional leaders of Dacia, starting with me, will live and work on the highest level of the wall. Together, we will defend Dacia's borders. He turned to face the raging waves, raising his voice as he swore, if the wall falls, we die. If the wall falls, we die. Behind him, the regional leaders straightened their backs. Among them were the governors of Xiyu and Ganzhou. Though their territories were far from the ocean and would not be directly affected even if the wall collapsed and the sea surged inland, they stood unwavering atop the wall, their eyes shining with determination. Because we are all Dacia people, an elder declared in a deep voice. Since the first emperor unified the land, Dacia has been one. This vast and beautiful land cannot be divided into yours and mine. If the wall falls, we will die together. Your ministers are ready to die, the other elders echoed in unison. Lin Fan stood to the side, his eyes burning as he watched this scene unfold. The emperor and his ministers, standing together to defend the nation's borders, ready to face death as one. His gaze shifted beyond the wall, to the endless expanse of the sea. Standing atop this towering wall, he felt a surge of courage rise within him, shattering the fear of the gods that had long gripped his heart. With such a sovereign, such ministers, and countless fearless Dacia people ready to face death without flinching, how could Dacia possibly fall to the gods? Lin Fan silently vowed to himself, this time, Dacia will prevail. Those blood-soaked memories from the past will never happen again. His gaze returned to the mighty Great Wall beneath his feet. This wall had not appeared in his memories, and it was the one thing he had come back to Dacia to change. History had already been altered. This time, Dacia was prepared. He turned to face Guozhua and the regional elders, saluted sharply, and declared loudly, if the gods set one foot into Dacia, I, Lin Fan, will offer my head in atonement. With that, Lin Fan turned and left, his steps firm as he walked along the wall. Elder Jean, come with me to inspect the firepower configuration. On the wall, the workers and soldiers showed no trace of fear, only unwavering determination. Lin Fan scanned the vast mountains and rivers beyond the wall, silently repeating to himself, this vast and beautiful land must be defended at all costs. Lin Fan then began meticulously inspecting and adjusting the defense arrangements. He proposed building shelter zones every 50 meters along the wall to withstand waves as high as 150 meters that the sea god might unleash. Large-caliber artillery should also be installed every 50 meters to destroy the sea god's divine domain. No need to deploy snipers, Lin Fan continued. All soldiers should be armed with rifles and heavy weaponry. Ensure an ample supply of RPG combat zone every 50 meters must be stocked with at least 100 rounds. He explained that while ordinary merfolk followers, such as the Swordfish tribe, were fast, they could be dealt with using heavy machine guns. However, for the tougher sea beast followers, like the whale tribe, even anti-material sniper rifles would be ineffective. Heavy firepower would be essential. Lin Fan also emphasized the importance of bolstering anti-air defenses, both to break apart falling waves and to counter the sea god and any flying sea beast followers. Elder Jean carefully recorded each of Lin Fan's suggestions, mentally mapping out the revised battle zone layout. Lin Fan went on to mention that space on the wall needed to be reserved for reinforcements. I've already notified Master Baimian and Emo Buji, disciples from the schools of Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism, as well as the members of Emo in Xing Luo sect, Xingyi sect warriors, and the entire Emo sect, will all assist in the defense. They are expected to arrive at the Steel Great Wall tomorrow. He added that other teams from the Godslayer army would be dispersed along the 2,000-kilometer front, operating in small groups. If the soldiers encounter particularly powerful and challenging merfolk followers, they can call on the Godslayer teams to handle them. Lin Fan briefly outlined the strength of these reinforcements. Members of the Godslayer army, after their mission in Tianshan, were approximately at the 7th rank. Disciples from other sects, having learned the Godslayer demon-slaying technique, were generally at the 5th rank. In 2 or 3 days, Elder Qin will analyze the components of the Tianshan Snow Lotus for production, Lin Fan continued. Once mass injections are available, these 50 million ordinary soldiers will also be able to practice the Godslayer demon-slaying technique. However, given the tight schedule, they will only be able to reach the 1st or 2nd rank, which is still insufficient against the Sea Beast followers. They will need to rely more on their firearms and artillery. Elder Jean noted everything down, then hesitated before asking, "And the god?" "I'll handle it with the first squad of the Godslayer army," Lin Fan replied softly. Elder Jean nodded in understanding. Lin Fan resumed his brisk patrol along the wall, carefully inspecting every detail to ensure nothing was overlooked. Even late into the night, he tirelessly worked to perfect the preparations for the imminent battle. He came to a halt. Lin Fan's sudden pause brought a wave of relief to old Jean, who had been following him tirelessly. The elderly man's legs had long since begun trembling from the journey. Fortunately, a few considerate soldiers had found him an electric cart, which made things a little easier for him. "Finally tired?" old Jean asked, panting for breath. Lin Fan shook his head slightly. "No, I just realized there's something I haven't done." "What is it?" old Jean asked, puzzled. At this point, what could possibly still need doing? How could I have forgotten him? A glimmer of light flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. Before old Jean could respond, Lin Fan leapt off the 100-meter-high city wall without hesitation. "Make the arrangements. I'm going to Mount Shu." Lin Fan's voice echoed in the air. In the night sky, the roar of a fighter jet broke through the silence as it sped toward Mount Shu. 5 hours later, during the darkest hour before dawn, Lin Fan stood atop Mount Shu. His gaze fell on a homeless man warming himself by a fire, gently stroking a wooden staff. "Come down from the mountain, Zhang Jianshan," Lin Fan said softly. "Decia needs you." The homeless man glanced up at Lin Fan, then shook his head faintly. "Why?" Lin Fan pressed. He knew that this seemingly unassuming vagrant had made a name for himself in Decia during the previous era. Tragically, he had died too early to become the nation's guardian deity. Yet, in the early days of the divine invasion, he had been a renowned demigod of Decia. Under his protection, Mount Shu had become a forbidden zone for the followers of the gods until a god descended in person. But this half-step sword deity had an eccentric quirk. "I won't leave the mountain," the homeless man chuckled, his expression slightly deranged. "I just won't." "Why?" Lin Fan asked again. In his previous life, as the commander of the allied nations, this demigod had already passed away, and Lin Fan had never met him. He knew nothing of why this man had remained steadfastly on Mount Shu. "My sword is a sword of transcendence," the homeless man said, locking eyes with Lin Fan. "I will not leave the mountain. To witness your fellow countrymen perish, to see Decia in a brutal wardowant your sword burn with rage?" Lin Fan asked, his brows furrowed. "Compared to the way of the sword, life and death are insignificant," the homeless man replied, his eyes devoid of joy or sorrow. "Life is fleeting, but the way of the sword is eternal, and the way of the sword is merciless. The deaths of my countrymen and the suffering of Decia will not disturb my sword heart. I devote myself solely to the sword, seeking only a sanctuary to nurture it." Lin Fan stood silently, gazing at the man before him. For a moment, he was at a loss for words. Lin Fan stood atop the mountain, his gaze fixed on the disheveled vagrant below. Despite the man's ragged clothing, Lin Fan keenly sensed an overwhelming and suffocating aura emanating from him. The vagrant simply ran his fingers along a wooden stick in his hand, yet it exuded an intense sword intent, as if an invisible blade hung above Lin Fan's head, forcing cold sweat to bead on his forehead. "Leave," the vagrant said lazily, picking his nose with an air of indifference. "I'm not coming down the mountain. Besides, you lot can handle it." Lin Fan took a deep breath, his expression unreadable. Then don't blame me for being disrespectful. Before his words fully landed, the azure dragon blade was unsheathed, humming with power. A surge of righteous blade intent gathered, poised to erupt. But in the blink of an eye, Lin Fan froze as if struck by lightning. To his horror, a tree branch was already pressed against his throat. It was just an ordinary branch, yet it carried a menacing aura, as though it could pierce his neck at any moment. The sharp sword energy swirling around it was so potent that a passing fly was silently sliced in half. Only then did Lin Fan realize that the one holding the branch was none other than the scruffy vagrant. His movements were so fast they defied reason. Lin Fan hadn't even seen him rise, let alone how he managed to point the branch at him. All he recalled was a flash of sword light, swift as a thunderclap. Your blade intent is commendable. If you had fully unleashed it, even I would have stepped aside, the vagrant said flatly. But you can't defeat me. Leave. You're not yet in a position to force me into the mortal world. The branch trembled slightly, a silent warning to Lin Fan. Facing a master whose strength far surpassed his own, Lin Fan's eyes flickered with determination. With a clatter, the azure dragon blade fell to the ground. To the vagrant's disbelief, Lin Fan dropped to his knees heavily. A commander? Kneeling to beg? Aren't you ashamed? The vagrant mocked with a grin. I am, Lin Fan replied, meeting the gaze of the sword sage Zhang Feng without flinching. If it were for myself alone, I'd rather die than kneel. But for Decia, for countless lives, I am willing to kneel. Please, sword sage Zhang Feng, descend the mountain. Aid Decia in resisting the gods. In his 2 lifetimes, not even the gods had made Lin Fan bow. But today, for the sake of Decia, he knelt willingly. All he asked was for the sword sage to descend the mountain and lend his strength. The flickering firelight cast shadows across the vagrant's face. My sword is one of transcendence, he said expressionlessly, looking down at Lin Fan. You're admirable, but the way of the sword is devoid of emotion. Go back. Don't ask me again. My sword will not re-enter the mortal world. Lin Fan remained kneeling, unmoving. The cold wind howled, making him shiver, yet he held his posture firm. The vagrant ignored him, lying down to sleep with a carefree snore. Time passed. The sun rose and set, and Lin Fan knelt for an entire day. When the vagrant grew hungry, he used his branch to fish in the river, returning with a few plump fish skewered by his sword energy, which he roasted over the fire. Lin Fan, however, remained steadfast. During his leisure moments, the vagrant sat cross-legged, tenderly stroking an old, worn sword with a look of reverence. Another day passed, and Lin Fan remained kneeling in the same spot. Waking from a dreamless sleep, the vagrant glanced at Lin Fan, still kneeling, and promptly rolled over to continue sleeping. By the dawn of the 3rd day, Lin Fan's entire body was racked with pain, yet he kept his back straight, unwavering. Suddenly, the shrill ring of a satellite phone shattered the silence. A text message appeared. Mr. Chen, come back. I've completed the analysis and successfully produced the solution. It's ready for deployment. Also, the Godslayer army and sect disciples have all arrived. They're awaiting your instructions. Lin Fan finally stood, his legs trembling beneath him. Giving up at last? The vagrant smirked, picking his nose. Go on, leave. Lin Fan, pale and exhausted, stared at the vagrant before suddenly breaking into laughter. What's so funny? I laugh at the so-called sword sage, who watches his people suffer and die yet hides away on this mountain, too afraid to descend. I laugh at myself for ever hoping someone like you would lend a hand. And I laugh that someone like you dares to tread the path of the sword, dares to call himself a sword sage. With that, Lin Fan turned and walked away. The first rays of dawn pierced the darkness, casting a golden glow on the young man's departing figure as he descended the mountain. The vagrant stood frozen, watching the boy's retreating silhouette. His hand, gripping the sword, trembled slightly. Memories flooded back his own youthful ambitions, dreams of leading armies and fighting for justice. But his master's teachings echoed in his mind. His sword was one of transcendence, requiring a heart free of emotion, devoted only to the way of the sword. For only in detachment could the essence of the sword be grasped. For 997 years, his blade had remained sheathed, its sword energy vast and boundless. In just 3 more years, when his sword energy reached its peak, he would achieve mastery, transcending mortality and becoming a true sword sage. He had once asked his master when he should unsheath his sword. His master had replied, "The time will come." He had asked again, "When will that time come?" His master had simply said, "You will know." Staring at the boy's desolate figure disappearing into the distance, the half-step sword sage Zhang Feng murmured softly, "The time has not yet come." The military vehicle rumbled away from the mountain's base, vanishing into the horizon, leaving a trail of dust behind. The fighter jets roared back into the skies, slicing through the heavens. Lin Fan, on his journey back, succumbed to a brief slumber, finally overwhelmed by the exhaustion of 3 sleepless days. It wasn't until 5 hours after descending the mountain, just past noon, that he startled awake from his light sleep. Splashing cold water on his face and hastily swallowing a few bites of dry bread, he managed to regain some energy before stepping off the plane. As his feet touched the ground, Lin Fan spotted the elderly Mr. Chun walking unsteadily toward him. Despite his pale complexion, his eyes sparkled with excitement. "It's done. It's a success," Mr. Chen exclaimed breathlessly. 3 days of experiments, and we finally succeeded. We didn't fail the mission." Before he could finish his sentence, his body wavered, nearly collapsing. Lin Fan rushed forward, catching Mr. Chen just in time. His heart ached as he noticed the deep, dark circles under the old man's eyes. "Why push yourself so hard?" Lin Fan asked softly. "Do I have a choice?" Mr. Chen replied, his voice trembling as he pulled a roughly packaged syringe from his pocket. 5 million doses, produced overnight, have already been delivered, and the production line is fully operational. Within the next 4 days, we'll meet the demand for 50 million soldiers. He could barely finish his words before his eyes closed, and his body swayed dangerously. Lin Fan acted quickly, steadying Mr. Chun once again. A nearby assistant, also sporting heavy dark circles, awkwardly explained, "Mr. Chen insisted we sleep 2 hours a day, but he hasn't closed his eyes for 3 days straight. Get him some proper rest." Lin Fan gently placed Mr. Chen's frail body into a waiting vehicle. "The rest of the battle is up to us." "Oh, and once he's rested, give him an injection too." Even though he's older and started practicing the god-slaying demon-suppressing technique late, it'll still benefit his health. "You all know how vital he is to Decia." The researcher nodded in agreement and accompanied the now soundly sleeping Mr. Chun as the car drove off. Lin Fan took a deep breath and grabbed a radio from Mr. Jean. 3 days left, he declared firmly. "Relay my orders, everyone, to the city walls. God-slaying army members, assemble by squads and man your assigned posts as per the previous arrangements. Workers who've completed construction, evacuate immediately. Soldiers, sect disciples, and God-slaying army members, all to the walls. Prepare for the final simulation and refine coordination between units. Additionally, all soldiers are to receive injections of the Tianshan Snow Lotus Serum under the supervision of Situ Hong." At that very moment, 2 explosive pieces of news reverberated across the globe like a thunderclap. Decia has completed the construction of its steel Great Wall. Decia begins administering Tianshan Snow Lotus Serum to its soldiers. These announcements instantly captured worldwide attention, sparking widespread debate and discussion. The Great Xia has completed the initial construction of the Iron Great Wall. The announcement sent shockwaves across the globe as soon as it was released. Netizens worldwide flooded international forums with skepticism. What? Great Xia actually finished it? Impossible. How could they build a 100-meter-tall, 2,000-kilometer-long Iron Great Wall in just over a month? I'm from the White Elephant Nation of the Indus Empire. Great Xia must be lying. They're always cunning and boastful. Exactly. Last time, they claimed to have built a hospital in 7 days, and now they say they built an Iron Great Wall in a month? In the face of such doubts, the people of Great Xia chose not to argue. Instead, they devoted themselves fully to the follow-up work on the Iron Great Wall and preparations for the anticipated arrival of the divine. While foreign netizens were busy celebrating their disbelief, a video quietly began to circulate. The opening scene featured bold red letters. Official announcement from Great Xia. Through nationwide effort and perseverance, we have completed the initial construction of the Iron Great Wall in just 1 month. As the national anthem played and the red flag waved, the video transitioned to a view of the coastline, dotted with countless black specks. As the camera zoomed in, it revealed builders holding construction plans and working tirelessly. The footage sped up, showing large machinery moving into place, foundations being excavated, and concrete being poured. Steel reinforcements rose like a forest, and walls emerged from the ground. Workers, like swarms of ants, moved swiftly through the site. In just 30 seconds, the time-lapse captured the entire construction process. The video then slowed, focusing on the towering Iron Great Wall that stretched across the horizon. Standing 100 meters tall and spanning 4,000 kilometers, the wall seemed to sever the ocean from the land. Workers atop the structure appeared as tiny as ants, emphasizing the sheer scale of the project. The video continued, showcasing the wall's military readiness. Every 50 meters, a massive cannon stood guard. Every 150 meters, a temporary missile launch site was stationed. Sleek missiles pointed skyward, poised like arrows ready to strike. The combat zones bristled with machine guns, stockpiles of ammunition, anti-aircraft weaponry, and hundreds of RPGs ready for deployment. Finally, the camera pulled back, offering a bird's eye view of the entire Iron Great Wall. It appeared as an insurmountable barrier, with the vast ocean on one side and the sprawling lands of Great Xia on the other. As the video ended, the comment section erupted. This can't be real. It's too outrageous. I watched it over and over. The footage doesn't look fake. You can slow it down and check every frame holds up. Have the people of Great Xia lost their minds? Building such a colossal structure in a month, all because they believe in the arrival of a god. Wait a second. If they were preparing for war, why waste so many resources on a wall? Wouldn't building aircraft carriers be more practical? This comment struck a chord. If Great Xia were truly gearing up for conflict, constructing such a massive wall didn't make sense. So, what was their real purpose? The international community was left in deep contemplation. Which country could possibly warrant such a terrifying wall built by Decia to defend its land? This question has sparked intense discussions online. One commenter exclaimed, "Could it be? Are the gods truly about to descend?" The topic was soon drowned out by fervent voices filled with excitement. To hell with debating whether gods are descending. After watching this video, all I want is to be a citizen of Decia. This is absolutely epic. Indeed, Decia has long been known as a construction powerhouse, but the sheer scale of this project has left everyone in awe. Meanwhile, in a distant land, inside the White House of the Free Nation, a very different conversation was taking place. The leader of the Free Nation stared at the video playing on the screen. His expression shifted from apprehension to smug satisfaction. A sly grin appeared on his rounded face as he sneered, "Decia? Huh? Looks like they've been forced to swallow their own lies." He went on to analyze. They're trying to use this fabricated story of gods descending to lure us into a race, hoping to drain the resources of other nations. But they clearly underestimated me, the wise and visionary Mr. Taichuan. I saw through this ploy from the very beginning. Not a single country has responded to Decia's call. After pausing for effect, he continued, "I mean, who would have thought? Decia is so foolish, wasting their resources to build this so-called iron wall. And they're deliberately pretending to be in a rush, huh? Do they think they can fool me with this act? It's all just lies. The harder they try, the less we believe them." Just as he was basking in his self-congratulatory mood, a secretary hurried in and lowered his voice to report, "An urgent message just came in from Decia. They say the god's descent has been moved up, and they're expected to arrive at the eastern coast in about 3 days. They're urging us to prepare." Absolute nonsense, utter nonsense. The Free Nation leader interrupted with a cold laugh. "Those Decia people are as cunning as ever, still trying to trick us into imitating their massive construction projects to drain our resources. They want to profit while we exhaust ourselves. But I, with my unmatched wisdom, will never fall for it." He decisively ordered, "Let the citizens go about their lives as usual. Oh, and as for those clamoring to welcome the gods, let them do as they please. This will show Decia that we don't believe their lies, and they won't get one over on us." Little did he know, his so-called wisdom would soon bring unimaginable disaster to the people of the Free Nation. As he reveled in his perceived brilliance, a sinister grin crept across his face. "One more thing, send an urgent message to the leaders of our allied nations. I want to convene a summit to discuss this matter." The video conference screen flickered, and the leaders of various Western nations appeared one after another, their faces barely able to conceal their joy. The leader of the Free Nation rubbed his chubby hands together, a broad smile spreading across his face as he began to speak. "So, everyone has seen that video, right?" "Yes, we've seen it. We've seen it." John, the leader of Great Britain, chuckled heartily. "The walls of Decia are truly magnificent." Tom, the leader of Australia, sneered, "Building such a steel Great Wall must have drained a fair amount of resources, don't you think?" The other leaders nodded in agreement, their faces full of mockery. "Decia really went all out." One leader scoffed. "If it were me, I'd just grit my teeth and admit we lied earlier." But no, the people of Decia are so concerned with saving face that they poured an enormous amount of resources into this project instead. "Exactly," another leader chimed in. "We even received a notice from Decia earlier, claiming that a god will descend in 3 days. Huh. They probably just wanted to show off their steel Great Wall, which they conveniently finished building ahead of time." "I still don't believe it." The leader of the Elephant Kingdom, Arson, began to speak, but the Free Nation leader casually clicked his mouse and removed him from the group chat. The Free Nation leader swept his gaze across the screen at the remaining leaders, his tone turning cold. "Ladies and gentlemen, what can you all deduce from this? Decia truly is a construction powerhouse," someone murmured in awe. "Their building capabilities definitely surpass ours," another admitted. "I have to say, their unity and execution are exceptional. I heard many of their citizens volunteer to help with the construction," someone added. The leaders discussed and debated, but the Free Nation leader did not join in. His eyes gleamed with a sharp intelligence as his chubby face scanned each person on the screen. "What I mean is, with Decia pouring so much into building that steel Great Wall, their national strength must be significantly drained. If we were to The leader of Australia froze for a moment, his breathing quickening. Are you suggesting that we take advantage of Decia's weakened state? Divide it up? Kamita, the leader of Turtle Island, exclaimed as he stood up excitedly. Yes, divide up Decia. In an instant, the leader's eyes lit up with excitement. They all voiced their agreement, convinced that this was the perfect opportunity to carve up Decia. Just as they were about to dive into detailed discussions of their plan, a young secretary hurried into the Free Nation leader's office. Sir, Decia has just started an official live stream, the secretary reported quietly. They're probably just celebrating and boasting as usual. The Free Nation leader waved his chubby hand dismissively, unconcerned. No, the young secretary hesitated before handing over a phone. You might want to take a look at this. The Free Nation leader frowned in annoyance as he took the phone, but the moment his eyes landed on the livestream title, his expression darkened. Decia official livestream. First drill of the Steel Great Wall simulated battle against the gods. On the screen, Lin Fan stood tall atop the Steel Great Wall, his figure commanding and resolute. Holding a radio in his hand, his voice rang out powerfully across the scene. Everyone, the past days have been grueling, but through the tireless efforts of the people of Decia, we have achieved a miracle in just 1 month. A miracle that surpasses the pyramids, the Eiffel Tower, the Great Wall of China. A miracle that transcends any known wonder of the world. This miracle belongs to us, to Decia, to every single person of Decia. From top to bottom of the Steel Great Wall, countless soldiers roared in unison, to every single person of Decia. In the distance, workers retreating from the construction site turned back to gaze at the towering Steel Great Wall, tears welling in their eyes. Lin Fan's tone shifted, his words brimming with determination and fighting spirit. But we are not done yet. This Steel Great Wall is the dragon that guards Decia's shores, the fortress of our nation, and it will face the gods. In 3 days, the gods will arrive. Time is short. Starting now, Decia will conduct 3-hour drills every day. We will awaken this dragon fully in 3 days, and let it soar at the edge of the ocean. When the gods come to invade our land, they won't take a single step onto it. The drill began in earnest, its scale unprecedented. 50 million soldiers took part, and the ammunition consumed in just 3 hours reached hundreds of tons. It was an extraordinary joint operation involving the Air Force, Army, Navy, Special Forces, the God-slaying Corps, and even disciples of various sects. And the war that followed would determine the very survival of Decia. Lin Fan was fully aware of this, which is why he strictly adhered to his daily 3-hour drill plan. Although he wished he could train for 12 hours a day, he had to moderate his schedule, taking into account ammunition consumption and the physical stamina of his soldiers. Standing atop the command tower, Lin Fan's sharp gaze swept across the Forthosan Milling iron wall. He knew all too well that the looming battle would be a brutal one, potentially lasting 3 days and nights, or even weeks. Thus, stockpiling ammunition and preserving the soldiers' energy were of utmost importance. I hereby announce that the first iron wall drill against the gods officially begins, Lin Fan declared, his voice carrying across the entire defensive line through the loudspeaker system. In an instant, a profound silence fell over the iron wall. 10 million soldiers held their breath, gripping their weapons tightly, their eyes fixed on the distant horizon over the sea. Members of the Shurian army stood atop the wall, ready to charge at a moment's notice. Disciples from various sects were stationed across battle zones, prepared for action. All of Decia, and indeed the entire world, held its breath, watching the iron wall. Suddenly, Lin Fan's voice cut through the stillness. The gods are attacking. All units, artillery strike teams, unleash full firepower. The next moment, thunderous explosions shook the skies. Countless shells rained down onto the darkened ocean, triggering towering waves that roared into the night. Missile units, target the rear lines of the sea beast followers and the locations of the chosen ones. Lin Fan commanded again. Massive missiles, each over 100 meters long, launched from their bases, streaking through the night sky like blazing rockets plunging toward the sea. 30 kilometers away, the ocean erupted with enormous craters, and the fiery blasts illuminated the heavens. Air units, commence firepower coverage, Lin Fan ordered. The roaring steel falcons soared into the sky, unleashing relentless firepower upon the endless sea. Reports of firepower coverage complete echoed back one after another. The Sea Beast Vanguard has reached within 3 kilometers. Machine gunners, prepare to open fire. Lin Fan's voice sounded once more. Along the iron wall, the synchronized sounds of loading and cocking weapons echoed in unison. 10 million soldiers shouted in response, reporting to the commander-in-chief, ready to fire on your command. Lin Fan took a deep breath, his piercing eyes scanning the waters that were about to become a battlefield. The iron wall was fully prepared to face the gods in this epic confrontation. Lin Fan decisively commanded, fire indiscriminately, unleash full firepower, open fire. Situhong was the first to act. Gripping a massive Gatling gun tightly with both hands, he rose swiftly, pulling the trigger. Instantly, the muzzle erupted in a blaze of scorching flames as countless spinning bullets, each the length of a palm, tore through the air, raining down like a torrential storm. Immediately, the light and heavy machine guns along the steel Great Wall roared in unison. The dense barrage of bullets formed blinding lines of fire, like the fiery breath of a dragon, violently tearing apart the waves crashing toward the wall. Across the Forthosan Millling wall, the deafening sound of gunfire and explosions echoed like the furious roar of the Decia Empire. The relentless machine gun fire suppressed most of the sea beast cultists, keeping them at bay 100 meters from the wall. Yet, some formidable entities shrugged off the bullets and pressed forward. Lin Fan quickly issued a new order through the communicator. RPG and grenade operators, move up. Keep those bullet-resistant sea beasts at least 50 meters away from the wall. Before his words had fully settled, rows of soldiers armed with grenade launchers or RPGs swiftly took their positions. Aimed at the area 50 to 100 meters from the wall, they launched their weapons in unison. Grenades rained down into the sea, their explosions reverberating continuously. RPGs streaked through the air like miniature fire dragons, trailing blinding flames before crashing down and erupting into terrifying fireballs. Lin Fan watched the scene before him with an impassive expression, his mind alternating between the reality of the battlefield and the drills he had witnessed. In his vision, it was as though he could truly see the sea beasts wailing and shattering amidst the explosions. But then, an even greater threat emerged: half-deitival cultists who were impervious to RPGs and grenades. These entities withstood the machine gun bullets, crossed the explosive zones, and charged relentlessly toward the wall. Without hesitation, Lin Fan issued a new command. All members of the Godslayer army, prepare to descend from the wall and engage in close combat. Do not let these creatures climb up. Disciples of the sects, hold the wall and prepare to support. If any sea beast cultists break through the Godslayer army's defense, surround and annihilate them immediately. He continued directing, machine gunners, RPG, and grenade operators, adjust your aim to avoid friendly fire. Machine gunners, your priority is to keep most of the sea beast cultists at least 100 meters away. Grenade operators, focus on eliminating those that can withstand bullets within 50 meters. Even if some manage to break through the defenses, stay calm and trust your teammates. Avoid carelessly redirecting your fire. It won't work against the stronger cultists and may endanger your allies. Yes, sir. The soldiers responded in unison, maintaining their relentless barrage of firepower, undaunted by the cultists who had made it closer. Lin Fan gave the order with a sharp command, Godslayer army, charge. With a collective roar, the members of the Godslayer army leapt from the 100-meter-high wall, diving straight into the fray. Strength-type ability users carried massive cauldrons as they charged down the nearly vertical wall, slamming their heavy weapons into the ocean and sending towering waves skyward. Chi Ke led the fire element ability users, enveloped in flames like phoenixes descending from the heavens. Hovering midair, they unleashed torrents of fire that swept across the sea, causing the water to boil and churn violently. Water element ability users gestured with sweeping movements, manipulating the ocean to form massive water dragons that crashed down with devastating force, tearing through everything in their path. Wood element ability users summoned enormous rolling logs and caused thick branches to sprout from the walls, ensnaring sea beast cultists attempting to climb. Earth element ability users drew in a deep breath before shouting, "Earthquake!" In an instant, the seabed trembled, and a deep, gaping fissure appeared, swallowing vast amounts of seawater like an unquenchable maw. Lin Fan nodded in approval but quickly reminded, Godslayer squads, coordinate your abilities. Ice element users, don't just freeze the surface or launch ice spears. Team up with water element users to create ice dragons. Wind element users, instead of focusing solely on gusts and wind blades, join forces with fire element users to unleash fire dragons. At his words, the ability user's eyes lit up with realization. An ice element user clasped hands with a water element user, and in an instant, ice and water fused together. A majestic ice dragon rose from the ocean, freezing the surface as it ascended, its roar punctuated by a barrage of ice spears raining down. Wind and fire element users also began to collaborate, amplifying the power of the flames. The combination of scorching heat and fierce winds created fiery dragons that boiled and evaporated the seawater with every strike. Inspired by these synergies, other ability users experimented with new combinations, generating extraordinary and unexpected results. Meanwhile, disciples from various sects stood in formation atop the wall. Taoists, form your array. Young Taoists wielded talismans and swords, casting spells of the Taoist arts, while others brandished their horsetail whisks, unleashing waves of Tao energy to sweep through the battlefield. The scholars chanted in unison, their voices resonating like the deep, resounding tones of a grand bell. Ah, how perilous and lofty! The road to Shu is harder than ascending to the heavens. The sheer force of their words ascended to the skies, brimming with awe-inspiring energy. In that instant, a spectral image of Mount Shu materialized behind them, exuding an aura of majesty that commanded awe and fear in all directions. At the same time, a middle-aged man from the Mayin Xinglua sect declared loudly, "Let them understand that the most terrifying presence on the battlefield is the assassin lurking in the shadows." Before his voice had fully faded, the slender figures clad in uniform black garbs atop the city walls dissolved into the air, vanishing as if merging with the darkness. Yet, the occasional glimmer of sword light, like falling stars, flashed silently and lethally. On another section of the wall, 30,000 bald monks, clad in kasayas, stood in orderly formation stretching for miles. At the forefront, an elderly monk, his eyes gently closed, chanted softly, "Umitba." A radiant glow of Buddhist light poured forth from him, enveloping the surroundings. A group of elderly monks immediately entered deep meditation, their golden protective auras coalescing into massive, interconnected shields, forming an impenetrable defensive line. Behind them, the younger warrior monks advanced in unison, each wielding a staff in one hand and holding their other palm upright against their chest. In a thunderous cry, they shouted, "Arhat, demon subduing formation." Their fierce determination radiated outward, their expressions as resolute as Vajras, exuding an overwhelming sense of power. Meanwhile, 50,000 robust men joined the battle formation. Some clenched their fists, others formed claw-like hands, their raw energy surging like a roaring tide. Their cries, reminiscent of dragons and tigers, shook the heavens and the earth. These were men who, in ordinary times, might have been security guards, drivers, or laborers, but in this moment, they stood transformed into warriors defending the great nation of Decia. On the city walls, another group of young individuals in craftsman attire stood solemnly. Behind them loomed towering battle puppets, 7 to 8 meters high, some resembling mighty iron rhinos, others as agile as wooden steeds. Mechanical birds flitted through the air, supporting these masterful engineers in their work. Though everyone knew it was merely a drill, disciples from each sect, led by their patriarchs or sect leaders, stood ready with the resolve to defend the Great Wall to the death. In this moment, they were no longer ordinary citizens, they had become the final bastion, standing guard over the heart of Huaxia. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.